Chapter 41, Xia Lan's Private Chat. Luo Tian was sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping hot tea. Ding ding. But he didn't expect to receive a friend request on his phone. He was wondering who would be messaging him at this time, and when he looked at it, it was Xia Lan, who was in the group buying food for her child. Luo Tian, I really have no other choice. Please help me. I know you have a lot of food at home. Can you sell me some? The children really need to eat. Xia Lan could have bought some food from other people, but because of the rich second-generation Lu Tang, who came out of nowhere, she was cut off from her food. With nowhere else to turn, Xia Lan could only place her hopes on Luo Tian. After all, before the snowstorm, he had stocked up on several carts of snacks from the supermarket, which many neighbors in the community had seen. If you say which family in this building has the most food, then there is no doubt that it is definitely Luo Tian's family. The other party was very low-key. But Luo Tian had no intention of helping the other person. Do I know you well? It's none of my business if the kid needs to eat. I'm not the kid's father. Sorry, I don't have much food at home. Besides, I don't need money. Luo Tian decisively rejected the other party. Suddenly, Xia Lan fell silent. The other party probably knew that Luo Tian didn't really have no food, but just didn't want to sell it to her. After all, not everyone is short of money. Just when Luo Tian thought the other party had given up, he received a message from the other party on his phone. Ding ding ding. Several photos were sent over. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and clicked on it out of curiosity. He almost spurted out a mouthful of water. It really caught him off guard. The other party would send such photos to him. What is this, trying to seduce me? Luo Tian looked at the picture twice before turning it off. It's a joke. Is this the kind of person he is? But the other party's appearance is at best a 5, and he is not at all attractive. Luo Tian, don't you like young wives? If Li Ro can do it, I can do it too. As long as you give me food, I'll go to your house right now. Xia Lan sent another message. The news that Luo Tian had taken in Li Ro had been exposed by Su Ling in the owners group. So almost everyone thought that Luo Tian had the same bad habits as Chao the thief. He only targets married women. So Xia Lan also approached him with a desperate attitude. After all, Luo Tian is young and handsome, and she doesn't lose out. Who spread this rumor? Luo Tian couldn't help but be very angry. It's just nonsense. He clearly likes young girls and older women. Isn't that true? Li Ro, who was passing by, looked at the message in the chat box and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Her eyes, like a crescent moon, curved up. Pop. Then she was slapped hard by Luo Tian. Li Ro was instantly aggrieved. If I help her out of sympathy, won't my reputation as a villain be confirmed? Luo Tian said with a sneer. No matter how Xia Lan begged for mercy or wept, he coldly refused. It doesn't matter how pitiful you are. If you think I'm going to feel sorry for you, you're dreaming. This is not a rescue station. I only care about myself. Desperate Xia Lan finally gave up asking Luo Tian for help and turned to the group to continue buying food. However, no matter how much she raised the price, Lu Tang, the rich second generation, would always wait for her to finish bidding and then raise the price by 10,000 yuan. This also resulted in Xia Lan not being able to buy a bag of instant noodles. However, the owners don't have much food either, so after a few transactions, only one owner is still selling food. Everyone else is out of food. At Xia Lan, I am the only one who can sell you food. As long as you outbid Lu Tang, these 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits are yours. The landlord who spoke seemed to be kindly reminding her, but in fact he was trying to raise the price of his own goods. After all, his goal is money, and he doesn't care who will starve to death if they don't have food. I'll pay 100,000. Xia Lan grit her teeth and offered an astonishing price. This was her last hope. Who would have thought that a few bags of snacks that a primary school student could afford before the end of the world would suddenly be more expensive than a car after the snow closed the roads? Soon, Lu Tang replied. 300,000. This was a price that made Xia Lan despair. She only had less than 200,000 yuan. Actually, 300,000 yuan was not a lot of money for her, but most of the family's money was kept by her husband, who was not in the country at all. The almost paralyzed communications made it impossible for her to contact him. Who? Who will save my child? No matter who. Xiaolan stared at the phone, her pupils seeming to lose their luster. If someone could give her a little food now, she would probably agree to die. I'll give you $1 million. Just when the second generation of the Lu family thought he had successfully bought food, a stranger suddenly made a move. But no one living in this neighborhood is poor, so it's not unusual for someone to be able to come up with $1 million yuan. The avatar of this person seems a bit familiar. Where did I see it before? I can't quite remember. Luo Tian stared at the cartoon cat's avatar and muttered. The owner, competing with Lu Tang, is Bai Ya, who lives on the 20th floor. Her real identity is a top-notch female celebrity in China. It seems that this national goddess is having a hard time. Luo Tian listened to the butler's explanation and remembered. As a national-level superstar, the other party's worth is immeasurable, and casually pulling out a few $100 million is easy. Bai Ya had just been cheated out of a lot of food by Auntie Wang a while ago, and it was estimated that she was also in a food emergency at home. The truth is more or less the same as Luo Tian guessed. Bai Ya really did not have enough food at home, and she had just seen the news in the group, so she decided to act decisively. Lu Tang was stunned, and then replied in the group with disdain, "Don't you know my name, Lu Tang? Who can compare with me when it comes to money? You're joking." He has nearly 10 million yuan in his bank card for spending money alone. But what Lu Tang didn't know was that the person he was competing with was no ordinary rich person. It was Bai Ya, the goddess he himself loved so much. 5 million. A light remark that instantly left Lu Tang stunned. I'm fucked. Spending 5 million on a few bags of instant noodles and biscuits? You must be out of your mind. I have money, but I'm not stupid. Lu Tang cursed and gave up on the bidding. He had bought some food earlier, and since this person wanted to be a fool, he wasn't going to play alone. Chapter 42, A Night with a Movie Star. Sold. Sold. The owner of the food business was almost ecstatic. A few packets of biscuits would allow him to buy another house. What a stroke of luck. The owners who sold their food too early were all regretting it now. If only they had waited a little longer. Who would have thought that the final price would increase by 5 million times? I'm afraid even the movies wouldn't dare to make such a plot. 5 million is not much. Bai Ya curled up her long, slender legs and let out a long sigh of relief. 5 million, that's more than I would get for just one commercial. Her little treasure chest is enough to scare people to death. After the transaction was completed, Bai Ya waited for the owner to leave before cautiously sticking her head out and taking the food that was left at the door. After thinking about it, she opened the group chat and clicked on Xiaolan's avatar. What a fool. Luo Tian looked at the surveillance camera and sneered. The video showed the scene. It was right in front of Bai Ya's house. Bai Ya, probably out of sympathy, had spent 5 million yuan on 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits, and had given half of it away to Xiaolan for free. Seeing Xiaolan almost kneeling in excitement, Luo Tian couldn't help but say a few words in a light tone. You're asking for it. It seems that the other party has not suffered enough at Auntie Wang's place. As a national-level actress, she is probably used to pampering her fans, and her tendency to be kind is not getting any less. But this has nothing to do with Luo Tian, who is just watching the fun. Just as Luo Tian was about to turn off the surveillance camera, an accident really happened. What do you want? The frightened Xiaolan was blocked in the hallway by a group of little brothers with food in her arms. Oh, I was supposed to be squatting on Luo Tian, but I didn't expect to have such a happy surprise. Give me the food and you can go. These fierce-looking men were Deng Tu's henchmen. Xiaolan would not easily give up the food she had worked so hard to obtain, but in the face of a group of strong and vicious thugs, her resistance was useless. She even bit one of the gangsters, which angered him and got her dragged into Deng Tu's house by a group of men. That's how it happened, Brother Tuesday. Since she likes to bite so much, why don't we let her bite all night long? One of the younger brothers smiled lewdly. Because of the snowstorm, they haven't been able to go to the bar for a while. This was just the drink they needed to quench their thirst. Although the temperature in the room was very low, they were too many to be stopped. They all got into the bed together and were soon warm. Xiaolan looked at the room full of vicious thugs and was scared white. There are so many of them. Maybe their lives are in danger. It was below freezing, and she was hungry and weak. She had a starving child at home, and she definitely couldn't die at the hands of a bunch of thugs. Come on, are you going to take it off yourself, or should we do it? The brothers are getting impatient. No, don't. Please let me go. It's too late to let you go. You should have handed over the food earlier. Ha 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 ha. Someone started tearing her clothes. Desperate Xiaolan. Suddenly, she shouted, "Let me go, I can tell you a big secret. It's about the big star Baya. She's in this building." Hearing this, Deng Tu, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs wrapped in bandages, suddenly looked at her. "What did you say?" Deng Tu said coldly. Before the end of the world, he had private information that said that the superstar Baya might have moved into their neighborhood. As for Baya, the national goddess, she is a beautiful girl with a top-notch appearance and figure. Deng Tu is also very envious of her. Even when he was playing with women in a hotel, a video of Baya wearing a short skirt and showing off her long legs from a certain program was still playing on the screen. If I could play with Baya once, my life would be worth it. Seeing that the younger brothers had been stopped by Deng Tu, Xiaolan, who was terrified, quickly said, "My food was given to me by Baya. As long as you let me go, I will tell you where she lives." In order to leave safely, Xiaolan also did not hesitate and betrayed her savior. It was as if she had just stood at Baya's door, crying and promising that even if she died, she would never reveal a single piece of information about the other person. Baya didn't expect it either. Her act of lending a hand to a desperate mother had directly caused her a fatal problem. A group of desperate people have set their sights on her. Who doesn't like a popular female star? Many of Deng Tu's younger brothers are fans of Baya, but most of them are just lusting after her body. The thought of being able to play with the national goddess made them so excited that they couldn't help themselves. Goddess Baya. She is the dream girl of many men and women across the country. Many bigwigs have wanted to have dinner with each other, but they have all been mercilessly rejected. And today, the opportunity to spend a good night with the goddess is right in front of you. If you dare to lie to us, I'll kill you and your children won't escape either. One of the younger brothers threatened him viciously. I'm not lying. I just beg you to let me go. Xiaolan shook her head with tears streaming down her face. After receiving the other party's assurance, she gritted her teeth and finally gave Baya's address. Baya lives on the 20th floor, room 2001. Okay, I've told you. Can I go now? Deng Tu waved impatiently and said, "Get lost." He didn't even bother to look at her again. A woman of this caliber is not even as good-looking as the princess he ordered at the karaoke bar. Only his younger brother would be interested. Okay, I'm leaving. Xiaolan was overjoyed and picked up the bread and biscuits on the ground and wanted to leave. But she didn't want to. Several of the younger brothers suddenly surrounded him and in a bad tone said, "You want to leave? You want to take our food? You've got some nerve. This is my stuff." Xiaolan said weakly, lowering her head. Without food, all her hard work tonight would be in vain. Pop. One of the younger brothers slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. "You fucking bitch, you've got some nerve." Oh. You're not keeping your word." She was dragged by a group of people by her hair and thrown out of the door, crying her heart out on the cold corridor. She had finally obtained food, but she didn't even save the last bit. She betrayed her benefactor in order to save her own life, but in the end, she did not get a good ending. There was no food. She and her children at home would still starve to death. The extreme cold even froze her tears as they flowed. Looking at the group of younger brothers with hammers and axes heading towards the 20th floor, Xiaolan's heart turned to ice. Chapter 43, Baya was scared. In the pink-decorated room, Baya was tearing open a bag of compressed biscuits and opening her cherry lips to bite and swallow in small bites. She was wearing a thick pajama set with a fluffy cat design. Her beautiful face, without any makeup, is still delicate, even better than those female internet celebrities who wear makeup. She gets a 9 or above just for her natural beauty. The dry biscuits were hard to swallow, not as sweet as high-end snacks, and not as delicious as luxury food. Her standard of living had suddenly dropped to the level of ordinary people, and Baya was still a little unable to adapt to it. But now the situation was so bad that she could only force herself to accept it. The luxurious high society and the adoring fan base she used to enjoy are now completely out of reach. Just as she was a little lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. The security door was being knocked on. Who is it? Baya was startled and cautiously reached out to the living room and looked through the peephole at the hallway. She saw a group of thugs with hammers and baseball bats were shivering in the corridor and knocking on the door. Do you think the goddess Baya is really in this house? I don't believe that little bitch. If she dares to lie to us, she'll be sorry. Goddess, open the door. We are all your loyal fans. If you don't open the door, we're going to start smashing things. The boys laughed, and some even peered into the peephole to see what was going on inside. They took their hammers and started pounding on the door. This kind of ordinary security door is not very strong. If a dozen people forcefully smash the door, it will probably be broken open by force in no time. Baya was startled and quickly lowered her voice. There is no Baya here, you're looking for the wrong person. What a pity. Her throat was like a nightingale's. No matter how she disguised herself, the brothers immediately recognized her as Baya herself. The brothers were instantly excited. Holy shit, did you hear that? It's really the goddess Baya. Goddess, I love you. Goddess, open the door. Great, tonight I can play with the goddess. Suddenly, everyone was even more excited, and the security door was banging and clanging. How could this happen? Baya was so scared that her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back, helplessly holding her arms up. As a national goddess, she enjoys the support of hundreds of millions of fans every day, and wherever she goes, she is surrounded by praise. She is always surrounded by high-end places and elegant upper-class people. When has she ever seen such a scene? You have to know that Baya's charm is very high. Even some of the second-generation officials in the capital are always scrambling to take her out to dinner. Of course, she knew what the gangsters were up to. Xia Lan. It was Xia Lan who betrayed me. Why? Baya could easily guess the truth from the words of these thugs. She didn't understand. Why did she help a desperate mother so sincerely, but the other party could turn around and sell her out without hesitation? Thud. Thud. The hammer smashed the security door, leaving dents on the surface. As a big star, her charm can conquer countless fans across the country, but she is helpless in the face of a group of thugs. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so stubborn. Baya leaned against the wall in despair, her delicate body trembling with fear. Because she had been working too hard and had had a fight with her agent, she had left her bodyguards and quietly bought a suite here, intending to rest alone for a while. But she didn't expect the freezing snowstorm to come. The thugs outside the door, who normally wouldn't even get close to her, were quickly dealt with by the bodyguards. But now, she was alone. Even the phone for calling the police is already a decoration. In this freezing cold, post-apocalyptic environment with snowstorms blocking the roads, her final outcome must be tragic. So, kill yourself. Baya picked up a fruit knife on the coffee table and trembled as she pressed it against her pale throat. If she dies, she can avoid being defiled. I think I heard the goddess Baya say she was going to kill herself? No, goddess, let us enjoy ourselves before you die. That's right, you wouldn't be living your life to the fullest if you didn't experience the pleasure of being a woman. Ah, even if you die, you'll still be a goddess, I don't mind. The sound of the hammer hitting the door stopped for a moment, and then the brothers burst into laughter. The words were that even if she died, she couldn't escape. How? How could this be? Someone, help me. Baya hopelessly put down the fruit knife, covering her face and crying helplessly. The fragile body trembled, and anyone who saw it would be heartbroken. The aura of a big star could not help her in this situation, and it could even become the abyss that would bury her. And the arrogant shouts and banging on the door from the boys outside were also heard by the residents of the building, who were shocked to learn that the famous goddess Baya was living here. And they've already found her. Damn it, how could my goddess fall into the hands of those scum? Brothers, we must find a way to save the goddess Baya. Support! As a loyal fan, we must not let the goddess cry helplessly. The news in the group quickly rolled up. Luotian looked curiously at the name of the group, the Knights of the Goddess Baya. The residents had set up a new group chat to prevent the thugs from seeing it, and had invited everyone else to join. Many people were enthusiastically discussing how to save Baya from Deng Tu and his gang. No matter how many people Deng Tu has, we have more people. We have nearly 100 people, 10 times their number. Right, if we work together and rush over, they will definitely be scared off. That's a beautiful speech. Many people even fantasized about the beautiful scene of Baya holding their hands and thanking them. But soon, everyone realized a very important problem. That is, who will take the lead? Since you are so highly aware of the situation, at 15th floor, 1502 resident, let's agree that you will lead the charge and we will follow you. That's right, we'll all go together when you yell. What the hell? Why should I take the lead? I'm weak and can't take on such a big responsibility. It should be the group leader who takes the lead. He's the one who started the group chat, so he should take responsibility. Group leader, I have already taken on the responsibility of initiating the action. I must take charge of the overall situation and take the lead in this task. You guys come on. You do it. You do it. If you can't, he will. The owners began to shirk responsibility. They just didn't want to be the first to take the lead. This is only natural. They are facing a group of thugs with machetes and hammers, who have actually killed people. The person who goes first will not fare well. They might even be hacked to death by a group of angry thugs. The goddess is beautiful, but they still chose the latter over their own lives. It's hilarious. Luotian looked at the group chat message and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I thought these people were brave, but it turns out they were just shouting slogans. As soon as they started talking, they all wilted. Chapter 44, Li Rose Grievances. Wait, didn't you forget that there is a fierce person in our building who made Deng Tu suffer? He almost crippled his leg. Right. I forgot about that. At Luotian, it's up to you to save the goddess Baya. Yes, Luo. Go, lead us to defeat Deng Tu. At Luotian. At Luotian. At Luotian. The tone of the group chat suddenly changed. A group of residents were excitedly tagging their only hope, Luotian. Luotian was watching the fun, but was suddenly and unexpectedly tagged by a bunch of people. He couldn't help but say with a dumbfounded look on his face, "What the hell, and what am I doing, thinking I'm playing the game of the brave knight rescuing the princess and leading you to defeat Deng Tu? That's ridiculous. You are her fans, not me. Why drag me into it? These guys, they were still cursing you in the group last time, but now they're all kneeling and licking in front of the big star just to show off." Li Ro rolled her eyes in disgust. Obviously, she still has a grudge against these tenants. Luotian snorted and said, "It's a beautiful idea to use me as a gun." In Li Ro's resentful gaze, his hand also reached out to the other party's Balenciaga. "I'm not interested. If you want to save them, you'll have to figure it out yourself." Luotian replied in the group with a cool gesture. Suddenly, caused a group of residents to launch an angry attack, such as what capable people who don't stand up, "I'm not afraid but give you the opportunity, the goddess is waiting for us," etc., suddenly filling Luotian's home with a happy atmosphere. Without Luotian taking the lead, the residents would not dare to take any action. They could only continue to shoot their mouths off in the group. Bang! The security door was smashed open with a hammer. The cold wind blew into the living room, and they could vaguely see the blonde figure hiding in the house. The cat's pajamas are cute and energetic. The younger brothers in the hallway couldn't help but get more excited, and lamented that if only Luotian's door was as brittle as this. Luotian. Yes, I can still ask Luotian for help. Hope suddenly flared up in Baya's lifeless eyes. In the past group chats, although she didn't say much, she had been secretly watching the screen and knew a lot about what had happened recently. Luotian is the man who made Deng Tu and a group of thugs suffer a great loss. If anyone can help her now, then it would be Luotian. Thinking of this, Baya immediately opened her phone, tapped the group chat interface, and sent a friend verification to Luotian. Please agree quickly. Luotian. At this moment, just as Luotian was about to do something, his phone rang. Ding. Luo Tian didn't want to answer it, but the tone kept ringing. Damn it, who is ruining my mood? The butler didn't even help me block it. He opened his phone in a fit of anger. He found that it was actually a friend of the big star Baya who had applied. Baya? She's almost been used as a RBQ, but I never thought she would have time to send me a message. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and clicked agree. He was a little surprised. The other party was the famous national goddess with countless fans. Why did she choose him out of all the residents in the building? Luo Tian, I'm Baya, the famous star you know. Deng Tu and his men are smashing my door. I don't think it will hold for long. I hope you can help me. I live in 2001. It seems that the other party is in a hurry, and the message was sent almost instantly. He even attached a selfie to make sure he would believe it. Her face is stunning and her figure is slender. She is indeed a rare and energetic young girl. Luo Tian typed a reply, why should I help you? He won't do anything that doesn't benefit him. I'm a big star. If you save me, I'll be very grateful to you. I can also give you a lot of money. Baya didn't seem to expect such a cold response. Her eyes widened in surprise. In her mind, no matter how good a man is, he will be very surprised and enthusiastic when he meets her. After all, who wouldn't want to get close to her? But this time she might be disappointed. Luo Tian is different from other people. If he doesn't want to do it, it's useless even if you are the king of heaven. Bang! The security door was smashed again. The cold wind rushed in, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Goddess, don't struggle. Open the door yourself. The situation is very critical. The security door can only hold for another 5 minutes. You're a big star. I don't give a shit. Luo Tian looked at the chatbox message and replied disdainfully, your gratitude is worthless in my eyes. As for money? Ha, it's just a piece of paper in this situation. He then threw his phone aside. He didn't care anymore. At that moment, Li Ro whispered, Luo Tian. Baya is a national goddess. Would you let her be ruined by those scumbags like Deng Tu? In her eyes. It would be a shame for Luo Tian to miss such a beauty. Of course, it won't happen. Luo Tian said with a meaningful tone. From the very beginning, he had planned to bring the glamorous star Baya into his home. Nowadays, there is so little entertainment. It's nice to have someone play the piano or an instrument. Or to dance together is also very pleasing. Although we are in the end times, our spiritual needs should not be neglected. As a big star, she must be proficient in playing all kinds of instruments, right? Since Luo Tian is also good at singing and dancing, they can have in-depth exchanges when they have time. And there's more. There is a top-of-the-line Steinway piano worth over 1 million yuan in his room, which is just sitting there. In the future, he can let the other person play it for him every day. It will be like cultivating artistic germs. Stars of her caliber generally have high self-esteem and are proud of their talent. Luo Tian said lightly, if I agree to save her easily, she will definitely not be too grateful, and she may even think that it is only natural. When she is desperate and wants to commit suicide, it will be the best time for me to step in. After all, human nature is like this. Chapter 45, I'm not Luo Tian. You guys don't come in. Baya raised the fruit knife in horror and pointed it at the group of young men. The tip of the knife trembled slightly. The security door was broken open. The cold wind whistled in, like Baya's desperate heart. I can save you, but on one condition. You must listen to me from now on. A message came. It was from Luo Tian. Baya, whose face had suddenly turned pale, agreed without hesitation, as if she were a drowning person grasping at the last straw. Even so, she accepted her fate. After all, it was still 100 times better than falling into the hands of those thugs. After all, with her looks, it was impossible for her to decide her own fate on her own. I agree. As long as you can save me. Looking at the reply from the other party, Luo Tian's mouth curled up involuntarily. We can move, Li Ro said with some doubt, but there are so many people on the other side. I'm afraid that brute force won't work. How are you going to save her? She said. A jade hand pressed down on his evil intentions. There are many ways. Luo Tian didn't go into detail, just teasing him. Actually, it's not impossible to do it by force. After all, he still had 3 Glock pistols in his possession, which he had taken from bank robbers. There are more than 400 bullets. Even if he shot blindly, he could turn Deng Tu and his men into hedgehogs. But that would be a waste of bullets, especially for someone who has never studied firearms. Not the best plan. Believe it or not, I can safely rescue Baya without shedding blood. And I can make Deng Tu and his little Karame dance around in circles. Luo Tian played with a lock of Li Ro's hair, revealing a playful smile. I believe you. You're the best. Li Ro hugged him with one arm and said sweetly. She kept trusting him for no reason. But, how do I do it? She asked curiously. It's very simple. This trick is called. Luo Tian paused and smiled. Divert the tiger from the mountain. Goddess Baya, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. They were taken by surprise. Hearing this roar, Baya and Deng Tu and the others were startled. Luo Tian, are you here to save me? Baya was stunned, and then thought it was Luo Tian coming, and said excitedly. Luo Tian? Deng Tu was sitting in a wheelchair that his men had stolen from a resident's home. When he heard Baya say that, his face suddenly changed. The group of brothers who were smashing the door suddenly froze in their tracks. Deng Tu felt his injured leg suddenly become extremely painful. The younger brothers seemed to recall the unforgettable ice water bath they had taken the last time. Luo Tian? Where is Luo Tian? Holy shit, he's here in person? Stop him. Be careful, he has a crossbow. Take cover. The group of people immediately had a panic reaction, and the younger brothers yelled repeatedly, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic, and they all hid desperately. They all thought that Luo Tian was sneaking up on them with a crossbow and a high-pressure water gun. Suddenly, Lu Yuan, the otaku who came alone to save the goddess, was shocked. Holy shit! I'm that awesome? They all ran away when they saw me. Lu Yuan wore a stainless steel pot on his head, held a rolling pin in his hand, and used the pot lid as a shield. Looking at the panicked little brothers, he showed an expression of disbelief on his face. Could it be that he was the main character in this disaster, that he had taken off with the goddess, and that the two of them were going to live a shameless life together? Lu Yuan stood there, smiling foolishly. Bang! He was still in a state of fantasy when he was punched in the face and fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with stars. Shit, is this idiot Luo Tian? A younger brother spat disdainfully. This is too weak. I knocked him out with one punch. Seeing this, the brothers who were crouching in the corner with their heads in their hands suddenly came to life and surrounded him with arrogance. Damn it, Luo Tian. I said, if you dare to come out, I will fucking kill you. You think you're so cocky? Let's see you be cocky. Well done. You knocked Luo Tian out with one punch. You've improved your boxing skills. Ah, I didn't think Luo Tian was so weak. The younger brothers surrounded Lu Yuan and gave him a big slap in the face. They kicked him mercilessly and beat him into a pig head. Lu Yuan, who was beaten up by the group, lay on the cold ground, his mind a blank. Luo Tian? Wait, you want to beat Luo Tian? What does it have to do with me, Lu Yuan? Wrong. Wrong. Lu Yuan moaned and begged for mercy. I'm not Luo Tian, you've got the wrong person. Not Luo Tian? The brothers stopped when they heard this. They took out their phones and compared the photos of the owner they had obtained from others. Shit. It's not. Luo Tian is much more handsome than this guy. Damn it, you're not Luo Tian. What are you yelling about? You want to die? Deng Tu was angry and started another fight. Suddenly, 2 blood streaks appeared from Lu Yuan's nostrils. Damn it. A fat loser dares to imitate others in saving a damsel in distress, thinking that they are all useless. I dare not. Please let me go. Lu Yuan's nose was swollen and his face was bruised. His nose was bleeding and his eyes were almost swollen shut. He had seriously overestimated his own fighting ability in order to save his goddess, and he rushed out in a moment of passion. When he was actually surrounded by a group of desperate men with knives, and looked at their vicious and ill-intentioned stares, Lu Yuanyu deeply realized the fear of death. Not everyone can be a hero. Boss, what should we do with this kid? One of the younger men weighed the hammer in his hand and looked at Lu Yuanyu as if he were looking at a corpse. Open the window and throw him out. Deng Tu said lightly, as if he were casually mentioning a trivial matter. Throw it down? This is the 20th floor. It's more than 50 meters above the ground. No, brother Tu, please spare me. For the sake of our being neighbors. Lu Yuanyu was so scared that he cried out for his mother. If I had known I was going to die, I would have never dared to rush out. A goddess? Is that kind of beauty something that a loser like me can even dream of? Okay, boss. One of the younger brothers sneered, grabbed him by the hair and dragged him to the window in the corridor. He didn't care about his pleas for mercy. Ding! At this moment, everyone's phone rang at the same time. They were curious to open it and found that Luo Tian had posted a message in the group chat, along with a selfie. At Deng Tu, I'm on the 2nd floor and can hear your dog barking on the 20th floor. Do you know that you're disturbing the neighbors? If you don't shut up, I'll break the other one of your legs. Chapter 46, If you want to come in, listen to me. Luo Tian, I'm Chao Nima. Deng Tu was furious, like a wild animal, and smashed his phone to pieces, yelling at his subordinates. I told you to keep an eye on them, but they're all lazy. Luo Tian, that idiot has gone downstairs. Deng Tu sat in his wheelchair, furious, and smashed the armrest. What are you doing? Go down and catch that bastard Luo Tian. I'm going to rip his tongue out. Deng Tu roared. The brothers were scolded, and 2 people immediately came running, pushing the wheelchair towards the stairs. They had confirmed the photos, they were real. Even the traces of snow outside the window in the photo were made by them not long ago when they dug out the snow melt water. This shows that Luo Tian must be downstairs. Baya was like a bird in a cage, with no way to escape. The group of people, who were overwhelmed by their anger, didn't think too much. They just wanted to rush down and catch Luo Tian before he escaped, and then torture him mercilessly. Revenge for themselves and their boss. Have they really left? Baya looked at the message from Luo Tian in the group and then looked at the empty corridor, and couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. But Luo Tian went alone to distract so many people in order to save her. He wouldn't be in danger, would he? Before she could worry, she received a video call from Luo Tian on her phone. What are you still doing here? Come on up. Baya looked at Luo Tian sitting on the sofa and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Luo Tian, shouldn't you be downstairs? Why? Are you at home now? What are you talking about? If you don't hurry up, they'll realize what's going on. Luo Tian said calmly. The photos posted in the group chat were of course synthesized by his butler. They were all real-time photos taken by the surveillance cameras installed in the hallway. As long as you first use words to provoke the other party, you can easily make them lose their senses. However, now that the temperature is so low, even if they get worked up, they will probably calm down as soon as they take the next 2 flights of stairs and are blown by the cold wind of minus tens of degrees. If you think about it, you'll realize that something is wrong. After all, in 2055, AI technology is developing rapidly, and it is child's play to synthesize a photo. Sure enough. As soon as the group reached the 18th floor, Deng Tu was suddenly calmed down by the cold wind blowing through the corridor. Something is wrong. Luo Tian is a sneaky little bastard. He's been hiding at home and shooting arrows from afar. How could he risk his own life to save Baya? He even went so far as to come down in broad daylight, as if he was afraid that I wouldn't come down. It seems. It's like he's deliberately trying to provoke me. Nowadays, software for photo manipulation is so common. What if he had the tenant below take a photo and then used software to combine it to fool me? Luo Tian is so insidious, it seems that he really can do it. No. I've fallen into his trap. Deng Tu is a veteran of the underworld, and he has been in the game for many years. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He slammed a fist into his younger brother's back of the head and roared. Luo Tian is still at home, the photo is a composite, go back immediately, don't let Baya run away. The brothers were shocked. Suddenly, they froze in their tracks, and the group of men turned around and rushed back. The duck in our hands can't fly away. Luotian, you're despicable. When Luotian saw that Baya was still trying to get her clothes, he couldn't help but scold her. Are you out of your mind? Those guys will be back any minute, so why don't you run? But it's cold outside. Baya said with a grievance, but she still listened to him. After all, it was a matter of her own life. She had to pick up a jacket that was lying on the sofa and put it on. She was wearing a thick padded cat pajamas and ran to the 23rd floor where Luotian was. As soon as she came out, she heard the angry shouts and running footsteps of Deng Tu and his group of people in the stairwell. The voices were very close. The vicious little brothers were on the 19th floor below, only one floor away from her. She could even see her figure if she lifted her head. Brother 2 was right. Baya really wanted to run. Damn it, go after her. If she hides in Luotian's house, it'll be a big problem. The younger brothers were suddenly anxious. They gritted their teeth and increased their speed of climbing the stairs. The goddess belongs to them. Damn you, Luotian, you want to save the beauty, but I will never let you succeed. Deng Tu clutched the armrests of the wheelchair tightly and roared angrily. The wheelchair was being carried by 2 of his subordinates. His roar was so loud that it echoed through the stairwell and instantly spread throughout the building. Suddenly, the tenants who were hiding in their homes were all shocked. What? Didn't Luotian say that he wasn't interested in this at all? How could he be secretly rescuing people? He wants to eat the whole thing. The residents were furious and pounded their chests. But listening to the chaotic sounds in the hallway and the fierce shouts of the gangsters, they dared not open the door and go out. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Luotian's courage. I can't take it anymore. Baya had not eaten much and was very weak, and now she was suddenly being chased by a group of desperate people. Especially in the minus 70 degrees Celsius cold, she quickly ran out of strength. At this moment, Baya had just climbed 2 floors and reached the 22nd floor. Deng Tu and his group had already reached the 21st floor and were almost on the 22nd floor. They can see her. Goddess Baya, don't run away, I'll catch you soon. Hey, I'm going to enjoy you so much later. The younger brother who was in the front roared with bloodshot eyes, as if he had just come out of hell as a man-eating demon. Looking up, Baya, dressed in the cat pajamas, was right in front of me. What should I do? Luotian, I can't run anymore. Baya cried to the phone. In terms of physical strength, she definitely can't compete with a group of angry thugs. If things go on like this, before she can even reach the 23rd floor, she'll be dragged back by the villains behind her. Take off your jacket and throw it down, Luotian said emotionlessly. In a panic, Baya, almost by instinct, ran and pulled the coat off her body, throwing it behind her. The heavy coat, like a cloak, directly covered the 2 people who were rushing forward. The 2 men, who had lost sight of the situation, were caught off guard and tripped over the stairs. In a domino effect, the younger brothers who rushed up behind them also fell down together, crashing heavily onto their bodies. Baya didn't dare to look back. Before the younger brothers could get up, she gritted her teeth and used the last of her strength to finally reach the 23rd floor. She stumbled and fell in front of the Luotian gate. Just as everyone had said, the Luo family's security was extremely strong, and just looking at it from the outside gave one a sense of security. Baya couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. Before she could knock on the door, a cold electronic bracelet fell in front of her. Put it on and I'll let you in. Chapter 47, The Frustrated Little Brothers. A bracelet? Baya froze in place for a moment. This request seems a bit strange. Why do you have to wear this thing in order to get in? If you don't wear it, you're out. Luotian's indifferent voice, through the thick security door, was like a hammer, smashing her proud self-esteem into pieces. Originally, Baya thought that with her status as a big star, she would receive good treatment. At least Luotian would respect her more than the average person. But she never imagined that she was so worthless in the eyes of the other person. She was probably not worth as much as a loaf of bread. At this time, Deng Tu and his gang had already rushed up to the 23rd floor. Looking at Baya, who had fallen in front of Luotian's door, they all rushed over with bloodshot eyes. If she fell into the hands of those scum and animals, she would surely end up in a very bad situation. In the past, Baya thought that she was different from the actresses in her circle who relied on their looks to get ahead. She thought that even if she were to be an actress for the rest of her life, and even if she were to be treated with contempt by the big-name directors, she would never be able to look the other way and let them boss her around. She would even die to protect her purity. But now she knows she was wrong, very wrong. When she saw the group of thugs rushing at her with bloodshot eyes, Baya had already acted on instinct, grabbing the bracelet in front of her and putting it on her wrist without hesitation. Her life was the most important thing. Everything else is just a passing cloud. Come in. The heavy security door opened. Before the henchman behind her could rush over, Baya clenched her teeth and got up, falling into Luo Tian's home. Bang! The security door closed in an instant. The little brothers who were blocked outside had red eyes and couldn't believe it. The white swan that should have been in their hands had flown away right in front of their eyes. That was the big star Baya, the goddess they would never be able to touch in their entire lives. Luo Tian, I'm Chao Nima, open the door for me quickly. If you don't open the door and let them out by the time I count to 3, I'm going to smash your door to pieces. Don't think your little tricks will work on us anymore. He heard the brothers roaring outside the door. Luo Tian said lightly, you losers, want to take a cold shower again? On hearing this, the villains who had just shouted about smashing the door suddenly remembered the last time. Being drenched in freezing water at -70°C made many of them develop high fever, shock, and even almost sent 2 of their brothers to the hospital. Run! The group of people fled in fear, not daring to say a word. There was nothing they could do. Faced with an impenetrable door, they had no choice but to take the beating. If they didn't leave, they would be greeted by crossbow arrows and cold showers. Because they were so panicked, several people even rolled down the stairs. Saved, Baya said with a lingering fear. She was so exhausted that she could barely stand up, and she sat up in a duck-like position, looking up at the living room. It's so warm. Baya's beautiful face, which had turned red from the cold, showed an expression of disbelief. The living room was brightly lit. A delicate fireplace was burning with a bright and warm fire. On the dining table, the roast duck, steaming with heat, and the golden brown chicken drumsticks, smothered in sweet sauce, exude a maddening fragrance. A whole case of the expensive 1982 Lafite Rothschild. The Luo family home is like heaven. Not only does it have a warm fireplace, but it also has so much delicious food. She, a big star, can only eat dry biscuits, and the other owners can't even eat a bag of bread, but the other family's dining table is still full of hot roast duck. The living room was also incredibly warm, and there was not a hint of coldness to be felt. Compared to Luo Tianyi, the other people are living like beggars, without dignity. Baya, right? Luo Tian hugged his arms and looked at her with a look of surveying private property. Baya kept her duck-like posture, looking up at Luo Tian, who was holding his arms and staring at her with a cold, icy gaze. She couldn't help but gasp, feeling a strong sense of oppression. Li Ro was dressed in a delicate OL outfit and stood next to him with her head bowed respectfully, as if she were a dedicated boss secretary. Li Ro, the wife of this man, had already been mentioned to Baya. Now that she is standing in front of her, she realizes that the other person's appearance is indeed top-notch. Although she is not as beautiful as herself, she is not at all inferior to other first-tier female celebrities. The main thing is that no one in the entire entertainment industry can match her figure. Well, I'm Baya. You. Baya had just started to speak, but was interrupted by Luo Tian. You smell. Go take a shower first. Luo Tian, disgusted, covered his nose, waved at her, and then walked over to the sofa, sitting up with his legs crossed. He didn't even look at her again. Smell? Baya was stunned, as if she thought she had heard wrong. She was a national celebrity, a goddess of purity, and the cost of maintaining her body was astronomical. Although she hadn't had a proper hot bath for a few days since the snowstorm. But Luo Tian's disdainful look and indifferent attitude still hurt Baya's pride. Can't you be a little more gentle with yourself? Baya thought with a sense of grievance. Hurry up and don't make him angry. I'll put the laundry outside. Li Ro smiled tenderly at her. Compared to Luo Tian's indifference, Li Ro's gentle and considerate behavior undoubtedly made Baya feel a lot of affection for her. Baya nodded and walked toward the bathroom. This was not only because of Luo Tian's words, but also because she had not taken a proper bath for several days, and she felt a little uncomfortable. When passing by the kitchen, the expensive and rare ingredients on the cabinets made Baya, who happened to glance at them, feel shocked. Lobster, king crab, Russian ham, truffles, tuna sushi, roast meat. They almost filled half the kitchen. Oh my god. There are famous delicacies from dozens of countries in this tiny kitchen. This is the quality of life. It is no exaggeration to say that the quality of life is not a little bit more luxurious than the food that Baya ate before the snowstorm. Luo Tian, why do you have so much food at home? Baya covered her cherry lips and her beautiful eyes widened. It's as if the other party had predicted that there would be a super snowstorm that would sweep the world, so they prepared so much food in advance. And he even built a large, exquisite, and warm fireplace in the living room to fight the extreme cold of -70 degrees Celsius. While everyone else was shivering in the cold and desperately trying to buy food, Luo Tian was enjoying countless delicacies in a warm room and living so comfortably and elegantly. And Baya noticed it when she entered the door just now. Luo Tian's security door was definitely custom-made by a security company. Not only was the door extremely thick, but it also had 3 layers of security just to unlock it. What kind of concept is this? Baya's own villa is already very secure, and the cost alone is a staggering tens of millions. But compared to Luo Tian's home, it's a joke. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She didn't believe it was a coincidence. In an instant, Luo Tian's image seemed to grow infinitely tall and unfathomable in her heart. However, the stronger the other party, the greater the protection for oneself. Chapter 48 Boss, this jacket is for you. Luo Tian, Luo Tian. It's Luo Tian again. Damn you, Luo Tian. Deng Tu sat in a wheelchair, furiously pounding the armrests. The roar echoed throughout the building. The group of underlings also looked like defeated roosters, with their heads bowed and their faces ashen. The goddess has flown away with her wings. Due to Deng Tu's roar, the residents who were hiding at home were also the first to know the result. Luo Tian actually rescued the goddess Baya from Deng Tu and his gang of thugs. Just like a knight who successfully saves the princess. Once again, he had won. Oh my god. Are they watching a movie? Luo Tian is only one person, but he can always defeat the many with the few. It's really magical. Boss, at least we didn't come away empty-handed. One of the brothers picked up the jacket that Baya had dropped and handed it to Deng Tu. This is the jacket that Baya wore, and it still has her scent on it. It's yours, boss. Hearing this, Deng Tu was even more angry and slapped him on the head. Stupid, can't you be a little more promising? Luo Tian is doing it with real knives and guns at home, and you're YY with other people's clothes. He got slapped. The little brother felt aggrieved. He showed a look of pain on his face and said, Boss is right, I'm too useless. I'll throw the clothes away. Don't ever say you're with me again. You're a disgrace. You can't even keep an eye on a little girl. Deng Tu slapped him again. The younger brother covered his head and immediately looked aggrieved. There were so many people present, but he was the only one who got hurt. Luo Tian. Don't get cocky, I'll smash your door sooner or later. I'll break in and kill you. Deng Tu thought with fire in his eyes. Bathroom. Alas, no matter how beautiful it is. In the mirror. The blonde girl sighed softly. She shook her head slightly and reached out to turn on the shower. Whoosh. Suddenly, Baya's beautiful eyes widened, and her cherry lips opened wide. This is actually hot water. She thought that she would have to take a cold shower most of the time. After all, the entire neighborhood was without electricity and water. She thought that she would have to take a cold shower, and that taking a hot shower was just a dream. After all, with the little electricity that the government provides every morning and evening, the most that people can do is to dig out snow and boil water. The voltage simply does not support high-power electricity use. But Luo Tian's house actually has hot water. Does this mean that there is electricity in the room? Duh. The white light comes on and the warm air blows out. The dim bathroom is bright and warm. It really does exist. Baya was shocked. Could it be that Luo Tian has a generator at home? This preparation is too perfect. At this moment, Baya was almost moved to tears. How long has it been? How long has it been since I last enjoyed a hot shower? Such a common thing, after the extremely cold snowstorm, has become so unattainable. I'll be very happy if I can take a hot shower once a week, or even once a day. Baya smiled. What she didn't know was that Luotian's space stores tens of thousands of tons of water resources, and taking a hot bath is as common as eating rice. Li Ro takes a bath at least once a day. However, in the eyes of other residents, hot water is a very precious resource, not enough to drink. Take a bath? At most, take a towel and wipe yourself off. In the living room. Today, do you not need someone to keep you company? Li Ro smiled gently. Jealousy or something? No. Okay, maybe a little. But Li Ro knew very well that in this cold, post-apocalyptic world where order had collapsed, Luotian, a powerful man with infinite space and countless supplies, would definitely not be the only woman. She is not stupid, and she definitely won't act irrationally. The situation in the living room. Baya was completely unaware of the situation. Although she really wanted to keep washing, even for 2 hours before going out. However, it was extremely cold and snowy, and any drop of hot water was precious, so she dared not waste it too much. What is this? When Baya reached for the towel, she suddenly noticed a box of something she had never seen before on the hanging cabinet next to her. She was curious and picked it up to take a look. This looks like... Baya dropped it back in shock. Her pretty face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were also panicked. After building up enough courage, she quietly pushed the frosted glass door open a crack, took the neatly folded clothes on the floor inside, and quickly closed the door. What kind of clothes are these? I don't think I've ever worn them before. Baya slowly opened the black and white dress in her hand, looked at the lace trim and bow on it, and her eyes widened in confusion. Chapter 49, Cleaning Chores. She pushed open the frosted glass door. Baya came into the living room. Her long legs were wrapped in a pair of white stockings, making her perfect leg curves even more seductive. You're done. Li Ro smiled gently at her. Baya replied in a low voice, and her eyes drifted to Luotian. Hey, what is this? Baya turned her head and suddenly saw Luotian sitting on the sofa, staring intently at the huge LCD screen in the living room. On the screen, there were nearly 100 windows neatly arranged. Upon closer inspection, these windows turned out to be surveillance cameras, covering every corner of the corridor from the first floor to the 23rd floor. In the picture, you can clearly see the residents who went downstairs to dig out the snow. Luotian was actually monitoring the entire building. Baya couldn't help but shudder. What you are doing is... Before she could finish the sentence, Baya suddenly remembered her current situation. The extreme cold and snowstorm had swept across the globe, and the social order of the past had collapsed. Not to mention monitoring other people's privacy. Even if someone was killed, the police wouldn't come to investigate. What nonsense! Luotian glanced at her sideways and said coldly. I don't keep idle people around. A maid should have the mentality of a maid. On hearing this, Baya lowered her head in grievance. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Baya also understands this truth. Luotian saved her from Deng Tu and his men, and now he is only asking her to work. It can be said that it is not too much. Fortunately, the house is not dirty, it can be said to be spotless. If this scene were posted in the owners group, it would probably make those people explode with jealousy. Soon. It's getting dark. It's time for dinner. What should we eat today? Luotian was a little confused. Yesterday's barbecue salad, the day before that, seafood lobster, and the day before that, a banquet feast. No more thinking, just keep eating meat. I just remembered that I have a lot of tomahawk lamb chops in the space, and I've been wanting to try them out for a while. Luotian immersed himself in the space and took out a few large tomahawk lamb chops from the food area and a large bag of toast. Li Ro, go and prepare the ingredients, he said. As the master of this household, Luotian certainly would not cook himself. The kitchen is a woman's domain, and Li Ro's cooking is not bad. Luotian has always praised the dishes she makes. The ingredients look fresh. As for the toast, I think, how about grilled lamb chops and lamb baozi for dinner? Li Ro stretched out a jade finger and lightly touched her cherry lips. After seeing Luo Tian nod in agreement, she quickly took the ingredients to the kitchen, put on an apron, and started cutting the toast, onions, and other ingredients that would be needed next. Baya, who was in a state of shock, finally came back to her senses. What did she see? Luo Tian pulled out 2 huge battle axes and a large leg of lamb out of thin air? Is this a science fiction movie? Or was I just seeing things? Baya was filled with doubt and asked incredulously, Luo Tian, what was that just now? How did you do it? Could it be that all those ingredients in the kitchen were conjured up by the other party in this way? This is unbelievable. Want to know? Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. Seeing the other party's expectant nod, he beckoned, come here. Baya lifted a lock of her golden hair and expectantly brought her fair ears closer. I'm listening. But she didn't want to. Luo Tian directly pinched her chin and, in the other person's astonished eyes, kissed her cherry lips fiercely. Baya's eyes widened. It was her first kiss. Chapter 50, The White Goddess Knights. I'll go help in the kitchen. Baya shyly stood up, shook her long, silky blonde hair, and fled to the kitchen. Her ears were flushed. In the kitchen, Li Ro had already put the lamb chops into the smokeless oven to roast. She bent slightly, holding a knife to chop onions and peppers, and cut the bread into cubes. After the lamb soup in the clay pot is done, it will be delicious lamb soup. The virtuous look made Baya slightly stunned. Li Ro is a good cook. Baya thought to herself, if she were to cook for herself, she would be flustered and fumble. Want to help? Li Ro smiled and nodded. Yes, I'll help. Baya nodded, slightly nervous. After a while of busy work, the fragrant lamb chop and the thick and delicious lamb soup were served on the table. Li Ro and Baya stood aside with their hands hanging down. It's really good, your cooking has improved. Luo Tian used a knife to cut off a piece of golden brown lamb chop and put it in his mouth to savor it. Baya smelled the tempting aroma. Her mouth watered and her stomach growled. She covered her stomach and her face turned red. Let's eat together. Luo Tian smiled and said. After all, since the other party entered this family, they have already become family. As for food, Luo Tian would never treat them poorly. Thank you. Baya was flattered. She never thought that she could enjoy such luxurious food. She had thought that Luo Tian would only give her some dry and hard bread or instant noodles to eat. Although Luo Tian had always been cold to her, he suddenly became a little nicer to her. Baya's favorable impression of Luo Tian in her heart could not help but rise sharply. It smells so good. Baya nibbled on the golden lamb chop, and felt that she could not taste the slightest hint of fat, but rather the rich aroma of the meat. For Baya, who had been starving and eating snacks for more than a week, this was undoubtedly the best food in the world. At this moment, Baya suddenly felt that it was not bad to stay here. Ding! There was a message in the group chat. Just as Luo Tian was about to finish eating, he saw his phone light up and unlocked it to open the chat group. I wonder what new fun there is. He raised the corner of his mouth. For other tenants who had killed him in a previous life, Luo Tian didn't want to block them directly because that would affect his fun. Only when he sees them gradually heading towards despair and dying tragically in remorse will he feel a great sense of satisfaction. After all, he is not a magnanimous person. Since they did such unforgivable evil deeds to him in their previous life, this time he will definitely retaliate against them. The White Goddess Knight. At 90th floor, 902 resident at Luo Tian, I heard that you saved the goddess Baya. Is she at your house now? How is she doing? At 60th floor, 601 resident, that's right, is the goddess okay? Did you bully her? At 21st floor, 2101 Lu Yuan you at Luo Tian, be nicer to the goddess. Give her the good food first. Her body is delicate. By the way, I remember her preferences very well. I'll tell you. At Licking Dog Group Leader at Luo Tian, I'm warning you, don't have any improper thoughts about our goddess. The owners have all turned into dog lickers. They kept tagging Luo Tian in the group chat, probably thinking that Baya could see their posts now, so they licked harder and harder, hoping that the goddess would like them. After all, that's the goddess Baya who was popular all over the Blue Star. Such a stunning beauty. This is the first time they have been so close to her. There are so many people who are not on your side. Luotian smiled at Baya, who was full of oil in her mouth. He glanced at the group chat. Baya was no longer interested, pouting and saying, "Fans' personal behavior, please don't rise to the idol itself." What a joke! Those fans who only know how to talk are useless. If you really care about her, where were they when she was trapped in the room by Deng Tu and his gang of desperate criminals, banging on the door? It's really not funny to think that you can get someone's favor with a few words. She is a bit simple, but she is not stupid. Although Luotian bullied her, he provided her with all kinds of delicious food. In the midst of a severe snowstorm, this was a luxury that many people could not enjoy. Luotian suddenly had a mischievous thought and replied in the group chat, "Your goddess Baya is fine. She just took a shower and is enjoying herself now." Well, that's right. Enjoying delicious food is also a kind of enjoyment. But the owners don't care about these things. They just start to fill in the blanks. When they thought of their pure and innocent goddess being successfully seduced by Luotian, the owners suddenly felt their hearts being torn apart. Jealousy, envy, anger. The owners were already stimulated to madness. At Luotian, I *% you and #. At Luotian *%. He had already left the group chat before the sound of the telegram rang in the group. Ha ha ha. I envy you all, you bunch of licking dogs. Luotian laughed happily. After teasing those owners, he felt extremely happy. It really is. The sense of superiority that comes from being envied by a group of people is really very comfortable. What Luotian didn't expect was that several owners who were so provoked that they went crazy actually ran to the group and posted a message. At 9th floor, 901 resident Quan Daju at Luotian, don't let the goddess suffer any longer in your home. Her delicate mouth can't stand the destruction of your snacks. There was nothing he could do. Luotian had a lot of food at home, but it was all snacks, nothing else. I feel sorry for the goddess for a second. Why not let the goddess come to my house? I have a lot of photos.jpg. Come to my house, I have. Don't underestimate the persistence of a dog licker. The feeling of wanting to lick but not being able to is really painful. The licking dogs in the group were sending out messages like crazy, and some even exposed their leftovers. This made other owners who had not joined the Knights of the Licking group chat feel very strange and wondered what had suddenly made the other person go crazy. Lu Tang, who was peeking at the screen, was even more angry. Shit, I just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to chat with you privately about buying food, but no one has responded to me. What are they doing now? You love beauty but not money, right? Stupid. Lu Tian couldn't help but sneer at the sight. This is a large group, and all the thugs who eat people and spit out bones, Deng Tu, can see the news in the group. He was so excited that he let his lower body take over, exposing his family's assets, which would cause trouble sooner or later. The few people who have a lot of food at home, if they don't say it, everyone will know. You have to know that Deng Tu and his gang have more than a dozen people, and every little brother's mouth wants to be filled, so they have to consume a lot of food. If they want to, they can force open the door of a certain household, and the other party definitely won't be able to resist. In the last life, this kind of situation happened a lot. However, since you all have your faces outstretched, waiting to be beaten, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Click. Luotian took a photo of the golden brown lamb chop on the table, the delicious lamb soup, and the high-end Lafite Rothschild wine next to it, and sent it to the group. At everyone, tonight, enjoy the lamb chop with the 1982 Lafite Rothschild. If you're interested, follow the link. Chapter 51, Cooking for the Neighbors. As soon as this message was posted, accompanied by a picture of a golden, butter-covered lamb leg, the group instantly fell silent. The owners clicked on the pictures Luotian sent one by one, and when they saw the sumptuous roast and the expensive red wine, they were so excited that they went crazy. Oh my god! What am I seeing? A lamb leg worth tens of thousands of dollars. I can't be dreaming. Shit, my family is almost out of food. I have to live on a tight budget every day, and Luotian's family actually has barbecue to eat? What kind of fairyland life is this? I'm even worse. I ate a pack of instant noodles for 3 days straight. I've lost more than 10 pounds from hunger. I can't imagine that Luotian's family actually has meat to eat. Is he living in heaven? The owners were so excited that they couldn't stop talking, and the news came one after another. They were obviously seriously stimulated. They are so hungry that they only eat one meal a day. They can barely hold on, but Luotian is enjoying a feast at home. They are so jealous. And did you notice that Luotian has electricity at home? The appliances are all on. Damn, does he have a generator? It's true, Luotian's house seems to be very warm, and the steaming hot lamb leg is so hot that you can't even see steam. The temperature must be over 20 degrees. The more they analyze it, the crazier the tenants become. While everyone else was struggling to endure the sub-zero temperatures of minus 70 degrees Celsius and surviving on the scraps of food that were left, Luotian's home was like a paradise. This strong contrast suddenly made their jealous eyes red. One by one, they frantically tagged Luotian in the group chat, hoping that he would let them in for a while to warm up and taste the delicious tomahawk leg of lamb, on the grounds that they were neighbors. Unfortunately, Luotian ignored them directly. No matter how the owners begged, cursed, or used moral blackmail, he didn't reply to any of them. Want to come in? Are you dreaming? Luotian snorted in disdain. These people all rushed into their homes in their previous lives and were brutally murdered. Now they want to come in by playing the victim, but that's just a pipe dream. Damn it! Luotian actually took the initiative to expose his family's assets. Now everyone knows that he has a lot of food and barbecue at home. Su Ling couldn't help but want to throw her phone after seeing the message in the group. She had saved all the photos of the steaks that Luotian had sent her before, and she had originally thought that she would use this news to get Luotian to come out and then kill him and take over the house. But she never expected that just as her plan was taking shape, the other party's background was exposed. Isn't he afraid of being remembered? Actually, Luotian doesn't care about this. After all, not to mention anything else, the few trucks of goods he brought in from the supermarket before the end of the world were seen by many people. In the extremely cold end of the world, where food is becoming increasingly scarce, those evil neighbors will sooner or later have designs on him. So it doesn't matter if he exposes himself. If one of them has evil intentions and dares to come to his door, he can just kill them. At Luotian, please share some of your barbecue with me. I only have half a bag of bread left at home, and I don't have anything else to eat. How can you enjoy the barbecue while we are starving at home? At Luotian, we are neighbors, you have so much food at home, share it with us. At Luotian, you should be damned. You didn't even help your neighbor when he was in trouble. You don't have a conscience. Whether the owners were trying to get close to him, or were trying to sell their misery to him for sympathy, or were trying to morally blackmail him, Luotian ignored them all. He is not going to be moved by kindness. Unless the sun, which is almost extinguished, burns again. Thinking about this, Luotian couldn't help but turn his head and look out the floor-to-ceiling window. The night sky was dark and gray. Not even a single star could be seen. It wasn't because of the smog, but because the sun had lost its light and heat, barely maintaining its internal operations, so there was no longer a single star in the sky. I don't know what the reason is for the sun to go out. Even if I lived for almost a year in my previous life, I didn't get any relevant news. Luotian sighed in his heart. However, it was now the Ice Age. He had a sturdy and warm safe house, and there was also a lot of food stored in the space, so there was nothing to worry about. Why think so much? Luotian shook his head and thought to himself that he had really overthought it. He turned on his phone. He looked at the group chat, which was still exploding with messages. His mood became happy again. In front of the incredibly tempting roasted leg of lamb, no one could resist its temptation. Many residents couldn't help but start chatting with him directly. Most of them were women. There were also women who were secretly chatting with their husbands, and even female college students who were in college, all passionately begging him to share the food. Some even shared their own private photos, hoping to seduce him with their bodies. Luotian directly blocked all other male messages, and he only carefully looked at the female residents who sent him benefits a few times, and then ignored them. Joke. I have plenty at home. Don't I have enough guys with faces and bodies that are not past looking? It's delicious. Baya gracefully took a knife and fork, cut off a piece of roasted, oily lamb, and put it in her mouth, chewing it with pleasure. Even though she was starving, her high quality still made her eating very elegant. Seeing Li Ro sitting quietly on the side, and not having eaten a bite of the roast meat from beginning to end, Baya couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister Li Ro, aren't you going to eat some?" In response to Baya's concern, Li Ro gently shook her head. "I don't need it, you eat it." Luo Tian saw that the other party was puzzled, so he raised his eyebrows and said, "Li Ro made a small mistake, so I punished her by not letting her eat today." This is also telling Baya. From now on, you should behave yourself, especially don't be so temperamental. Just follow all my orders. Li Ro will be punished for her mistakes, let alone you. Oh. Baya realized the meaning behind Luo Tian's words and immediately lowered her head and replied weakly. She was really shocked. Li Ro's relationship with Luo Tian must be stronger than her own. If she makes a small mistake and is punished by the other party for not being allowed to eat for a day, then she must pay more attention in the future. Baya's heart was more obedient to Luo Tian. This made her very surprised. After all, before the end of the world, she was the popular national goddess, enjoying the worship of countless fans. She had always looked down on others. But now, for the first time, she was so obedient to someone else's orders. What am I? Baya couldn't help but blush, and her head lowered even lower. Chapter 52, Think About It in Hell. At the same time. 18 floors. Deng Tu and his gang of brothers looked at the tempting food sent by Luo Tian in the group chat and couldn't help but get red-eyed. Barbecued meat. Holy shit. It's a big, golden, crispy leg of lamb with a crispy, golden crust. It must be delicious when you eat it. I really want to take a bite. The younger brothers stared at the picture of the Warax roasted lamb leg, and even drooled at the corners of their mouths. These days, they can only fill their stomachs with bread and instant noodles. And that damn Luo Tian can enjoy such delicious lamb legs at home. Damn, Luo Tian is quite a connoisseur. I'm afraid he's hoarding food at home. I can't even eat the roast meat. Deng Tu sat on the sofa, looked at the news in the group, and couldn't help but punch it down. As the eldest brother, he usually eats instant noodles and a chicken leg with a hard-boiled egg, which is a very delicious meal. Deng Tu felt that what he ate was definitely 100% better than the people in the entire building. But there was only a pitiful 2-day supply of instant noodles and hard-boiled eggs left. I don't want to. Now he's been slapped in the face by the picture Luo Tian posted. Deng Tu was jealous and furious. He had sunk to the point of relying on instant snacks to get by, and Luo Tian not only had his leg ruined, but also almost lost 2 of his younger brothers. Before the snowstorm, this kind of absurdity was impossible. Even now, the other party is still living a life of luxury at home, but they can't do anything about Luo Tian. The pictures they posted in the group chat seem to be a silent mockery of them at all times. How can we stand this? Boss, Luo Tian's door is too hard, like a turtle shell. We can't do anything about him. If only the rest of the place was a little more fragile, we could just smash it all to pieces. Then we could rush in and kill him and take all the barbecue. One of the younger members wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said viciously. But he didn't expect. His words directly brightened Deng Tu's eyes. What did you say? Say it again. Deng Tu excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted at the little brother. What? Boss, I didn't say anything. The little guy waved his hands in a panic, thinking he had said something to make Deng Tu angry. No, you said something about the other place being more fragile. Yes, how could I have not thought of that? Deng Tu was so excited that he punched the sofa. Luo Tian, that dog thing, the door is really hard, I guess a grenade can't even blow it open. But, can his walls be as hard as the door? Upon hearing this, the brothers immediately widened their eyes and showed an excited expression. That's right. Why didn't we think of that before? Luo Tian can replace the door with steel alloy, but other places like the walls are very fragile. He can't possibly put steel plates in the walls. Boss, so we just have to give up the front door and focus on the surrounding walls. With a hammer, we can successfully smash his walls and then break in and kill him. The younger brothers were all excited, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. It was as if they could already see themselves successfully breaking in, killing Luo Tian, and enjoying each other's barbecued meat. That's right, let's do it. Dang Tu said viciously. But then he thought of something else and frowned, but Luo Tian has a crossbow. It would be bad if he got hit by an arrow when we break down the wall. Hearing Dang Tu say this, the younger brothers couldn't help but shudder. No one is unaware of the power of a crossbow bolt. If an arrow pierces the leg, the bone can be easily penetrated. If an arrow pierces the head, the person is likely to die on the spot. Although they didn't have to go through the front door, they still had to be prepared for the moment when they broke through the wall, so that Luo Tian wouldn't sneak up on them from inside the house. This is also a valuable experience gained after 2 losses. Dang Tu pointed to a younger brother and ordered, "Go ask the group who has steel plates and other things, and say that we are preparing to break the door of Luo Tian's house and will need it later. Remember to fool around and say that you will get the door open and give some food to the other side." Anyway, the group of idiots in the group were so stimulated by Luo Tian that they probably want to kill him even more than we do. The younger brother was stunned by the news and couldn't help but give the boss a thumbs up. "You're the boss, you're a master." Then he posted the news of prying open Luo Tian's door in the group as Dang Tu had said, and said that in order to avoid the other party attacking them, they needed to use an iron plate or steel plate as a shield. In fact, this was to fool Luo Tian into relaxing his guard. Their ultimate goal was the wall. Really? Great, I support 2GE's righteous behavior. It's about time we broke open that heartless door and took his food. Let him have food and not share it, let him show off. I don't have any steel plates at home, but do you have any wooden boards? If you have anything that 2 needs, contribute it. I have steel plates in the warehouse on the 1st floor. And a big hammer to break down the door. I'll lend it to brother 2, and he can break down Luo Tian's door and give me some food. Support brother 2 in killing Luo Tian and rescuing the goddess Baya. Seeing Dang Tu actually leading his subordinates to forcefully pry open Luo Tian's door again, the owners in the group immediately exploded, cheering wildly. What's even more ridiculous is that there were also many owners who contributed all the tools they had in their warehouses to break down the door. The owners' jealousy and hatred for Luo Tian were all placed on Dang Tu and the others, hoping to take all of Luo Tian's food. And Luo Tian, in the hands of those desperate criminals, would not fare well. It is hard to imagine that before and after the end of the world, the owners' attitudes towards Dang Tu were so different. The evil of human nature was revealed at this moment. 18-story corridor. Boss, this big hammer is really useful, it's heavier than ours. With it, we can easily smash the wall and then go in and kill Luo Tian, that son of a bitch. One of the younger men, carrying a hammer, couldn't wait to say. 2 others were carrying a steel plate that they had taken from the underground warehouse. With this as a shield, they were not afraid of the owner's crossbow attack when they broke through the wall. The brothers were also wearing raincoats and boots that the owners had given them as a gift to protect them from high-pressure water guns. Charge, brothers. The barbecue is beckoning to us. Dang Tu said coldly. Tonight, we will break into Luo Tian's house and have a barbecue. The morale of the younger brothers was greatly boosted. They were like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off, rushing up the stairs with hammers in hand. What they didn't know was that their plan to break down the wall had already been seen by Luo Tian on the surveillance camera. What's more, not only was the security door at Luo Tian's house unbreakable, but all the walls were embedded with 300mm thick military-grade alloy plates that could withstand artillery shells. At -70 degrees Celsius, they could hammer away for a lifetime and still not break through. Ha! It's about time I killed these dogs. Luo Tian looked at the surveillance camera and sneered. Since they want to come in so badly, well, go to hell and think about it slowly. Chapter 53, The brothers are in a panic. From the surveillance camera, it can be clearly seen. Dang Tu and his gang of henchmen, armed with several large hammers and carrying a steel plate more than a person tall, looked fierce and excited as they climbed toward the 23rd floor. In their eyes, this operation is absolutely foolproof. The weak walls would not last long under the destructive power of the hammers. Once the wall is broken, everything in the room, including the women, will be theirs. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a look of greed. In the living room, Luo Tian. What should we do? They're going to break down the wall this time. The wall isn't as sturdy as the door, Baya said in a panic. Through the hallway surveillance and built-in microphones, she clearly heard Deng Tu and the others discussing their purpose of coming up to the 18th floor to break down the wall. In Baya's opinion, the concrete walls were definitely not as strong as the alloy security doors. With more than 10 people taking turns to hit it with a sledgehammer, sooner or later a big hole would be made. By then, the 3 people in the room will all be dead. What's the panic? Luo Tian said lightly. I have already embedded alloy steel plates in the walls, the kind used on aircraft carrier satellites. He said leisurely. It is even harder than an anti-theft door, so they are just dreaming if they think they can break in. Hearing this, Baya was stunned. What? Not only did they replace the security door with a bank vault grade 1, they even replaced the interior of the walls with alloy steel plates. This is too well prepared. No normal person would decorate their home like this, turning it into a steel fortress. Are you afraid that a group of terrorists from abroad will break into your home with a missile? However, Luo Tian's words did put Baya's mind at ease. What followed was a strong sense of security. Luo Tian is so mysterious. Baya couldn't help but secretly admire Luo Tian's side profile. It seemed to understand why Li Ro listened to Luo Tian so much. He had built such a safe house before the snowstorm. As long as you stay inside and don't go out to die, no one can break in. If she knew that Luo Tian had an infinite space with countless supplies, she would be shocked. Dong. Dong dong. The dull sound came through the wall. Because the soundproofing is very good, you can hardly hear it if you don't listen carefully. Luo Tian looked at the picture of his brothers, who were enthusiastically pounding the wall with hammers, and still calmly sat on the sofa, picked up the hot tea that Li Ro had just made, and took a sip. It is indeed a top-notch Dahongpo tea that costs thousands of dollars per caddy. Sweet. It's so good. The noise outside the house continued. Feeling bored, Luo Tian even put one leg on Li Ro's black silk legs and enjoyed the massage of her slender green fingers. Whiteya, dressed in a maid's uniform, stood behind Luo Tian like a real maid, obediently pressing his shoulders lightly. Luo Tian squinted and enjoyed. It's great. This is a life in paradise. He couldn't help but sigh. The AI brain function of the Aegis security company was simply too much to his liking. It allows him to enjoy the service without worrying about betrayal. If it weren't for the extreme cold that has paralyzed most online platforms, he would even want to give the official website a 5-star review. Currently, 2 bracelets are in use. One for Li Ro and one for Baya. In other words, there are still quite a few left in the space. I wonder if it will be crowded if there are 8 more girls in the house. Luo Tian touched his chin and said. His house has 5 rooms and a living room, with an area of 300 square meters, which should be more than enough. However, this is just a thought. After all, the conditions for other women to come in are very strict. The appearance and body must meet the standards, and one item that is not up to par is not acceptable. Goddesses of the caliber of Li Ro and Baya are not easy to come by. Speaking of which, the policewoman I met before the end of the world, I remember she was also in the community. Judging from the news from the last life, the other party was probably helping to babysit at a relative's house. Luo Tian suddenly remembered the female police officer with the violent skills and the pair of beautiful legs who almost injured him. Don't let me see you again. Luo Tian thought coldly. At this moment, the guys outside the house had finally smashed the exterior of the wall. Ah, it's broken, it's broken. Luo Tian, you still haven't given me. One of the younger brothers laughed wildly. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that the concrete block that had fallen was not made of red bricks, nor was it the internal structure of the wall, but a pitch-black alloy wall. Are you seeing double? Almost everyone was unable to believe what their eyes were seeing. Who would have thought that the walls would be lined with metal plates? It must be that the builder used inferior cement or something, so it turned black. I'll just hammer it down and it'll surely rot. One of the workers refused to believe in the supernatural. He clenched his teeth, raised the sledgehammer and smashed it into the wall with all his might. Boom! The hammerhead shook off his hand. Shit, this is really a steel plate. He's paralyzed. The little brother shouted in a trembling voice. Shit, I don't believe it. He can't have installed steel plates in all the walls. Spread out, go smash somewhere else. Dang 2 roared in his wheelchair. As long as there is a place that is not covered with alloy plates, then they can seize the opportunity to smash their way in. He didn't believe that Luotian could be so evil. You take charge here, I'll take charge next to you, let's smash together. The brothers also came in hard, spreading out, and each one started pounding away with a big hammer. They wouldn't stop until they smashed it to pieces. Boom. Dong. Unfortunately, the truth is always cruel. After a dozen little brothers had destroyed every part of the wall, they were shocked to discover that the walls were made of alloy plates. It's impossible to break it. No matter if it's the left or the right, the top or the bottom, it's all covered with this damn alloy material. Goddamn Luotian. You're fucking crazy. The little brothers were devastated. Deng Tu, who witnessed everything, almost bit his teeth to pieces. Who would embed thick alloy plates into their own walls? This is a high-end residential building, not a luxurious doomsday shelter. Are you out of your mind? The brothers threw down their hammers and stood in the hallway, roaring. Like a wild animal that has lost its mind, they roared and smashed with their fists, rammed with their shoulders, and even tried to bite the alloy wall with their teeth. The determination to break through the wall had disappeared, and everyone was beaten into despair. Damn Luotian. In the picture, the younger brothers are in a state of collapse, making a mess of themselves. Ha ha, what a bunch of idiots. Luotian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The way they were acting was like someone in their family had died on the spot, it was so funny. Puff. Baya, who was massaging Luotian's shoulders, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her cute and lovely appearance was pure and yet not without a hint of charm. Unfortunately, no one appreciated it. Hey, haven't they given up yet? Li Ro said curiously. In the picture. After Deng Tu and his brothers vented like madmen, they fell silent. After a while, about 6 or 7 of the brothers glanced at each other and walked downstairs. Deng Tu and the remaining brothers stayed in the hallway. Oh. Let's see what other tricks they have up their sleeves. Luotian sipped a sip of hot tea and sneered. Chapter 54, Barbecue. After about 10 minutes, Luotian saw from the surveillance camera that the 7 little brothers who had gone down to the basement warehouse were actually carrying a thick steel column and struggling to climb upstairs. The steel column was used for something, and it was incredibly heavy, weighing at least several hundred kilograms. It took the 7 men nearly 2 hours to carry the heavy steel column to the 23rd floor. Luotian, why are they doing such a thankless job? Baya frowned and couldn't understand. At a temperature of minus 70 degrees, carrying a steel column weighing several hundred pounds up the stairs for more than an hour, they must be crazy, right? In ancient times, this kind of tool was usually called a battering ram. Although it is not. Luotian said calmly. The owners really have all kinds of talent. They have such a thick steel column in the underground warehouse, do they want to keep it for appreciation and sell it as scrap? Are you saying they want to use this to break down the door? Baya immediately understood. The little Karamids had tried to break through the wall, but to no avail, so they came up with the idea of using this steel column as a battering ram to force open the door. The impact of a few hundred pounds of weight is not to be underestimated. It would be easy to dent the surface of an ordinary security door with just one blow. Just when I was thinking of how to kill them, they actually came to me. Luotian's mouth curled up. He crossed his legs and stared at the big screen in the living room. You go and block the door with steel plates to prevent Luotian from sneaking up on us with his crossbow. You. Those of you who didn't go down just now, carry this steel pillar and slam it against the door. Today, I'm going to smash this turtle shell to pieces. Deng Tu sat in a wheelchair and gave orders with clenched teeth. In front of this door, a group of notorious outlaws were reduced to clowns, repeatedly being teased by Luotian. If we don't get revenge, we'll never be able to face people again. Okay, boss, don't worry. No matter how strong the door is, its frame won't be able to withstand the impact. The brothers who had not gone down to carry the steel column took the place of their exhausted and panting companions and lifted the heavy steel column to smash it against the security door. Boom! The dull sound exploded in their ears. The steel pillar, which they had pinned high hopes on, with a force of several hundred pounds, slammed into the door. Unfortunately, the security door remained completely unmoved. Only a little paint came off. Damn it, I don't believe it. Let's try again. One of the brothers, with bloodshot eyes and clenched teeth, roared. The other 5 were also full of madness, adjusting their distance and deciding to use all their strength to break the door open. This is revenge. What they didn't know was that the next impact would be the moment they said goodbye to the world and were liberated from this cruel end of the world. Butler, turn on the power and pull the voltage to the maximum. Lution said coldly. If you think his trump card is only the crossbow bolt, you are seriously mistaken. When he remodeled the house, Lution had the Shield Security Company do special work on the inside of the security door. As soon as the switch is turned on, the entire door will instantly be filled with thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity. Not to mention a human, even an elephant would be electrocuted into a coke. You have to know that he has placed a super high-voltage generator in the house. At this moment, 7 of his men together held the steel bar and smashed it into the security door. Steel is an excellent conductor of electricity. The moment the two touched, it seemed like thunder had exploded. Boom! The violent sparks of electricity, in 0.001 milliseconds, penetrated the bodies of the 7 men and wreaked havoc. The destructive energy it carried caused irreversible damage to the internal organs of the human body in an instant. Zizzes. The little brothers holding the metal poles felt that the steel bars in their hands seemed to have a strong adhesive force, and their bodies were uncontrollable, unable to move a single finger. Their bodies trembled violently, their hair stood on end, and they foamed at the mouth. In the stunned faces of Deng Tu and the others, a burnt smell of roasted meat filled the entire corridor. Looking at the scene in front of them, the few survivors couldn't help but understand what had happened. Lution had actually connected high-voltage electricity to the surface of the door. Such a high current. If you get a shock, your body will be instantly cooked by electricity, and there is no way to survive. Lution. I'll kill you. Stop right there. Deng Tu roared with bloodshot eyes. He fell out of his wheelchair and struggled to crawl forward. These people have been his brothers for many years, and they are his most loyal lieutenants. Deng Tu has spent a lot of money to train them. How can they die so easily? But how could Lution possibly let him have his way? He even ordered the butler to turn the current to the middle setting, so that Deng Tu helplessly watched his men being continuously shocked by the electric current. This is also to avoid the current being too high and electrocuting the person directly into a coke. It would be messy at the door and difficult to clean up. Half a minute later, in the eyes of the others, a high voltage was finally turned off. Dong! The heavy steel pillar fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The 7 brothers who had just been electrocuted also fell to the side like logs. The residual current in their bodies. It even caused their bodies to twitch unnaturally. One of the brothers approached, trembling, and then put his hand in front of their noses, trembling and saying in a panic, Brother 2, Brother 2. They are dead. 7 companions. One moment they were threatening to break down the door together, and the next they were charred corpses. Deng Tu was lying on the ground. His eyes were numb and vacant. The younger brothers standing behind him were also leaning against the wall, their bodies weak, and slowly sliding to the ground. Lution. They can't be all dead? Baya and Li Ro covered their mouths and stared with wide eyes. What do you think? Lution snorted. After being electrocuted by thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity, their bodies are probably even more cooked than the roasted lamb leg you just ate. Hearing this, Baya's eyebrows furrowed, and she covered her cherry lips, feeling a wave of nausea in her stomach. She almost vomited the roast meat in her stomach. Take your little brother's bodies away and don't dirty my doorstep, Lution said with a sneer as he passed through the security door. It's a bit of a pity that I didn't electrocute all these scum at once. But it doesn't matter, it's a good result to kill half of Deng Tu's men at once. With this lesson, I don't think the other side will dare to cause trouble again. Facing Luotian's sarcastic order, Deng Tu did not respond. Instead, he remained silent for a moment, then raised his finger, trembling, and said, "Take their bodies with us." Behind him, the frightened younger brothers, after hearing the words of their boss, trembled as they took stiff steps and moved the bodies of their companions who had been roasted on the ground. The fear was so great that their teeth were chattering uncontrollably. If they hadn't gone down to carry the bodies, then they would have had to break down the door. In that case, it would have been them who died instead of their companions on the ground. The younger brothers carrying their companions' corpses couldn't help but stare with their eyes bulging, their bloodshot red eyes filled with blood. They looked a little crazy. It seems that their spirits have been stimulated to insanity. Looking at the thugs who were carrying the corpse numbly, leaving as if they had lost their souls. Luotian sneered with disdain, "If I don't show you a little color, you really think I'm made of mud?" Back to the 18th floor. The atmosphere was very oppressive, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. One of the younger men dropped his companion's body and stood there, covering his head. Suddenly, he began to shout uncontrollably. He stared at his bloodshot eyes in a frenzy, and then, unable to bear it any longer, he burst out at the back of Deng Tu. "Deng Tu! It's all your fault. You made us go to the door again and again, and you made us get into trouble. You killed everyone. Wu Jiang, Lao Bao, Rongzi, Tai Tu, are all dead. All dead. All fucking dead." Foaming at the mouth, he danced around, saying, "You promised to let us play with the goddess, but where is the goddess? Where is the barbecue? Where is the barbecue? Where the fuck is the barbecue? There is nothing but a bunch of dead people." Under the oppression of the extreme cold of the end of the world, everyone's mental state is very fragile. Bang! Deng Tu dragged a wounded leg and punched the other guy hard. Looking at his younger brother lying on the ground, he gasped with bloodshot eyes, "Barbecue, you want to eat barbecue, right? Who the fuck said there was no barbecue here?" His eyes were bloodshot and he seemed to have gone crazy. "Isn't this a pile of barbecued meat?" The others couldn't help but be stunned. They could smell the burnt smell coming from the tip of their nose. His throat actually swallowed saliva uncontrollably. Chapter 55, Piano Playing in Front of the French Windows. 3 days have passed. It has been half a month since the end of the extreme cold. Since the last time he let Deng Tu and the others take a big loss and electrocute half of his younger brothers, Luo Tian has never seen their figures on the surveillance camera again. I don't know what they can eat to fill their stomachs when so many people are hiding in the house. Balcony. Ding 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 ding. Baya was wearing a cool white skirt and a pair of snow-white, long, slender legs. In the gray light outside the window, it seemed to be coated with a layer of gray. She sat in front of a $1 million Steinway piano, her expression intoxicated, her slender fingers dancing like butterflies on the keys. The melodious sound of the piano flows, making people unconsciously indulge in it. She was playing canon. In the field of music, which she is good at, Baya can exert her charm to the full. Gray sky, floor-to-ceiling windows, Steinway piano. Music. An elegant goddess. These elements make up an extremely beautiful picture. One song finished. Crackling. Luotian, wearing a loose pajama, leaned against the side and gave his applause without holding back. Elegant. So elegant. She is worthy of being the goddess I chose, and she is excellent in music. Every morning, after listening to a song, it's as if the body and mind are cleansed by a divine power. In this extremely cold world full of Great Depression, how to maintain a good physical and mental health is a problem that cannot be ignored. You play so beautifully, Baya. Li Ro also applauded softly, conquered by her music. She is truly a top star in China. With her high artistic attainments, she would surely win the national piano competition with this piece alone. Thank you. Baya smiled sweetly and stood up to bow to the two of them. However, she forgot that the white skirt was very ill-fitting, and she was embarrassed to hold on to the skirt. What are you shy about? Luotian's mouth curled up, and he extended a finger and gently lifted the goddess' chin. I haven't seen you being shy before. 3 days is enough for a young girl to shed her greenish coat. At this moment, Luotian smiled lightly, his eyes sweeping over the other person's snow-white skin and round, beautiful legs. Li Ro, who was standing next to him, pursed her lips and turned around and said, "I'll go prepare breakfast." 30 minutes later, Li Ro, who had finished her busy work, walked out of the kitchen, put her white apron on the chair, and said softly, "Breakfast is ready, you can eat it." English breakfast. Toast with butter, jam, and honey. Fried eggs and bacon slowly cooked over low heat. Add a cup of Assam tea with a light malt aroma. It has a unique flavor. Compared to other households, where people eat hard-to-swallow frozen bread, cold biscuits, and tasteless compressed food at home, this meal is definitely the most luxurious breakfast. Here it comes. Luo Tian let out a satisfied sigh. After tasting it, he also praised it. It was delicious, and it was not inferior to the chefs in five-star hotels. Have some more, there's more in the kitchen. Li Ro smiled gently. There is nothing more satisfying than being recognized for your hard work. Seeing Luo Tian eating so happily, Li Ro also suddenly let out a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but think to herself, phew, it's a good thing my cooking is passable, or I wouldn't be able to help at all. Since Baya came into the house, the Steinway piano has been playing frequently. Seeing Baya, who was proficient in music and good at all kinds of dance, easily winning Luo Tian's favor, Li Ro also felt a strong sense of crisis in her heart. These days, she has been communicating closely with the housekeeper, and her cooking skills have improved tremendously. Luo Tian didn't mind feeding her. But Li Ro, who also had a high self-esteem, would not be content to be just a pretty vase that looked good but was useless. She felt that only by giving full play to her own value could she enjoy the protection provided by Luo Tian with peace of mind. Baya, you come and eat too. Li Ro shook her head, dispelled her distracting thoughts, and smiled at Baya. Both of them were goddesses, but because of their broad-mindedness, Li Ro had never felt jealous. The relationship between the two of them has always been good. No, Sister Ro. Baya wiped her cherry lips and blushed, saying, I'm not hungry. You guys eat. After breakfast, Li Ro also took the plate and carried it into the kitchen to clean it. Luo Tian got up and walked into the living room, sat on the sofa, and thought about what to do next. Master, there is a situation on the 18th floor. The butler issued a reminder at this time. The surveillance footage was retrieved. Deng Tu's younger brothers are up to something again. He raised his eyebrows and then said with a puzzled look, it seems that these guys are in a very bad state of mind. 8K reality-level picture enlargement. Luotian narrowed his eyes and saw that these villains who had survived the high voltage last time had deep sunken eyes and bloodshot eyes, as if they had been a drug addict who had smoked 2 kilograms of marijuana for 3 days and nights. Look closely. Their mouths were full of blood, and their teeth were still covered in meat, as if they had just finished eating. Oh, no. Luotian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped lightly on the coffee table. A horrible thought suddenly occurred to him. It seems that they have a clear purpose for going out this time, but that's it. Let's see what they want to do first. Luo Tian leaned back on the sofa and relaxed his sitting position. His eyes were fixed on the screen. 14 floors, 1402. Boom! A loud noise, a young man raised his hammer and smashed it on the security door. The ordinary security door was not as sturdy as Luo Tian's, and it was directly smashed into a large dent. In just 2 minutes, this ridiculous door was smashed to pieces. Help! Help! A middle-aged man screamed in terror and was dragged by the intruders into the cold hallway. He didn't know what had happened. But looking at the group of men in the hallway, armed with weapons, the middle-aged man knew that they were not there to wake him up. These thugs are Deng Tu's men. Chapter 56, Delicious Ingredients. You're Su Chang, right? A small guy put a hammer on the ground, stared at his bloodshot eyes, and smiled. Brother, Su Chang is me. I am Su Chang. Su Chang stammered in fear. He looked at the large hammer in the other person's hand and couldn't help but swallow. The big hammers in these people's hands were the ones he took out of the basement a few days ago and lent to the other party. His original intention was to let them break into Luo Tian's house, take all of their supplies, and then take some for themselves. But he didn't. Now the door to Su Chang's house had been smashed open by the very hammer he had lent out. Su Chang was so regretful that his intestines turned blue. Don't be afraid, we're here to thank you, we won't do anything to you. The younger brother said with a friendly face. But the more he said that, the more Su Chang's body trembled. Who would believe that? Su Chang shouted in his heart. The owners had spread the news privately that 3 days ago Deng Tu had led his men to attack Luo Tian's house and had suffered a great loss. That night, many people were carried back in a charred state. Su Chang did not know that those charred people were dead. But he knew that the other side was definitely looking for him to settle the score. After all, he provided the tools. In fact, Su Chang was not to blame for the whole thing, but don't expect a group of desperate people to reason with you. Come on, eat it. A subordinate ordered in a firm tone. Really? Su Chang seemed to be very incredulous. Could it be? The information provided by the owners in private is not accurate. In fact, although they have suffered losses, they have also taken some food from Luo Tian. Otherwise, why would they invite him to eat meat now? You see, Su Cheng's family has almost no food left, just a few packets of instant noodles that cost 1 yuan each. He dares to break off only a small piece at a time and savor it in his mouth. The long-term lack of nutrition has even caused his weight to drop significantly. How could he not be happy to be able to eat such rare food now? Eat it if you're told to, what's the big deal? The younger brother's bloodshot eyes, the red stains on his teeth when he spoke foul language, and the way he exposed his teeth all revealed his true nature. Su Chang felt that something was wrong. Before the end of the world, if he had eaten such debris in a restaurant, Su Chang would have made the other party pay 10 times the price. But the situation was different now, so he didn't care. Su Chang did not notice that the surrounding brothers all had a strange smile on their faces. Suddenly, Su Chang was scared out of his wits. His face was ashen, as if he had been struck by lightning. What did you give me to eat? Su Chang backed away, leaning against the wall and screaming in horror. He suddenly felt a wave of nausea in his stomach, and he wanted to vomit all the acid in his stomach. As soon as he said this, the surrounding brothers all stared at him with bloodshot eyes and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! How does it taste? Is it delicious? For a moment, the scene was chaotic, and the brothers were like madmen, shaking their bodies and laughing wildly. They had been hiding at home and eating for 3 whole days. At first, some of them resisted, but then, "You're all crazy!" Su Chang shouted in horror. He realized that these desperate people must have been driven crazy by the excitement. No! How could people do such a ridiculous thing? Su Chang leaned against the wall, his legs weak. He wanted to escape. A voice in his heart frantically reminded him that if he didn't run, he would be killed too. You want to run? Fine. A young man with a bloody axe in his hand smiled and said, 10 counts. 1. Run. Su Chang turned around without hesitation and rushed. He had never thought that his reaction could be so fast. Maybe. When faced with life and death, the human body's potential can really be unleashed. Su Chang ran 5 meters away as soon as the other person had just said a number. You know, an athlete can sprint about 7 or 8 meters in the first second of a race. 10. The little guy laughed wildly with bloodshot eyes, picked up the axe in his hand, and threw it at Su Chang's back with all his might. Pop! Just as he reached the top of the stairs, Su Chang, whose face had been agitated, suddenly fell down with a stiff expression. His head was cut off by the blade of the axe. The gushing blood was frozen into a blood flower by the sub-zero temperatures the moment it flowed out. Ha 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 ha. Today we have fresh ingredients again. Hey, hey, hey. No one can escape. No one can escape in this building. They're all going to die. In the hallway. The brothers' faces were grim, their eyes bloodshot, like man-eating demons. Chapter 57, The Owners Who Can Change Their Faces Faster Than Turning Pages. From the surveillance footage, Luo Tian saw the entire incident. Oh my god. Li Ro looked very unhappy and said, "These guys, are they really human?" She really didn't expect it. These thugs actually wanted to kill and eat people. It's 2055, and in this civilized and harmonious progressive society, such a horrible cannibalistic incident could happen. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Baya stood beside Li Ro, but the scene was too bloody, and she even turned her head away and didn't dare to continue watching. It's so horrible. She bit her lip and said. In the entertainment industry, she had thought she had seen many dirty and dark things. But, compared to the current situation, they were nothing. Fortunately, Luo Tian is here, so I don't have to worry about being hurt. Baya couldn't help but feel relieved. It's really beyond my expectations that Deng Tu and his group of guys have lost their humanity so quickly. Luo Tian held his arms and stared at the screen. He originally expected that it would be about 3 months after the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse before the same kind of cannibalism would occur as in the previous life. But now, Deng Tu and his group have greatly advanced the time of this incident. But this is normal. After the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse, in the face of almost complete isolation from the outside world, in 2055, the 8G base stations were implemented to provide small-scale coverage, and the heavy snowfall collapsed the main base station in Qinshui City, but the base station and the community where Luo Tian lived survived and could provide small-scale communication. Everyone felt abandoned by the world. Living in sub-zero temperatures of minus 70 degrees every day, with no water or electricity, and with no hope of rescue, people's fragile nerves are under tremendous pressure every day, and they are constantly on edge. A little bit of stimulation could break that string. Deng Tu and the others must have also suffered a sudden and strong mental shock. Seeing their former comrades die tragically before their eyes, they collapsed both physically and mentally, and then went straight crazy. Su Chang was killed. When the brothers dragged the corpse through the hallway, it was witnessed by other residents on the 14th floor, who were peeking through the peephole. Kill. Murder. The terrified residents immediately created a new group chat and invited everyone except Deng Tu to join. Murder. Murder. I saw with my own eyes that Su Chang was killed by Deng Tu's gang. The body was dragged away with an axe embedded in the back of his head. The tenant living next to Su Chang was horrified. As soon as he said this, the group was silent for a few seconds. Then the residents, who were in a state of shock, started asking questions like crazy. Huh? No way, are you kidding? That's right, I don't believe it. No matter how powerful they are, they wouldn't dare to kill someone openly, would they? He wasn't lying. Those thugs dragged Su Chang's body past my house. I peered through the peephole and almost died of fright. And I don't know if I heard it wrong. Now I'm doubting my own ears. They were saying they were going to chop up the body and eat Sun's flesh as barbecue. I think I heard it too. The other two residents on the 14th floor, who were still in a state of shock, stood up to testify, and even when they were typing, they were still shaking all over. It's horrible. Those evil people really killed someone and dragged the corpse away to eat it as a food reserve. This is only something that would happen in a horror movie. The three residents on the 14th floor confirmed the story, and the rest of the residents finally believed the terrifying and absurd story of cannibalism. After all, Deng Tu and the others had already been rumored to have been involved in a murder case. The incident was so horrifying that almost all the owners who saw the news were afraid to participate in the group chat. After all, it was no lie that the owners were afraid of such a group of murderous maniacs armed with weapons who could easily smash open the security doors and break in to kill you. Some people were even so scared that they moved their furniture to block the doors. Some people wanted to call the police, but the phone was not answered. Not only the police, but also hospitals, fire departments, city governments, almost all official organizations lost their function in this terrible snowstorm. No one can save them. The owners in the group were desperately trying to think of a way to save themselves, but after discussing it for a long time, the group of people had almost exhausted their brains and still hadn't come up with a feasible countermeasure. Some people suggested gathering together, but in the end, the idea was not adopted because of the problem of food distribution. In this situation, some people still had food at home, while others were almost out of food, and no one wanted to share with others. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the villains, the power of ordinary people is too small. The helpless owners could only pray that the demons would not find them. After all, there are more than 100 residents in this building, so as long as you don't get too unlucky, you shouldn't be targeted by the other group. In this desperate situation, only Luo Tian can enjoy the beauty and food at home without any worries. After all, his home is a fortress-like doomsday-safe house. Even if an armed mercenary comes, he won't be able to storm in. Even if the little brothers are crazy, they won't dare to go looking for trouble again in a short time. Help! A voice suddenly popped up in the group chat, attracting everyone's attention. A male resident named Guatian, in a panic, called for help. Deng Tu and his group are smashing my door, saying they want to kill me and take my supplies. Guatian is one of the residents who, after Baya moved into Luo Tian's house, joined the other residents in the group chat to mock Luo Tian and brag about the amount of supplies they had stored at home, inviting Baya to come to his house. He never imagined that his previous indiscretion would expose the fact that his family had a lot of cold weather clothing and frozen food, and now he had attracted the attention of those thugs. When the younger brothers were looking through the chat history, the first person they targeted was Guatian. After all, cold weather blankets and clothes are necessities. And it's not every day that you find such a big idiot who reveals his family's assets. It would be a shame not to rob him. faced with Guo Tian's plea for help. The group fell silent, as if the previous excitement had been an illusion, and none of the owners dared to respond to him. Ridiculous. I'm too scared to even think about other people's lives. Fortunately, it was Guo Tian who died, and his family had a lot of supplies. After the gangsters took his supplies, they probably wouldn't go on to break into other people's homes, so we're safe. Even the other owners were relieved. It's a good thing it wasn't me. The death of Guo Tian alone can ensure the safety of everyone else. They are not related to Guo Tian, so why risk their lives to save him? Let him die. When it comes to life and death, everyone is selfish and indifferent. Guo Tian, in despair, finally began to tremble and beg Luo Tian for help. At Luo Tian, Luo Go, Luo Yi. Please save me. I admit that I was confused before and offended you. You are a magnanimous person, so don't mind it. Only you can help me now. If you save me, I'll give you all the supplies in my house. I have a lot of winter clothes and quilts. Click on the audio, and in Guo Tian's terrified and trembling tone, you can also hear the dull and loud sound of a door being smashed. He must not be able to hold on for much longer. He deserves it. After listening to this, Luo Tian couldn't help but sneer. Last time, this idiot Guo Tian was still taunting me in the group, inviting Baya to stay at his house, but now he's like a dog with a broken leg, crying and begging me to save him. Let me save you? Dream on. Wait for death, you idiot. Luo Tian replied coldly. The cold-resistant clothing in his own space is all of the highest quality, and there is even special cold-resistant equipment for the Arctic research team developed in the United States. As for the quilts, he didn't need them. The fireplace, which burned 24 hours a day, even made him feel a little hot. How could he possibly take any notice of the poor supplies in the other person's home? Ha, don't even bother to show off your ragged clothes. Yes, you really think I care. Get out of here, don't be a nuisance. This is your retribution for mocking Loco last time. What a surprise. When the other owners saw Luo Tian, they all changed their attitude and began to flatter him enthusiastically, like a grass that bends in the wind. They had completely forgotten that they had previously been shouting for Deng Tu and the others to break into Luo Tian's house. The owners probably knew that the only person who could stand up to Deng Tu was Luo Tian. If they got on good terms with him, they might be able to ask Luo Tian to save them when they were in danger. Embarrassed? Ha, it's not important compared to my life. Chapter 58, A Woman Who Looks Familiar. Later. Guo Tian never appeared in the group again. It was almost unnecessary to think about it, and the owners knew that he must have been killed. Soon after, the deranged criminals sent a photo of the corpse, which had a gruesome death, to the group chat where everyone was. And said in a stern voice, Luo Tian, did you see it? Su Cheng will die because of you. Luo Tian snorted in derision. This group of people wanted to throw dirty water on themselves, but this method was really too low level. He didn't even bother to respond. However, the other residents did not have the same confidence as Luo Tian. At the moment they saw Su Cheng's corpse, the timid female residents were almost scared to faint by the corpse's tragic appearance. The entire building seemed to be shrouded in a shadow of death. Seeing that Luo Tian didn't even bother to respond, the younger brothers suddenly turned red-eyed and angrily said, Luo Tian. From now on, don't even think about going out. We will always be waiting below. If you dare to go down and dig snow to boil water, we will kill you. And we'll cut off pieces of your flesh and cook them for ourselves. They didn't say this last part in the group chat. The brothers felt that even if Luo Tian had a lot of supplies at home, there would come a day when the fresh water would run out. Sooner or later, he would run out of water and have to go down and dig up snow to boil water. At that time, it will be the perfect opportunity for them to take revenge. Even if it takes a long time, they will eventually kill Luo Tian. What the brothers didn't know was that Luo Tian's infinite space contained tens of thousands of tons of fresh water resources, so there was no need to do such a redundant thing as digging snow and boiling water. Deng Tu suddenly spoke up in the group chat at everyone, if anyone finds Luo Tian outside in the future, they can contact me first. I, Deng Tu, promise that he will be protected by us in the future, and we will never lay a finger on him. Deng Tu's words caused a huge uproar in the group. Many owners were itching to get involved. As long as they find Luo Tian, they can pass the news to Deng Tu, and they don't have to worry about being targeted by these devils. Many owners secretly thought to themselves that if they saw Luo Tian outside in the future, they would definitely be the first to pass on the news to Deng Tuesday. It didn't matter what happened to Luo Tian, the key was that their own safety would be guaranteed. Seeing Deng Tu's message, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile coldly. This Deng Tu seems to be quite sober. He is smarter than those little brothers, and he actually used this condition to borrow the eyes of other owners to keep an eye on me. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably be cornered by the other party. But unfortunately, he is different. He is a man with infinite space. He can even stay in the safe house until the sun explodes if he wants to. However, not all residents believe Deng Tu's nonsense. With the painful lesson of Su Chang, those owners with quick minds had already made up their minds long ago that they would never have anything to do with the demons of Deng Tuesday unless you were crazy. You would never believe the words of a group of murderers. If anyone believes in their promises, they will not have a good ending. Since Deng Tu has made such a ridiculous promise, then in order to make things more interesting, I will also respond a little. Luo Tian said with a hint of humor. After thinking about it, he tagged all the residents in the group at everyone. I am now offering a reward. From now on, whoever kills Deng Tu can collect his head and receive a large roasted chicken from me. If you kill one of his brothers, you can get 2 big chicken legs. He then sent a photo of the chicken to the group, a delicious, tempting, 4-pound roast chicken with a golden color and crispy outside and tender inside. Hiss. After reading the message from Luo Tian, the owners were shocked. What a big roast chicken! How much roast chicken does Luo Tian have at home? This roast chicken is so big, it must be delicious. Just looking at it, many owners couldn't help but salivate. If they eat it slowly, they can probably eat it for half a month. It also provides a lot of protein, and in the current harsh environment of road closures due to snowstorms, it can be said to be life-saving food. With a big reward, there must be a brave man. Those residents in the group who were desperate because they had run out of food and ammunition couldn't help but think, since we're going to die anyway, might as well take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If I'm going to die, I might as well die a full stomach. Damn it! Faced with Luo Tian's high reward, Deng Tu hit the sofa with his red eyes and punched it hard, like a man-eating beast. He didn't expect Luo Tian to have this trick up his sleeve. In terms of food reserves, he is definitely not Luo Tian's match. Damn Luo Tian! Looking at the group chat that had quieted down, Luo Tian crossed his legs, his hands on either side of the sofa, but his brows were slightly furrowed. Deng Tu and his group of people, find a way to get rid of them. They have already set an example of cannibalism. They are like wild animals that have been fed on cooked food since they were young. Once they have tasted raw meat for the first time, they will never go back. If we let them run rampant in the apartment building, it won't be long before half of the living people in this building are gone. In my previous life, there were examples in other apartment buildings of a group of gathered villains who had lost their humanity. They no longer struggled and decided to fall into the extreme cold of the end times. They killed anyone they saw and took pleasure in torturing the living. Before long, the building became a haunted house, with severed limbs and crushed flesh. The entire building became a living hell. This is my territory. How can I let them do whatever they want? I don't want to live in a building full of internal organs. Therefore, Deng Tu and his group must find a way to kill them. Luo Tian glared with cold light in his eyes and decided to cut off the roots. However, how to kill this group of mentally abnormal lunatics was a somewhat tricky problem. Luo Tian frowned slightly, got up and walked to the huge French windows, staring out into the vast snowscape. The fire in the fireplace crackled and made a crisp sound. Luo Tian's thoughts kept racing through his mind. First of all, he himself definitely would not go out. Even if there were pistols in the room and plenty of bullets, he would inevitably take risks if he went outside. For Luo Tian, who was determined to become the king of the underworld, this was absolutely unacceptable. After all, he had a pistol, but his shooting skills were abysmal because he had never had the opportunity to learn marksmanship systematically. In the face of enemies in the room or in a narrow space, it would be easy to be ambushed by the other side without being able to react in time. If I had a reliable henchman, he could take care of Deng Tu and the others for me. Luo Tian couldn't help but think to himself. This is almost the most appropriate and safest solution. The problem is that the people living in the apartment building are all ordinary people. Even if there is a food reward, no one is likely to take action. Even if they dare to take action, an ordinary person has little chance of winning against a group of desperate criminals. At this time, Luotian's mind couldn't help but think of a beautiful figure. Before the end of the world, the female police officer who almost injured me, Yan Shu, who had a terrible temper, is probably a good fit for the current requirements. The national champion of police martial arts, she can easily fight 5 opponents at once. Not only is she good at close combat, she is also a crack shot. The main thing is that the other party has a very high appearance value, and her figure is even more exceptional. Even though it had been half a month since he last saw her, every time he thought of her, she would clearly appear in his mind. If he could recruit her as a bodyguard, then the problem of Deng Tu would be solved. Moreover, he could learn top-notch fighting skills and close-quarter combat experience from her. He could even ask her about marksmanship. But I don't know where she is now. And I don't have a way to contact her. Luo Tian sighed with regret. This plan can only be regrettably abandoned. At this moment, a casual glance outside made him stop in front of the French windows. Outside the window, in the snow. The white snow had already covered the floors below the second floor. In other words, the snow on the ground was at least 5 meters deep. But in this situation, Luo Tian saw a woman with a large backpack on her chest and a little girl on her back. She was slowly but firmly walking through the snow that was almost covering her. What a terrifying physical fitness. But why do I feel that this woman looks a bit familiar? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. It seemed I've seen her somewhere before? Chapter 59, Police Officer Yan Shu goes online. Crunch. Stepping into the snow, Yan Shu's body tilted sideways. If you're not careful, you could easily get buried in the deep snow. Not to mention the sub-zero temperatures of 70 degrees below zero, which sting every inch of skin at all times, and who knows what is buried under the white snow. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to walk in the snow in the extreme cold for long, and they would probably be exhausted and fall into the snow after just a short while. The white world is like a swamp with no end in sight. Yan Shu, are you okay? Is Cece heavy? Cece hugged Yan Shu's neck with both hands and asked with a worried look on her face. The two of them hadn't eaten a full meal in days, and Yan Shu's remaining strength was dropping very quickly. Sister is fine, Cece, don't worry. Yan Shu's handsome face showed a rare smile of tenderness. She was originally helping her relatives who had gone abroad to take care of their children, but she didn't expect to encounter extremely cold blizzards that lasted for more than half a month, which trapped her in the community. To make matters worse, there was not much food left at home, and it was estimated that it would run out in 2 days. Just as Yan Shu was worried about food, the child's aunt suddenly contacted her. When she learned that she and Cece were both at home and safe, the other party was very surprised, but then she revealed with fear that someone in her building had killed someone, and it was making a lot of noise in the owners' group. The other party hoped that Yan Shu and EC could come over to keep her company. She still had some food left at home that she could share. Since the two places were not far apart and the other party had invited them, Yan Shu also decisively packed up the supplies and immediately began to move with ECC. After all, she and ECC had no food left. The apartment building was right in front of them. Due to the heavy snow, it was impossible to enter through the front door. So Yan Shu climbed in through the window on the second-floor corridor. This is where the residents dig out the snow to boil water, so the windows are usually not locked. Phew! After entering the corridor and putting the child on her back down, Yan Shu took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall, letting out a sigh. She had expended a lot of energy. The lack of nutrition during this period has caused her physical functions to decline significantly, and she is estimated to be only about half of her peak performance. The temperature in the hallway was not much better than outside, and her frozen skin was aching. Yan Shu took a short rest, then took Cece's small hand with cotton gloves, looked at the stairs with wary eyes, and led her forward. Cece's aunt said that the lunatics in the building would chop people up and make soup with their flesh. Now that she had a child, she had to be careful not to run into those villains. Otherwise, she is not 100% sure that she can deal with a group of crazed people armed with sharp weapons. Surveillance footage. This tall, delicate-looking policewoman was also recognized by Luo Tian. No way? Luo Tian opened his mouth and said in surprise, "Did I just awaken my ability to speak and make things happen?" Just as I was talking about Yan Shu, the female police officer, she came running over by herself? This is really like a pillow being sent when you are sleepy. He looked at the screen, where Yan Shu was holding the little girl's hand and looking around the hallway warily. Since the other party has already entered the apartment building, there is only one question to consider now. That is, how to make the other party come to the door obediently and cooperate in wearing the leg ring. Yan Shu can come in, but the little girl can't. Luotian played with the smart leg ring he took out of the space, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed. The other party is a perfect gold medalist. Not to mention that, compared to the outstanding faces and figures of Yan Shu and Baya, she is not inferior at all. Moreover, she was already a popular police officer at the police station. He definitely had to take this goddess of beauty and strength into his bag. Moreover, before the end of the world, the other party almost injured himself. Luo Tian felt that he needed to get some interest back from the other party. Anyway, looking at the cute little girl next to her, who was probably 5 or 6 years old, Luo Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could this be her child? Yan Shu looked no more than 23 or 24 years old, and she was already a wife? Could it be that his reputation as a scoundrel is well deserved? Luo Tian thought very tangledly. In fact, Isi is the child of a relative of Yan Shu, and she is only responsible for taking care of her. Who cares? None of this is important. Luo Tian shook his head and said. What he valued was the other person's superb fighting ability and professional knowledge of firearms. Everything else was just a passing cloud. Besides, having a child is not unacceptable. After all, in the brief contact before the end of the world, Luo Tian understood that with Yan Shu's hot temper, ordinary means would never make the other side surrender. She is the proud and cold-blooded Yan police flower, how could she easily surrender to a man? But with a child, everything is different. No matter how tough she is. But after all, with a child, the consumption of food will be one more, and this will become her greatest weakness. Yan Jinhua, it's time to repay the debts we had before the end of the world. Luo Tian said with a smile. If I can make this cold and aloof police officer lower her proud head and listen to me obediently, I'm sure she'll feel a sense of accomplishment. Luo Tian tapped the coffee table with his finger and thought, first, think of a way to contact the other party without being abrupt. 17th floor, 1701. Xiaolan looked down at the empty street below and muttered to herself, Officer Yan. The person who just walked into the building must be Officer Yan. Yes, I couldn't be mistaken. A month ago, she helped me find my lost little treasure in the mall. Could it be that the authorities have already begun the rescue? A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared on Xiaolan's haggard cheeks. But soon, her excitement was quenched by a cold, icy bucket of water. No. If there was a rescue, she wouldn't be the only one there. There were no other police officers outside. Xiaolan painfully grabbed her hair. The hope that had just risen in her heart was instantly shattered. Since the last time Baya gave her food, it was taken away by those thugs, and she hadn't eaten for several days. She had been barely surviving by digging snow and boiling water every day, and she was so hungry that she had no strength to go out. However, if she doesn't eat and only drinks water, she can only last for 7 days at most. In the living room, a fire that had already gone out, and on top of it, a pot of water with a belt cut into several pieces. Leather is rich in collagen, which is supposed to be nutritious. However, modern industrial goods are made from industrial waste, and the soup is not only bitter and inedible, but also causes stomach cramps. Recalling the scene she had just seen, Xiaolan couldn't help but clench her fists. Yan Shu had a bulging backpack in front of her, and there must be food in it. I have to think of a way to get some food. Xiaolan gritted her teeth and glared. She was already cornered, and couldn't think too much. In order to survive, she could only turn to Yan Shu, the beautiful policewoman who had helped her before. Chapter 60, Fleeing in a Panic. Yan Shu was holding Isi's hand and walking down the stairs. The extremely low temperature made her shiver and she almost had no energy to continue climbing the stairs. Yan Shu could only pick her up and continue on to the upper floors. It's so cool to kill someone. When I chopped down with an axe, Su Cheng was killed like a chicken. That's right, forget about morality in the law, it's almost the end of the world as we know it. The government is paralyzed, there's no rescue. Hurry up and go down and dig some more snow. We'll boil some meat and eat it tonight when the power comes back on. A commotion came from the corridor, accompanied by the sound of an axe colliding with the steps. No good. Yan Shumi's eyes narrowed, and almost instantly she realized that the people coming down the stairs were probably the murderers. She wanted to cover Isis's mouth with her hand, but it was too late. Sister Yen, the floor. Isi just managed to say a few words before her mouth was covered. She stared at her big, watery eyes and couldn't understand why Yen Shu had covered her mouth. From the surveillance camera, it can be seen that the little brothers have already sped up their descent down the stairs, probably also hearing the sound of the child. This is why I don't like children very much. Luo Tian shook his head in silence. Yen Shu could have held each other and hid in the corridor of the current floor before the thugs discovered them. But once she made a sound and was discovered, there was no way to hide. The dang two gangsters were already crazy, killing and eating meat. Every time the residents of the apartment building went down to dig snow and boil water, they felt like thieves, afraid that they would meet them outside. Now that Yen Shu, the heroic policewoman, has directly collided with the group of thugs, no one will be safe. I don't know if she can handle it. Luo Tian frowned. He didn't care about the child's safety, but Yen Shu couldn't get hurt. After all, the other party is his designated thug, and he doesn't want anything to happen to the other party right now. Hey, there's a child's voice. Brothers, charge. I want to see what the little sister's sister Yen looks like. Now there are people who dare to run outside. What courage! Ha 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 ha. The brothers laughed wildly as they ran down the stairs. After 2 flights of stairs, they blocked Yen Shu, who was protecting the little girl, on the stairs. The brothers holding the axes suddenly froze in their tracks. They suddenly felt that the long-legged beauty in front of them, wearing a white slim fit-down jacket and with a delicate appearance, looked a bit familiar. Yen Shu? One of the younger brothers stared in horror, his eyes wide, and he sat down on the stairs in a panic. The other brothers looked closely and all gasped in surprise, even backing away in fear. How could this woman be here? The brothers couldn't help but ask themselves this question at the same time. Shouldn't she be at the police station or at home? I've never heard that she lives here. In fact, shortly before the end of the world, they were caught by Yen Shu in plainclothes for causing trouble. At that time, Yen Shu did not reveal his identity and directly took down 8 or 9 of them. 2 of them were even injured too seriously, with multiple comminuted fractures all over their bodies, and were directly taken to the ICU by ambulance. Since then, they have had a shadow cast over them by the violent female police officer Yen Shu. At this time, a group of young men were extremely nervous, and cold sweat began to form on their backs. They suddenly felt that the current temperature of -70 degrees had suddenly dropped another 20 degrees. What? What's going on? Officer Yen is here. I mean, could it be that the official rescue team has arrived? Or has the place been surrounded by the police? Then, if we kill someone, won't we be shot on the spot? Upon hearing this, the brothers were so scared that they almost sat on the ground. Killing someone is equivalent to paying for their life. If the police really came to the rescue and surrounded the place, then they, who committed the crime of murder, would definitely be executed by the police. However, when they were blown by the cold wind of -70 degrees Celsius, they suddenly calmed down. On second thought, it seems unlikely that the police would come to the rescue. After all, the snow outside is 4 or 5 meters deep, so not only can't the police cars get through, even the police on foot can't get through. In such a cold and ghostly weather, anyone who stays outside for a long time may freeze to death. The government itself is already in ruins, so how could there be any rescue? Sister Yen. Isi looked at the group of fierce-looking men in front of her and realized that she had caused trouble. She was very scared and grabbed Yen Shu's sleeve. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yen Shu protected her with one hand, and her beautiful eyes stared at the younger brothers. Her delicate body was slightly arched, and she looked like a leopard ready to pounce. The other side had many people and they were armed with sharp weapons, which was indeed a great threat. The current situation is very unfavorable for her. However, she had experienced far more dangerous situations in the past, so she wasn't panicking. Go, hurry up. Damn it. Run, don't let her catch you. Damn it, stay away from this violent woman. What Yen Shu didn't expect was that the battle she thought would be fierce didn't happen. Someone in the group shouted, and then the group of people fled in fear, not daring to linger. Yen Shu squinted in surprise, and something suddenly came to mind. They were the little brothers of Deng the Butcher, the real estate agent? It turns out that they are the murderers in this building. Yan Shu's lips parted slightly, and she sneered. In the past, she would never have let them go. All of them would have to stay, not one of them could escape. However, the situation is special now, and official institutions are unable to function normally, so she naturally has no obligation to risk arresting them. Let's go to my aunt's house. Yan Shu comforted the frightened Isi, took her hand and walked to the 12th floor, and knocked on the door of 1204. On the surveillance camera, a young woman with a charming presence welcomed the two in surprise, then looked warily down the corridor, and finally quickly closed the security door. This Yen police flower seems to be much stronger than I thought. Luotian touched his chin and said. He didn't expect that Deng Tu's group of younger brothers would be scared off by Yan Shu. This is somewhat unexpected. At this time, Luotian walked to the French windows. While thinking, he always liked to gaze out the window at the white snow scene. Chapter 61, Angry Yen the police officer. Close the security door. Yisisai shouted happily, Auntie, I miss you. Seeing Cici running towards her, Imengrong suddenly smiled tenderly and hugged her, saying, Cici, I miss you too. The two of them lived in the same neighborhood, and Cici often came to Imengrong's house to play. However, after the extreme cold weather, they haven't seen each other since the snow closed the roads. Yan Shu was not as optimistic as the happy aunt and niece. She put her backpack on the side of the sofa and said with one hand on her waist, Sister Rong, let's put aside the old times for now. She said with a smile, you know, the situation is so bad now, every grain of food is precious. Since we live together, we have to coordinate our food and distribute it accurately every day. Yimengrong, who was holding Cici, suddenly froze with a smile on her face, and then smiled reluctantly, Shu, don't worry about food, let's talk about it tonight. I haven't seen Cici in a long time. I miss her so much. Let's have a good chat, you and I. When Yimengrong spoke, her eyes avoided contact and her gaze was erratic. For Yan Shu, who had worked in the criminal investigation team and was very experienced, she hardly had to think about it. She could tell in an instant that the other person was definitely guilty. Sister Rong, tell me the truth. How much food do you have left? Yan Shu narrowed her eyes and her tone suddenly became more serious. Imengrong seemed to be frightened, her pupils contracted, and she became panicked, unable to speak. She didn't expect that Yan Shu would discover her lie in an instant. In order to lure Yan Shu over, Imengrong contacted Cici and learned that they both had very little food left. She then lied and said that she had 2 boxes of instant noodles that she could share with them for free. In fact, there was only 1 box of instant noodles, and it was all gone yesterday. In other words, Imengrong's family has no food at all, and Yan Shu has come all the way here with Cici for nothing. Yes, I'm sorry. I was so scared that I lied to you. Yimengrong confessed her mistake with shame, knowing that her behavior was despicable. But since she finished the last bag of instant noodles yesterday, she has not only been starving to death, but the murderous demons from Deng Tu's group are still wandering in the hallway. Imengrong is always worried that they will target her, who lives alone. So when she learned that Yan Shu was at Cici's house, she said she had 2 boxes of instant noodles at home to ensure her own safety and invited the other to come with Cici. Whose Sister Rong, you're really a bit too much. Yan Shu couldn't help but take a deep breath and shake her head in disappointment. If she weren't related to Cici's family, and if she hadn't met Imengrong so many times before, and if she weren't her senior in terms of age, Yan Shu really wouldn't have been able to hold back her temper. She and Cici didn't have much food, and they had to take such a big risk to come here, which wasted a lot of their energy. Now it's even worse. I still have 2 bags of instant noodles, half a bag of potato chips, and 3 candies in my bag. Yan Shu sighed. With such a small amount of food, there are 3 of us. Even if Cici eats less, how long can she last? I guess it will last for 3 days at most. It's okay, Yan Shu. Cici is not hungry, so she can go without food today. Cici saw that her aunt was being scolded by Yan Shu and couldn't help but speak up for her. Seeing this, Yan Shu didn't say anything more, but her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Cici is still young and doesn't understand how bad the situation is. This is a matter of survival for the 3 of them, and they must come up with a solution. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness came over her. Yan Shu seemed to have lost her strength and fell on the back of the sofa. Xiao Shu, are you okay? Yimengrong was so scared that she lost her color, and Cici was also about to cry. The two of them quickly helped her up and then let Yan Shu lean against the sofa to rest. I'm fine, I just have a little low blood sugar. Yan Shu held her forehead, her cheeks were a little pale, and she waved her hand at the two of them. She hadn't eaten enough protein and glucose for more than half a month, and she had just carried Cece for half a day on her back through several meters of snow, which had overloaded her body. Dong. Yan Shu took out a candy from her backpack and then picked up the ornament on the coffee table and smashed it. MMM. She carefully tore open the wrapper and took a small piece of candy and put it in her mouth. Don't look at the candy. In fact, a candy provides far more energy than some snacks. Just one candy is enough to support the energy consumption of an adult for several hours. However, the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, it does not provide a feeling of fullness. After eating a piece of candy, Yan Shu's face looked better, and the dizziness from her brain finally subsided a lot. Alas, nothing good ever happens when I come here. Yan Shu leaned back on the sofa and stared at the ceiling. A month ago, she and her colleague came to this building to interview witnesses to a bank robbery. She was wearing a uniform skirt that day, and because she was going out late and in a hurry, she just put on something that was a bit see-through. But she never imagined that the guy named Luo Tian would take advantage of her. Yan Shu recalled, and couldn't help but clench her teeth. She didn't know how much she had seen, but every time she thought about it, she wanted to gouge out his eyes. The second time, which is now. She was tricked by Yimengron, and not only had to be on guard against the group of murderous thugs led by Deng Tu in the apartment building. She also had to face the food crisis, which was only a little bit left and could not last for 3 days. Alas. Yan Shu sighed again, and her full chest could not help but rise and fall. Although she is a police officer, she is not good at solving this kind of headache. Shu, actually. In this building, there is a resident who has a lot of food in his home. Not only is his home warm, he can even eat barbecue every day. Yimengron hesitated for a moment, but then said with a determined look. He also posted a reward in the owners group before you left. Whoever can kill Deng Tu or his little brother can get a whole roast chicken from him. After saying that, Yimengron also took out her phone and opened the group chat, showing the two the picture of Luo Tian. As soon as she saw the picture of the golden roast chicken, Cece's eyes widened and she couldn't help but drool. Sister Yen. Cece is hungry and wants to eat roast chicken. Roast chicken? So big. Yan Shu was also shocked. She was very clear about how bad the situation was. The blizzard outside had already submerged everything, and the community had basically cut off all contact with the outside world. After half a month, the family was still able to eat roast chicken every day, and they didn't even feel bad about offering a reward for this nearly 4-pound roast chicken. How much food does the other family have to hoard? Chapter 62, I'll take the reward. With such a big roast chicken, if they save it, the 3 of them can eat it for a week. Yan Shu's eyebrows raised slightly, and she couldn't help but feel her heart stir. She had nothing to do at home anyway, and in the end, it would only lead to a dead end. In that case, she might as well take a chance. In her eyes, although Deng Tu and his group were a threat, she still had a good chance of defeating them. After all, she had personally killed not only a group of delinquents, but also a desperate drug dealer. Yan Shu glanced at the nickname of the person who sent the message. 2.5 years of practice, Luo Tian. Xia He. No, Luo Tian? Yan Shu's eyes widened and her silver teeth clenched. Seeing her angry expression, Yimengron couldn't help but ask in surprise, Shu, do you know Luo Tian? Are you very familiar with him? There was a hint of expectation in her tone. Yan Shu is so beautiful, and she has countless admirers. If Luo Tian is also one of her admirers, then they won't have to worry about food. Yimengron couldn't help but think to herself, this is a big deal. Not at all. Yan Shu shook her head and said angrily, he is a shameless person. Achoo! Luo Tian, who was learning piano with Baya, suddenly sneezed. Strange, which idiot is cursing me? Luo Tian put his left arm around Baya's waist, but his right hand was busy. Rapping the goldsama. Baya said with a pout. She played the piano with both hands, but for some reason, the notes she played were all out of tune. Play well. Finger technique, repeat it for me. Luo Tian said in a serious learning posture. I'm talking about piano fingering. Baya bit her lips. I'm not interested in any reward. I'll just take the chicken from his house as interest for the last time he took advantage of me. Yan Shu's eyes flashed with cold light. She had suffered a great loss last time. Now she was just taking some food, which was already very kind. On hearing this, Yimengrong panicked. Hey, Shu, don't be impulsive. Yimengrong quickly grabbed her shoulders and explained with concern, didn't I tell you that Luo Tian was offering a reward for Deng Tu's life? But, before that, he had already beaten Deng Tu back several times. Yan Shu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows in doubt, saying, Sister Rong, don't lie to me. I've done some research, and Luo Tian is not a martial arts master, just an ordinary person. He's lucky not to be beaten to death, let alone being able to beat off so many people. Even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to say that I could beat a group of vicious knife-wielding thugs without getting injured and make them flee in a panic. It's true. Seeing that she didn't believe it, Yimengrong hurriedly explained, we don't know what methods Luo Tian used, but Deng Tu and the others really didn't dare to cause trouble for Luo Tian later. And I heard that Luo Tian's home security door is very strong and cannot be broken open with a hammer. Yan Shu said very unhappily, okay. That is to say, if you want to get food, you have to obediently listen to Luo Tian. After all, the group of people Deng Tu and his men were hunting for were already wanted for murder and could be executed on the spot. Yan Shu would not have any psychological burden if she used their heads to exchange for food. It's just that there are too many of them, so you can't kill them all at once. It's best to take them down one by one. But, I still feel so upset. Yan Shu said angrily. She had been stripped of her underwear, and now she had to help her enemy kill his enemies. It was a total loss. She never thought that she would one day succumb to food. Shame. Xiao Shu, you know the situation is special, so you have to put up with it. Yimengrong saw that the other party had made a compromise and could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The other party doesn't live here and doesn't know Luo Tian's strength. But she knows very well that if Yan Shu rushes in, she will probably end up like Deng Tu's group of minions. Yan Shu is very strong. As long as she ambushes them in the stairwell in advance and kills a few of them who are going down to dig snow and boil water, there should be no big problem. As long as they can get a few big chicken legs, then the three of them won't have to worry about food for a short time. After all, the social order has collapsed, and the word law is laughable. Although some unscrupulous means, as long as they can survive, it's fine. Moreover, the large roasted chicken and chicken drumsticks given by Luo Tian were all full-sized, unlike some unscrupulous merchants who shortchanged their customers. A few caddies of chicken leg, if eaten sparingly, can last for at least a few days. That's fine. Yan Shumi narrowed her eyes and hugged her chest, saying, Sister Rong, please go and tell him that I've accepted the reward and that he should not go back on his word. Don't worry, Shu. Yimengrong smiled and said, the relationship between the two sides has reached the point where they want to kill each other. And Luo Tian's family has so much barbecue meat, how could they go back on their word for a few chicken legs? But I'm afraid you'll have to add him as a friend yourself. Yimengrong said with a look of reluctance. I don't want to talk to him. Sister Rong, you do it. Yan Shu said unhappily. Well, that is, my reputation has been blacklisted by the other party, so I can't add him as a friend. Last time I wanted to borrow some food from him, but Luo Tian didn't agree, and deleted my friend. Yimengrong said with some difficulty. Actually, when Luo Tian posted a picture of a roasted leg of lamb in the group chat, she was just like the other residents, admiring it immensely. Yimengrong not only applied to be Luo Tian's friend, but also shamefully took a picture of herself, thinking of trading some barbecue with the other person. After all, Luo Tian had taken Li Ro, a married woman, as his lover. Yimengrong's husband had also died long ago, and she was also considered a wife. Maybe Luo Tian liked this kind of thing. But no. Luo Tian only praised her for her good maintenance and then directly blacklisted and deleted her. However, this is too embarrassing. It would be a shame to tell others that she was the elder sister of Yan Shu. So at this point, Yimengrong had no choice but to tell a little lie to avoid the main issue. Just as I expected, Luo Tian is not only lustful, but also selfish. Yan Shu snorted. However, she didn't know how Luo Tian was killed by his neighbors in his previous life, otherwise he wouldn't have said such things now. Drip. Yan Shu took out her phone and sent a friend request to the other person. She then raised her long, straight legs and leaned back on the sofa, waiting for a response. Gee, this is the first time I've ever added a man as a friend. Chapter 63 Lee Rowe's vinegar jar is overturned. It was snowing outside the window. Inside the house, the fireplace was burning with a roaring fire. Master, you have a new friend request. The butler sent a reminder at this time. Luotian doesn't usually pay attention to his phone, so the butler always notifies him of new messages as soon as they come in. New friend? Luotian raised his eyebrows, wondering who had the time to add him again. Baya got up and took the phone, opened the screen and showed him the friend request interface. Who is it? I don't know. Luotian looked at the girl with the anime avatar who had added him and couldn't help but pout. Without saying a word, he directly rejected it. Hehe, I forgot, this is the first friend request I've received. Baya covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Boring. Luotian yawned and waved his hand to tell Baya to put the phone aside. After revealing his wealth in the group a while ago, he has been added by too many people. Not only are there married women and unmarried girls, there are even men pretending to be women to beg for food. So for these owners who are applying to be friends, he now chooses to deal with them coldly. But, this friend request did give me some inspiration. Luotian thoughtfully said. If I knew her reputation, I would be able to help Yan Shu. A brief understanding of the other person's situation would also help me tailor my plan to further lure the other person. Luotian thought to himself. In this harsh, cold, post-apocalyptic world, he believed that no one could resist the almost unlimited supplies in his own space. As long as the other party has a need, then they will eventually be unable to escape. However, what Luotian didn't know was that the anime avatar he had just rejected was actually Yenda, the police beauty herself. When Yan Shu applied to be friends, she didn't think too much about it, and didn't even leave a note. She had no idea that Luotian's reputation had almost been blown up by the owner, so he would generally not agree to applications from unknown sources. What kind of meal do you want to eat today? Lee Rowe asked gently, picking up an apron and tying it around her slender waist. It was almost noon, and as the exclusive cook for the Luo family, she was responsible for preparing lunch for the three of them. Well, I've learned 2 new dishes with the housekeeper, so why don't you come over for lunch? Li Rukan lightly touched her lips and smiled, chicken asparagus sauce and red wine beef stew. How about choosing one of these 2 dishes? Because Luotian has accumulated so many supplies in his space, she can learn to cook without worrying about running out of ingredients. I want to eat asparagus with sauce. Baye's eyes flashed with anticipation. It's not that the beef isn't delicious, but she's eaten a lot of it recently, so she's a bit tired of it and wants to switch to chicken. If her thoughts were known to the other residents, they would probably be envious to the point of exploding. We are all starving to death. For almost a month, we have been living on non-nutritious snacks every day, and you have delicious beef to eat, but you still pick and choose. If you don't want to eat it, give it to us, we don't picky eaters. Eat beef stew. Luotian's mouth curled up, just not letting Baya have her way. Ah, how can you do that? Baya pursed her lips and her pretty face showed a pitiful expression. Seeing that Luotian was still unmoved, she helplessly stared at him with her big, watery eyes. For a long time. Luotian smiled and said, "Let's eat beef stew." Yes, Sister Lee Rowe, let me help you. Baya raised her little fist in victory and ran to the kitchen, giggling and bouncing, to help with lunch. Her long, golden hair danced in the air, showing her youthful beauty and vitality. Then you can help wash the vegetables first. Lee Rowe said with a smile. Open the refrigerator. The large chicken drumsticks that made the other tenants envious were in fact a full layer of the refrigerator. Under Lee Rowe's skilled hands. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen to the living room. Wow, it smells so good. It makes my appetite grow. Luotian took a sniff. With Lee Rowe around, he didn't even want to eat the banquet food from the restaurant anymore. Now he could taste the delicacies of all countries. He was praised by Luotian. Lee Rowe's movement stopped for a moment, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. While waiting, Luotian was not idle, but had the housekeeper bring up the surveillance of the entire building to observe the movements of others. 12th floor, room 1204. Yan Shu has not come out since she went in. Luotian only glanced at it and then looked away. Anyway, when she comes out next time, the housekeeper will remind him. Chapter 64 Yan Shu's friend application. When Luo Tian looked at the surveillance camera on the 18th floor, he suddenly noticed that Deng Tu's door was open. Deng Tu looked flustered. Don't you have brains? How can so many people be scared off by a woman? Even if that woman is good at fighting, she is only one person. And she is not in good shape, and she is also carrying a little brat. Are you all soft-footed shrimps? One of the younger men said with his head bowed. Boss, I don't think we need to take the risk of killing Officer Yen. If we're not careful, we'll lose a few more brothers. Deng Tu angrily shouted, You idiot! Use your pitiful brain to think about what kind of person that woman is. She's a cop. Do you understand? Who do you think the owners will listen to, compared to us murderers? If that policewoman unites the other residents, will we still have a foothold here? The younger brothers suddenly realized, Boss, you are so smart. How could we not think of that? You idiots! If you could think of it, why would I be the leader? Deng Tu angrily scolded. Then he changed the subject. That's not what worries me the most. What worries me is that if that policewoman gets mixed up with that dog Luo Tian, we're really going to have a hard time. They have resources and power, and if they really get together, the first thing they'll do is get rid of us. Deng Tu said with a murderous glare. I have to say. As the leader of a group of scoundrels, although Deng Tu had lost one of his legs, his mind was not slow. He knew that their sworn enemy Luo Tian would do everything in his power to eliminate them. After all, he is also constantly trying to find a way to smash the damn iron gate at Luo Tian's house. He must not let Luo Tian know about the existence of that policewoman. Deng Tu said coldly. If Luo Tian knew, he would definitely take the policewoman into his home, just as he had done with Baya before. After all, that policewoman is extremely beautiful and has high combat effectiveness. And in the face of Luo Tian's invitation, which is full of supplies, the policewoman probably won't refuse if she lacks food. In that case, Luo Tian's strength would be greatly enhanced, and even if he really smashed open the security door and broke in, it was very likely that he would be killed by the other party in return. This is something Deng Tu absolutely cannot tolerate. But what he didn't know was that Luo Tian had already known about Yan Shu's arrival through surveillance, and every word he said at this time was also seen by him. Search her hard. We must find her even if we have to search 3 feet under the ground, and kill her while she is weak. The younger brothers responded with gritted teeth, Yes, boss, we'll go find her right now. Looking at the brothers who had come out in full force, Luo Tian couldn't help but sneer and say, Good, Deng Tu, you're not slow to react. Yan Shu was in a very poor condition at the moment. If she was not careful and was attacked by the other party, she would probably be seriously injured. I'll send you all to the west sooner or later. Luo Tian said coldly. Now. It depends on who moves faster and can contact Yan Shu first. 12th floor, room 1204. Your application has been rejected. Yan Shu stared at the result on the screen in disbelief, and exclaimed in shock, That bastard, he actually rejected my friend request? This was the first time she had added a man as a friend. She didn't want to, but she was rejected. She had never given any of the many second-generation rich kids who had been fighting to be her friend a chance. This. Yimeng Rong also showed a hint of worry, and then comforted her, Maybe you didn't explain it clearly, so Luo Tian thought you were another resident. Otherwise, you should explain it clearly and try again. Because Yimeng Rong had previously added Luo Tian as a friend, she understood that there must be many people who, like herself, were eager to receive food from Luo Tian, and thus kept adding each other, which eventually led to Luo Tian being annoyed. Yan Shu's application for friendship was rejected, probably for the same reason. Okay, I'll try again. Yan Shu took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, and then clicked the button to request to be friends again. P.S. I'm here to get the chicken drumsticks. Simple. Cold. Yan Shu had previously chatted with others on Weixin, and the most common words she used were and oh. She had never sent a message that was longer than that. So she thought she had made herself very clear, and Luo Tian would definitely know what she meant. Unfortunately, the previous dozens of residents had used this sentence to the point of exhaustion when they were frantically adding Luo Tian as friends. I'm here to pick up the steak. XX, just give me food and I'll do whatever you want. My price is very cheap, just 1 piece of meat and I'll come to your door. I want to eat meat, please give me a little. Looking at the short message, Luo Tian couldn't help but sneer, Who the hell are you, coming up to claim a chicken leg? Before it was always steak, but this time it's a chicken leg? Just send it. Luotian said nothing and directly blocked the other person. He had thought that the other person was here for the reward. However, no other male owners had the guts, so how could this woman, who used an anime girl as her avatar, possibly be qualified? Your application has been rejected. No, I'm going to beat that bastard to death. Yen Shu said angrily. She was rejected again, unbelievable. This is too much. Yen Shu now even began to think that Luo Tian knew that she had added him as a friend, so he was deliberately making things difficult for her. Don't get excited. Your note was too illegible. Luo Tian must not have understood what you meant. Yimingrong glanced at her note and quickly pushed her back onto the sofa, but a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This comment format is too familiar. It seems, the last time I was at home, I used this format to ask Luo Tian for a steak. Yimingrong thought with some embarrassment. No wonder he rejected me. Shu, you have to write your name and police identity on it. Yimingrong hurriedly explained. Okay, try again. Yen Shu forced herself to calm down and patiently wrote her identity and the purpose of adding friends in the comments. This time, it should work. Yen Shu, in the expectant look of Yimingrong, clicked the Add as Friend button again. But she didn't expect. A few large characters popped up. You have been blocked. At this, Yimingrong, who was full of hope, was suddenly dumbfounded. Her own account had been blocked by Luo Tian, and now Yen Shu's account had also been blocked. How could they contact Luo Tian? Ding! At this moment, Yen Shu suddenly received a message. She suppressed her anger. She clicked on it and found that the message was from Xiaolan, a mother who had helped her with her child a month ago. Officer Yen, I think I just saw you come to our building. Excuse me, is the official rescue here? Sorry, it's not. Yen Shu replied, I'm looking for an elderly person who lives here. Yimingrong, who was standing next to her, suddenly had a light in her eyes. It seems that they could ask Xiaolan for help. Chapter 65, The Disappearing Xiaolan. Yen Shu also reacted after being reminded by Yimingrong. Xiaolan, I was actually going to accept Luo Tianfa's reward, but there's been a little problem. Yen Shu briefly explained the situation to the other party. So, can you help me contact Luo Tian, and I will pay you accordingly afterwards? Xiaolan, the mother, replied very quickly, no problem, Officer Yen. You helped me find my child before, and I will definitely help you with this small favor. Unexpectedly, Yen Shu dared to accept Luo Tian's reward. On the other end of the phone, Xiaolan was shocked. However, she was worried about how to contact the other party, and this was also a great opportunity for her to show off. Xiaolan definitely couldn't get in touch with Luo Tian. After all, her reputation has been blacklisted. But now her goal is the food in Yen Shu's hands, so it doesn't matter whether she can contact Luo Tian or not. She can't care much when people are starving to death. Xiaolan, I had a little problem with Luo Tian before, so you'd better be careful when you contact him. Yen Shu didn't know that Xiaolan had already set her sights on her food, but she reminded him, tell him for me that I can help him deal with Deng Tu and the others, but he has to give me some food in advance. Otherwise, with my current poor physical strength, I'm afraid I don't have much of a chance. Xiaolan saw this and felt a chill in her heart. Officer Yen. What do you mean by that? Don't you have any food left? That's not true. Yen Shu replied very briefly. Dealing with the police is a hassle. Xiaolan clenched her hand holding the phone and said with a gritting of her teeth, normally, at this time, shouldn't you tell me how much food is left? After thinking for a moment, Xiaolan decided to calm the other party down first. Officer Yen, I'm going to contact Luo Tian now. Wait for me for a moment. Room 1204. Xiaolan was a little bit suspicious. She seemed to care a lot about how much food I had. Yen Shumi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she sensed a hint of abnormality in the other person. However, during their previous encounter a month ago, Xiaolan had left a very good impression on her. Yen Shu didn't think too much about it. Xiaolan is a decent person, you should be thinking too much. Yimingrong and Xiaolan are also familiar with each other. She smiled and said, according to my understanding, before Baiya moved into Luo Tian's room, she had even helped Xiaolan. With her as an intermediary, it is estimated that contacting Luo Tian is fine. After all, she has a pillow talker. Baya? Yan Shu was stunned and said in surprise, "You're not talking about the big star Baya, are you? She moved into Luo Tian's house?" Yimengrong slapped her head and laughed. "Look at me, I forgot you didn't know about this." She then explained, "I was also surprised that the famous Baya would live in the same building as us." However, Baya was almost caught by Deng Tu and his gang of thugs, but was later saved by Luo Tian. Yan Shu couldn't help but say with a sneer, "Save? I don't think so." Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. What kind of treatment will the charming movie star Baya receive when she moves into a man's house? It seems I was overthinking it. After understanding the circumstances, Yan Shu also put aside her slight doubts about Xiaolan. Not long after, Xiaolan replied, "Officer Yan, I contacted Baya, and she said she had already talked to Luo Tian." In order to increase her own credibility, Xiaolan was also smart enough to bring up Baya. After all, she had not told Deng Tu about the fact that she had betrayed him. Really? Thank you. What was Luo Tian's attitude? Yan Shu's eyebrows relaxed a little and she asked in a follow-up question. Well, Luo Tian said that the thing he doesn't lack the most is chicken legs. If you take the job, he can give you 4 chicken legs in advance. Xiaolan typed this line of text in the chat box with a blank expression. This is also in line with Luo Tian's character. 4. Seeing Xiaolan's response, Yan Shu and Yi Mengrong could not help but look shocked. Originally, they thought that Luo Tian could only advance 1 chicken leg, which was already a very difficult thing. After all, she was only writing a blank check. But she never thought that Luo Tian would trust her so much. Did I misunderstand him before? Yan Shu bit her lip and looked at her with mixed feelings. For the first time, she had a slight doubt about her own judgment of people. Xiao Shu, this is great. With 4 chicken legs, we don't have to worry about starving to death. You can eat 1 first to regain your strength, and we can save the rest. Yi Mingrong said in surprise. Even ECC, who was standing next to her, swallowed her saliva with longing. However, Luo Tian also wants you to make a guarantee. News of Xiaolan came in quick succession. He wants you to trade 5 packs of instant noodles for it. 5 packs of instant noodles? Yan Shu's eyebrows furrowed as she read the message. Shu. What does Luo Tian mean by this? His family clearly doesn't lack instant noodles as a snack. Yimengrong couldn't help but clench her fists and asked nervously. I think he wants to force me to get rid of Deng Tu for him as soon as possible. Yan Shu thought for a moment and explained. They are not losing out on this deal. But there is a problem. They only have 3 packets of instant noodles in their hands. It's not enough to meet the conditions of the exchange. Xiaolan, I only have 3 packets of instant noodles. Yan Shu typed back, contact Baya again and ask her to ask Luo Tian if he can lower his demands. This time, Xiaolan was very patient and responded after a while, Officer Yan, Luo Tian has agreed. Sure enough. Yan Shu was slightly relieved and immediately believed her own judgment even more. The exchange of instant noodles was a lie, and in fact, it was her who was being beaten. However, the current situation is also very favorable for them. At Xiaolan's request, Yan Shu also carefully took the 3 remaining bags of instant noodles and went to the 17th floor, in front of room 1701. She left after placing the food at the door and knocking on the door. Xiaolan said that Luo Tian didn't trust Yan Shu, so she had to deliver the food herself. The excuse was very reasonable. After all, before the end of the world, Yan Shu almost injured Luo Tian, and Xiaolan took advantage of this. After Yan Shu left, Xiaolan also quickly opened the door and grabbed the 3 bags of instant noodles. Holding the instant noodles, she tearfully said, Xiao Bao. Mommy got food. Officer Yan, I'm sorry. Xiaolan muttered. Good people can't survive in this world. The last remaining instant noodles were sent off. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, waiting for news from Xiaolan. Chicken drumsticks. Cici wants to eat big chicken drumsticks. Isi held the phone in her hand and opened the picture in the group chat, drooling. She's not hungry, that's all a lie. I always feel that things won't go too smoothly. Yan Shumi looked out the window at the white world outside. The snow was still falling. The goose-down-like snowflakes were fluttering and falling in the air. This tranquil and beautiful scene not only did not make her feel calm, but also made her feel a little uneasy. I should be overthinking it. Yan Shu shook her head. She didn't want to suspect a mother who was alone with her child and was having a harder time than others. So, the three of them began to wait quietly. Time passed. I don't know how long it's been. Rongjie, how long has it been since I returned from Xiaolan's house? Yan Shu suddenly spoke up. It's been 5 hours. Yimengrong said, biting her lip. Yan Shu remained silent. A heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. Chapter 66, Please Go to Hell. Xiaoshu, Xiaolan hasn't responded for so long. Do you think? Yimengrong said hesitantly. She didn't think that Xiaolan would be the kind of person who would lie to them for food. But, it's been too long. Don't worry. Yanshu took out her phone, opened the chat interface, and sent a message to the other party asking about the situation. Xiaolan, how are things going on your end? After sending the message, Yanshu crossed her arms and began pacing in the living room. She walked from one end of the living room to the other, and then repeated the process. Clearly, she was not at ease. 15 minutes had passed, and there was still no news from Xiaolan. At this point, Yanshu could no longer sit still. Rongjie, you stay here with Cici. I'm going to Xiaolan's house to see what's going on. Yanshu told Yimingrong to stay here with Cici, and walked over to the coffee table, picked up the fruit knife she usually used to cut fruit, and then pinned it to her waist. Then she tore open the wrapper of a candy and put it in her mouth. She needed to replenish her strength. Xiaoshu, it's too dangerous outside. If you meet Deng Tu and his gang of demons, and you're hungry again for a few days, I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous. Yimengrong said with concern. When Yanshu went to deliver food to Xiaolan, she was at home, worried that the other party would be discovered by Deng Tu and his gang. It's okay, Rongjie. I can move around easily on my own. A bunch of street thugs won't be able to find me. Yanshu patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. It will be dark in a few hours. We don't have any food left, so I have to find out what happened to Xiaolan. Yanshu said with a cold look in her eyes, pushed open the door and walked straight out. If she goes hungry for another night, tomorrow she might not even have the strength to go out, and that would be the real end. Dong. The security door closed gently. Isi couldn't help but say in fear, Auntie, is Yen's sister going to be okay? Don't worry, your sister Yen is a police officer, she's very capable. Cici, don't be afraid, let's wait for her to come back together. Yimengrong hugged the other and comforted her softly. On the other side, Yanshu clung to the wall and made it to room 1701 without incident. One more floor. This is the Deng family's home. So she must be extremely careful and not make too much noise. Xiaolan? Yanshu knocked gently on the door and waited for a response. However, 5 minutes passed, during which she tried to knock again, but unfortunately there was no movement in the house. Is she not answering me, or is she at Luo Tian's place? Yanshu thought with a cold expression on her face. She preferred the latter to the former. I'm afraid. Luo Tian has always been resentful towards her, and from the beginning, he has no intention of feeding her. Luo Tian, I knew it. Yanshu touched the fruit knife at her waist and turned away without hesitation. This is one of the reasons why she brought the knife. In the room, Xiaolan covered her son's mouth, and the two of them dared not make a sound. It wasn't until there was no more movement outside the door that Xiaolan finally began to breathe heavily. A hint of joy appeared on her face. Xiaolan knew very well that as a police officer, Yanshu would never have the guts to break into her house. In the eyes of the other party, she was just an innocent mother. With the intentional guidance during the previous conversation, the other party will definitely suspect Luo Tian in the end. Hoo. Officer Yen, if you force your way into Luo Tian's house, you will only end up dead. Xiaolan muttered. She couldn't help but cover her chest with her hand, and found that her conscience was not even the slightest bit uneasy. If Yanshu is killed by Luo Tian, then she can enjoy these instant noodles in peace. Xiaolan's fists gradually clenched, and she said, Officer Yen, please, go to hell. In the living room, Luo Tian stared at the surveillance camera, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Strange, so strange, he said in amazement. Because Luo Tian was surprised to find that Yan Shu had just come out of room 1204. After Yan Shu left home, she didn't go anywhere else, nor did she choose to leave, but instead went to the home of her friend Xiaolan. However, Yan Shu knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no movement inside. However, Luo Tian, who watched the entire process on the surveillance camera, knew very well that Xiaolan had actually been hiding at home. Oh, you've been fooled. How come there are always stupid women who fall for Xiaolan's tricks? Luo Tian didn't know what they had talked about. But from the surveillance footage, he could roughly guess what kind of deal the two had made behind closed doors. Unfortunately, Xiaolan is a dead liar. Hearing this, Baya, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but bury her small chin in her chest in shame. She was the first one to be fooled. At this moment, Yan Shu did not choose to return the same way, but continued to walk upwards. At this point, she had already reached the 21st floor. Is this police officer coming after me? Luo Tian tapped his fingers on the coffee table and said in a somewhat stunned voice. But this is a bit too sudden. How could Yan Shu suddenly come to the 23rd floor to find him? Is she trying to get revenge for seeing her underwear a month ago? Or did Yimingrong, or Xiaolan, who lived in room 1204, say something to her, so she came to him for food? After all, Luo Tian vaguely remembered that the young woman in room 1204 and Xiaolan had both sent him photos before. But after he had finished with her, he didn't give her any food. Anyway, since you took the bait, I can't miss this opportunity. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. He wasn't worried that the other person would hurt him, since they were separated by an impenetrable alloy steel door. From the surveillance camera, Lu Tian looked at Yan Shu's cold and delicate face, and the slender waist swaying as she walked, and couldn't help but take out an electronic bracelet from the space. The leg ring has been changed to a bracelet due to censorship. I hope all new and old readers know this. This is a good opportunity. Lu Tian stroked the cold metal exterior of the bracelet and said with narrowed eyes. As long as he wears it, then everything will be fine. No matter how good a fighter Yan Shu is, or how irritable she is, he doesn't have to worry anymore. The high voltage current in the leg cuff itself is enough to kill, and it's no joke. After thinking about it, Luo Tian still felt a little insecure. After all, Zhao Zhao's previous experiment was aimed at his personal female secretary. Compared to the average person like the female secretary, Yan Shu is a highly trained police combat champion. As a person who has died and been reborn, Luo Tian must be extremely cautious and take into account all possible accidents. Baya, Li Ro. Luo Tian's gaze fell on the two women standing next to him. What's wrong? Baya tilted her head and asked in confusion. Li Ro also pursed her lips, not knowing what he wanted to say. Later, I may have to let Yan Shu, the female Tyrannosaurus, in. Luo Tian smiled and said, you two remember to stand in front of me. If the other person makes any sudden movements, such as suddenly pulling out a dagger from their chest or lower body, remember to get to her first and hold her down. Hearing this, the two women couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes. Baya? Li Ro? Chapter 67, Here Come the Relatives. So irritable. I don't think it's a good idea. Luo Tian, you said it yourself, the other person used to be a police officer. Baya said weakly. She is okay in bed with Li Ro, but she is not very good at other things. You know you can't, but you deliberately stand at the door. Do you want to be a hostage for the other party later? Luo Tian said in a speechless tone. He would not pin his hopes on the two of them. If Yan Shu hadn't been wearing the bracelet, he would never have opened the door to let her in. After all, the bracelet is his greatest support. Keeping a good distance, even if Yan Shu's physical fitness is strong, compared to the average person, it is estimated that she can only hold on for a few more seconds. Luo Tian thought to himself. As long as he avoids being injured by her sudden attack, there will be no other unexpected situations. Moreover, the door frame of the security door has a built-in security function. If the other person is carrying a weapon, the butler will detect it as soon as they step into the room and sound the alarm. Oh, we'll hide over here. Li Ro patted her chest and pulled Baya away from the door. The two women let out a sigh of relief. Luckily Luo Tian was joking, scaring them. They were just being affectionate, how could he be so heartless so soon? At this moment, after Luo Tian had given the two women their orders, Yan Shu also came to the corridor on the 23rd floor. No wonder Deng Tu and his group couldn't break into Luo Tian's home. The walls are made of alloy plates. Yan Shu touched the inside of the wall with her hand, which had been smashed off, and couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that bastard Luo Tian really has two brushes, and he has done such a good job of protecting his home. Arriving at the door, Yan Shu, with her sharp eyesight, could almost tell at a glance that the strength of this door was unimaginable. Knock, knock. She tentatively reached out and knocked lightly, and the response was a dull sound that was almost inaudible. It must be at least 200 millimeters thick. It's probably as strong as the security doors in bank vaults. Yan Shu suddenly felt a sinking feeling in her heart. This means that if she tries to force her way in, as long as Luo Tian is hiding at home and not opening the door, she will never be able to get in. For her, who has carried out anti-terrorism missions, she is no stranger to this kind of heavy alloy door. Some criminals who robbed banks could not even blow it open with the C4 explosives they had prepared in advance. What are you doing sneaking around my door, Miss Police Officer Yen? Behind the door, Luo Tian's teasing voice suddenly sounded. Ha! I just touched the door, how did the other person find out? Is there a surveillance camera? Yan Shu instantly reacted, frowned, and looked up, but she didn't see a single camera. Is that a pinhole camera? Ha! Yan Shu sneered. Who would install such a thing in an ordinary person's home, and specially make the door and walls so sturdy? I'm afraid that Luo Tian's home really has something that can't be seen. She was even more determined to go in and investigate. Maybe Xiaolan really was being held under house arrest by Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I suspect you are illegally detaining someone's personal freedom. Please open the door immediately and cooperate with my investigation. Yan Shu stood at the door and said coldly. Suspect? Ah, Yan Police Flower, just because you suspect, you can break into a private residence? Luo Tian laughed disdainfully. We haven't seen each other for at least a month, and you're giving me such a big label as soon as you come up, which is a bit too much. Luo Tian said with a smirk. Could it be that your investigation is a sham and you actually want to see me? Was it that first time we met that made you fall in love with me at first sight and you can't forget me? She was suddenly molested. Yan Shu's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and she slammed a fist into the security door. Luo Tian, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll rip your mouth open. It was the first time that someone had the nerve to openly flirt with her in front of her face. Oh, I'm a coward, Officer Yan, don't scare me. Luo Tian teased. You're so angry, you must be related to me. That's good, I have a lot of space, I can give you 2 free packs. Hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but get angry and said, Luo Tian, you're dead. She clenched her fists and slammed them against the security door, making a noise that was almost as loud as Deng Tu and the others hitting it with a hammer. Damn! She's a human-shaped female Tyrannosaurus. Luo Tian couldn't help but be amazed. Who? After venting her anger, Yan Shu suddenly felt a bit of regret. She didn't have much physical strength to begin with, and now she had wasted a lot of it. How could she have lost control of her emotions and been so easily provoked? Well, it's because Luo Tian is such an asshole. He saw her naked last time, and now he's flirting with her. Luo Tian, open the door right now. I suspect that Xiaolan is being held captive inside. Yan Shu clenched her fists and said coldly. Open the door? No problem. Luo Tian readily agreed. Then he also sent a high-tech smart bracelet through the small window in the security door to the other person. Is that good enough? She said coldly, her tone emotionless, as if it were 70 degrees below zero outside. Of course. Luo Tian smiled slightly, unlocked the triple door lock, and slowly opened the security door. Miss Yen, you are the 3rd guest to enter my home. Luo Tian stepped back 7 meters from the door and said with his arms folded. Chapter 68, Go to Hell. So what? Yan Shu said coldly, not understanding what the other person meant. It's so warm in here. Yan Shu was shocked when she first came in. The room was so warm, a world apart from the cold hallway. Warning, target is carrying a weapon at his waist. It has been detected, a household fruit knife. Threat level, medium. At this moment, the butler suddenly gave a warning. The large screen in the living room also displayed a three-dimensional scan of the room, and a red-marked fruit knife was prominently displayed at Yen Shu's waist. Oh no! Yen Shu's pretty face changed. She didn't expect that the knife she had just brought in with her would be exposed as soon as she entered the door. She hadn't even gotten close to Luo Tian yet, and if the other person became suspicious, all her efforts would be wasted. She couldn't just sit there and wait to die. Yen Shu immediately pulled out the knife at her waist. At this point, she couldn't think about much else. The target is attacking. Threat level, high. 0. The butler starts working. If this were a normal person, they would be unconscious by now. Die. Yen Shu said with clenched teeth. Fruit knife, throw it. Master, lean to the left 90 degrees. The butler gave a warning just before Yen Shu threw the knife. However, Luo Tian did not listen to the butler. Instead, he took a giant target for shooting directly from the space and placed it in front of him. Boom! Thus, the fruit knife was successfully blocked. Congratulations, 10 out of 10. Luo Tian poked his head out from behind the target, looked at the knife that had hit the bullseye, and then gave a thumbs up. At this moment, Yen Shu, either out of anger or shock, lost her strength and fainted on the spot. Butler, is she really fainting? Luo Tian did not let his guard down and asked the butler cautiously. Yes, sir. After checking with the bracelet, Yen Shu was no longer a threat. Oh, that's good. Luo Tian waved his hand, and the heavy security door automatically closed. Then he went over and relocked the 3 locks, and firmly inserted the heavy alloy bolt behind the door. The master must not be careless. The target's physical fitness is amazing. The butler paused for a moment, probably calculating. He is expected to wake up at any time in 30 minutes. After listening to the butler's words, Luo Tian also nodded. He said he understood. Looking at the other person's furrowed eyebrows and the pain in his delicate brows, he couldn't help but say with compassion, "Hey! Why are you fighting so hard? After all, the maximum power of the bracelet's current is fine for one time. If it happens more often, no one can stand it. Go and clean her up. Hurry up. It'd be best if you did it in less than 25 minutes. Luo Tian stood up and said to Li Ro and Baya. Every goddess who moves in must be clean. It's been so long since the end of the world, he guessed that Yen Shu didn't have very good bathing conditions. Oh, okay. Ha! The 2 women hurriedly ran over, picked up the unconscious Yen Shu, and carried her directly into the bathroom. Hey, Sister Li Ro, Yen Shu is even wearing a bandage. Baya said in surprise. Even so, she noticed that the other person's size was about the same as hers. I guess it's for the sake of mobility. Stop talking and hurry up and untie it. Li Ro was also very surprised to say. However, she could understand why the other person did it. After all, whether it's long working hours or long walks, she always feels her shoulders are very tired and sore. Sometimes, Li Ro would have to rest her chest on the table to relieve some of the pressure. Yen Shu must have the same problem. Chapter 69, Impossible Speculation. I don't know how long it's been. What am I doing here? Yen Shu widened her eyes after realizing her situation. How come Luo Tian's house is so warm, and there's even a fireplace in the living room? She looked around the room in shock. You see, when she was at home with Isi, there were only 2 thick quilts, and the 2 of them could only hug each other and rely on each other's body heat to keep warm. Even when wearing thick down jackets, they would still be freezing in the room. But now, not only does she not feel the slightest bit of cold in the living room, she also feels warm and comfortable. If she were in her own home or in Yaimengrong's room, she would have been frozen to death by now. This shows that it is minus 70 degrees outside the window, but the temperature in the room is probably over 20 degrees. Amazing. Is that a fruit platter? Yen Shu was still recovering from the warmth of the room when her eyes were drawn to the large plate of fresh fruit on the coffee table. What did she see? Lychee, dragon fruit, pineapple, red banana, black-skinned watermelon, ruby grape. Where did Luo Tian get all this? Yen Shu said in shock. During the past 2 weeks of extreme cold and snowstorms, other people were so hungry that they could barely eat, and they almost starved to death. Not only did Luo Tian eat big meals at home, but he also ate so much meat and barbecue that he could eat such fresh fruits as if they had just been picked from the trees. Even if it is fresh, it can't be so outrageous. What Yin Shu didn't know was that Luo Tian's space ignored all the rules. Fresh food thrown in would still be the same as when it was put in 100 years later. There must be some secret about Luo Tian. Yen Shu's quick thinking was now in full swing. She now recalled what happened before she fainted. At that time, she threw the fruit knife out like a throwing knife. If Luo Tian had been stabbed, he would not have died, but he would definitely have lost the ability to move. But the strange thing is that the other person somehow appeared out of nowhere with a large target for shooting, blocking his entire body. It was impossible for him to have conjured up such a large target out of thin air. He hadn't hidden behind the sofa or any other cover in advance. Yen Shu frowned and thought for a moment. During her time in the police force, she had been involved in solving many outrageous and mysterious cases, so Yen Shu firmly believed in one principle. That is, eliminate all impossible conditions, no matter how absurd the remaining conjecture is. Then it is the truth. Luo Tian must have some supernatural power. Just like in the movies, he conjured up all this food out of thin air using methods that science cannot explain. Yen Shu thought in shock. In this way, everything makes sense. After all, there was a blizzard that swept the world, turning the world into a cold apocalypse. If this kind of extinction-level disaster has happened, then what else is impossible? Yen Shu had to admit that she had abandoned her sense of justice and duty. She had subconsciously believed in the weak, such as Xiaolan, and had given up her own rational thinking. Her IQ is still very high. Although she didn't guess it exactly, she was very close to the truth that Luo Tian had infinite space. Hey, Yen, the police flower, you're awake? Luo Tian came out of the bedroom wearing a silk pajama and smiling. Because of fatigue. At this time, Yen Shu could only sit on the ground with a waddling duck. The exclusive sitting position of a neon anime girl, when placed on the cold and elegant police officer Yen Shu, actually has a slightly more cute flavor. At the same time, it perfectly shows off her pair of snow-white legs. Seeing this, Yen Shu also said coldly, "Now, can you let Xiaolan go?" She said, looking in the direction of the bedroom. "Ha? Xiaolan?" Luo Tian snorted. "Why would I capture her? What value does she have that I would bring her in?" Chapter 70. You are not qualified to make demands. Don't argue. Xiaolan is definitely in your bedroom. Yen Shu's eyebrows furrowed, and before she could finish her sentence, she heard the bedroom door open again. The two women who walked out were Li Ro and Baiya. They smiled when they saw Yen Shu staring at them with wide eyes. "Baiya?" Yen Shu exclaimed in surprise. Although she had heard about her from Yimengrong before, the shock she felt when she saw her in person was still very great. "Officer Yen, I think I heard you mention the name of that fraud, Xiaolan." Baiya asked curiously. "A liar?" Yen Shu's eyes widened, and she grasped the key information in the other person's words. "Yes, I guess you were also deceived by her." Baiya had also seen from the surveillance camera how Yen Shu had gone to deliver food to Xiaolan. So, having also suffered the same fate, she told her about how she had kindly helped Xiaolan, but was betrayed by her and almost arrested by Deng too. What, this? After listening to this, Yen Shu couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. "I've never heard Yimengrong mention this. In that case, the things Xiaolan said about contacting Baiya and Luo Tian agreeing to advance the food payment were all made up by the other party? Contact me?" Baiya saw Yen Shu staring at her intently and shook her head. She took out her phone and said, "Officer Yen, you can see for yourself. My chat history with Xiaolan ended a long time ago, and my account has been blocked." Yen Shu glanced at Baiya's chat history and found that the other party was telling the truth. She had been deceived by Xiaolan. Then the attack on Luo Tian just now, wasn't it all her fault? Yen Shu thought with some shame. She had always believed in protecting the innocent and giving evil the most painful blow. But now, Luo Tian has done nothing, and she has come to his door and almost killed him. "Officer Yen, you're from the criminal investigation team, how can you be so stupid? You were fooled by Xiaolan, a single mother," Luo Tian said with a sigh. "Could it be that all the nutrients have gone to the same place?" On hearing this, Yan Shu bit her lower lip and lowered her head, surprisingly not refuting him. Instead, her body trembled slightly and her tone softened. Luo Tian, I admit that I was wrong. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. Facing Yan Shu's apology, Luo Tian just snorted. Listen to yourself, Yan Jinghua. Does it sound reasonable? If it weren't for my superior skills, what would happen if I got stabbed in this extremely cold and resource-scarce environment? He stared at Yan Shu's beautiful eyes, and his voice became even colder. Now you just apologize and want me to forgive you so lightly. Dreaming? Yan Shu said with a clenched jaw. Well, I can help you get rid of Deng too. Hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Yan de Jinhua, it seems you still don't understand. In the eyes of the other party, Luo Tian sneered, Deng Tu and his gang of thugs won't live long. And you won't escape my clutches either. Yan Shu's pupils constricted. She had never thought that the other person would think like this. Luo Tian, do you know what you're saying? After this snowstorm is over, you'll be in court. Yan Shu said, with clenched teeth. I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. Luo Tian hugged his chest and snorted. Officer Yan, I'll be frank. I know the inside story about this snowstorm. Because I knew in advance, I was able to prepare everything so well, and I even hired a security company to build me a steel fortress. He said with a smile. He stretched his hands in the air, and a bottle of red wine and a glass were held in his hands out of thin air. After Luo Tian poured himself a glass, he waved his hand and the bottle of red wine instantly disappeared in front of Yan Shu. You? Yan Shu's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Although she had long suspected that Luo Tian must have some superpowers, she was still shocked to see it again. Pulling out a bottle of wine out of thin air and making it disappear at will. This method is simply beyond the realm of science. Do you want to know how long this natural disaster will last? Luo Tian took a sip of wine and said elegantly. Yan Shu bit her cherry lips and didn't say a word, but her eyes never left Luo Tian's face. After this trick, she basically believed it. Forever. He said lightly. These two words were light and airy, but they made Yan Shu's body tremble violently. Forever? Her heart trembled violently. Could it be that this extremely cold snowstorm would continue indefinitely? Yan Shu was stunned. The snowstorm had only been going on for half a month, but the temperature had already dropped to a terrifying -70°C. Every day, it was not known how many people had died of cold and hunger, and the official institutions were paralyzed. If the snow doesn't stop, won't all of humanity die in this unprecedented cold snap? While Yan Shu was lost in thought, Deng Tu and his men had already searched every corridor in the building for her. Boss, we haven't found a trace of that bitch Yan Shu. We haven't found her either. Listening to the report of his subordinates, Deng Tu angrily shouted, You're all useless. If Yan Shu and Luo Tian join forces, he will be the first to be liquidated. Deng Tu knew his subordinates' combat effectiveness well. He couldn't beat Yan Shu, the policewoman, in the first place. If the other side got Luo Tian's crossbow arrows, coupled with her excellent reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities, they could shoot them dead from hiding in the dark. No, we must find her and kill her. Deng Tu said in a fierce tone. His sworn enemy already has Luo Tian, a tough guy, and he can't afford to add Yan Shu, who is already strong in combat. It was -70° outside, and the snow was 5 meters deep. Besides occupying the building and looting enough supplies, they have no other way out. And Luo Tian and Yan Shu are the biggest threat to them. Boss. At this time, a subordinate excitedly ran up the stairs. I just caught a guy who said that when he went down to dig snow, he seemed to have seen a very pretty woman walking up. Chapter 71, Cannon Fodder Delivered to the Door. Where is he? Bring him to me. Deng Tu was overjoyed, slapping the armrest of his wheelchair. Lu Daming, come here. The boss is calling you. Tell him everything. A subordinate grabbed a middle-aged resident who was wrapped up tightly and dragged him to Deng Tu, cursing and yelling. Hey, brother Tu, you're calling me? Lu Daming was dragged over roughly, but he didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he bowed and said, Yes, brother Tuesday. There's nothing I can do. There were 7 or 8 thugs with machetes and hammers standing there, staring at him with murderous intent. No one dared to breathe a word. You saw that policewoman, didn't you? When did you see her? Dang Tu stared at him coldly. The beast-like gaze made Lu Daming feel a chill down his spine, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Brother Tu, I saw it. It was probably half an hour ago, or maybe an hour ago. I snuck out. Oh no, I came out to dig the snow and saw a very attractive woman walking up. Lu Daming lowered his head and said with a smile. When he left the house, he was afraid of meeting Dang Tu and his gang, so he stood at the entrance of the corridor and stairs for at least 20 minutes before he dared to go down. As it happened, he happened to see Yan Shu going upstairs. Good, which floor did she go to? Dang Tu nodded and continued to ask. This seems to be going to the top floor. Lu Daming frowned and thought for a moment before saying. Because Yan Shu was very beautiful, Lu Daming stood at the top of the stairs and looked at her back several times. Damn! That policewoman ran to Luo Tian's house. Dang Tu slammed the handrail in anger, staring everyone into silence. Sure enough, his worst fears had come true. Although everyone in this building doesn't necessarily know each other, if you randomly ask someone who has the most food in their home, the person will definitely tell you without hesitation that it is the Luo family on the 23rd floor. Supplies, and TM supplies. Dang Tu clenched his fists and his eyes burned with rage. His desire for supplies was becoming more and more intense. In this extremely cold and snowy environment, food is like ammunition in wartime, and is absolutely hard currency. What is the old saying? Build high walls, accumulate a large amount of grain, and then declare yourself king. If it weren't for the roasted corpses that Dang Tu had previously eaten with his gang, and the cold weather supplies that Su Cheng had hoarded and which Dang Tu had looted 2 days ago, maybe some people have different ideas in the morning. Brother Tu, I'm done. Can you let me go now? Lu Daming asked carefully. Go? Sure. Dang Tu smiled and said, do one more thing for me, and I'll let you go. In Lu Daming's horrified and puzzled eyes, he was forcibly escorted by a group of younger men to the top floor, 23. Luo Tian, can you hear me? I'm Lu Daming from the 15th floor. We've met many times in the elevator. Lu Daming stood at the door, trembling and shouting. He turned his head back in horror and looked behind him. The brothers stood in the corner, threateningly raising their hammers and pointing at him, telling him to keep shouting. The policewoman who ran into your home has offended Brother Tu's people. I hope you will let her out quickly. Don't hurt the harmony of this building for the sake of people from other buildings. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Lu Daming, who the hell is it? Luo Tian looked at the surveillance screen in silence, and Lu Daming, who was trembling and shouting, said. Through several other cameras, the little brothers hiding in the corner of the hallway were also in his field of vision. Master, this is the surveillance record of Dang Tu and his group 5 minutes ago. At this time, the butler also played back the video in time. I have to say, it's really convenient to have a smart housekeeper. Oh, Yen Policeflower, it seems that you are quite charming. Luo Tian turned his head and glanced at Yan Shu, smiling. She had only arrived today and was already being eyed by a group of people. Humph. Yan Shu didn't say anything. Instead, she snorted and turned her head away. She didn't quite understand why these thugs from Dang Tu's gang were targeting her. Could it be that they wanted to avenge the incident that happened a month ago? Lu Daming shouted outside for a long time, but when he saw Luo Tian ignoring him, he couldn't help but get anxious. Behind him, the stares of several of his subordinates became increasingly hostile. If he can't get the person out today, he'll probably die here. Luo Tian, can you come out and talk to me? I'm alone, I can't do anything to you. Officer comrade, please save me. You are the one who provoked them, you can't let me bear the consequences. You are a policeman. How can you let an innocent person be killed because of you? Please save me. Lu Daming cried out in tears. 7 or 8 of his men were standing by with weapons, silently lurking. As soon as the door opened, Lu Daming would immediately become their human shield and hostage. This was also Dang Tu's goal, to use the lies of other residents to lure out Yan Shu, who was full of a sense of justice. After all, he had investigated Yan Shu after she had beaten up his men a month ago. Not only did she have a deep background, but she also had a strong sense of justice. Watching innocent people suffer life-threatening injuries, especially because of her own actions, was something that Yenshu could not stand. It would be best to kill the other person while he is in a bad state. However, Dang Tu's plan was good, but he didn't expect one thing. That is, at this time, Yenshu had already become Luo Tian's prisoner. Moreover, Luo Tian not only tied her up, but also told her the hopeless news that the extreme cold apocalypse would last forever. "What do you say, Yen Jinghua?" Luo Tian looked at her with a smile and said, "Do you have a deep sense of responsibility that drives you to rush out and deliver a human head?" On hearing this, Yenshu couldn't help but turn her head away and remain silent. If it were before, she would definitely rush out with her heart full of passion, without hesitation to save the other party. But after the incident with Xiaolan, she had learned a great lesson. Now that the social order has collapsed, laws and morals no longer exist. If you still rely on a full sense of justice and go to save people regardless of the consequences, you will definitely die a horrible death. After all, this is the end of the world, and this blizzard will last forever. People's hearts will become more and more vicious. Outside the door, Lu Daming is still wailing in tears. He is determined to shout and scream all day long until you let him go. After all, Luo Tian won't do anything to me. He'll just hide at home. Lu Daming shouted while thinking to himself. It is better to offend Luo Tian than Dang Tuesday. After all, offending Dang Tu is really going to get you killed. Unfortunately, he still doesn't know enough about Luo Tian. What a nuisance. Luo Tian felt that the other party was like a fly, buzzing non-stop. He could have turned on the noise reduction function to block out all the noise outside, but he didn't want to. So, Luo Tian walked to the door impatiently, opened the firing hole and shot an arrow. A light sound. Lu Daming's forehead was pierced, and he fell to the ground in disbelief. What happened? He never understood how he died. The little brothers hiding in the corner were even more stunned. Holy shit! It turns out that Luo Tian is not only ruthless to them, but also to his neighbors. How come I never heard of such a ruthless person living in the building? Chapter 72, Mrs. Wang's house was ransacked. Boss, it's bad. Boss. Lu Daming was killed by Luo Tian's arrow. The brothers reported to Deng Tu breathlessly. They even brought Lu Daming's body back, risking their own lives. After all, it was more than 100 caddies of meat, and it couldn't be wasted. Dead? Deng Tu looked at the blood hole on Lu Daming's forehead and said in shock. He didn't expect Luo Tian to be so decisive. He killed him on the spot. In this way, his plan to use other people to gain the sympathy of the policewoman failed. Damn, it's a good thing that when I first went to see Luo Tian, he shot me in the leg. Deng Tu couldn't help but feel a little scared. If the other party had aimed at his head, his grave would have been 3 meters high by now. What should we do, boss? They're hiding in a house like a turtle shell. If we charge in, we'll only get hit by arrows. There's nothing we can do about them. The younger brothers said with a long face. After Luo Tian killed so many of their brothers, they are now afraid to go looking for trouble, for fear that next time they will become the next meal on their comrades' dinner table. They can hide if they want to, but I wonder when they will come out. Deng Tu said coldly. Since Yenshu has already entered Luo Tian's house, there is no other way for them to do other than wait for the other party to come out on their own initiative. However, Deng Tu now felt that they had more important things to do. While guarding against Yenshu, the cop, they need to gather enough supplies as soon as possible, so that they will have more bargaining chips to deal with the variables. Deng Tu knew very well that when Yenshu came out next time, it would be a fight to the death. In this building, only one of Luo Tian and him can survive. Throw this guy's body back, then we'll go get some supplies. I've been eating meat every day, I'm sick of it. Deng Tu spat out a mouthful of saliva. Hearing this, the younger brothers were also very happy. Boss, you are wise. Compared to pork, chicken, or beef, human flesh is really too disgusting to eat. Not only does it taste sour, but it also tastes completely different from other meats. Especially when it's their own brother's flesh. The more they eat it, the more they want to vomit. If there were a better choice, they wouldn't want to eat this. Instant noodles with ham. Bread in a can. I don't know when I last ate it, but just thinking about it makes my mouth water. The younger brothers were looking forward to it. Where do these foods come from? From other residents, of course. In their eyes, the weak and defenseless tenants are like a good granary. Boss, who should we rob? Just say the word and we'll empty their house. One of the younger brothers patted his chest. Who should we rob? Deng Tu sneered, it must be the family with the most supplies. We'll rob that family. The Luo family has the most supplies. But they couldn't get in, and they didn't dare to go back. As for the others, it seems that Auntie Wang's house is a good choice. Deng Tu slapped his wheelchair and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. How could I have forgotten this old lady, Auntie Wang? She has cheated many people out of their food. A week ago, Auntie Wang pretended to be an official and collected food from many households, saying that she would distribute it equally. But everyone soon realized that Auntie Wang was lying to them. But it must be said that Auntie Wang was very lucky. When she had provoked everyone's anger, a national celebrity, suddenly appeared and attracted everyone's attention. Naturally, this gave Auntie Wang a chance to quietly survive. However, now she's in big trouble. Boom. Dong dong. Ah. What are you doing? Breaking into people's homes? Is there no law anymore? Wang Dama was shocked to see the thugs breaking into her house with machetes and hammers. At this moment, she was holding a large bag of chocolates in her arms. Wang Fu, the son of Aunt Wang, was eating a bowl of hot instant noodles, with grease stains all over his mouth. Damn, you old lady, your family's food is really good, better than what I eat. One of the younger brothers sneered. Instant noodles are a luxury these days. Before, they could only drink hot soup in turns after Deng Tu had finished eating. But Wang's family could enjoy it freely. How could they not be jealous? Damn it, this old fool has cheated a lot. There are so many foods in the room, and there are 3 large boxes of instant noodles. There are even several bags of ham sausage. Fuck his father. What the fuck is this? Are you running a supermarket? The few brothers who rushed into the bedroom were instantly stunned by the piles of food on the ground. With so much food, it's enough to last a person a few months. What does this mean? Old Mrs. Wang, this old hag, probably didn't know that she had cheated many households out of life-saving supplies. Take it all away, don't leave her even one sour candy. One of the younger brothers angrily smashed a hammer into the coffee table, instantly sending the instant noodles flying and covering Wang Fu in noodles. But he didn't dare to say anything, instead he sat on the sofa in a panic, trembling. At best, he was just a low-level thug, and compared to the old-timers who had committed crimes under Deng Tu's gang, he was nothing. What's more, he's not even a man. Stop. Stop it all. Wang Dama watched as the supplies she had so painstakingly scrounged from door to door were carted away in boxes by her excited younger brothers, and her heart ached as she watched them leave. I'm with the authorities, you dare. She rushed over, screaming, and tried to snatch it from the other person. Fuck you. One of the younger brothers shouted at her, picked up a baseball bat and hit her on the head with it. Boom. Wang's eyes rolled back in her head and she fell to the ground, unconscious. Damn, if it weren't for the old guy's meat being too old and smelling bad, she would have been dragged back to the freezer. The little brother holding the baseball bat spat on the ground in disdain. Looking at Wang Fu, who was sitting on the sofa in a state of panic, he couldn't help but raise the baseball bat and sneered, Look at you, what, do you want to fight? No, she deserves to die for daring to offend you. Good hit, good hit. In the face of life and death, Wang Fu even flattered the other party. He didn't care about Auntie Wang, who was lying on the ground, dying or not. You're so filial to me. What a bore. Is this guy really the old man's son? What a loser. I hit him with a stick and he didn't even make a sound. Seeing him so weak, the younger brothers couldn't help but laugh at him. But since there was still a lot of food left, they didn't bother to deal with Wang Fu. They went into the bedroom and took all the food that Wang Fu had tricked Auntie Wang into giving them. They also took all the wooden furniture in the living room, not leaving a single piece behind. This is excellent fuel for the fire. After the brothers left laughing, Yunana, who was pale, came out of the bathroom trembling. Looking at the damaged door and Auntie Wang lying on the ground, she couldn't help but look terrified. After hearing the noise, she immediately hid in the toilet and didn't dare to come out. Bitch. She only knew how to hide and came out only after the food was all taken. Wang Fu was furious when he saw her and vented all his anger on her. "You," Nana scolded with clenched teeth, "what do I have to do with it? Your own mother was beaten, and you were still clapping and cheering. How dare you say that to me? If the food was stolen, so be it. After all, you guys eat instant noodles every day, and I can only eat cold biscuits. You bitch, you deserve a beating." For a moment, Wang Dama fell to the cold floor, while her good son and daughter-in-law fought. Because the noise from the younger brothers pounding on the door was loud. So the news that Wang's house had been ransacked spread quickly in the group. "Ha ha ha, well done. Let Auntie Wang cheat us with official food. What a relief. I can't even afford to eat, but she's hiding at home every day enjoying the food she's conned. Let's see what Wang Dama can eat now. She can go hungry." The owners couldn't help but celebrate. Although Deng Tu's younger brothers did not get a share of the food they stole, they were also very happy to know that Auntie Wang had been punished for her lies. They were miserable, but they were happy to see someone who was even more miserable than they were. Chapter 73, Give Me a Kiss and I'll Give You Something to Eat? After listening to the howling of the snow all night, Yen Shu slowly woke up with the sound of the warm fireplace burning, and her eyelashes fluttering. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning? She wanted to rub her eyes. I slept in the living room all night and didn't feel the slightest bit cold. Yen Shu looked at the wool blanket under her body and couldn't help but be very surprised. This means that the temperature in the room was at least 20 degrees Celsius all night. It seems that Luo Tian hasn't woken up yet. The curtains of the huge French windows were closed, making the living room appear dim and hazy. Only the large screen on the wall was emitting a faint light. "Good morning, Officer Yen Shu." Looking at the greeting displayed on the big screen, Yen Shu was a little shocked. The butler has been running all this time? In that case, she couldn't do anything secretly when no one was around. The other party would definitely sound the alarm. Yawn. Li Ro yawned. She walked out of the bedroom wearing a sling. "Good morning, Mrs. Li Ro," the housekeeper said. At the same time, the blackout curtains covering the floor-to-ceiling windows slowly opened. The living room suddenly brightens up, although it was still gray and snowy outside the window. "Good morning, Officer Yen." Li Ro greeted him with a smile. "How did you sleep last night?" Hearing this, Yen Shu couldn't help but pout her cherry lips and reluctantly said, "It's okay." The living room was very warm and comfortable, much better than the cold home she had in Yisasai or Yimengron. Not only was it warm and comfortable, but you could even enjoy the snow from the window. She even felt a little bit that it might not be a bad idea to stay here for a while. But it's just a bit noisy. Yen Shu recalled the scene from last night and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Last night, she was already tired and had gone to bed. But she was suddenly woken up by Baya. Damn, Luo Tian is such an asshole. Yen Shu thought to herself, gritting her teeth. In ancient times, he would have been a real tyrant. That's good. Li Ro smiled gently and then went into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. In a short while, a mouth-watering aroma wafted out of the kitchen. For Yen Shu, who had been hungry for a day and a night and hadn't eaten a hot meal for 2 weeks, the temptation was simply too great. It smells so good. Yen Shu's throat involuntarily rolled. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to say that she was hungry. Very hungry. So hungry that she could eat all the delicious food in the kitchen. Because of the wide view, Yen Shu can easily see the situation in the living room even though she is sitting on the balcony. Li Ro began to serve the food. Sea-bass casserole, seafood soup, honey-glazed pork ribs. Every dish is so good that everyone will fight over it. There's even a dessert, lava cake. Oh my god. Yen Shu was shocked. Could this really be the food that could be eaten in the extreme cold of the end of the world? It's too extravagant and luxurious. You've worked hard, Li Ro. Luo Tian smiled and praised her, coming out of the bedroom wearing silk pajamas. Behind him was Baya, rubbing her sleepy eyes. No, hurry up and eat it while it's still hot. Li Ro smiled gently. Her pretty face was filled with a satisfied smile. What made Yan Shu very unhappy was that, from the moment Luo Tian came out, he didn't even look at her once as he walked to the dining table. It's as if she doesn't exist. The sea-based stew is so fragrant and the meat is so tender and delicious. Wow, this soup is so fresh. The pork chop is not greasy at all, it smells so good. Baya was enjoying her meal and kept praising Li Ro's cooking. Li Ro, on the other hand, didn't eat much herself, but kept filling Luo Tian's plate with fish. The tempting aroma. And Baya's satisfied praise. Yan Shu couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and she resisted the urge to look over there. Even though she was hungry, she felt a little dizzy. Koku! A burst of protest silenced the air. No! Yan Shu, on the other hand, was so embarrassed that she almost fainted. How could her stomach be so uncooperative? If there was a crack in the floor, she would have gone straight in without hesitation. Gee, Yan, you look like you're really hungry. Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he picked up a small plate of tender sea bass and slowly walked up to her. He squatted down and placed the fish in front of her. I'll give you another chance. Luo Tian said jokingly, if you kiss me on your own initiative, this plate of fish will be yours. How about it? It's a good deal, right? Looking at the tempting food in front of her, Yan Shu couldn't help but suppress her appetite and said stubbornly, let me kiss you on my own initiative? As a proud and cold-blooded police officer, even if she starves to death, she will never bow to the other party for a mouthful of food. Well, if you don't want to eat it, then forget it. Luo Tian didn't care either, and directly got up and threw the plate and the fish into the trash can next to him. Then he clapped his hands and returned to the table to continue enjoying his meal. Bastard, you're wasting food. Yan Shu, on the other hand, was shocked by the behavior of the local tyrant and clenched her teeth. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. She really didn't expect that. Just because she said she didn't want it, Luo Tian would throw the precious and delicious fish away like it was garbage. It was as if he was disgusted with the plate of fish. You know, if you take this plate of fish out to the other tenants to eat, maybe they will be willing to exchange their wives with you. Chapter 74, There's Only One Chance. Master, the group went crazy last night. Everyone was discussing the robbery at Auntie Wang's house. Baya suddenly remembered something and said with a smile. When the owners in the group were celebrating and gloating last night, she had already prepared to go to bed early, so she didn't pay much attention. When she woke up this morning, she saw the furious Mrs. Wang in the group, wailing and begging Deng Tu and the others to return the goods, or else they would contact the authorities to send the police to arrest them. Everyone naturally knew that the other person was crazy, and they all mocked him mercilessly. It's a joke. If you really had such power, why didn't you let the authorities send supplies over before? Who would believe that now? Wang Dama's vitality is comparable to that of a small strong, and she was hit with a stick but she was fine. Luo Tian said with a smile. Afterwards, he naturally went to the housekeeper's place and reviewed the footage of the younger brothers carrying food in the hallway. He also heard the younger brothers shouting about how they knocked Wang Dama down with one blow. Unexpectedly, when Auntie Wang was beaten, Wang Fu was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Li Ro whispered. Sure enough. There is still a big difference between the street thugs and the real underworld. A meal. It ended in joy. Master, Deng Tu, and the others are starting to move again. Luo Tian was sitting on the sofa when the housekeeper gave a timely reminder. Deng Tu was quite shocked. He was banging on the door and grabbing supplies like crazy. He looked at the surveillance camera, where Dong Yen was being kicked aside by a younger brother while boxes of snacks were being taken out of the house. Dong Yan's family had a lot of snacks in stock because her family originally ran a supermarket, and the owners had also talked about this in the group before. So, it's only natural that they've been targeted by Deng Tu and his gang. In the low temperature of -70 degrees, swinging a hammer to smash the security door will consume a lot of physical strength, so Deng Tu and his friends had to specifically look for those fat sheep to slaughter. Otherwise, if they break into the house with great effort and end up only getting a few packets of instant noodles, it would be a waste of effort. By robbing, Deng Tu and his group collected a large amount of supplies. The people who contributed the most were naturally Auntie Wang and Dong Yan. One of them had tricked many households into giving up their food reserves, and the other had stocked up on snacks from the supermarket, which made the younger members of the gang very happy. However, because they had food but no strength, they could only helplessly become a granary, which was a waste of Deng Tu and the others. In the group of property owners, the other owners also got the news and hid at home, praying that they would not be targeted by these villains. Faced with this group of vicious rascals, they simply couldn't muster up the courage to resist. After robbing Dong Yan's house, the younger brothers calmed down and returned to the 18th floor and never came out again. They were probably enjoying the food they had looted. Luo Tian naturally did not continue to pay attention to them. He continued to do what he had to do, enjoying Li Ro's delicious food and the 5-star maid service of Baya. Only Yan Shu in the balcony. Time flies. Today is the 3rd day that Yan Shu has been here. Although she has seen countless tempting dishes in the past 2 days, she has not eaten a single bite, relying solely on the glucose in the space to sustain her. In the kitchen, Li Ro has already started to bring out plates of delicious food. "Master, it's time to eat." Baya smiled and came over, standing to the side and saying, "Yes, I know." Luo Tian responded, and also sat down at the table. The food was delicious as always. It can only be said that he is worthy of being his personal chef. Chapter 75, Provocation. It is the 4th day. "Yan Jinghua, how about we make a deal?" Luo Tian sat on the sofa and said softly. In response, Yan Shu snorted and said, "A deal? I don't think there's anything to be had between us." In the past few days, she was very dissatisfied with Luo Tian. So when she heard the other party propose a deal, she refused at the first opportunity. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Let's hear what she has to say first. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. Then, he also told the other party about his plan. "Are you serious?" Yan Shumi narrowed her eyes and said. She didn't care about the other things. However, Luo Tian said that he could provide sufficient food for Cici and the others. This condition made her a little excited. At the same time, Yan Shu also needs to make some small sacrifices. These days, Deng Tu has looted the supplies of several households, and every time after the looting, he posts the miserable fate of the residents in the owners group. And proudly shouted, "It's all Luo Tian's fault. As long as Luo Tian doesn't come out, I'll break into one household's door every day." This led to the terrified owners blamed him for everything. The tenants, like a bunch of fickle-minded people, began to scold Luo Tian and the group, constantly asking him to go out and pay for his mistakes, not to get them involved. "At Luo Tian, you're a coward. If you don't come out, we'll rob all your neighbors' houses. They will definitely starve to death without food, ha ha ha. At Luo Tian, get out here." Deng Tu laughed wildly and cursed in the group chat, followed by a group of residents who kept tagging him. They were clearly outnumbered, but they didn't dare to unite against Deng Tu and his gang, who were constantly encroaching on their property. Instead, they blamed Luo Tian for everything. They thought that if they could force the other party out, Deng Tu would let them go. Little did they know that without Luo Tian, their fate would be even worse, and they would be reduced to fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Let Deng slaughter and cut. Let you jump around for a while. Luo Tian looked at the news in the group and his face showed no emotion. This is a poor attempt at provocation. How could he possibly fall for it? The more crazy Deng Tu acts, the more panic the other party must be feeling. At this time, Luo Tian and Yan Shu were in the living room. "For now, you can wear this." Luo took out a set of cold-resistant equipment from the space that he had scavenged from the polar expedition team at the dock. This set of equipment, newly developed by the beautiful country, is not only close-fitting and very easy to move around in, but can also easily withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius. It also has excellent protective properties. It is perfect for Yan Shu, the gold medalist who needs to go out. At the same time, he also placed a bunch of weapons he had found in the container yard: daggers, machetes, batons, tactical knives, and shovels. And so on, all laid out in the living room. Take whatever weapon you're good at. Luo Tian smiled. The next room has been converted into a gym, and you can use all the equipment there. You can also talk to Li Ro about your meal requirements. However, I have only one request. Luo Tian said to her lightly. Return to your peak condition in the shortest time possible. Chapter 76, Attack on the Deng Family. After 2 days of recovery training and plenty of protein, Yan Shu could already easily lift 100 kilograms of barbells. After all, she had only eaten less nutritious food for the past 2 weeks, not completely starving herself, so she recovered quickly. I'll open the door when you're ready. Luo Tian was wearing pajamas and holding his arms. Behind him, Li Ro and Baya stood obediently, while Yan Shu, dressed in polar cold-resistant clothing, was moving her body and checking her equipment. Of course. For the sake of mobility. Yan Shu also tied the bandages in advance to avoid affecting the next move. Well, I'm ready. Yan Shu inserted the dagger into the weapon belt at her waist and nodded. Now it was time for her to show her worth. Click. After the triple code fingerprint lock, the heavy security door slowly opened. The cold, piercing wind rushed in, freezing the two women, who were dressed in thin clothes, and they quickly stepped back. Having been in the safe house for so long, they almost forgot how cold it was outside. Come on, Officer Yan. Come on. The two women raised their fists to cheer her on. Especially Baya, her eyes were shining with excitement. She thought that Yan Shu had the spirit of a hero, and she was so hot. Yes, I will. Yan Shu also replied with a smile. During the 2 days of mutual contact, she had a very good impression of the two girls who had no bad intentions. Click. As soon as Yan Shu stepped out, the security door closed. Shit, it's so damn cold. Luo Tian rubbed his arms, he was only wearing pajamas at the moment. If I stand here for a while, I'll probably catch a cold. Luo Tian, don't you have anything to say to me? Yan Shu stood outside the door and sighed lightly. Except for the last step, her advantage has basically been taken by Luo Tian, so now she also feels like she is the other woman. After all, the few days in the safe house were unforgettable. There is hot water for bathing, a fireplace in the room, unlimited electricity for appliances, meat and vegetables for meals, and unlimited fruit in general. This luxurious life, in the extreme cold of the end of the world, is like heaven. Who else can live so extravagantly except for the Luo family? It is easy to go from simple to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to simple. Yan Shu deeply felt this truth at this moment. She had thought that when she regained her freedom, she would be so excited that she would never want to come back. But she was wrong. She was so wrong. Just thinking about the comfortable life in the safe house, she stood in the freezing hallway, and she even had the thought of immediately solving Deng Tu and the others and returning home. She was even afraid that Luo Tian wouldn't open the door for her. Just by giving her body, she can enjoy such a fairy-like life. If she were to go out, she would probably attract countless beautiful women to compete for her. In this extremely cold world, I'm afraid that only men like Luo Tian, who have a lot of supplies, can live comfortably. Yan Shu's eyes hardened, and she touched the blade at her waist, heading for the stairs. Looking at the surveillance screen, Luo Tian sat on the sofa and couldn't help but smile. Let me see if your strength is worthy of the effort I've put into training you. Because he didn't trust Yan Shu 100%. So Luo Tian did not give the pistol and the space to the other party to use. After all, Yan Shu was able to withstand the voltage of the leg cuffs and forcibly throw a flying knife when she was weak. Now that the opponent has recovered to his peak state, if he gets the pistol, he might have a rebellious heart. He's afraid that he'll have to go back to being reborn. Butler, connect Yan Shu's Bluetooth. He said lightly. Yes, master. The butler replied, and a real-time high-definition image appeared on the large screen. Yan Shu was wearing a Bluetooth headset in her ear, which was a device that came with the polar cold-resistant suit. It not only had a panoramic camera function, but also allowed long-distance communication. A palm-sized power bank is attached to the body to maintain a long battery life. It is also a relatively cutting-edge technological product. In the picture, Yan Shu moved quickly and soon arrived at the door of the Deng Tu family on the 18th floor. Just standing at the door, you can hear the loud music and the shouts of drunken revelry coming from inside. Because Deng Tu had led his brothers to loot the homes of many residents in the past 2 days, they had not only scavenged piles of food, but also found a lot of beer and liquor. Now, of course, they are also having a party. After all, in this extremely cold apocalypse, people are under tremendous pressure every day, and it's great to have a chance to party. Under the cover of the DJ's booming music from the Bluetooth speaker, Yan Shu easily opened Deng Tu's security door with a master key and a little lock-picking skill. What a strong smell of alcohol. Yan Shu frowned, but her heart was full of energy. Although she was confident, she knew that underestimating the enemy was a big mistake in every mission. Shit, how did a woman get in here? In the living room, a young man suddenly noticed Yan Shu, the uninvited guest. The other brothers sitting around the coffee table, sipping white wine, also turned their heads in surprise. Holy shit, it's that female cop, Yan Shu. The four brothers were shocked. They never thought that the other party would take the initiative to break into their home. How dare they? And how did the other party manage to open the door without making a sound? Behind them. The loud music from the master bedroom came through the crack in the door. This means that Deng Tu and the other guys, who are having a drinking party, have not yet discovered what is going on in the living room. Shit, she's alone. Let's go get her. It is said that alcohol makes people brave. One of the younger brothers felt full of energy and picked up an empty bottle of wine and rushed up. It seems that he had already forgotten the lessons of the end of the world. Yan Shu was naturally not at all worried about this little brother, who was full of flaws. She easily dodged the attack with a sideways movement and then delivered a right-handed kick to the chest. The little brother felt a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by the sound of a rib breaking, and he flew backwards. He fell heavily onto the coffee table, smashing the glasses and food on it. Plop! Looking at his unconscious companion, the other brothers exchanged glances, all swallowing a mouthful of saliva in horror. Chapter 77, The Room Stained Red with Blood. Are you okay? The other brothers quickly dragged their fallen comrade to the side, only to find that he was bleeding from the mouth and had already lost more air than he had taken in. Damn it, grab your weapons. She's unarmed, let's all grab our knives and kill her. One of the younger brothers, also in a state of drunken rage, picked up a machete leaning against the wall and rushed over. Another one of the brothers also picked up a machete and rushed over. Oomph, such petty tricks. Yan Shu sneered and didn't care. Looking at the machete that was about to be swung at her, she pulled a dagger from her waist and used it to block the attack. Clang! Even a spark flew out of the air. Swish! Yan Shu's left hand, which was empty, pulled out the dagger on the other side, and a cold light flashed as he raised his hand. With a pop, the little brother covered his bleeding neck and knelt down in fear. The younger brother who was rushing behind him could not help but scream in horror, hoping to add a little courage to himself. However, his neck was still easily cut by the dagger. The hot blood spurted out like a fountain, staining half the ceiling red. Demon, devil. The remaining younger brother stood in place, terrified, his legs shaking and his crotch wet. He turned around and tried to escape. Ha! Yan Shu rushed forward and kicked the other person in the back. Boom! The little brother flew out like a cannonball. He slammed the bedroom door open. He fell hard on the table with the liquor and food, smashing the food all over the table. The people sitting around were three of his henchmen and Deng Tu, who was in a wheelchair. Their happy smiles were frozen on their faces, unable to understand why Yan Shu, an uninvited guest, was in the room. Damn, you little hot chick can't play, sneaking up on people. One of the brothers looked at the several companions who had been killed in the living room and couldn't help but stand up and turn off the stereo. He shouted in shock and anger. Puff! In response, a flying knife shot at high speed. The blade, a few inches long, pierced his eye socket and cut through his brain tissue. Go on, get on with it. Let's get this bitch together. Deng Tu sat in a wheelchair, furiously pounding the armrest, and roared at the other two brothers who were stunned in place. If we don't do something now, all three of us will be finished when they come in. Fuck it, let's fight her. The two younger brothers showed a fierce look on their faces and rushed over with gritted teeth and roars. One of the two brothers, seeing that Yan Shu was unarmed at the moment, pulled a sharp blade from his waist and stabbed her hard. Crack! But unexpectedly, Yan Shu grabbed his arm directly and snapped it to the side, instantly breaking his wrist. In the midst of the younger brother's heart-wrenching screams, his bare bones were exposed to the air. Then, Yan Shu took the knife from his hand and cut open the artery in his neck, sending him to hell in a flash. Die! In the blink of an eye, the last of the brothers rushed to his front. However, his target was Yan Shu's chest, and he reached out with two dragon claws and grabbed him. You want to die? Yan Shu exclaimed in anger. She immediately retreated, dodging the claw. She then stamped her long, powerful leg on the ground, and then turned around in an instant, giving the younger brother a back kick. Boom! The little brother flew backwards, slamming into the wall and losing consciousness. At this moment, the only one left in the room was Deng Tu, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a terrified look on his face. Damn, this woman is too good at fighting, she's a god of death. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling as if he were in an ice cave. The Grim Reaper, carrying a scythe, seemed to be smiling at him. Open the video call. In the earphones, the indifferent voice of Luo Tian came through. Yan Shu stopped moving, took out her cell phone, opened the WeChat video, and placed the phone in front of her. Hello, Mr. Deng, this is the first time we've met, isn't it? In the video, Luo Tian crossed his legs and said with a smile. He doesn't mind killing him again before he dies. Luo Tian. Deng Tu looked at the handsome face on the screen and gritted his teeth with hatred. It was this guy who reduced him from a prosperous real estate tycoon to his current miserable state. His clenched fist had his fingernails dug into his flesh. Before you die, do you have any requests? Although I will definitely not fulfill them. Luo Tian laughed heartily. No wonder the villains always say a lot of nonsense before killing the protagonist. Now he has also realized that teasing a dying opponent is really a very enjoyable thing. I never thought that I, Deng Tu, would fall at the hands of such a young man. Ha ha ha. I accept it. Deng Tu seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, and his spirit and energy had dissipated by half. Now, the brothers have suffered heavy casualties. Even the few who were least injured have broken ribs and are spitting blood on the ground, unable to live much longer. He has no more cards to play. I really underestimated you, and you were able to win over the famous police officer Yan Shu. Deng Tu smiled sadly. The other side is so meticulous. They took advantage of the fact that they were celebrating at home and launched a surprise attack, annihilating all of his men before he could react. What a good move. Recruit? In the video, Luo Tian snorted and didn't bother to explain to the other party. At this time, Deng Tu was in a depressed state. Ha 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 ha. The young are formidable, the young are formidable. Deng Tu suddenly burst into laughter. He admitted that Luo Tian was indeed a character. His laughter was so ugly, kill him. Luo Tian said calmly. It seems that he has lost his interest in teasing the other party. Pop. A flash of cold light flashed. Deng Tu sat there in a daze, with a dagger deeply inserted into his eye socket, and the entire person slowly fell from the wheelchair. At this point, all of Deng Tu's evil henchmen are dead. Bang! At this moment, a noise came from the living room. Yan Shumi narrowed her eyes and rushed over with her long legs, only to find a man in a blood-stained white lab coat and glasses looking at her in horror. Spare my life. The man in glasses fell to his knees and begged for mercy. I am the personal physician of Deng Tu, and I graduated from the top medical school in Qinshui City. If you let me go, I can provide you with all medical services. The bespectacled doctor began to bow his head. He knew that his life and death were in the hands of Luo Tian on the screen, and that he must provide the greatest value to survive. Oh, is that so? Luo Tian seemed very interested, and raised his eyebrows. Yes, yes. The doctor, seeing that he had not ordered his death, also said with a smile, Master Luo, you know that in this environment, everything is in short supply. You don't lack food or drink, but you lack a professional doctor. If I'm around, I can cure you if you get sick in the future. No. Lu Tian frowned and said, are you cursing me? Kill him. No, no, no. Pooh. The doctor, with a look of shock on his face, slowly fell to the ground, covering his bloody neck. Looking at Yan Shu, who was squinting her beautiful eyes and looking at him coldly, the man in glasses was blank-minded at this moment. He didn't understand why the other party would reject him. Obviously, the importance of a doctor in this situation can be compared to food. If I were to look for one, I would look for a beautiful doctor who was pleasing to the eye. Luo Tian closed the video call with disdain. He looked at the doctor in the glasses on the ground on the surveillance screen and sneered. Who would hire a greasy guy like you as a personal doctor? What if he secretly drugged me? Chapter 78, A Long-Awaited Reunion. The smell of blood is so strong. Yan Shu sniffed her nose and smelled a strong smell of blood mixed with a faint stench. Following the smell, she came to the kitchen with a frown. This. As soon as she entered, Yan Shu was shocked. On the countertop, there was a thigh bone with all the muscle tissue removed, and next to it in the iron pot, there was a pot of bright red meat that had frozen in the extremely cold temperature. On the counter, there were severed hands and feet everywhere, and even on the floor was a pile of fingers. Opening the refrigerator, in addition to frozen meat and bone fragments, there were also 8 or 9 human heads with rolled eyes. This is the doctor's masterpiece. Yan Shu's expression was ugly, and she covered her nose with her hand. Not to mention the fact that the meat on these bones has been removed perfectly. The average person is not familiar with the human body at all, and they simply cannot achieve such precise knife skills. Only someone who has studied medicine can be so deft. It has to be said that the man in glasses is a professional in his field, from doctor to chef. She had originally been a little skeptical of what Yimengrong had said about Deng Tu and the others eating human flesh, but now that she saw the kitchen, which was almost like hell, she had to believe it. It's a shame they can eat it. Luo Tian sat on the sofa, looking at the panoramic surveillance images transmitted from Yan Shu's Bluetooth headset, and his face was also ugly. Judging from the scene in the kitchen just now, anyone would believe it was a scene from a horror movie. All I can say is that when people are extremely hungry, they can really eat their own kind. However, Yan Shu's combat effectiveness really exceeded my expectations. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. In the face of Deng Tu and his group of thugs with knives, he was able to kill them cleanly and without any hesitation. In the future, even if he has any needs to go out, he can completely let Yan Shu do it for him. And he can also learn the other party's superb martial arts, and through Yan Shu's one-on-one guidance, he can also become strong. What's wrong, master? Let Baya see it too. Baya's eyes were covered, and she said in a pouty voice. What's so interesting about a pile of heads? After you've seen them, you'll have to change your underwear. Luo Tian slapped her directly. People, human heads? Baya froze and said weakly, then I'd better not look. Just hearing Luo Tian say it, she began to imagine the scene in her mind. If she really took a look, it would probably leave a long shadow. Yan Jinghua, I'll give you an hour to move. Luo Tian hugged Baya's soft body and said to Yan Shu in a light tone. I'll be back in an hour. He knew that although the other party did not say it, they must be worried about the 2 women, EC and EC. Okay, I understand. Yan Shu nodded and said in surprise. She was still hesitating how to ask Luo Tian, but he had already said it first. She had received Luo Tian's permission. Yan Shu also did not hesitate, and walked directly out of Deng Tu's house, heading down to the 12th floor. It had been 6 days since I last went out. She couldn't help but worry in her heart. Without food, people can only last up to 7 days on water alone, but before she left, she knew that Yimengrong's family didn't have a single drop of water, let alone food. Are they already dead of starvation? Yan Shu stepped into the corridor on the 12th floor, stood outside room 1204, and her raised hand recoiled. Cece, they should be fine. Yan Shu was actually a little afraid to knock on the door. She was afraid of getting some bad news that she couldn't accept. Don't worry, they're not dead. Luo Tian looked at the monitor and said calmly to Yan Shu, who was standing outside the door hesitating. I saw on the surveillance camera the other day that your relative went to the next door and exchanged some food and water for a quilt. It wasn't much, but it would keep them going for a few days. Hearing this, Yan Shu's spirits lifted. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Cece, Sister Rong, it's me. Very soon. The door was opened, and the haggard Yimengrong and EC looked at the returning Yan Shu with surprise. Xiao Shu, you're okay. Sister Yan. The 3 of them hugged each other, their emotions running high. They all thought the other had met with an accident, but in fact, everyone was alive and well. For Yan Shu, this is the best outcome. Oh, my dear, this is so touching. Baya looked at the warm scene on the screen and couldn't help wiping her eyes. In fact, Yan Shu's relatives were fine, and she and Li Ro knew it too. It was just that Luo Tian had asked them to keep it a secret from Yan Shu. Hoof. Luo Tian snorted lightly. Looking at the several people hugging together in the picture, he also slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He really wanted to take revenge on those neighbors who had harmed him in his previous life. However, Yimingrong and Ecc were not in the scope. If the other party had not exchanged food with the neighbors for cold-resistant supplies, he might have found a way to send them some food to ensure that they did not starve to death. After he completely controlled Yen Shu, Yimingrong and the others would be completely useless to him. Well, as long as everyone is fine. Yen Shu gently wiped away the tears from Ecc's eyes. Now, she still had some things to do. In an hour, she would have to return to Luo Tian's safe house. Before that, she had to find a way to get enough food for Yimingrong and Ecc. Luckily, at Deng Tu's home, she saw boxes of food that had been looted from Aunt Wang and Dongyan's home. Luo Tian, the food in Deng Tu's house. Yen Shu asked with a slight hesitation, with her lips pursed. She wanted to ask Luo Tian for his opinion on giving a small portion of the food from the piles to Yimingrong and the others. Not too much, just enough to last them a while. Xiao Shu, you. Yimingrong looked at the Bluetooth headset on her left ear in surprise, and suddenly understood what was going on. It seems that her guess was correct. Yen Shu hasn't returned for so long, she must have become one of Luo Tian's women, just like Li Ro and Baya. Give them all to them. Luo Tian said indifferently. A lot of the food was taken from Wang Dama's house by Deng Tu, and he wasn't interested in keeping it in his own space. Who knows how the other party treated the food? He probably kissed and nibbled on it, and he really hates it. Besides, there are boxes and boxes of instant noodles and bread and other snacks in his space. If stacked on the ground, they would be as tall as the building. Why would he want Deng Tu's boxes? Thank you. Yen Shu was stunned, and then said with great emotion. She didn't expect Luo Tian to be so generous, not wanting any of the food. The 3 boxes of instant noodles alone would probably be enough for Yimingrong and Ecc to eat for months. Brother Luo Tian, what a good person. After Yen Shu told them the good news, Ecc also clapped her hands and said happily. However, Yimingrong, who was standing next to her, was hesitant to say anything. According to Shu, there were several boxes of food. How could Luo Tian give it away for free? Yimingrong thought to herself, but her eyes drifted to Yen Shu, who was happily laughing with Ecc in her arms. Her charming oval face, her tiny waist, and her long, slender legs in her polar wear. She suddenly realized. All this is thanks to the beautiful police officer Yen Shu. But, she's so beautiful, but she's suffering. Yimingrong thought to herself. Chapter 79, The Riot in the Neighboring Apartment Building. It took about half an hour. Yen Shu and Yimingrong finally moved all the boxes of food from the Deng family to room 1204. During the process, Yimingrong was also shocked to see the bodies lying on the ground. She didn't expect that Yen Shu could actually kill all the villains in Deng Tu's group with her own strength. This made Yimingrong feel very fortunate. She was glad that she had been quick-witted enough to call over the capable policewoman Yen Shu, otherwise she would not have been able to get so much food. Looking at the wall full of instant noodles and snacks, Yimingrong and Ecc couldn't help but be very excited. This means that they won't have to go hungry for a long time. Thank you, Yen Shu. Ecc happily hugged her long legs and said happily. You're welcome, Cece. Yen Shumi narrowed her eyes and smiled, touching her head. Although there is enough food. But it's mostly instant noodles and bread, which are not nutritious. Without vegetables and fruits to supplement trace elements, people will still get sick after a long time. Master. Yen Shu pursed her lips and said with a troubled expression on her face. She wanted to ask Luo Tian for help. But the other party has already been very generous, giving her so much food. It's not impossible for me to help you a little more. Luo Tian sat on the sofa and looked at the snacks and instant noodles piled up in the corner. He also understood what the other person wanted to say. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. After you come back, you can clean it up yourself. He said lightly. Hearing this, Yen Shu couldn't help but blush, and she understood what the other person meant. However, Yen Shu did not hesitate for a moment and agreed. Seeing this, Luo Tian also extended his right hand, and a bottle of 100 VC tablets appeared in his hand in an instant. When he was looting Walmart and buying medicine from the deputy director, he had hoarded a lot of these vitamin tablets in the space. Before the end of the world, this bottle only cost 2 yuan. But in the extremely cold post-apocalyptic world of scarce supplies, it is incredibly important. Just a small piece can provide the body with essential trace elements. After all, Luotian would not give away precious supplies like fruits and vegetables for free, and a bottle of VC tablets would barely be enough. You go open the corridor window and pay attention to the follow-up. When you hear this, Yen Shu was surprised and didn't understand what Luotian wanted to do. But she still obediently did as she was told. Opening the window, the cold wind blew her long hair up, covering her delicate oval face and her pair of charming hazel eyes. Soon, a small bottle was thrown from the 23rd floor. Pop! Yen Shu caught it firmly in her hand. Boom! At this moment, suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the neighboring building, Building 10. The violent explosion even shattered the glass on the corridors on several floors. Thick smoke billowed out through the broken windows. What is this? Luotian stood in front of the huge French windows, squinting at the rising black smoke. In this harsh environment, this is not a good sign. Master, what's going on? How could the building across the street explode? Baya also widened her eyes. Since the explosion was directly in front of Building 10. Due to the angle, the two of them couldn't see what exactly happened. At the same time, the news in the owners group was also rapidly scrolling on the screen. Presumably, the owners, who were also equally puzzled, were intensely discussing what had happened in the neighboring building. Building 10, I remember that in my previous life, there was a riot, but it was quelled by the policewoman Yen Shu. Luotian thought to himself, touching his chin. But now that Yen Shu has moved into the safe house, no one will stop the riot in Building 10. However, there is nothing to worry about, anyway, it doesn't affect me. If someone with no sense of propriety dares to come here, then just wipe out all the unruly people. Sister Rome, I'll leave CC in your care after I leave. Yen Shu didn't pay attention to the explosion, but gently stroked ECC's head and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of CC. Yaimengron nodded. Looking at Yen Shu, whose face was very rosy and whose mental state was more than twice as good as before, Yaimengron couldn't help but show a hint of envy in her eyes. I also want to go into Luo Tian's home. Yi Mengrong couldn't help but think to herself. If she could go in with her, Yi Mengrong would be willing to let Luo Tian treat her however he wanted. Even with Yen Shu. Unfortunately, compared to Yen Shu, the cool and beautiful policewoman, she is much worse in every way. After spending some time at home with the two of them, Yen Shu got up and left. After all, she only had an hour of free time. But before returning to the safe house, Yen Shu had one more thing she wanted to do. Xia Lan. Her face turned cold, and after closing the door to Yaimengrong's house, she quickly headed towards the 17th floor. Yen Shu wanted to see Xialan, who had tricked her into giving away her last food and forced her and Cici into a desperate situation, had nothing to say when she saw her again. She's the type of person who will never let go of a grudge. Click. With the master key provided by Luo Tian, Xialan's security door was easily opened. Yen Shu? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xialan, who had just come out of the bedroom, suddenly widened her eyes in horror. You weren't killed by Luo Tian? She was scared and kept backing away, not understanding why the other person could still be alive after causing trouble for Luo Tian. Do you really want me to die? Yen Shu sneered and slowly walked towards the other person. The other party had not only deceived Baya, but also herself. For such a treacherous villain, Yen Shu did not mind giving him a good lesson. Please don't hurt me, I still have a child to take care of. Xialan also knelt down and begged for mercy. She hoped that the other party would spare her this time for the sake of her child. The child? When she heard this, Yen Shu also narrowed her eyes. She was disgusted with Xialan, but after all, children are innocent. Xialan was doing everything she could to feed her child. Alas! Yen Shu let out a sigh. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Yen Shu glanced at the child quietly sitting on the sofa in the living room, head down and not saying a word, and whispered. No, don't go over there. No, Xialan was suddenly very excited. What are you worried about? I'm not going to hurt your child. Yen Shu sneered. But she didn't stop walking towards the sofa. However, as she got closer to the child, a look of doubt crept onto Yen Shu's pretty face. This child. Seems to be pale and terrible, without a hint of blood. Is he cold? Yenshu stood slowly in front of the other person and saw that the child had kept his eyes closed, so she reached out and patted him. You. It rolled. It was like a ball, and his head rolled to the floor. It rolled all the way to Xiaolan. Xiaolan's eyes seemed to bulge out of their sockets, and his mental state suddenly became extremely unstable. He grabbed his hair and yelled. Xiao Bao! Xiao Bao, what's wrong with you? Xiao Bao! It's not Mom's fault, it's not Mom's fault. Yenshu's pupils contracted, her face full of disbelief, and she muttered, empty? You took him? She clenched her teeth and clenched her fists in anger. Ha 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 ha. Xiaolan didn't know whether to cry or laugh at this moment. She probably knew that Yenshu would not let her off the hook. Xiaolan smashed her head against the French windows. With a large amount of broken glass, she fell from the 17th floor into the vast snow below. Chapter 80, Take a Shower First. After leaving Xiaolan's house, Yenshu walked nervously towards the 23rd floor. Of course. She was not affected by Xiaolan's suicide, and she didn't care whether he lived or died. Yenshu was now thinking about the words that Luo Tian had said to her before. After taking a shower. What else can I do? Yenshu couldn't help but bite her lips and recalled the voices of Baya and Li Ro in the days before. It sounds like it hurts. Just as Yenshu was daydreaming, she suddenly saw a man in front of her, holding onto the wall as he climbed the stairs, gasping for breath and covering his buttocks with his hands. The man froze when he saw Yenshu, and revealed a look of shock. Humph. Yenshu's face turned cold, and she snorted and walked quickly up the stairs. She never had a good impression of men who were attracted to her beauty. Of course, Luo Tian was an exception. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian sat on the sofa, looking at the surveillance camera and couldn't help but laugh. The guy covering his butt wasn't Yulin? Hey, what is Yulin doing on the 14th floor? Baya stood behind Luo Tian in a maid's outfit and pinched his shoulder. She seemed to have seen his figure in the surveillance camera many times recently. Every time, Yulin would come down from the 23rd floor to the 14th floor, then walk out with a look of pain on his face. Don't you remember? That guy named Jinda lives on the 14th floor. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. The other party frequently enters and exits a gay man's home. What else could he be doing? Puff. Baya suddenly realized and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She didn't expect that Yulin would do such a thing for food, and it seemed that he had been tortured by Jinda. That's terrible. What are you laughing at? Luo Tian's mouth curled up and said, wait for us to try it too. Hearing this, Baya was scared and her face turned even paler. She said in a panic, no, you can't, Mr. Yuji. It'll hurt. It's okay, you'll get used to it. No. Baya kept on cooing, looking at the two people playing around. Li Ro, who had just fastened her apron, could not help but sigh lightly. She glanced at the monitor, saw Yulin leaning against the wall, and Luo Tian sitting on the sofa playing with the maid, and couldn't help but sigh. They're both men, but why is there such a big difference? One is in heaven, the other is on earth. At this moment, Yenshu had already reached the door. Click. Luo Tian opened the triple-code fingerprint lock and let the other person in. Then he closed the security door again. Wow, Yenshu, you're back. Baya exclaimed in a lively voice. She seemed to have no worries, and was full of energy all the time. Welcome back. Li Ro also smiled gently. After that, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. Cooking time cannot be delayed. I'm back. Yenshu nodded. She looked at Luo Tianho, but suddenly lowered her head shyly. Go take a shower first. Luo Tian waved his hand. Yenshu had inevitably been contaminated with other people's blood during her trip, so she had to wash it off first. Yenshu replied softly. At the same time, Zhangwan, who lived on the 18th floor, carefully opened the door to his home. He lived on the same floor as Deng too, but in the back of the building, so he was always careful when he went out, for fear of bumping into the gangsters. It was because of his caution. Although they lived very close to each other, he had never once run into them outside. What's going on? Zhang Wen walked carefully along the wall on tiptoe, just like a thief. But when he passed Deng Tu's house, he was stunned. The door, which had been closed, slowly opened in the cold wind. Inside the door, there were a bunch of bodies lying in all directions. The blood that had already solidified and frozen was splattered all over the room. Deng Tu, they were all killed? Zhang Wen stared in horror, and couldn't help but sit down on the ground in fear. Someone! Come quickly! He was so scared that he ran to the other tenants, knocked on the door and explained the situation, but no one believed him. Deng Tu was killed? Ridiculous! He has so many men, all of them fierce and armed with machetes and hammers. Who could be so powerful as to kill them all without a sound? In the end, it was only after Zhang Wenlian took the photos that the other residents were shocked into believing it. That's great. Although I don't know who killed Deng Tu and his men, I thank him. When Deng Tu was around, I was always scared to go out and dig snow, for fear of running into them. Yes. Now I can finally dig the snow without worry. A group of owners, all with surprised faces, were standing in the hallway, discussing things intensely, and had surrounded Deng Tu's front door. Although not everyone came, there were still more than 20 owners standing here. Suddenly, one of the young men in glasses asked, "Who do you think killed Deng Tu? Could it have been Luo Tian?" When he said this, everyone was stunned for a few seconds, and then a middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No, it definitely wasn't Luo Tian. You all know that he would never leave his own home. How could he have done it?" The others agreed, yes, I haven't seen him outside since the snow started falling. It must have been someone else. I know, it could be the people from the next building, number 10. An old man said, trembling. I have a nephew who lives in building 10. He said that the building is in chaos, with many people joining forces to loot and kill. They even ran into other buildings through the underground parking lot. The explosion today was caused by those people. Hearing the old man say this, the residents who were watching the scene believed him. After all, they had seen the loud noise and the billowing black smoke through their windows not long ago. It's so scary. Is the world already so chaotic? You're stupid. Deng Tu and his men have killed many people. The law is now a piece of paper. The tenants who thought they were safe and had no hidden dangers were inevitably nervous again. After all, Building 10 is not far from them. They decided to go back and reinforce their doors, and they had to move all the furniture that could be used to block the doors behind them. Unfortunately, all the food in Deng Tu's house was looted by the people in the building next door. The kitchen was full of people, and it was disgusting. Otherwise, those boxes of food would be ours now. I saw it. They really did eat people. A few people plucked up the courage to take a look around the room. But they were scared out of their wits by the kitchen's human organs and ran out of the room. Even the timid ones had already started vomiting against the wall. I saw a woman carrying 2 large boxes of food from the 18th floor. At this time, one of the residents seemed to remember something and said with wide eyes. Chapter 81, with a knife in hand, follow me. Under the questioning of the other residents, the man told them everything he knew in detail. He also told them about Yin Shu's general appearance. I know that beautiful woman too. Su Chang told me before he died. He saw her enter Luo Tian's house. At this point, another resident spoke up. Yin Shu is beautiful and has a great figure. These LSPS won't forget after just one glance. Damn, Luo Tian is so lucky. This son of a bitch, food is so great. Grass, it's really great. Damn, he eats so much, and he doesn't even share with the neighbors. What a bastard. At this time, the residents could not help but angrily curse. They couldn't help but develop a lot of hatred for Luo Tian. They were starving and freezing every day, but Luo Tian was at home singing and dancing. How could they not be envious of this godlike life? After all, they all live such miserable lives. Moreover, now that Deng Tu and his gang of villains are all dead, they no longer have to flatter each other. Wait. You said that the beautiful woman entered Luo Tian's house, but where did the food she carried from the 18th floor end up? One resident cried out in alarm. Upon hearing this, The other residents also stopped their verbal and written attacks and froze in place. Right. Where could the food have gone? Could it be that all of it went into Luo Tian's house? I know, Deng Tu and the others were killed, probably in a revenge killing. After all, there had been rumors that Deng Tu had been at odds with a certain boss in the neighborhood. The tenant who said he saw Yan Shu said excitedly, as if he had guessed the truth. The people in Building 10 didn't know that Deng Tu and the others had robbed food from Auntie Wang and Dong Yan's house, so after killing them, they didn't search carefully and left in a hurry. But that beautiful woman found out that Deng Tu and the others had been killed before we did, searched out the food from Deng Tu's home, and then transferred it all to Luo Tian's home. The tenant was spitting and felt like Sherlock Holmes was alive. He had seen Yan Shu carrying a pile of food out of the 18th floor, and thought that she was following Deng Tu's orders. He was so scared that he didn't dare to look at her and ran away without a trace. Now that I think about it, I really missed a fortune. Damn, you make a lot of sense. It's well reasoned and convincing. So all our food is going to Luo Tian? In this situation, most residents are indecisive. After listening to the other party's analysis, they all blindly followed the other party's words. Perhaps it was their envy and hatred of Luo Tian that subconsciously made them believe him. After all, the people themselves are extremely short of supplies. This son of a bitch Luo Tian, he already had a lot of food at home, and it's fine if he doesn't share it with us, but now he's even taken away the food that belongs to us. No, he must give us an explanation today. Zhang Wen stood up and shouted angrily. His ulterior motives successfully ignited the jealousy of the other residents. Yes, we must demand an explanation. Luo Tian is a shameless villain. Let's go up together and make him hand over all the food. Hand it over. The residents shouted with clenched teeth, and for a moment the hallway was in chaos, filled with accusations against Luo Tian. When they faced Deng Tu and his gang of thugs who broke into their neighbors' homes, killed people, and looted supplies, the residents' response was to hide at home like ostriches and not even dare to leave their doors. But now, without any credible evidence, they want to rush to Luo Tian's house and demand an explanation, based on mere speculation. Because the residents felt that Luo Tian had been hiding at home, even if they went to look for trouble, they could not do anything to him. Luo Tian is not as cruel as Deng Tu. All I can say is that people's hearts are evil. Well, I think it's a bit risky for us to go find Luo Tian, don't you? A young man said with some concern. Although they are now outnumbered, with more than 20 people, Luo Tian has repelled Deng Tu's attacks several times on his own. No one would believe that the other side didn't have any tricks up their sleeves. Seeing that many people were hesitant, Zhang Wen, who was in the crowd, stood up again and said, "What are you afraid of? Even if he is really good, can he fight us alone with more than 20 people? Even if Deng Tu and the others survive, they will have to slink off to the side when they see how many of us there are." Hearing this, the residents felt a surge of courage in their hearts, and everyone was extremely excited. Yes. We are so many, but Luo Tian is only one person. What can he do to fight us? Does he really think he is Superman? Don't forget, Luo Tian's family has a lot of food. I think his family must have a huge freezer, otherwise how could they eat barbecue every day? Zhang Wen saw that his words had an effect, so he decided to continue to add fuel to the fire, and Luo Tian's family not only has barbecue, but also a group of beautiful goddesses. Not to mention anything else, just the big star by ya. I want to ask, who in your life can you get in touch with? Delicious barbecue. The goddess of your dreams. If they can break in, then they can enjoy everything. Isn't this a paradise-like life? Break in. Break in. Kill that son of a bitch Luo Tian. I want to eat barbecue and enjoy the goddesses. He must pay the price today. I don't know if it's the sperm or the hunger, but the residents are already jealous and crazy. It's as if they can see a wonderful life beckoning to them. Hey, Luo Tian, I wonder how long you can be arrogant. Zhang Wen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He has always secretly envied Luo Tian, who has been living a fairy tale life since the arrival of the extreme cold and snowstorm. Especially the big star Baya, who had always been treated as a god. After entering the other's home, Zhang Wen was even more heartbroken. Now that there is such a good opportunity, how can he miss it? Luo Tian, everything you have is mine, Zhang Wen. At this moment, several residents searched the house and found more than a dozen bloody machetes, baseball bats, hammers and other weapons. They were distributed to the others. Take the knife and follow me. Zhang Wen raised the machete and shouted at them. The other residents also shouted greedily with bloodshot eyes, kill Luo Tian and take the goddess. Eat barbecue and enjoy the wine. Chapter 82, The Owners Attack Luo Tian's House. More than 20 owners rushed up, screaming. They shouted slogans, and many owners who were hiding at home also heard the commotion, but they didn't understand what was going on, so they didn't dare to come out. And Zhang Wenyi and the others also tacitly did not notify the others. There was no reason. They simply felt that the more people there were, the less barbecue they would get in the end. We finally made it. It's a pain not having an elevator. It's exhausting to climb 23 floors. The group of people sat on the ground in an unpresentable manner, holding onto the wall or their knees and panting heavily. If they had known, they would have saved some energy and not climbed so fast. Hey, look, did Deng Tu and his friends make those marks on the wall? A young man pointed at the potholes on the wall in shock. At this moment, the crowd was surprised to discover the Luo family's outer walls were covered in hammer marks, and each crack revealed a layer of dark, sturdy alloy plate. Holy shit! The residents were shocked. No wonder Deng Tu and his gang of vicious thugs had been unable to get to Luo Tian on several occasions. It seems that the other side has turned their home into an iron fortress. The walls are made of alloy plates. They must be at least a few dozen centimeters thick, and there's no sound when you hit them. This is ridiculous. Such a strong wall, I guess even a cutting machine can't cut through it. Luo Tian must be crazy. Who would decorate their home like this? Everyone was shocked when they hit the solid alloy interior wall. Not to mention that there are more than 20 people here. Even if there were 200 more, there would be nothing they could do against this impenetrable wall of steel and iron. A month ago, I saw the construction team that came to Luo Tian's house. I thought it was just a normal renovation, but I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. A middle-aged man said with clenched teeth. What should we do now? The walls are so strong, and the doors must have been replaced. Are we going to return empty-handed? Someone asked in a depressed tone. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere suddenly became low, but they would not give up the goddess who was so close at hand, and the delicious barbecue. No one would want to do that. Shit, even if we can't get in, we can still make our voices heard. Zhang Wen's eyes flashed, and a vicious plan came to mind. He turned to the group and said, we're so many people, we'll stand at the door and loudly denounce Luo Tian. If he doesn't come out, we'll greet his family instead. Shout as loud as you can, 10 people take turns, and while we're yelling at him, we'll pound on the door with hammers. I don't believe we can't annoy him to death. At the very least, it will allow the other goddesses to see Luo Tian's cowardly face. Zhang Wen's idea made the owners light up. Yes. They can shout at the top of their lungs to greet the other family members. Maybe Luo Tian will be so desperate that he will open the door and fight with them. The alloy wall can stop them from getting in, but it can't stop the noise they make from getting in. This is a ruthless tactic. What the owners don't know is that in the living room, Luo Tian had already seen their plan of action through the camera. I thought only women were treacherous. Luo Tian picked up a cup of hot tea and shook his head with a smile. But I didn't expect. They were even more treacherous. 2 days ago, they were still flattering him frantically, but now they are rushing up in a panic, wanting to take his life. Master, these guys are so hateful. As soon as Deng Tu died, they started thinking about the supplies in the safe house. Baya pinched his shoulder and glared at the surveillance camera. Before, Deng Tu smashed open the doors of several households, and she felt very sympathetic towards them. Now it seems that Deng Tu really did a good job of robbing. Officer Yen should have waited a few more days to make his move, so that he could kill more scum. They're just a bunch of trash. Luo Tian sipped a sip of tea and said disdainfully. Since the other party has already decided to kill, and has come to the door to find trouble for themselves, then don't go back later, let's go to the underworld to accompany Deng Tu and the others. Luo Tian, give us back our food. We know you stole the food from Deng Tu's family. You're not a real man if you can't even go down and get the supplies yourself, but instead send a woman to do it. That's the property of all the residents, you must give it back to us and compensate us with half of the barbecue meat, otherwise this is not over. The owners outside the door have already started shouting through the security door. Even those with hammers in hand couldn't wait to swing them and start pounding on the heavy security door. They were hoping to lure him into a trap by provoking him. Damn, this door is really hard, it hurts my hand. Luotian, you have a box of instant noodles in your supplies, and I order you to hand it over immediately. And me too. My family's 2 boxes of bread and biscuits were stolen by Wang Dama, and now you've stolen them. Give them back to me. The greedy tenants cried out. At this moment, it didn't matter whether they had really been cheated by Auntie Wang or robbed by Deng Tu. Anyway, they were all fishing in troubled waters, hoping to get more food for themselves later. Although the owners were furious. A group of people smashed the door and cursed in the street. But the few people inside the house were not affected at all, and they couldn't even hear the sounds from the hallway. Ha ha, what a bunch of idiots. Luotian looked at the surveillance camera and couldn't help but laugh at the hard-working owners. These greedy guys must not have realized that he had already considered every possible situation when he was renovating the safe house. Therefore, the safe house has an additional function, deep noise reduction. The 10-level noise reduction function is on. On the large screen in the living room, the butler also displayed a large line of text. At this point, not only could you not hear the barking of the owner's dogs, you couldn't even hear a hammer hitting the door. The room was so quiet that Luotian could even hear the breathing of Baya behind him, who was massaging his shoulders. The sound of the snow whistling outside the window had disappeared without a trace. The high-tech smart security house is really great. Luotian put down the hot tea in his hand and smiled. The safe house he built is a fusion of the world's top black technologies, and even has many military-grade functions. All the other methods are just clouds. This is not just a simple iron box. However, Luotian was not prepared to stay in the room and defend passively. As the saying goes, when friends come, there is good wine, when wolves come, there is a shotgun. Butler, tell me how to make Molotov cocktails. Luotian stood up and said lightly. Want to eat barbecue? No problem, I'll satisfy you. Chapter 83, Taking Advantage of Me, huh? The butler quickly gave a solution. Good master. The main components of a Molotov cocktail are a fragile container, gasoline, and a cloth fuse. First, you need a glass bottle, then you fill it with gasoline. Don't fill it too full, because it might spill when you throw it. Finally, you insert a strip of cloth as a fuse into the mouth of the bottle. Note, both ends of the fuse must be soaked in gasoline. Very good. Luotian nodded, satisfied. These materials are very common, and he has a lot of them in his room, so it's convenient to make them. It was perfect for dealing with the greedy tenants in the hallway. Outside the door, the owners were still frantically pounding on the door, cursing and trying to force him out. In the living room, Luotian looked extremely relaxed. Use wine bottles as containers. They are fragile. Luotian took out a few empty wine bottles, then filled them with about 85% gasoline, and then cut a few pieces of cloth and stuffed them into the bottle mouth. However, the Molotov cocktail was ready. But Luotian wanted to make it more powerful. If he mixed in some engine oil, the flame would have a higher adhesion. Luotian's mouth curled up and his hands moved. After adding the oil, he didn't stop, but added a little more oxidizer. This would make the flame harder to put out. Finally, Luotian tied a small packet of aluminum powder to the bottle of the bottle. The aluminum powder can make the power of the bottle even more amazing, and the killing power is even higher. This time I'll see if you die. Luotian smiled devilishly. The Molotov cocktail, with so many ingredients added, was thrown into the middle of the crowd, causing unimaginable damage. Treating the enemy. He has no habit of being soft-hearted. Being kind to them is being cruel to yourself. Baya, Liro, come over here. Luotian waved his hand, and the 2 women each took a Molotov cocktail and lighter and stood next to him. After all, the residents in the hallway were not standing in a concentrated group, so Luotian directly made 3 of them. Baya was now closing her eyes and her hand holding the Molotov cocktail was shaking slightly. This is normal. She was once a national superstar who adored her fans, but now she has to indirectly kill someone. For Baya, the psychological pressure is not small. But she didn't refuse Luotian's order. Luotian glanced at her nervous appearance, pressed the lighter slowly, and whispered. Human desires are like rolling stones in the mountains. Once they start, they can't be stopped. There is no need to feel any psychological burden when killing them. He finished. He lit the fuse. Luotian opened the small window above the safety door, which was slightly larger. Luotian, come out quickly, don't hide at home like a mouse. If you don't come out, we'll keep banging on the door. I'll see if you can stand it. That's right, you'll never be able to go out again. Half of the residents were banging on the door, while the other half were standing behind them, watching the others bang on the door. At this time, the top of the security door opened. Before anyone realized what was going on, a Molotov cocktail was thrown from above. Boom! 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 And there were 3 of them. After the bottles were thrown, the window on the security door closed in an instant. As soon as the bottle hit the ground, it burst into a huge flame that engulfed half the corridor. In an instant, the corridor was engulfed in flames. Fire! Fire! Help! It hurts, I'm going to die in the fire. The residents began to scream in terror. Almost everyone became a ball of fire and was set ablaze by the fierce flames. They were all wearing cotton and down jackets, and the moment they encountered the flames could not help but burn more fiercely. The fierce flames burned fiercely even in the low temperatures of minus tens of degrees, like a fierce beast that instantly devoured everyone. Everyone screamed, feeling a searing pain in their bodies. Some tore off their clothes to try to get rid of the burning clothes, while others rolled around on the ground, only to find that the gasoline on the ground made the flames burn even more fiercely. Some even turned into a fireman and rolled down the stairs. Only at the moment of death did they realize how foolish their attack on the Luo family was. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Luo Tian. You will die a horrible death. Zhang Wen fell to the ground in pain, with no part of his skin left intact from the flames, and his hair and eyebrows had all been burned off. Before he died, he cried out in despair, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. At this moment, the corridor was like purgatory. Soon the enticing aroma of the barbecue permeated the air. However, because the safe house was well sealed and had advanced air filtration, the smell did not spread in. The devil, Luo Tian is a devil. Yulin hid behind the door and looked out through the peephole at the horror in the hallway. Help me! Suddenly, a hideous face slammed into the peephole and screamed. Ow ow ow! Yulin was so scared that he fell to the ground, and his crotch was wet. Of the 20 or so residents, only one was lucky enough to roll down the stairs. His screams were heard by other residents, who quickly used the fire extinguisher in the hallway to put out the fire. However, due to the extensive burns on his body and the lack of advanced medical equipment and conditions in the hospital, he died in extreme pain. The tenants who opened the door in response to the sound were all terrified and didn't know what had happened. In this extreme cold of minus 70 degrees, how could someone be burned to death? Could it be that there was a fire on the top floor? It seemed like there were many people screaming up there. At this moment, several residents in the crowd could not help but tremble. They had just been to Deng Tu's door, but they had not followed the others up. Now it seems that they have really escaped death. In the living room, Luo Tian sat leisurely on the sofa, turning off the noise reduction and the video surveillance in the hallway. The images were too tragic. He was afraid that Bai Ye and Li Ro couldn't bear it. At this time, Yan Shu, who had just finished taking a shower, walked out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. Did something happen just now? Yan Shu asked curiously. The bathroom was well soundproofed, and she could only hear a few words from the shower. Oh, Officer Yan. Bai Ye hugged her in her puzzled eyes and buried her head in her breasts. Yan Shu was taken aback. You're taking advantage of me, aren't you? Chapter 84, Property Owners Fighting Over Instant Noodles. After listening to Bai Ye's explanation, Yan Shu also understood the situation. Luo Tian actually used Molotov cocktails to get rid of them. Yan Shu was secretly shocked. She originally thought that Luo Tian had taken her in to deal with this kind of trouble, and would not have done it himself. But she didn't expect that Luo Tian would not only not take action, but that once he did, he would directly eliminate all the 20-odd people who came looking for him. In that case, I'm afraid that even without me, Luo Tian could have killed Deng Tu and the others by himself. Yan Shu couldn't help but think to herself. However, she also understood that Luo Tian was determined to stay in the safe house and would not risk going out for nothing. Finished showering? Luo Tian glanced at Yan Shu, and his eyes swept over her body a few times. Suddenly, her face turned red. She couldn't help but squirm her delicate body and use her hands to pull on her short bathrobe. Luo Tian, can you give me a piece of clothing? Yan Shu said with a rosy face. You can't wear a bathrobe as a dress. It's not bad at all. Bathrobes are also a type of clothing. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. He had no resistance to Yan Shu's display of feminine behavior. No, Yan Shu said in a shameful tone. The cold and beautiful policewoman in front of him was showing such a shy and lovely appearance that just looking at Luo Tian made him unable to help but want to execute the other party on the spot. He pulled her over directly. He took off her bathrobe. After a while, the other owners finally understood what had happened. It seems that Deng Tu was killed by someone from Building 10? And Luo Tian not only stole the food from Deng Tu's family, but also killed more than 20 people who went up to ask for food. This was a shock to them. However, the families of the more than 20 people who died were devastated. They never thought that their husbands would be killed so suddenly and leave them forever just because they went out for a walk. At Luo Tian, you are so cruel, you even killed your neighbor. Oh. You were with my husband, You killed him. At Luo Tian, do you know how many people your actions have ruined? You must take responsibility for this. Soon, the devastated owners frantically started to attack Luo Tian in the group chat. A group of bereaved tenants and many widows were all crying in the group. Luo Tian looked at the group message, pulled his hand away from Yan Shu's chest, and replied with a laugh, responsible? I'm responsible for you. They brought this on themselves, so they can't blame anyone else. As soon as he appeared, the news in the group exploded even more. Many residents were complaining that after the people in Building 10 killed Deng Tu, you had so much food in your home, but you still stole all the supplies that belonged to them and took them to your home. Others went up to ask for supplies, but you killed them too. They are all neighbors, why don't you leave a little room for everyone to live? Are you stupid? Luo Tian looked at the owner's stupid statements and snorted. He took a sip of the hot tea and said, everyone, you said that the supplies were yours, but when Deng Tu took them, you all pretended to be dumb. I didn't see a single person who dared to go to the door to ask for it. Look at this message. The group was silent for a moment. Ask Deng Tu for it? Who would dare to go? The other party would really kill him. Wouldn't it be digging his own grave to go and ask for it? But no one expected that Luo Tian, when he was angry, would be even more ruthless than Deng Tu. Now, although the owners are furious, they are only daring to vent their anger in the group. If they were to go and seek revenge on Luo Tian themselves, I don't think anyone would dare to go even if they were given the courage. However, after being reminded by others, Luo Tian remembered something else. That is, the more than 20 charred bodies in the hallway are still waiting to be disposed of. Although at a temperature of -70°C, there is no need to worry about the bodies rotting and smelling, they can't just be left there. Now that Yan Shu has cleaned herself up, Luo Tian doesn't want her to go out and carry the dead bodies again. After all, Yan Shu is his woman. Thinking about this, Luo Tian ignored the group of angry owners and posted another message at everyone, I have 2 things I need you to do right now. The owners were furious when they saw this. You just killed so many people, and now you have the nerve to ask us to do something? Are you out of your mind? Before the angry owners could reply, Luo Tian's next words made them swallow their beautiful words back down. There are a bunch of burnt corpses lying on the 23rd floor, so we need a few cleaners to move them all. Just move them anywhere, you can even throw them out the window. The reward is 10 bags of instant noodles, which the participants can distribute among themselves. First come, first served. As soon as these words were spoken, the owners who had just been scolding Luo Tian were stunned. 10 bags of instant noodles. It's too easy to get just by carrying the corpse. You have to know that many people have already run out of food at home. The reward issued by Luo Tian is simply too tempting for them. Me, I'm strong, I can help you move it. At everyone, leave the dirty work of moving the corpse to me, you can all go and rest. You're dreaming. The instant noodles are all mine. No one is going to take them from me. The owners who were just now united against a common enemy have now started fighting each other over the reward of 10 packs of instant noodles. Even the tenants who had lost their loved ones were desperate to join in the fight. While everyone was scrambling for the prize, many smart people had already rushed out of the door and headed for the 23rd floor, where they began to carry the dead bodies on the ground. Don't fight me for it. Don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Get out of here. I saw it first, you should be the one to leave. Get out of the way. Do you know whose corpse this is? It's my husband's. Shit, 6. Watching the crowd scrambling for the corpse on the monitor, Luo Tian couldn't help but say with a hint of amusement, what a bunch of clowns. For a few packets of instant noodles. This group of people are really ugly, they can even put aside their hatred and do things for themselves. However, this also shows how scarce resources are now. Chapter 85, What Do People Say? A group of owners worked hard to carry the dead bodies. In the midst of a blizzard, these corpses certainly won't be able to enjoy the services of a funeral home or a crematorium. The residents opened the corridor windows and threw the bodies down from the 23rd floor. During this time, Luo Tian even saw a lot of hungry residents on the surveillance footage, watching the charred corpses being roasted, and their throats involuntarily rolled a few times. Perhaps it was because there were so many people around that they didn't dare to do anything else. Hey, Luo Ge, we've cleaned up all the bodies for you. Right, can we have the food now? I'm so hungry, I'm counting on instant noodles to get me through. A group of hungry owners stood outside the safe house and asked cautiously. They were very humble at this point, for fear that Luo Tian would not pay them if he changed his mind. Well, that's good. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. It was only 10 packets of instant noodles, so he wasn't going to regret it. Besides, he might need to use these guys again in the future, so Luo Tian threw the instant noodles through the window without hesitation. This bag of instant noodles is mine. Don't fight me for it. Get out of here. I carried the most corpses, so I should get the most instant noodles. The residents were fighting over the instant noodles that were thrown out, and almost broke their heads. Some even got into a fight over the unequal distribution of the loot. Gee, this scene is similar to that of animals fighting over meat thrown by a zookeeper. Luo Tian took a sip of hot tea and said leisurely. Before the end of the world. The snacks that I spent 10,000 yuan on in the supermarket can now be snatched by the residents until they are bloody. This is only half a month after the extreme cold and snowstorm, and food is already so scarce. How will they survive in the future? Yan Shu couldn't help but shake her head slightly. At this moment, she was even more grateful that she had entrusted the rest of her life to Luo Tian. Because as long as Luo Tian is around, they can easily enjoy food and other necessities. They won't have to fight to the death for food like everyone else. In fact, they can live even more comfortably than before the apocalypse. Why, my beautiful police officer, is your professional nature overflowing again? Luo Tian hugged her slender waist and said. Hoof. Yan Shujiao snorted, and said with a hint of resentment, I won't have any sympathy for them a second time. She had already learned her lesson from the Xiaolan incident. However, thinking about this, Yan Shu also shook her head in sympathy and said, Luo Tian, can people's hearts really be that dark? The things I saw at Xiaolan's house last time. Hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile and said, people's hearts have always been like this. He changed the subject and explained, however, what happened in Xiaolan's house is not necessarily true. Why is that? Yan Shu raised her oval face and asked in confusion. That day, she saw with her own eyes that Xiaolan's child had been. In fact, a few days before you came in, Deng Tu and the others went to Xiaolan's house and didn't come out for a long time. Luo Tian seemed to be recalling something. If his guess is correct, this woman, Xiaolan, is also a person with a hard life. Ha! Yan Shumi's eyes widened. She didn't expect there to be another hidden story. In that case, although Xiaolan deceived her and took away all the food they had left. But it's not a crime that deserves death. Xiaolan's downstairs is a carport, and there is so much snow covering it that it may not necessarily kill her. Luo Tian pondered. However, none of this has anything to do with him. He doesn't care if a treasure mom lives or dies. Outside the corridor, 10 bags of instant noodles had already been snatched up, and many residents had bruises on their faces. One resident even became a national treasure. Although the corpse has been removed, the traces left by the fire are still too ugly. Luo Tian touched his chin and said. So? He took a bunch of cleaning tools directly from the space and threw them out, cleaned the hallway, and one person gets one more bag of instant noodles. More instant noodles? Okay. No problem, Luo Ge, we'll take care of it. We promise to clean it up for you. Brother Luo is so generous. 1 bag of instant noodles for each person. Ha 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 ha. The residents were ecstatic. They picked up the cleaning tools on the ground and began to clean the stains on the ground. A pack of instant noodles can keep them going for another day. It's a sure win. If anyone were to tell them that Luo Tian was wrong, the residents would be the first to jump out and refute the other party. Who says Luo Tian is selfish? Isn't this very generous? Anyway, we don't care. Whoever feeds us is our dearest father. Well done. Luo Tian looked at the residents who were cleaning the corridor on the monitor and couldn't help but laugh. Just a few bags of instant noodles and he can order them around as he pleases. And they don't complain. This kind of thing is so comfortable for me. Soon, the corridor was cleaned by a group of people. After receiving the instant noodles, the residents, who had been busy for most of the day in temperatures of -10s of degrees, also went down happily with their pay. And after they got home, they didn't forget to take out their phones and show off the money they got to the other people in the group who didn't get a chance to get any. I'm so jealous. They got 2 packs of instant noodles in such a short time. Why didn't I just run up to the 23rd floor? You bunch of old farts. I'm so hungry, can you share a piece of the noodles with me? The other residents also wailed in envy. Someone in the group had previously been jealous and said that Luo Tian would definitely regret not giving those people food, but now they were all slapped in the face. However, there is only one chance, and if you don't take it, it's gone. Luo Tian won't give them another chance. At Luo Tian, you are too despicable, using the food stolen from the Deng family as payment to us and treating us like dogs. One resident spoke up at this point. He expressed his hatred for Luo Tian's behavior of not treating everyone as human beings. That food was originally taken from their hands. Are you not stupid? Upon hearing this, Luo Tian also responded in the group with disdain. He didn't take anything from Deng Tu's family. The food is now in Yi Mengrong's house. I'm tired of eating barbecue, and I'm going to try seafood these 2 days. Who cares about stealing those few packs of junk food? In response to this, the residents couldn't help but collapse. Listen. What do people say? Chapter 86, Seafood Feast. Seafood? Who would believe that? You probably finished the barbecue meat already. Don't try to fool us. However, the resident who made the comment was very stubborn and said he didn't believe him. Once he posted the news, the group became quiet. It seems that the other residents also think so. Luo Tian has been eating barbecue for several days, so he must have almost finished it. How could he still have seafood to eat? You know, seafood doesn't keep for long. He must be bluffing. Seeing that no one was talking, the resident also became smug, as if venting his anger at not being able to get a porter's position at Luo Tian. Don't lie to us, you don't have any seafood to eat. You stole the food from the Deng family. In response, Luo Tian just smiled disdainfully. Just as Li Ro had finished her work. Fresh shrimp and corn porridge, salmon sushi, steamed hairy crabs, grilled octopus, Boston lobster. Plate after plate of aromatic seafood was brought to the table. It's time to eat. Li Ro took off her apron and said gently, dinner is ready. Wow. It smells so good. Today is a seafood feast, and I can't wait. Baya, with her long, silky, golden hair, jumped to the table and drooled over the food on the table. At Luo Tian, if you have seafood to eat, I'll slap myself twice and post a video in the group chat. The resident saw that he was not talking, so he sent another message. If not, you'll give me 2 packs of instant noodles. Seeing this, Luotian couldn't help but laugh. The picture is almost finished, right? It seems that this guy is so upset that he didn't get a place, and now he wants to get some food from him. Today, try the steamed hairy crabs from Poyan Lake. Luotian took a picture and sent it to the group. The bright color and delicate meat of the hairy crabs sent to the group shocked the owners. Holy shit! Luotian's family actually has seafood to eat. This is too extravagant. Looking at the alluring hairy crabs in the photo, the residents couldn't help but salivate, and the instant noodles in their hands didn't taste very good. There are hairy crabs, I want to eat them too. Oh my god, has Luotian been staying at home all this time? I suspect he goes out to buy food every day. Don't be silly upstairs, it's snowing so heavily outside, who can go out? Luotian must have stocked up on a lot of frozen food in the freezer, I'm so jealous. The residents in the group were envious. They have been eating non-nutritious snacks every day for the past 2 weeks, and their lips have become chapped and ulcerated. Now that they see such delicious seafood, they can't help but fantasize about sitting at the table and enjoying the tempting hairy crabs. Want to eat? Luotian Aite said, just now, the resident said. Luogu, can I eat it? The tenant, who had been so stubborn, now changed his tone and said in a humble manner. Call me dad and I'll give you some. Luotian sat leisurely in his chair and typed. Dad? The tenant said expectantly. Eat your mother's head. Luotian scolded him without mercy. You're joking. You don't really think I'll recognize you as my son, do you? You think you can eat seafood just by calling me dad? You. The tenant was so angry that he almost choked on his words. In the meantime, the other owners were also desperately begging in the group chat. Dad, can I call you dad? Give your son a bite. My son is starving. Luo-yi. I'm only asking for a crab leg, I'll be your slave. At Luotian, although you killed my husband, as long as you give me a hairy crab to eat, I will forgive you immediately. Although Luotian had already bragged about the barbecue in the group before. But every time someone starts begging for food, there will be a whole bunch of people begging for food right behind them. They can't help but think. What if? If Luotian is in a good mood, maybe he will really give them some seafood to eat. After all, in the afternoon, he gave those people who carried the corpse instant noodles. Ha, does Luo need your forgiveness? That's hilarious. At Luotian, if you give me seafood to eat, I can bring my daughter and serve you together. At this point, another female resident spoke up. Perhaps she felt that the temptation was not enough, so she added, you haven't enjoyed mother and daughter together yet. I can satisfy you. Just one seafood feast. If you want, I can even call my mother. In response, Luotian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. I'm a little tempted. What should I do? Just a few hairy crabs. It's almost like giving it away. You know, there are tens of thousands of hairy crabs in his space. At this moment, Yan Shu and the other girls who heard his words could not help but show a look of resentment. What does that mean? They're not attractive anymore, right? Forget it. Luotian shook his head, threw his phone aside, and ignored the group messages. If this female tenant and her family members had the same top-notch looks and figures as Yan Shu and her friends, it wouldn't be impossible to consider. Unfortunately, he had a little impression of this female tenant. The other party was not very good-looking, and her daughter was also skinny, which was not at all attractive to him. The few people began to enjoy the seafood feast. It tastes delicious. It's delicious. After the meal. In order to maintain their standard of physical fitness, a few hours later, the 3 women also came together to the room that had been converted into a gym. Since Yan Shu came in, Li Ro and Baya have been feeling more and more threatened. Look! Officer Yan's perfect six-pack and waistline. Not to mention, Yan Shu also exercises every day, at least 4 or 5 hours a day, all in the gym. We can't fall behind. Li Ro and Baya exchanged a look and fought with determination. Which woman wouldn't care about her figure? They all work so hard? When Luo Tianyi came in, he saw the 3 women working out hard and sweating. For the past 2 weeks. His physical training plan has not been neglected, and he has been slowly increasing the amount of training from dozens of push-ups and dumbbell lifts every day. Even the outline of his abdominal muscles and the lines of his body muscles were clearly visible. Luotian was also a little surprised. Normally, it takes about a month or even 3 months for a normal person to develop abs. Luotian took off his jacket and stood in front of the full-length mirror, looking at his body, which was becoming more and more perfect. But I only used half a month to get them. Not to mention, I feel pretty good. Chapter 87. Can you help Baya? After surveying his own body, Luotian couldn't help but set his sights on the 3 women in the gym. This time, he suddenly realized that their figures were also perfectly maintained. Yan Shu, the police flower, was lying down and pushing a barbell. A 100 kilograms barbell is too heavy for a normal person to lift, but the other person is not even the slightest bit stressed. Judging from her figure alone, she is undoubtedly the best and most beautiful of the few who exercise. And Baya, the national goddess and energetic girl. At this time, she is also doing her usual workout, yoga. Her flexibility is the strongest, and the one-legged horse pose is easy for her. All kinds of difficult moves are easy for her. Next to Baya is Li Ro, who is riding a bicycle. Because she is a little dissatisfied with her plump figure, she has decided to start exercising her thighs first. Of the 3 women, Li Ro is the most well-endowed. All I can say is, she's a little chubby. Looking at the scene in front of her, I ask, who can still calm down and exercise with peace of mind? Luotian couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. And gambling and drugs are mortal enemies. However, he still suppressed the thought in his heart. Fortunately, Yan Shu was here, so I could ask her if my workout results were normal. Luotian thought to himself. As a senior fitness enthusiast and a master of martial arts, she must know a lot more about the human body than he does. After listening to his question, Yan Shu also put the barbell on the rack and stood up, exhaling a breath of fragrance. Generally speaking, as long as nutrition is up to par, combined with some abdominal training, it is feasible to develop abdominal muscles in half a month. She glanced at Luotian's tight abs and couldn't help but blush. She quickly looked away. So, I don't think you need to worry too much. After all, the 3 of them eat some top-notch food every day, so there's no doubt about the nutrition. Really? Luotian touched his chin and thought, but I feel that the changes in my body are not as simple as they seem. He felt that his needs in some ways had increased a lot compared to before. Even the succubus Li Ro has been obedient and submissive after being lectured by him. Baya was even more stress-free. Forget it, as long as it doesn't do any harm. Luotian also didn't want to think about it. It's not his style to worry about the sky. After thinking about it, the slight pressure in his heart also disappeared, and Luotian instantly felt a lot more relaxed. After feeling relaxed both physically and mentally, Yan Shu also specially tailored a set of fitness methods for Luotian. This method, combined with various fitness equipment, can exercise the arms, chest muscles, thighs, and even the muscles of the whole body. It is more than twice as effective as his previous workout. And he also taught him a lot about fighting in combat. It can be said that he has simply entered the door. This made Luotian sigh in admiration. Yan Shu, this personal trainer, really won his heart. The personal trainers in the gym, who charge money to teach, are nowhere near as good as him. If he keeps training like this, it is estimated that it will not take long before his fighting ability will improve rapidly. His technique is good, but he needs to focus. Yan Shu helped him correct a mistake. I have to say, Luotian's talent in this area still surprises her. Compared to ordinary people, he's just too strong. Chapter 88. You actually have a gun? A few hours later, Luotian also took a refreshing hot bath. In this extremely cold temperature of -70 degrees Celsius, it is estimated that only he can enjoy such a luxurious life. Luotian sat on the sofa in his pajamas, feeling refreshed. At this moment, the host, Baya, smiled and said, I'm the first to finish. I'm coming out of the bathroom. After this period of time together, Baya is also becoming more and more attached to him. Li Ro and Yan Shu also came out of the bathroom after drying their hair. Yan Shu gently combed her silky black hair, and under her shorts were a pair of long, white legs. After seeing each other, Luo Tian also suddenly remembered that he had 3 pistols in his space. Yen, the police flower, come, I'll show you something good. Luo Tian patted the sofa next to him and said to Yen Shu. In response, Yen Shu's rosy cheeks could not help but show a hint of doubt, and she sat down gently next to Luo Tian. She didn't know what the other person wanted to show her. Here. Do you know what model of gun this is? Luo Tian took out a dark Glock pistol from his space and pushed it in front of the other party. He had taken it from the hideout of the robbers during the bank robbery before the end of the world. There were 3 in total, and he took out one of them. Because he didn't know much about firearms and had crossbows as a temporary substitute, these 3 deadly weapons had been forgotten for a while. Now that he has Yen Shu, a professional police officer, they are finally put to use. They don't have to sit in the space and gather dust anymore. Guns? The 3 women were shocked when they saw the pistol. Baya, who was leaning against Luo Tian, was so scared that she immediately clung to his arm tightly. They knew that Luo Tian had an infinite space, and that it also stored countless supplies. But they had never heard of guns being stored there. After all, this kind of thing is banned in China. Most people don't even know what it looks like, let alone have seen one. Baya, a big star, had never seen this weapon of mass destruction, let alone Li Ro, who was even more scared and pale. This is the Glock 19. Yen Shumi's eyes were also full of surprise, but with her extensive knowledge of firearms, she recognized the model from the appearance of the gun in an instant. As a police officer, she has her own service revolver. So, naturally, she wasn't as nervous as Baya and Li Ro, who were seeing a real gun for the first time. Take it if you want. Luo Tian saw Yen Shu staring at the Glock on the coffee table, her eyes revealing her love for it, but she didn't dare to touch it. No, I'm not going to touch it. Yen Shu heard him say this, but she still firmly shook her head. This is not like other things. It can easily take a life with just a light pull of the trigger. She didn't want Luo Tian to misunderstand anything. Don't worry, there are no bullets in the magazine. Luo Tian said with a smile. The 3 Glocks in the space, he specifically took the one without bullets. Hearing this, Yen Shu also took the pistol on the coffee table with great relief. The Glock 19 is a modified version of the Glock 17. It is smaller in size and weight, making it easier to conceal and carry. The standard magazine capacity is 15 rounds. It is used as a police gun in the beautiful country, and the basic police guns there are all of it. Yen Shu played with the gun, explaining as she did so. As a woman who chose to be a police officer as her profession, she naturally loves firearms, and even during her time on the job, she has won many shooting competitions. Luo Tian, where did you get this gun? Could it be? Yen Shu suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had remembered something. If I remember correctly, a while before the end of the world, the bank robbery she took over was committed with Glock pistols. And after they were all arrested, the 3 pistols that were hidden at the hideout also disappeared without a trace. Only the box of US dollars left there was untouched. Yes, I took the guns from those robbers. Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he admitted it directly. I still have 2 of these guns, and there are more than 400 bullets. Hearing this, Li Ro and Baya couldn't help but cover their mouths in shock. More than 400 bullets? If one person is killed with one shot, can't he easily kill more than 400 people? They were living in a fortress-like safe house, and they had a deadly weapon in the form of a pistol, with hundreds of bullets. They really couldn't imagine what kind of person could threaten Luo Tian. At the same time, a strong sense of security welled up in their hearts. The stronger Luo Tian is, the safer they are. Then why didn't you take it out before? Yen Shu was a little shocked. If Luo Tian had a gun in his hand when she first came in, she would have been killed the moment she pulled out her fruit knife. At the very least, she wouldn't have acted rashly. I forgot. Luo Tian shrugged. After all, I'm not familiar with this stuff. Yen Shu stretched her eyebrows and said softly, I can teach you. It only takes 3 days to master the basics of shooting. That fast? I thought it would take 2 months to learn. Luo Tian was a little surprised. With Yen Shu, a police officer, he definitely wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. It's not as difficult as you think. First, you learn the shooting theory, then you master the essentials of the movements, and the rest is basically live fire practice. Yan Shu explained with a smile. Of course. This is only a preliminary grasp of shooting. The difference between shooting and precision shooting is huge. While Luo Tian and the others were discussing firearms. 15th floor. Room 1503. Several residents with hateful expressions gathered together. Everyone, Luo Tian killed our loved ones and is now hiding in his room enjoying a nice meal. Can we stand this? A young man with a hideous face said to the others with clenched teeth. His brother was burned to death when he was attacked by those people and rolled down the stairs, dying in front of him. This also caused him to hate Luo Tian deeply. The other residents, some of whom had lost their husbands and some their sons, also harbored a deep hatred for Luo Tian. They gathered together to find a way to get rid of Luo Tian. So what can we do? Someone said angrily. Luo Tian's house is so strong that no one can threaten him. Even though they all wanted to kill each other. But the other side's home is like a fortress, and there's no way to break through the iron gate. If they rush over, they will end up just as miserable as those who died. I have a suggestion. At this moment, Wang Hongming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 89, Should we call for help? The person who spoke was Wang Hongming. He had just shouted dad to Luo Tian in the group chat, but he didn't expect to be humiliated so badly. Not only did he not get the food, he also lost face in front of a group of neighbors and became a laughingstock. Wang Hongming, what good suggestions do you have? Yes, tell us what you think. The other residents couldn't help but ask. Wang Hongming said angrily, Luo Tian is too strong. We can't do anything to him with just a few of us. You mean, get help from outside? One resident seemed to understand what he meant and said in shock. That's right, we must find help. Wang Hongming said with clenched teeth, and clenched his fists, don't forget, who killed Deng Tu and the others. It was the group from Building 10. Luo Tian hasn't been able to get rid of Deng Tu for so long, but those people from Building 10 killed them all in one fell swoop. This is the difference in strength. Hearing him say this, several other residents couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, and a look of surprise came to their faces. That's right. Deng Tu and the others were ruthless characters that Luo Tiandu couldn't even handle, but they were killed by the people in Building 10. What does that mean? The people in Building 10 are even more ruthless. Luo Tian only dared to hide at home, but this time they brought the entire building to deal with him. It must be impossible for him to escape. Wang Hongming, you're still quick on the uptake. One resident praised him, saying that he hadn't thought of asking the people in Building 10 for help. But why would they help us? We don't even know them. Besides, I've heard they're really brutal. They're no worse than Deng Tu and his gang. A female resident said in a somewhat frightened voice. What if we invite the wolves into our home? Her words were echoed by others. You heard that they are constantly burning and looting. What for? Food and women. Wang Hongming said coldly. The rumors about Building 10 have been spreading among the owners group for a few days now, because many of the people in this building know someone who lives in Building 10. According to them, half of the building is in the hands of a man named Zhuo Wentao. Zhuo Wentao, with his group of subordinates, has amassed a large amount of supplies through constant looting and killing, and has also taken many women. He and his subordinates eat and drink well every day. Some residents even offered their wives to him to save their lives, and then became one of his subordinates. Zhuo Wentao's favorite things are women and food, and Luo Tian's house has both of these things. Wang Hongming stood up and looked around at everyone. If we tell the other party this news, it is almost unnecessary to think about it. The other party will definitely lead their men to attack Luo Tian's family. Hearing this, the other residents couldn't help but light up. The young tenant who had lost his brother also said excitedly, yes, after all, what does Luo Tian usually eat? It's barbecue and seafood. Who is the woman he's playing with? The famous goddess Bai Ye. Such a huge temptation, no one can refuse. The other party will definitely find a way to kill Luo Tian, and all I have to do is watch the two sides fight to the death. But, who will notify the people? In Building 10? At this moment, a female resident swallowed her saliva and said. The atmosphere suddenly froze. From the rumors and pictures in the owners group, the brutality of those in Building 10 had already sunk in. If you go to their territory without permission, what if the other party has evil intentions? After all, they have killed a lot of people recently. Let's be clear, we women are not going. It's been rumored in the group that Juwento likes beautiful women, and if we go, we'll be like sheep entering a tiger's den. The female resident's words immediately drew the approval of several other women. This kind of thing must be done by men. The male owners present all looked at the women and then frowned. Damn it! You look like this, with pitted faces and waists thicker than buckets. Can the people in Building 10 look at you? I guess you must be much safer than us. But in the end, after the strong protests of the female owners, the matter fell to the other men. No. The male owners also kept passing the buck to each other, constantly deferring to each other. It was as if the high-quality self-control that had been lost before the end of the world had all returned. In the end, the responsibility fell on Wang Homing and the young tenant. Damn, what a bunch of wimps. Wang Homing just climbed out of the window, but then sank his foot deep into the snow. He could not help but pull out his leg and angrily shouted. Obviously, the families of the other tenants were all burned alive by Luo Tian, so in theory, their hatred should be much deeper than his, but at this critical moment, they all acted like turtles. Crackling. Ka-cha. The two of them used the shovel they had brought with them and began digging with all their might. The underground parking lot was buried very deep in snow. It was all white. This is normal, after all, it is snowing so heavily that the road may be covered by snow in less than a day. After digging for a while, the entrance to the underground parking lot was finally exposed. Let's go. The two looked at each other, dropped their shovels and went in without hesitation. Very quickly. With the help of the markings on the wall and 2 flashlights with low battery levels, Wang Homing finally reached the exit near Building 10. Unlike the snow-covered appearance of Building 9, there was still a lot of snow at the exit, but it was easy to dig out a passage to the top. It can be seen. This has been cleared several times by someone. Let's go, we've arrived at Building 10. Wang Homing turned around and said, but was shocked to find that there was no one behind him. Shit, where is everyone? Ran away? Chapter 90, come with me to see Zhuogu. Damn it! Wang Homing couldn't help but swear. He really didn't expect that the young man who had followed him would run away at the last minute when they had already reached Building 10. He was left alone. Should I go back too? Wang Homing looked at the entrance to the ground and a hint of reluctance also appeared in his heart. After all, those people in Building 10 were even more ruthless than Deng Tu and his men. What's there to be afraid of? With Luo Tian distracting me, I'll definitely be fine, not to mention that I've already made it this far. Wang Homing thought of Luo Tian laughing at him in the group chat, and a wave of anger suddenly surged up in his heart. He went straight out of the underground parking lot. Because the snow was very thick, he had to come to the 3rd floor and then climb in through the window in the corridor. What are you doing? Damn, there's an intruder. Catch him. Wang Homing didn't expect that as soon as he climbed through the window and into the hallway, he was discovered by several men who were coming towards him. The men were armed with baseball bats, buckets, etc. It seems they were there to dig out the snow. Aha! Stop fighting. I'm not an intruder. Wang Homing was punched several times and fell to the ground, holding his head and moaning. I'm here to see your boss. I have important news for him. He heard the sound of begging for mercy. Several men with fierce expressions on their faces lowered their baseball bats. You're a nobody, and you're looking for our boss? Are you worthy? Zhou Yunkun pointed at his head with a baseball bat in a dismissive manner. This guy is too suspicious. He sneaked in from the 3rd floor without making a sound. It's hard not to make them suspicious of each other's true intentions. After all, they had robbed a lot of people in other buildings in the past few days. Brothers, listen to me. There's a guy in our building named Luo Tian, and he's got a lot of food in his house. You'll definitely be interested. Wang Homing said flatteringly. The 2 blows to the head made his eyes flash with stars, and the pain also stirred up his fear. At this moment, Wang Homing looked at the several men beside him, whose faces were filled with murderous intent. His hatred-filled mind also came to its senses. He suddenly regretted it. Who is Luo Tian? He has a lot of food at home, but it's none of our business. Zhou Yunkuan weighed the baseball bat and looked at him with slanted eyes. Recently, under Zhuo Wentao's leadership, they have seized huge amounts of supplies. They don't even look down on the assets of ordinary households. Hey, big brother, you'll understand if you look at these pictures. Wang Hongming quickly took out his phone from his pocket, fumbled to find the pictures Luo Tian had sent in the group chat, and handed them to the other person. Zhou Yunkuan was originally disdainful. But after a casual glance, he couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes wide open. Holy shit, so many hairy crabs? And lobsters? Roast chicken? What the hell? It's minus 70 degrees Celsius in the extreme cold blizzard. Where did this guy get these delicious foods that make you want to bite your tongue? Zhou Yunkuan originally thought that the instant noodles, dried meat, and even the delicious canned luncheon meat that his group had snatched in the past few days were already the best food in the neighborhood. There should be no other residents who are more extravagant than Zhuo Gu. But this Luo Tian, who pretends to be a big shot in the owner's group, has blinded him with his arrogance. Tired of eating barbecue, he was ready to try seafood. Who cares about the junk instant noodles? Damn it! Zhou Yunkuan slammed a stick against the wall, staring Wang Hongming. Brother Zhuo gave us a few bags of instant noodles, and we all wanted to stab him in the ribs for him and offer our heartfelt thanks. This Luo Tian guy is so arrogant, as if instant noodles are shit in his eyes. Zhou Yunkuan shouted angrily. His words immediately made several men around him curse and swear. Damn it, is Yungu really that arrogant? Just listening to you, I want to smash his head open with a stick. Let me see what kind of delicacies he's eating. Several men spat out swear words and also gathered around to look at the screen of the phone. When they looked, they were also stunned. Slurp. I don't know who it was, but they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The delicious-looking hairy crabs and the roasted chicken, just looking at them made their mouths salivate. Are you sure this isn't a fake picture? It's snowing outside, but this guy still has all these good things to eat? He sure knows how to enjoy himself. Damn it, I can't stand it. This guy eats 10 times better than our Zhuo Gu, no, 100 times better. Zhou Yunkuan said with clenched teeth. At this moment, he made up his mind to report this to Zhuo Wentao, then gather people to break into Building 9 and rob the other family of all their food. And he would teach him a lesson. Let Luo Tian know that there are some things that you can't afford to do. As for whether the other party would resist, he hadn't even considered it. Ridiculous. We have more than 40 people on our side, not to mention that they can take down an entire building. Yesterday, I thought the 2 packs of beef jerky I took from the 2 old guys' house were the most precious food, but now, my mind has changed. This is like living like a king, eating big meals every day, better than I did a month ago. I can't stand it, I just can't stand it, I have to rob them of these things. The men all said with greedy faces. Their breathing was even heavy, and they couldn't wait to rush over with their weapons. Hey guys, Luo Tian's family not only has food, but he also hoards a lot of beautiful women. Wang Hongming saw the greedy look on these men's faces and let out a sigh of relief. He quickly went on to explain to them. Oh, beautiful women? Zhou Yunkuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. I'm not bragging. The beauties in our Zhuo's family will make your eyes pop out when you see them, he said with a look of disbelief. The car models at the exhibition have all become women of our Zhuo Gu. That face, that ass, you can't imagine how exciting it is. In response, Wang Hongming said mysteriously, do you know the national goddess Baya? Zhou Yunkuan and the others couldn't help but gasp. Shit, you're not saying that the big star is at Luo Tian's house right now, are you? A man spat and said. It was obvious that he was unable to control his excitement. That's the national goddess who dominates the search engine results every day on the internet. No matter what age, men and women alike will fall under her spell. Yes, the goddess Baya is now at Luo Tian's house. Wang Hongming nodded emphatically. All the residents of Building 9 know this news. On hearing this, Zhou Yunkuan grabbed him by the collar and said angrily, Go, meet the boss with me right now. Chapter 91, The Beautiful Doctor in Yuyin. 10th floor. Room 1001. There was a large brazier in the living room, and the wooden table and chair legs that had been removed were thrown in and burned with a crackling sound. 5 or 6 men were sitting on the sofa on the side, enjoying the warmth of the brazier, and more or less 1 or 2 women were accompanying each of them. On the coffee table was a pile of snacks, canned meat, and even 2 slightly rotten apples. "Zhuge, you're so bad." A heavily made-up car model on the sofa in the middle leaned on Zhuo Wentao and said in a soft voice. "Ha ha ha, bad? I have something even worse. Do you want to see it?" Zhuo Wentao loosened his collar and laughed. He looked very gentle, but the eyes of the men around him were filled with awe. It was because of Zhuo Wentao's leadership that they were able to gather together and take over half of the building, and loot a bunch of women and supplies. This prevented the group from starving to death. Of course, the fate of those residents who were robbed was miserable. "Big brother, I have something important to report." Just as a car model was about to lower herself to unzip his pants with a hint of shyness, Zhou Yunkuan burst in with a few men. "Yunkuan, can you be more composed? Can't you wait to talk about it later?" The good news was interrupted, and Zhuo Wentao's tone was a little displeased. Zhou Yunkuan was one of his most capable lieutenants, but he was always a bit reckless. "Hey, sorry, boss," Zhou Yunkuan said apologetically. Then, he excitedly pulled the nervous Wang in front of him. "Boss, this guy ran from Building 9. He has a message for you. There is a fat lamb on the 23rd floor of Building 9 with a lot of supplies." On hearing this, Zhuo Wentao, however, remained calm and even squeezed his hand tightly, saying, "We've robbed so many fat sheep in the past 2 days, and this trivial matter still makes you so excited. We've already looted more than 20 boxes of instant noodles and 3 or 4 boxes of canned food, not to mention other things." Zhuo Wentao said disdainfully. "No matter how fat that guy is, he can't be as fat as me." Seeing that his brother didn't believe him, Zhou Yunkuan, however, was not worried. He smiled and said, "Brother, when this guy was talking, I also didn't think it was a big deal. Look at this," he said. He also promptly opened the group chat on his phone and handed it over. "Ha? Seafood feast? Barbecue?" Zhuo Wentao's eyes widened in shock. The movements in his hands stopped. Even the 2 car models next to him were staring at the screen of the phone, and their mouths involuntarily dripped with saliva. "Hey, boss, you were shocked, weren't you?" Zhou Yunkuan chuckled. "I was shocked too. The roads are blocked by a severe snowstorm, and the temperature outside is minus 70 degrees. Where did this guy Luo Tian get this kind of delicacy from? And that big star, Baya, is at his house. Incredible, isn't it?" The surrounding henchmen were also attracted by their conversation and, after looking at the photos on their phones, were all greedy. "I'm so fucked, Zhuge, this Luo Tian is really a big fat sheep. I'm going, are you sure the information is correct? Baya, the national star, actually lives in Building 9? That's my goddess. How could such a good cabbage be taken by a pig?" The men were so excited that they wanted to leave right away. It was as if everything was under their control. The news is true, and everyone in Building 9 is going crazy. Zhou Yunkuan patted his chest and promised. "Damn, this guy can act better than I can." Zhuo Wentao flipped through the chat history of the group. He couldn't help but sneer. It seems that it's time to change the original plan. This fat sheep must be slaughtered as soon as possible, otherwise the delicacies will be ruined. And that national goddess Baya is only worthy of a successful person like myself. When the time comes, I'll take her for myself and enjoy her. And make her pregnant with my seed. Yunkuan, you go and inform the others to give up on the guys upstairs first," Zhuo Yuntao ordered. Under the temptation of delicious food and the star, he could temporarily ignore the tenants on the upper floor. After all, his own men are keeping an eye on them, so it's hard for those lingering creatures to escape. "Yes, boss," Zhou Yunkuan said excitedly. Whenever Zhuo Yuntao led everyone into battle, everyone got a reward in the end. There were several bags of instant noodles and bread, and even the 2 car models were contributed to let everyone play for a night. Therefore, the 40-odd people under his command are very loyal to him, and they are full of energy every time they act. "Brother Zhuo, are you sure we should give up on those guys upstairs first? Most of them were injured in the attack this morning. If we don't take advantage of the situation, with that female doctor in Yuyan there, I think the other side will recover quickly." At this point, a trusted subordinate reluctantly made a suggestion. He had long coveted the female doctor with the long, slender legs and the oval face. If they could take over the upper floor, then he could enjoy her. Just thinking about that wonderful scene, he was incredibly excited. What's the rush? Zhuo Wentao said nonchalantly. Even if there is that bitch in Yuyan, we don't need to worry. After all, their medical supplies are limited. Seeing that his boss had made up his mind, the trusted subordinate had no choice but to reluctantly retreat. Everyone get ready, grab your favorite tools, tonight we'll have a carnival party and enjoy the performance of the national goddess. Zhuo Wentao patted the coffee table and said to everyone in a spirited manner. On hearing this, every subordinate present let out a cry of excitement. How could they not be excited to be able to play with such a great goddess? Boss, I think we need to think about the attack method. Zhou Yunkuan hurriedly reminded him. He was afraid that one of his own men would be killed by the opponent's Molotov cocktails. Under his explanation, everyone was a little shocked. The door is very sturdy, the walls are made of alloy plates, and several hammers can't break it? There is an opening above the door, and Molotov cocktails are thrown? Zhuo Wentao said in shock. This guy called Luo Tian has actually turned his house into a fortress. I'm afraid there's something wrong with his brain. It seems that the means of direct attack is invalid. If we charge directly, all of his men will become barbecue. Chapter 92, Night Attack. Hey, everyone, I've told you all the news. Wang Hongming smiled slyly and said that he had seen that things were almost settled, and he had also begun to feel a desire to retreat. The longer we stay here, the greater the danger. Okay, get out of here. Seeing that the other party was useless, Zhou Yunkuan also didn't bother to talk to him, and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, brothers, I'm leaving. Wang Hongming nodded quickly and turned to walk towards the door. As he walked, he was secretly pleased that he had left so easily. The other party had not given him any trouble at all, and all their attention was on Luo Tian. At this point, Wang Hongming even despised the group of cowards in his heart, and determined that the first thing he would do when he got back was to mock them mercilessly. Boom! Wang Hongming was knocked unconscious by a heavy blow to the back of his head. Looking at him lying on the ground, Zhuo Wentao wiped the blood off the baseball bat with a cloth and said coldly, "Still want to leave? What do you think this place is? You can come and go as you please?" Seeing this, Zhou Yunkuan was also a little confused. Boss, this kid is no threat to us, why did you do it? This guy must have some kind of grudge against Luo Tian, and wants to use us as a gun. Zhuo Wentao handed the baseball bat to his subordinate and sat back down on the sofa. He could see Wang Hongming's little scheme at a glance. Besides, what if this is a conspiracy of Building 9? We have a lot of enemies, and killing him can prevent the information from being leaked back. Zhuo Wentao said calmly. This is his true purpose. As a cautious and suspicious person, anything that could cause adverse consequences must be eliminated in advance. You are the boss, you are really thoughtful. Zhou Yunkuan and several of his henchmen all said admiringly. Look. This is why he can only be a thug. Lao Yu, I'm counting on you for this operation. Zhuo Wentao said to an old man next to him, who was hugging a woman and nibbling on her. Yu Zhengqi is an experienced locksmith. He can easily open any door, whether it is a security door in a residential area or a high-end electronic lock in a villa. With the other party there, the security doors of those residents are virtually useless, so there is no need to break down the door with any effort. Because of the other party's reliable craftsmanship, when they heard that Luo Tian's home's security door was very strong, Zhuo Wentao and his men were not worried at all. No matter how strong the door is, what can they do if they throw Molotov cocktails? Just block the door opening and then a few people can hold it up. What can the other side do to them? Once the door is broken open, Luo Tian will be a lamb to slaughter. Almost everyone thinks so. The operation will begin at 3 o'clock tonight. Zhuo Wentao thought for a while and said, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's the perfect time for them to sneak up to the 23rd floor without being noticed, and then have Lao Yu quietly open the lock so that the other party can be killed in their sleep. They won't even have to use Molotov cocktails. You're the boss, that's a great idea. Hee, I'm coming for the seafood feast. I'll be playing with the goddess in his house. The henchman also laughed wickedly. Just thinking about the terrified look on the other party's face and the goddess by his face filled them with a perverted pleasure. The act of recklessly taking control of the other person's life and killing them was simply too fascinating. since it was still early. So they weren't in a hurry, and while playing with the woman in their arms, their thoughts were all on Building 9. The national goddess, who I could only look up to before, now has the opportunity to play with her. We agreed that when we break in, I get to enjoy her first. Piss off. Where did you put the boss? You're only good for licking the goddess's pussy while Zhua comes first. He said. The group of people couldn't help but burst into laughter. The trusted aide who was being ridiculed didn't get angry, and he laughed. That's fine. The goddess's jiao must be fragrant. I'll just suck it like an ice cream. Okay, you take the left foot, I'll take the right foot. I'll use my right hand. Then I'll use my left hand. What about me? You're all having fun, what about me? How about I use my hair? It was 2:30 in the morning. Zhou Yunkuan and his group quietly left the house under the cover of night. They followed the underground parking lot and arrived at the vicinity of Building 9 without any problems. Don't say it. With the underground passage, it was much easier to move around, and there was no need to expend energy trudging through the thick snow. The tunnel that Wang Hongming dug out in the afternoon. At this time, it had already been covered with a thick layer of snow, but with the cooperation of several people, a path was quickly dug out. Go! The 6 of them looked at each other and climbed up in silence. These people are all good at Zhuo, because this operation is to take advantage of the night to attack the other side, so it is useless to bring too many people, and it is easy to make noise and let the other side find out in advance. As long as they can secretly open the lock, then everything will be fine. Zhou Yunkuan took the lead, and the 6 of them climbed up to the 23rd floor in an orderly manner. After deliberately controlling their footsteps, they made as little noise as possible even though it was quiet at night. Soon, the group arrived at the 23rd floor, outside Luo Tian's door. Lao Yu, it's your turn. Zhou Yunkuan gave him a look. The old man, nicknamed Lao Yu, also gave a reassuring look, opened the toolbox he was carrying and squatted in front of the security door. He also turned on the overhead light. As a locksmith who has been doing this for half his life, Yu Jingqi believes that there is no door lock he can't open. If there is, it must be the lock on the security door of the bank vault. 5 minutes later. Old Yu's back was sweating. Damn, this door lock is so complicated, it doesn't match any locks on the market. He cursed in his heart. And the structure of this door is very complicated, as if there is another layer of lock inside the lock. Even if he opens the first lock, the second lock will keep him out. What's more, he didn't even have a clue how to open the first lock. 10 minutes had passed. Lao Yu was crouching in front of the door, about to collapse. He was so frustrated that he even wanted to stand up and yell, "What kind of broken lock is this? Can it be opened with a key?" At that moment, with a loud creak, the security door slowly opened. Seeing this, Zhou Yunkuan and the others who had been waiting couldn't help but be excited. Old Yu is truly a master at picking locks. When we break in later, you can choose your left and right feet first. Listening to the praise of his companions, Old Yu, who was crouching in front of the door, was puzzled. What? But I didn't open the door. The lock is too complicated, I don't understand it. When Zhou Yunkuan and the others heard this, they were stunned. You didn't open the lock? Then who? Who opened it? Chapter 93, Gunshots in the Middle of the Night. The security door opened. A dark pistol, in the bright light of the room, was aimed at the old man who was crouching on the ground. Luo Tian was wearing pajamas and had a playful smile on his face. Yan Shu, dressed in polar-resistant clothing, was also standing by his side, ready for action. A gun? After you saw the situation, he was so scared that he went dumb. What is going on? Why does the other party have a gun? The kid didn't say anything this afternoon. The people standing behind Zhou Yunkuan were even more stunned. Although there were only 2 people on the other side and 6 of them on their side, the situation should have been one-sided. But if the other side had a gun, it would be completely different. If the other party pulls the trigger, they can easily kill them. What's more, they are now within 7 steps of Luo Tian. Don't be afraid, the gun in his hand must be fake, just to scare us. How could an ordinary person have a gun in his hand? Zhou Yunkuan said with a cold smile. His words calmed the other people down a bit. Right. How could an ordinary person have a gun? If the other person was holding a real gun, then what are we waiting for? We would have already shot. Just as they were thinking this. Bang! A gunshot. Lao Yu fell to the ground. He was dead in an instant. Aha! It was a real gun in his hand. What should we do about Brother Kuan? Hey! Brother Kuan, you! The other 4 men cried out in horror, and when they turned to ask what to do, they saw that the other party had already left them and was running 5 or 6 meters away. Sorry, guys. You guys take the blame for me first. Zhou Yunkuan thought to himself, gritting his teeth, and the speed of his sprinting became even faster. It was the middle of the night, and Lao Yu couldn't even open the door lock. The other guy was opening the door for him, so there was no way the gun in his hand could be fake. Unless, this Luo Tian has gone crazy. So when he shouted those 2 words, Zhou Yunkuan was prepared to sacrifice the other people to save his own life. Bang! 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 Luo Tian turned the gun around and aimed at the people in front of him before pulling the trigger. The bullets whizzed out of the barrel at high speed, instantly blasting the heads of 3 people. Not bad, a pistol is much more fun to use than a crossbow. Luo Tian blew on the non-existent white smoke from the barrel and smiled. He could shoot accurately at a target within 5 meters with his eyes almost closed, so he didn't have to worry about the problem of hit rate. At this moment, there was still a man outside the door. He stood at the door with a terrified look on his face, trembling with fear. His companion had already died in a matter of moments, and Zhou Yunkuan had used them as human shields and ran off without a trace. Suddenly, a warm stream of blood gushed out from under his crotch, and when it met the sub-zero temperatures, it instantly froze into a layer of ice. Please, don't kill me. The man begged desperately. He hoped that Luo Tian would let him go. Tell me where you are from and who sent you here. Luo Tian held the pistol, the cold muzzle pointed at his head. His tone was as cold as the 70-degree below zero air. Unless you let me go, I'll tell you. The man said in a trembling voice. Bang! Luo Tian pulled the trigger directly. The other man fell to the ground in a state of shock, eyes wide open. Heh, you're not in a position to negotiate with me. Luo Tian said with disdain. Even if they don't say anything, I can find out for myself. Since the other party is so annoying, it's better to go straight to hell. If you have anything to say, go tell the other party. One of them has escaped, but it's not a big problem. Go and kill the other one. Luo Tian said to Yan Shu. In a minute, the other party won't be able to escape far, and in such a dark environment, they probably haven't gone down more than a few floors. Yan Shu nodded and walked toward the corridor. She had not moved just now because she wanted to protect Luo Tian's safety. After all, it didn't matter if the people ran away, Luo Tian's safety was the most important thing. I have to say, these people came at just the right time. Luo Tian had just learned the theoretical knowledge of firearms from Yan Shu, and they came to the door to give him a vivid live-fire shooting drill. This has allowed Luo Tian to instantly improve his grasp of firearms. After all, it is completely different to have fired a gun and not to have fired one. At this time, the corridor was pitch black, especially at this late hour. It was not known how many people were coming, and there was no way of knowing if there were any ambushes. It would be unwise to go after them directly. However, since Luo Tian has spoken, Yan Shu will carry it out. Click. She turned on the shoulder light, and a bright cylindrical light immediately illuminated the front. The emergency lights in the hallway had long since broken down. Without a light source, it would really be pitch dark. Dong. Dong. It would be difficult to catch up normally, so Yan Shu rolled over and rolled down the stairs, very fast. In less than 10 seconds, she had gone down 2 floors. Butler, bring up all the surveillance footage. Luo Tian said lightly. Although he told Yan Shu to chase after him in the dark, he had to check the situation in the corridor to avoid the possibility of the opponent having accomplices to support him. If there is an ambush, Luo Tian will directly tell Yan Shu to return. After all, a small minion can run away, and Yan Shu's safety is much more important than the opponent's. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Luo Tian was already fast asleep. When Zhou Yunkuan and the others entered the apartment building, the housekeeper had already discovered it through the surveillance system, but he had not determined the purpose of the other party, so he did not wake Luo Tian at first. Instead, he waited until the other party reached the 21st floor before waking Luo Tian. Good master. All the surveillance cameras have been activated and it has been confirmed that there are no other people gathered together because of hatred and plotted to contact the people in Building 10 to come and cause trouble for him. And the bait was probably the food that he had posted in the group. Should they be eliminated? Yan Shu's eyes also turned cold. In the past, she was a police officer who protected the people, and everything was done from the perspective of the people. But now it's different. If anyone threatens Luo Tian's safety, she will absolutely use her iron fist to wipe them out. No, they will pay the price sooner or later. Luo Tian said with a cold smile. At the latest, after I have confirmed and eliminated the threat in Building 10, they will go down to meet their doom. At this time, the owners group also started to send messages. What's going on? I think I heard someone screaming and there was gunfire. Is the police here to save us? Dreaming, I heard someone screaming and running away in the stairwell. I guess it's more likely that a gunman came in. The owners were sending messages back and forth. The more they talked, the more worried everyone became. Did the gangsters just die, and is there a new threat so soon? At this time, the owners who participated in the search for Building 10 were all hiding at home, shivering. While others don't know what happened, they know very well what happened. It was definitely the people from Building 10 who came to attack Luo Tian's house at night, but they were repelled by the other party with guns. Luo Tian, he has a gun. They were even more terrified and decided to keep the incident to themselves and never mention it again. But what these people don't know is that Luo Tian has already seen their behavior through the surveillance cameras. It can be said that from now on, their lives are in a countdown. Everyone should go to bed. It should be fine tonight. Luo Tian looked at his watch. It was already 3:30 in the morning. Baya was already confused and started to nod her head. Oh. Hearing his words, Baya stumbled and walked to the side with Li Ro. At the moment, she and Li Ro were living in the same room, while Yan Shu had her own room. At this time, Yan Shu had already taken off her polar cold-resistant clothing. She hung her clothes on the hanger next to her, and under her slim waist were a pair of long, straight legs. Yan Jinghua, I seem to have forgotten something. Luo Tian walked directly over and embraced her slender waist. He leaned over and whispered in her ear. What did I forget? Yan Shu blushed and said. Because she has been teaching Luo Tian about firearms these days. So, she hasn't contributed her first kill yet. At this moment, Luo Tian was also excited. However, because they had just repelled the minions of Building 10, the boss behind them had not yet revealed his true identity. It was possible that Yan Shu would need to go out to fight the enemy again next time. So Luo Tian let the other party go. Come to my room, Luo Tian said with a smile. Oh. Yan Shu's face turned red and she said. She obediently followed him into the room. At this point, Luo Tian decided not to fight with the other party, lest it affect his combat effectiveness. Now, he just wants to sleep with a big pillow in his arms. Chapter 95. Are you afraid? It's already noon. Oh, no. The sun has lost most of its heat and there is almost no sunlight. The sky outside is always gray, and the only thing that never changes is the never-ending snow falling from the sky. Building 10, Room 1001. Zhuo Wentao sat on the sofa with a gloomy look on his face. The two car models that he used to love so much were now being neglected. 8 hours. It has been 8 hours since Zhou Yunkuan and his group went to Building 9 last night. There has been no news during this time. According to the plan, they should have returned to Building 10 before 5 a.m. this morning. At this time, the other henchmen sitting on the side sofa also had ugly expressions on their faces. Zhou Yunkuan hasn't been heard from for so long. I'm afraid this situation is very bad. If you think the best, they were captured by the other side. If you think the worst, all 6 of them are dead. Boss, Yunkuan, and the others. Yu Feiyang said hesitantly. He is one of Zhuo Wentao's trusted men, just like Zhou Yunkuan. Yesterday, he wanted to go first, but Zhou Yunkuan got there first. From this perspective, The other party really sacrificed himself for others and saved him from disaster. Without a doubt, the person is already dead. Zhuo Wentao said coldly. He made it clear to everyone, even though they all knew it, but were afraid to say it out loud. On hearing this, everyone was silent. They had no idea where the plan, which was so sure to succeed, had gone wrong. It was late at night, and the other party should have been sleeping soundly. Zhou Yunkuan and the others had Lao Yu to open the lock, and there were 6 times as many of them as the other side. Even if they were discovered by the other side, they wouldn't be wiped out completely, would they? Even if they couldn't win, could they really not escape? Thinking about this, a shadow fell over everyone's mind. They seemed to know very little about the opponent, only that the opponent's doors and walls were very strong. There were also homemade Molotov cocktails, but they knew nothing else. Some were happy, others were worried. The 2 women who Zhuo Wentao had assigned to Lao Yu couldn't help but exchange a glance at this moment, and the light of surprise shone in their eyes. Good riddance. If it weren't for the crowd in Zhuo Wentao being there, they would have almost burst into cheers. There were so many people present, and they were serving an old man in his 70s, and it was a daily torture. They had to pretend to be happy even though they didn't feel anything. Fortunately, they are now free. Go and find out what happened last night in Building 9 and report back to me later. Zhuo Wentao pulled a car model over and fondled her. The car model immediately looked pained. Yes, boss. Yu Feiyang replied and quickly opened the door and walked out. There were so many people in Building 10 that it was inevitable that there would be a few residents who knew someone in Building 9, so it didn't take Yu Feiyang long to get the information he needed about what happened in Building 9 last night. He pushed open the door in a panic. Boss, it's bad. Boss. Yu Feiyang rushed into the living room, panting. With a look of fear in his eyes, he said, according to the information I just got, the residents of Building 9 all said that they heard gunshots late at night. And there were also screams of people running away. A sharp-eared resident said that the gunshots were definitely from a pistol. Gunshots? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yuntao and several of his trusted subordinates were shocked. Zhou Yunkuan definitely doesn't have a gun. Then, who made the gunshot? Luo Tian. Zhuo Wentao said with clenched teeth. He had calculated everything, but he had not calculated that the other party had a gun. In this case, it is only natural that Zhou Yunkuan and his men fell into the hands of the other party. If he had led the team last night, he might have been shot dead by now. Zhuo Wentao's strength was too great, and the car model almost fainted from the pain. But she still gritted her teeth and didn't dare to scream. If she dared to scream at this time, then dozens of people would definitely come to her room tonight. Yu Feiyang, are you sure the information is true? Could it be that the residents of Building 9 made it up? Zhua is so powerful, but he didn't even get a gun. How could Luo Tian, an ordinary person, get such a thing? I don't believe it. This must be a conspiracy by the residents of Building 9. The other henchmen sitting on the sofa couldn't help but say with a doubtful look on their faces. The news is too suspicious. They suspected that Luo Tian had teamed up with the residents of Building 9 to spread false news to them. I'm not lying to you. More than one person in Building 9 heard it. It's been spreading throughout the building. If you don't believe me, I have screenshots of the news. Yu Feiyang was also anxious when he saw that they didn't believe him. This is the news he personally found out. If it's fake, doesn't that mean he's incompetent? After confirming the authenticity of the news, everyone in the room was silent. Luo Tian not only lives in a house as sturdy as a turtle shell, but also has Molotov cocktails and pistols in his hands. Can this be called a fat sheep? Obviously not. The opponent's status has changed from a lamb to be slaughtered to a ferocious beast that devours people. Most people are scared of guns. It must be very easy to rob an unarmed resident, and even very enjoyable. But if the other person has a deadly weapon? Brother Zhua, let's forget about this Luo Tian. A trusted subordinate swallowed his saliva and said carefully. His suggestion was the voice of the majority. The loot from the previous robbery was enough to keep them in luxury for a while, but now it seems very unwise to risk eating peanuts and delivering a human head to Building 9. Now that they have all the supplies they need and all the women they want, everyone is very satisfied with their lives. In response, Zhuo Wentao's face was very gloomy. Are you afraid? He looked around with a cold stare and said. Everyone lowered their heads in shame under Zhuo Wentao's cold gaze. You are all my most trusted henchmen. You did a great job when you looted those residents. Zhuo Wentao said coldly. Now that you're enjoying the good life, why are you all so afraid of death? We have more than 40 people, how can we be scared by Luo Tian alone? He shook his head in disappointment. If this gets out, where will I, the boss, put my face? How can we command respect in the future? Hearing this, the henchmen also lowered their heads in shame. Yes. They clearly had more than 40 people in their hands, and they had taken over many buildings. Now they were scared out of their fighting spirit by Luo Tian alone. It's really embarrassing. After all, they haven't even seen Luo Tian in person yet. Brother Zhua, what should we do? If you give the order, everyone will charge. Yu Feiyang also said with a shameful grin. If Zhou Yunkuan were here, the other side would be so arrogant as to say that he would be the first to take the lead. He can't be outdone. The other henchmen were also inspired to fight and looked at their boss with shining eyes. If that doesn't work, we'll use the human wave tactic. We'll pile up and kill the other side. Don't worry, Luo Tian probably doesn't have many bullets. Maybe he's already out of bullets. Zhuo Wentao said coldly. It's not like an ordinary person would keep a gun at home. This isn't the United States. The pistol was probably found by the other party by chance, from the corpse of a police officer who froze to death in the snow. Or maybe it was a gun that a police officer who was short of food traded for food. Anyway, there was only one clip of bullets. Zhuo Wentao guessed that last night, Liu must have broken into the room, and the other party, caught off guard, drew his gun and fired back, killing Zhou Yunkuan and the other 5 people. Luo Tian could only fire a few more shots at most, and the gun would become a piece of scrap metal. After all, domestic gun control measures are not generally strict. After listening to Zhuo Wentao's analysis, the eyes of the other henchmen suddenly lit up again. Brother Zhuo, after listening to your words, I suddenly feel confident again. At worst, we can send a few people to deliver it and run out the other side's bullets. That's right, when the other side runs out of bullets, we'll settle the score. I don't believe that his shabby house is 360 degrees all round and has no blind spots. They said angrily. The other side killed 6 of their brothers, and they must make Luo Tian pay a heavy price. And they must break into the house and take away all the supplies and the goddess. Chapter 96, The Duties of a Maid. At this moment, everyone was confident. The gathered brothers were all extremely excited and decided that they would definitely break into Luo Tian's home today to avenge the deaths of their 6 companions. So what if you have a gun? There are so many of us, how many shots can you fire? What the crowd didn't know was that Luo Tian had over 400 bullets in his space. Enough to kill each of them 10 times over. Let's go! For the seafood feast and the goddess! Zhuo Wentao shouted. The men, who were holding machetes and baseball bats, were also excited and said, For the feast! For the goddess! I will lead the charge. Ali, let's drink to our brothers. So, Zhuo Wentao personally led the way, and more than 40 people set off in a threatening manner. Their goal was clear, this time, they were going to storm the castle. In the master bedroom, Luo Tian opened his eyes and slowly woke up from the 3-meter-wide bed. He had slept very soundly that night. Probably because of the big pillow. Master, Baya is here to help you get dressed. At this moment, Baya pushed open the door. This is also part of the maid's duties, but sometimes it can take a little longer. Boss, I think there may be something fishy about Building 9. We have to be careful, said a trusted henchman, holding a machete. Next to him was Zhuo Wentao, carrying a baseball bat. The henchmen, of course, were the foot soldiers and were at the front of the group. The faster ones had already escaped from the underground parking lot and were on the ground. Don't worry, I've already investigated it. Building 9 is a bunch of loose sand. Yu Feiyang patted his chest and promised. Under the threat and temptation of food, the few residents of Building 9 who he had contacted today had also told him everything. Building 9 is not like their Building 10, where a large group of people, led by Zhuo Wentao, are all working together and can exert their strength in one direction. Faced with a well-organized group of more than 40 people armed with sharp weapons, they had no way to fight back. Therefore, our group can safely deal with Luo Tian. That's fine. Zhuo Wentao sneered. They decided to go to the 23rd floor first to take a look at Luo Tian's house. After all, there are so many people here. He didn't believe that he really had no way to deal with the other party. Ah! Who are you? The two owners, who were carrying buckets and digging out the snow downstairs, were stunned. At this moment, the corridor was blocked by a group of fierce-looking guys. The two of them looked at each other in horror. These. Could they be the people from Building 10? Damn it, don't block my way. The leader of the group, seeing that the two of them had the audacity to block their path, could not help but curse angrily. Pop! 2 slaps sent the other party reeling. If it weren't for the fact that they had more important things to do, these two would definitely have been thrown from a dozen stories high. Soon, Zhuo Wentao, surrounded by his subordinates, reached the 23rd floor. Because they already knew the power of Luo Tian, they did not dare to get too close. After all, the other party had the means of long-range attack. What are those walls? Zhuo Wentao couldn't help but squint. His henchman looked at the broken wall surface and saw that a dark and sturdy alloy plate was exposed. There was even a faint glimmer of light reflected. On the surface of the wall next to it, some marks made by sharp tools and hammers were also all over the wall. It can be seen. Many people must have used hammers to pound this wall, but apart from knocking off a layer of fragile wall surface, it has not affected the internal structure in the slightest. Boss, it seems that the intelligence is correct. The walls and doors of the Luo family are probably very strong. Yu Feiyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. From the large traces left behind, he could perfectly determine that even if he brought 40 or more people to desperately destroy this iron wall and gate, it would be in vain in the end. Maybe Luo Tian will even kill many people with Molotov cocktails. What should we do, boss? Don't we have any way to deal with him? The other henchmen were also somewhat discouraged at this point. Seeing this iron defense line with their own eyes, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. Well, since his outer walls and gates are so strong, then we'll attack from a different place. Zhuo Wentao said coldly. He didn't believe that the floor directly below the front door was also lined with alloy steel plates like the front door wall. If they just dug a big hole in the floor, then the other side would have to wait at home to die, right? The residents who attacked before must have been idiots. They overlooked such a fatal weakness. You're the boss, you're really smart. Yu Feiyang and several other henchmen hurriedly flattered him. Then, the group went directly to the door of the 22nd floor, room 2201, directly below Luo Tian's house. They knocked on the door politely with a hammer. Then they found that it was an empty room. Although it was fully furnished, it was covered in dust, and they were afraid that the owner had not returned home for a long time. Perfect. Zhuo Wentao snorted and ordered. Go ahead and smash the floorboards of his house. A group of henchmen armed with hammers began to smash the ceiling with murderous intent. Clang. However, their expressions quickly changed to despair. Because under the thin ceiling, there was still a layer of dark, indestructible alloy plate. Chapter 97, You look like a bunch of dead people. Seeing this scene, the dozens of subordinates present were instantly petrified in place. Especially the few who used hammers to smash the ceiling, their faces were even more hideous. It was like they had eaten shit. Fuck. Is this really necessary? Not only is the house lined with alloy steel plates on all sides, but the upper and lower sides are also covered with this damn thing? This Luo Tian is a complete lunatic. Who in their right mind would remodel their own home like this? His men immediately collapsed. They thought it was a brilliant idea, that they could break into the other's home by chiseling through the floorboards. Then they would rob everything and play with Baya, the national celebrity, mercilessly. But Luo Tian had already taken this into account and left them no room to maneuver. They worked hard for half a day. And they turned out to be a bunch of clowns. Damn it! No wonder Luo Tian has the confidence to post pictures of his delicious food in the owners group. His house is basically a solid iron fortress. That's right, it's impossible to break it open with a hammer alone, unless you use an electric drill or a cutting machine. I've observed that this is not ordinary steel plate, and even a power drill would be dumbfounded. A group of subordinates couldn't help but curse. They dropped their hammers and began to smash the furniture in the house in a fit of rage. Some even began to hate Wang Hongming, who had been killed by their boss and had leaked the news to them. Wang Hongming really deserves to die. Although Luo Tian's home not only had a seafood feast, but also a big star that they had always dreamed of playing with, this solid copper wall was like a natural barrier that kept them outside. They simply couldn't get in. What should we do, Zhuoguo? Yu Feiyang asked anxiously. He had discussed the matter with several of his trusted subordinates for a long time, but they had not come up with a single feasible solution. It was impossible to ask them to stop now. After all, so many people have been lost. Lao Yu and Zhou Yunkuan, one of them is a trusted aide and the other is a capable assistant with lockpicking skills, have all been destroyed by Luo Tian. Today, almost all of their combat power was mobilized. If they go back in defeat, I'm afraid the prestige of the management team will plummet in the eyes of the people. This is something they absolutely cannot tolerate. Luo Tian, Zhuo Wentao said with hatred and clenched teeth. However, he soon sneered, do you think that by turning your home into an iron box, I will be helpless against you? I, Zhuo Wentao, am not like those residents who have no brains. In the puzzled looks of several of his trusted men, Zhuo Wentao gestured to them, and after they had approached, he said, this alloy steel plate is sturdy, but don't forget that it has a very big hidden danger. Hidden dangers? This alloy steel plate is so strong, what hidden dangers could it have? After listening to their boss's words, several of his trusted subordinates, including Yu Feiyang, were all at a loss. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Boss, just tell us. We're not very smart, so we can't guess what you're thinking. In response, Zhuo Wentao sneered and said, its hidden danger is its strong thermal conductivity. As long as there is a big enough fire underneath, then the Luo family will become a closed oven. As long as the fire is big enough, then we can roast them alive. After hearing this explanation, Yu Feiyang and several other henchmen could not help but be ecstatic. Damn it! You're the boss. This alloy plate is indeed a bit hard, and it can't be chiseled apart by brute force. But if they change their approach and use fire, they can easily break into the seemingly impenetrable safe house. Maybe. By then, Luo Tian will open the door himself because he can't stand the heat anymore. Ha 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 ha. You are the boss, you are so smart. Brother Zhuo, I admire you so much that it's like a never-ending river. Now Luo Tian's good days are finally over. The other brothers who were guarding the hallway couldn't help but laugh after hearing this brilliant idea. In their opinion, this time it's definitely going to work. It doesn't matter whether the other party comes out or not. If they do, they will send someone to kill them. If they don't, they will turn them into a roast. Luo Tian. Now what are you going to do? So, the confident subordinates also surrounded Zhuo Wentao and came to the 23rd floor. They not only want to kill, but also to kill the heart. First, we'll tell you how we're going to kill you, and then we'll watch you die in endless pain and fear. This is also what they like to do the most. Luo Tian. You must have already known that we are from Building 10 and we are the Grim Reapers who will take your life. Yu Feiyang stood in the corridor far from the door and shouted loudly. Behind him were Zhuo Wentao, who looked indifferent, and his excited subordinates. They couldn't help but imagine Luo Tian begging for mercy. At this moment, Luo Tian was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at the surveillance screen with a playful expression. Baiya and Li Rou were sitting on either side, while Yan Shu, dressed in polar cold-resistant clothing, was standing silently behind him. As soon as the group entered the apartment building, the housekeeper had already sent a reminder, so Luo Tian knew about their arrival as soon as possible. It is undeniable that there are a lot of people coming to Building 10 this time. Even if the previous tenants and Deng Tu's brothers were added together, they were no match for them. However, Luo Tian remained calm and collected, and there was not a hint of worry on his face. In fact, he was even in the mood to flirt with Baiya, gently running his fingers through her golden hair. Oh, the death god who wants to take my life? Luo Tian said in a low voice through the small Bluetooth speaker placed outside the door. Yu Feiyang was a little taken aback by the sound, but he soon realized that the other party must have used a speaker or something. Why do I feel like you guys are more like a bunch of dead people? He suddenly laughed. It seemed that he didn't care about the more than 40 people who were filling the hallway. You want to die. Yu Feiyang was furious when he heard this. I've never seen anyone so stubborn when they're about to die. Just as he was about to start cursing, Zhuo Wentao behind him stopped him and said slowly. Luo Tian, right? I am their leader, Zhuo Wentao. Zhuo Wentao looked calm and composed. As if everything was under control, this could not help but make the subordinates present admire him. Look. This is the aura of a man who rules over 40 people. So calm. So domineering. I'll give you 2 choices. Zhuo Wentao didn't care if Luo Tian could see it or not, and raised 2 fingers. Choose UMLGB. As soon as he said that, Luo Tian began to scold him. I'll give you a choice too. Get out. The corridor was suddenly silent. Then, Zhuo Wentao's face suddenly turned dark and scary. Chapter 98, Are you guys okay? He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. In front of more than 40 subordinates, he scolded his boss, making him lose face. Damn it, you're dead. Zhuo Wentao said coldly. He turned and ordered his men behind him, go search. Smash open the doors of the residence and bring me everything that can be used to start a fire. So, the more than 40 people were divided into 4 teams, each team using a hammer to break into the residence doors and then rushing in to loot the supplies. Now, the residents who were hiding in their homes suffered. They never expected that a group of fierce thugs would suddenly appear and rob their homes. Please, take whatever you want, just don't hurt us. A young man pleaded desperately. How could he possibly have the courage to resist when faced with a dozen armed thugs who had burst into his home? If you provoke them, you'll lose your family. His wife and children were trembling in each other's arms, watching as the men took all the wooden furniture out of the house. Hey, this little bitch is pretty. One of the henchmen seemed to have discovered something, and his face revealed a sinister expression. At this moment, law and order had completely collapsed. Faced with a woman who was not bad-looking and with his boss not around, the henchman finally couldn't resist. No, no, no. The woman was pushed down and she let out a terrified scream. No, please don't hurt my wife. The woman's husband tried to intervene, but was kicked to the ground by the others. Paki, don't dwell on that nonsense. Yu Feiyang saw the scene and couldn't help but remind him. We're delaying the important business. Boss Zhuo will be angry. What's the big deal? It won't take long. I'll be quick. Just give me a minute. The man named Ma Zi waved impatiently. Then he started exercising in front of everyone. The woman's husband was lying on the ground, looking at the two of them with a deathly pallor. 1 minute later, Paki left with a satisfied look on his face. Seeing this, the other men carrying the furniture couldn't help but get excited and said, Brother Ma, are you ready? I want to come too. Fuck, I wanted to, let me go first. You move it first, and I'll take over when I'm done. Okay, then hurry up. What? Already finished? The room. It was indescribable. Finally, the woman's pupils lost their luster. At this moment, it wasn't just the room that Yu Fei was responsible for that was the scene of this tragedy. In the other 3 teams, the subordinates who broke into the households were also like devils entering the village, frantically looting everything in them. Wooden furniture, food, daily necessities, and even women. The chaos that occurred in other buildings a few days ago was now being repeated in Building 9. Faced with this group of thugs, ordinary residents had no ability to resist, and could only accept their tragic fate in silence. In no time at all, a large amount of wooden furniture was transported to room 2201, and even a large bottle of gasoline was found by the thugs. Every room was filled with wooden furniture, and with the ignition of the gasoline, it could be reduced to a sea of flames in an instant. The intense heat generated can even reach 1000 degrees Celsius. Ah, Luo Tian, you're finished. Just wait to be roasted to a crisp. It's a pity about the goddess. The brothers retreated to the hallway and laughed wildly. Someone already had a flammable substance ready to start the fire. In the living room, Luo Tian, who had been watching the whole thing on the surveillance camera, was still as calm as an old dog. Master, do we really have to do nothing? Baya asked with some concern. She saw the people from Building 10 break into the doors of other residents, take away a lot of wooden furniture, and stack them all in the room on the 22nd floor. There was no need to think about it. The girls knew what the other wanted to do. Fire roast. At this moment, not only Baya and Li Ro, but also Yan Shu behind him could not stand it anymore. "Give me a gun, I'll kill them," Yan Shu said coldly. She was very confident in the strength of the alloy plate that covered the safe house. But if it is placed on a fire, its good thermal conductivity will be fatal. Unless the French windows are opened. And let the extremely cold air outside at -70 degrees pour into the room. But then, wouldn't the safe house be a world of extremes? Seeing that they were a little nervous, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile and explain, "Don't worry. They won't be able to make any waves. The alloy material of the safe house is not the ordinary steel plate on the market, but a new type of military-grade alloy. This material is used on aircraft carriers and in space, and can withstand the high temperatures generated when breaking through the atmosphere. A mere little flame has no effect at all. Such a fatal weakness." When Luo Tian was building the safe house, he had already taken this into consideration. Not to mention fire, even if you pour water on it, the perfect airtightness of the safe house can ensure that not a single drop of water gets in. Hearing this, the girls let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Luo Tian's foresight. The corridor downstairs. "Light the fire." Zhou Wentao gave the order, and the igniter was thrown into the room. The raging fire began to burn. In a short time, room 2201 was engulfed in flames. The intense heat even spilled out of the door and into the hallway. "It's so warm." Everyone couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, they felt a little sad. With so much firewood, they could probably burn it for a long time if they took it home with them. But it was all worth it to get rid of Luo Tian. In the snow outside, which was -70 degrees, the fire in the room was well controlled and did not ignite anything else. Luo Tian must be having a hard time at home right now. I estimate that it is already over 100 degrees Celsius, and in a little while, everyone will be cooked to a crisp. Let's guard the door on the 23rd floor. He'll definitely open the door later." The henchmen couldn't help but burst into laughter. They believed that Luo Tian would be cooked in the raging inferno. But when they arrived on the 23rd floor to wait, after at least 20 minutes, there was still no movement in the safe house. "What's going on? Could it be that the person is already dead?" Yu Feiyang said with a puzzled look on his face. At that moment, Luo Tian's lazy voice came from the Bluetooth speaker, "Is it working? I don't feel anything. Should we add more firewood?" Chapter 99, Another Reward. Hearing Luo Tian's teasing voice, Zhou Wentao and the group of subordinates behind him were shocked. After being roasted in a fire of over 100 degrees Celsius for at least 20 minutes, he was completely unharmed? Damn it! Is this a human being? Could it be a monkey that popped out of a crack in the rock? No way, absolutely impossible. Yu Feiyang's eyes nearly popped out. He gritted his teeth and roared, "This is definitely Luo Tian's conspiracy. They must have opened the window by now, and maybe they've already run out onto the balcony. Believe me, they won't last long." Hearing him say that, the other henchmen immediately felt relieved. Right. How could anyone be safe after being baked at such a high temperature? He must be holding out, maybe he has been burned all over. Even if the window is opened, it won't last long. In response, Luo Tian laughed heartily, "In my eyes, you are all dead. So I'm not afraid to tell you." His mouth curled up, and his words were clearly transmitted through the Bluetooth speaker to the hallway and into everyone's ears. Seeing the other party's confident look, the group of subordinates were stunned. Could it be that the inferno downstairs didn't affect Luo Tian at all? This layer of alloy plate is so advanced that it is even used in military satellites that enter outer space. The temperature of satellites in outer space when they return to the atmosphere is several thousand degrees Celsius. I don't need to say more, right? Luo Tian sneered. These words instantly made the more than 40 people in the hallway look pale. They never imagined that the alloy plate in Luo Tian's house had such a big background, and that even the new type of satellite outer layer used this material. a titanium alloy plate that can withstand thousands of degrees Celsius of heat. In the face of the effects of extreme cold and low temperatures, the temperature is probably only a few hundred degrees Celsius in a room with a raging fire, which is simply a joke. It's like using a match to light a ball of iron. It's ridiculous. Not to mention burning it, it would be fine even if you poured a whole bunch of hot lava on the entire safe house. Damn you, Luo Tian, don't push it too far. Yu Feiyang angrily shouted. He picked up the baseball bat in his hand and wanted to smash the door of his house. But he stopped halfway and didn't dare to continue running forward. He was afraid that Luo Tian would open the door and shoot him. No one laughed at Yu Feiyang's cowardice, because everyone present had almost lost all their fighting spirit. Everyone stood there dejected, unable to do anything except feel anger in their hearts. Luo Tian not only killed 6 of their brothers, but also humiliated them all. At this point, everyone felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This alloy plate is really strong. It is also fireproof, cold-proof and waterproof. Only Superman could break through this terrifying line of defense. Puff. Baya held Luo Tian's arm and looked at the faces of the group of people on the monitor, which looked like livers. She didn't expect Luo Tian to have anticipated every contingency. With a total price of more than 300 million yuan, this safe house is probably the strongest refuge in the world. They may have to give up. Yan Shu looked at the surveillance screen and couldn't help but remind him, but I suggest we cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Letting the tiger return to the mountain. This is a big taboo. Unlike Baya, who was full of energy, Yan Shu had more things on her mind. They won't be able to leave. Luo Tian picked up the phone on the coffee table and opened the group chat. At this moment, the group was discussing Zhuo Wentao and his group who had occupied the 22nd floor. What's the situation now? Did the group in Building 10 attack Luo Tian's house? The fire has been burning for half an hour. To be honest, I really want to go up and kill them. They made a big hole in my door and took all my food. These animals, they not only took my food, they also defiled my wife. More than 10 people took turns with her. The same thing happened at my house. Not only my wife, but my mother didn't escape the clutches of the bandits either. All the food was taken, and the firewood was gone. They want us to die. Damn it, I'm going to fight them. The owners angrily cursed the people in Building 10. The higher up the building you are, the more you are persecuted. Some people not only had their wives violated, but also had a hole in their security doors, and the cold wind kept pouring in. There is nothing left to eat at home. They have been driven into a desperate situation. If this continues, they will only wait to die. Why not use these guys to be cannon fodder and solve the problem of the people in Building 10 for me? Luo Tian crossed his legs and touched his chin. In the last life, these neighbors also did inhumane things to him. And if Yan Shu goes out to deal with them, it will probably cost a lot of bullets, at least 50 rounds. With the previous losses, the ammunition stock will drop below 400 rounds. That's a waste. After thinking about it, Luo Tian directly sent a message in the group at everyone. Do you want to kill these animals in Building 10? Upon hearing this, the owners became agitated. Luo Tian? You're not hurt? I want to skin them alive and make them suffer so much that they die in agony. My wife and mother were both raped, and they don't want to live anymore. It's a good thing that I don't want to live anymore either. Shit. We're dead anyway if we don't eat, so who's with me to go up there and kill them? We'll take 2 with us before we die. The owners who had been robbed were very angry. They wanted to kill the people in Building 10 right now, and some people even started gathering people in the group chat. The residents on the lower floors, after seeing the upper floors being looted, also began to worry about their own safety. Very good. Luo Tian was very satisfied with the neighbors' reaction. In that case, it will be more convenient for me to use them as cannon fodder. That's good. I also have the idea of killing them. From now on, I will offer a reward for the people in Building 10. If you can kill one of them, I will reward you with a box of instant noodles. If you can kill Zhuo Wentao, you will get an extra 10 cans of canned meat. There is no upper limit on the number. On hearing this, the news in the group suddenly cooled down. Everyone was staring at their phone screens, their eyes wide open. Kill one person and get a box of instant noodles as a reward? Kill their boss and get 10 cans of canned meat as a reward? I'm going. The reward is too generous, I'm so tempted. At this time, the residents of several floors had all their food looted by the people in Building 10, and there was not a single scrap of food to be found in the house. Without food, they won't last long. It's better to take a chance. If they kill one person and receive a box of instant noodles, they can at least live for another half month. After all, it's a whole box of instant noodles. Not to mention that many of them have wives and family members who have been raped, and they already have a deep hatred for the people in Building 10. Chapter 100, A Fight. Okay. Lution, I hope you keep your word. I'll take the bounty. The one speaking is Cho Junkai from 2103 on the 21st floor. His wife was defiled by Ma Zi and his gang, and it was in front of his son. Now his opponent has a mental breakdown. Cho Junkai doesn't expect to survive, he just hopes that he can kill a few more people so that his family can live on with the supplies he bought with his life. After someone took the lead, the others suddenly gained the courage to do the same. Me, and me too, I'll do it too. I'm in too. My family's food was all taken by those bastards, so staying at home is just waiting to die. The higher-ups have come out, so we lower-level people can't just hide like turtles. Those animals robbed the upstairs, and they'll definitely come down to rob us later. That's right, I'm going to join them. The residents of the group were enraged. Under the leadership of Cho Junkai, the residents all stood up one by one. This was a battle against the outsiders. How can there be any survivors under a fallen nest? The animals in Building 10 must all get out. Seeing this, many of the residents, who were afraid of death, could not help but get excited and prepare to go out. Even if they just tag along with the main group and kill one person, they will have enough food for at least half a month. So, the owners of the entire building mobilized. Those who have an axe or crowbar at home, hold them in their hands and walk upstairs with the neighbors who are going out. Those without weapons rushed directly into the kitchen and grabbed a sharp kitchen knife. Many of the men were armed with machetes and hammers that they had taken from the other side after the death of Deng Tu and his men. What should we do, Zhua? Should we attack? Yu Feiyang asked in a low voice. Zhou Wentao, standing in the middle of the crowd, had a dark and ugly look on his face, looking at the seemingly impenetrable steel defense in front of him. He gritted his teeth and was furious for a long time, but he still said reluctantly, "Let's go. It's futile to continue. We might even lose more men." Stopping losses in time is also a skill that a leader must master. Their base is in Building 10. There are piles of supplies they looted recently, and even if there are no seafood feasts from the Luo family, everyone is just a little hungry. Want to leave? At this time, a mocking voice came from the loudspeaker. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Luotian said in a leisurely manner. The 40 or so people who were preparing to retreat froze. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? And what if so many of us want to leave? Can you still rush out to stop us? Ridiculous. Where is that bastard, Ma? Today, I will definitely cut off his head to avenge my wife. Xiao Junkai, holding a kitchen knife, stood at the top of the 23rd floor stairs and shouted angrily. Seeing this, the pockmarked man in front of the crowd was suddenly amused. Oh, it's that loser whose wife I just killed. What, you want to come over and die? Pocky said mockingly. There are more than 40 of them, and the other guy is just one person with a broken kitchen knife. He'll be chopped to pieces in one go. Your wife is too loose, there's no fun in playing with her. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Pocky laughed and picked up the cleaver in his hand and walked towards the other person. One-on-one. He didn't need anyone else to help him. But as soon as he reached the top of the stairs, he froze. Because he saw the residents who had also climbed up from downstairs, some with machetes and some with hammers, their faces full of hatred. The crowd was so large that it even blocked the stairs to the lower floors. Shit. Massa was so scared that he sat on the ground and crawled back. Just as the others were wondering, the owners of Building 9 also climbed up and blocked the way back. They're crazy. Ma Zi swallowed his saliva and said. Among the residents, he saw several people who had been robbed of their hats by him. But Ma Zi couldn't understand why these people had the courage to join forces and attack them. At this point, the number of residents was about 60 to 70, more than 20 more than their own people. Seeing that they were blocked and outnumbered, the people in Building 10 finally panicked. Luo Tian, you brought these people here, didn't you? Zhuo Wentao clenched his machete and gritted his teeth. Looking at the owners in front of him, and combined with what Luo Tian had just said, if he still didn't understand, he didn't deserve to be the boss. So what? Luo Tian snorted. You're outnumbered, so what are you waiting for? Go! Facing sarcasm, Zhuo Wentao also lost his arrogance and said in a low voice, Luo Tian, we admit defeat this time. But fighting to the death is not good for either of us. How about this, if you let us go, when I get back, I'll give you 2/3 of all my supplies. Hearing this, there was a brief silence in the hallway. Just as Zhuo Wentao's face revealed a hint of smugness, thinking that the other party must have been moved, Luo Tian's mocking voice came, why go to all that trouble? When you're all dead, won't all the supplies be mine? On hearing this, Zhuo Wentao's face turned gloomy. If this melee really happened, his men would surely suffer heavy casualties, and perhaps even be wiped out. But he cares about the lives of his subordinates, but Luo Tian doesn't. Even if all the people in buildings 9 and 10 die, it won't affect him at all. Kill one person, and I'll reward him with a box of instant noodles. Zhuo Wentao will give an extra 10 cans of meat. Luo Tian's voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker. The people in Building 10 couldn't help but change their expressions. They never imagined that their heads would be offered as a reward by Luo Tian, and that it would be worth a whole box of instant noodles. You have to know that there are less than 30 boxes of instant noodles in the warehouse of Building 10. Charge! Kill these damn invaders! Food! I want to get the most food. After hearing this, the residents of Building 9 were greatly encouraged. They raised their cleavers and hammers and rushed forward, shouting, damn it, let's fight them. Zhuo Wentao shouted viciously, after returning, everyone will share the food in the warehouse equally. At this point, they had no way out. Kill them. Kill them all. So, the two sides collided with roars. Choppers, machetes, even baseball bats and hammers were used to inflict serious damage on the other side. It was a bloody mess. Cruel. The battle didn't last long. Because halfway through the fight, the morale of Building 10 collapsed. They were completely defeated. More than 30 people died, 7 surrendered, and 5 jumped to their deaths. As for the residents, it wasn't much better for them either. Only 40 out of 60 or 70 people survived, and many were injured to varying degrees. Wonderful. Luo Tian sat on the sofa and couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. This battle was simply 100% beneficial to him. Not only did the neighbors suffer heavy casualties, and the supplies he promised to the residents would ultimately be paid for with the supplies in the warehouse of those in Building 10. It's just too good. Chapter 101, People Don't Want to Be Pregnant. After victory, everyone. They couldn't help but drop their weapons and hug each other in joy and tears. Those who surrendered were all killed by the angry residents, leaving no one alive. After all, they had also lost many people. Many neighbors and friends they knew had died in the battle. Those who survived felt a deep sense of luck after the battle. Ha ha ha. I've avenged you, my wife. Xiao Junkai knelt on the ground, unable to tell whether he was happy or in pain. 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes, and in the low temperature of -10s of degrees, they froze into a drop of ice in an instant. During the battle just now, Xiao Junsai's performance was quite impressive. With a reckless momentum, he killed several people on the other side and also personally killed the pockmarked man who had defiled his wife. Before he died, he stomped the other man's genitals off. It can be said that the pockmarked man died of extreme pain. Ha ha ha, I killed 2 people, and I'll get 2 boxes of instant noodles later. Now I won't starve to death. I just killed 3 people. I can get 3 boxes of instant noodles. I only killed 1 person, but I wasn't hurt. I'm so lucky. The residents couldn't help but cheer. Some were overjoyed at having their long-standing grudges resolved. Others were overjoyed at the food they would receive and would not have to worry about starving to death in the freezing snowstorm. The hidden danger in Building 10 has been solved. Luotian was also in a good mood and decided to give these residents a little something sweet. He directly moved 2 boxes of instant noodles and left them at the door for them to share. This was an extra bonus for them, but they also had to clean up the dead bodies in the hallway. The person who came to move the instant noodles was Cho Jun-kai. Luotian quite likes this guy, and he has also seen the contribution he has made. Maybe he can be used as a thug again in the future. So he was also assigned to distribute the instant noodles. Everyone gets 1 bag, and there will be some left over. The person who handles the noodles is free to do whatever he wants with them. Thank you, Luo-gu. Shio Jun-kai of course knew the benefits, and walked to the safe house, bowing excitedly and thanking him. He could successfully take revenge. In fact, the main reason was the huge reward posted by Luotian in the group. It was the lure of the food that convinced the other residents to go out and fight with the people in Building 10. Otherwise, Shio Jun-kai felt that he would not be able to rally 60 or 70 people. So, Luotian is also his benefactor. It's nothing. Luotian leaned against the door, arms folded, and said lightly. The instant noodles in his space had already piled up into a mountain, enough for Bayet and Li Ro to eat for several lifetimes. The boxes he took out were completely painless. It's like taking a handful of sand from the desert. Brother Luo. Can I ask you for a favor? Shio Jun-kai seemed to have thought of something, and he bit his teeth and suddenly knelt directly in front of the security door. Obviously. He understood Luotian's personality and knew that he would not give away his money for no reason. If you help me, my life will be yours. Shio Jun-kai said with a painful expression on his face. At this moment, only Luotian could help him now. Oh, what's the matter? Luotian raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Now that all the scraps in Building 10 are dead, we can share the instant noodles in the boxes later, and there won't be any food problems. What else does the other party want? I hope you can give me some medicine. Shio Jun-kai said with his head bowed. Seeing this, Luotian was a little confused. What do you need that for? Usually, condoms are better, right? Because my wife was raped by those bastards. I'm afraid she's pregnant, so please give me some medicine. Shio Jun-kai said in a sad and angry tone. He was so angry that he almost dug his fingernails into his flesh. He had just asked the other people, and he didn't know if the owners didn't have any at home or if they didn't want to give it to him. They all shook their heads and said they didn't have any. After all, medicine is incredibly precious in today's environment. If you don't take the medicine, after so many people, the probability of getting infected is 1000%. Oh, I see. Luotian couldn't help but pull his mouth. It's really miserable. Hearing this, Li Ro, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but blush. She had played with Luotian a few days ago and had eaten a little later. She couldn't help but start thinking in her head. Will it be a boy or a girl? What should we name it? Li Ro covered her rosy cheeks and began to think about nonsense. Remember your promise. Luotian took out a box of medicine from the space and said lightly. A box of insignificant medicine can be exchanged for the life of a loyal henchman. This is a good deal. Of course, he didn't care if the other party was 100% loyal. Before the end of the world. He also bought a large amount of drugs from the deputy director of Qinshui's Central Hospital. Of course, there were many of these drugs. And the drugs he got from the supplies he looted from Walmart in the docks also accounted for a large proportion. However, the medicine he gave away would inevitably have some side effects, and he wouldn't give away those perfect and harmless new medicines. The best things are for his own people to enjoy. Thank you. Luogu, from now on, my life is yours. If you need anything, just tell me. Shio Jun-kai bowed his head gratefully. Then, holding the medicine box tightly in his hands, he carried 2 boxes of bubble tea to the 22nd floor. Phew, it's a good thing I was safe the other day. Baya seemed to remember something and let out a sigh of relief. Nothing? Next time I'll make you pregnant. Luotian's mouth curled up. He couldn't help but want to bully the other party. Baya was full of energy. Every time she bullied him, he felt very satisfied. No, 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 no. Baya's face turned pale with fear. She quickly cried and begged for mercy. She still has a few years to go before she can even think about this. It's too early for her. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. He didn't have that idea either, he just wanted to tease Baya. Listening to these words of a tiger and a wolf. Among the three women, Yan Shu's ears turned red and her face was almost on fire. She had never experienced it before. This kind of thing is still a bit too exciting for her. Chapter 102, Clumsy Yan Shu. Listen to me, everyone. This is extra instant noodles that Luo Go is giving out to everyone. 1 bag. Per person. After the number of enemies killed by each person is tallied, Brother Luo will give us the rest of the supplies. Xiao Junkai came to the 22nd floor with 2 boxes of instant noodles. He also told them about the requirement to clean the corridor. Hearing this, the residents couldn't help but cheer. Really? That's great. Thank you, Loco, you're so generous. We'll clean the corridor and throw the bodies of the people in Building 10 out the window. Actually, the corridor was now full of frozen blood, and the corpses were all piled together, making it impossible to tell whether they belonged to Building 9 or Building 10. Even if the bodies were left behind, the families would not have the means to cremate them or give them a proper burial. So we just threw them all out. Some people looked very bad when carrying the bodies. They vomited on the windows as soon as they threw the bodies down. The corridor was so tragic. And many people had killed for the first time, so the aftereffects were very strong, and they were expected to be unable to recover for several days. In the living room, Luo Tian was also preparing to arrange for Yan Shu to go to Building 10 to loot the supplies in Zhuo Wentao's warehouse. After all, the other party said that they had robbed many residents of the building and had stored up a lot of food. We can't let others take advantage of us. Yan Shu, I'm entrusting this task to you. Luo Tian hugged Baya and Li Ro in his arms and whispered in his mouth. He will use those supplies later to pay the residents. If he gets it back, he won't need to use the supplies in the space. Yes, I'll take care of it. Yan Shu tidied up her clothes and nodded. There are probably still some remnants in Building 10, but that's not a problem for her. Wait, take this with you. Yan Shu was about to leave the house when Luo Tian stopped her and handed her a Glock pistol. This. Yan Shu looked at the pistol in front of her and suddenly felt a complex emotion well up in her heart. She couldn't help but bite her lips and say. Luo Tian was willing to give her the gun, which meant that he already trusted her. How can this not move Yan Shu? In case there are too many people, she can just shoot. Luo Tian touched her little head and took out 2 more magazines and put them in her hands. Don't save bullets. He also took the magazine. Yan Shu put it in the holster at her waist and was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Then, she took 2 steps forward, standing on her tiptoes. Luo Tian, of course, would not refuse. After a long time, the two of them parted. Luo Tian opened the safety door. Yan Shu fled out of the room. This little girl is still so awkward. Luo Tian sat back on the sofa and said with a smile. Yan Shu is very active, but everything else is awkward. She's just too cute. Yan Shu almost couldn't stand up. Baya covered her mouth and laughed lightly. The other person is usually a bit cold, but in this kind of thing, she's like a child. When Officer Yen returns, I think the host can continue with what we were doing last time. Li Ro smiled gently. She could tell that Yan Shu was probably impatient too. No hurry, the mission is more important. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. At this moment, Yan Shu had already left the underground parking lot, walked through the thick layer of snow, and climbed into Building 10 through the 3rd floor window. Since Zhuo Wentao had almost brought out all his men, there was no one on guard duty. According to Zhuo Wentao, all the supplies were kept in room 1001. Yan Shu cautiously made his way upstairs. At this time, one cannot be careless just because the boss and his men have all been wiped out. There must be someone left here to guard the supplies. As she went up the stairs, Yan Shu noticed that the security doors of many rooms had been broken into. This also shows that the lower floors of Building 10 were indeed taken over by Zhuo Wentao. Soon, she arrived outside room 1001. Knock, knock. Yan Shu knocked directly on the door. It would be easier to let the other party open the door and kill them than to break down the door. After all, there was probably no one here who could threaten her. Who is it? Is the boss back? A surprised voice came from inside the house. Then the door opened and revealed a man with his shirt half undone. A woman? Who are you, boss? Did you just get a new one? The other man looked at Yan Shu's fair, oval face and long legs with a greedy gaze. Puff. Yan Shu's eyes turned cold. She drew her steel dagger from her waist and killed him with a single blow. You don't need to waste a bullet on trash like this. The man covered his bleeding neck and fell to the side, unable to move. Ah! Murder! Ah! Please don't hurt us! A woman's scream echoed through the living room. Yan Shu pushed open the door and walked in. She found 8 or 9 women sitting on the sofa in disarray clothes. They were looking at the dead man with horror and trembling, hugging each other. There were even 2 women without their tops on. They were shivering in front of the brazier. Stop screaming! Yan Shu frowned and closed the door. She had to ask how many people were guarding the supplies. In response to her inquiry, the women told her honestly that, in addition to the one who had just been killed, there were 4 more in the next room. Everyone else had already gone with Zhuo Wentao to Building 9. The master bedroom in this house is also where Zhuo Wentao usually rests, and the supplies are all stored in the 2 other locked side bedrooms. Only Zhuo Wentao had the keys. 4 people, no problem. Yan Shu thought to herself. After solving the problem with these 4 people, after taking all the supplies in the room, her mission will be completed. Chapter 103, Drone Air Transport. Click. At this moment, the door lock was disturbed by the key. The door was pushed open amidst the men's confused voices. Old Wang, what are you doing? Making so much noise? The 4 men entered the room and saw. They found their companion lying on the ground, motionless, and a beautiful woman standing in the living room, with a face and body that were both outstanding. Damn, there's an intruder. The man in the front shouted angrily, which building are you from? How many of your friends are there? He said. He was about to raise his bow and arrow. They have a bow? Yan Shumi's eyes narrowed, and her hand quickly reached for the pistol at her waist. She wasn't going to use the gun. She wanted to save bullets. But in the case of long-range attacks, it is better to kill with a direct hit. After all, the penetrating power of a bow and arrow is very strong. If you get hit by an arrow, you will be seriously injured. Bang! Before the opponent could even draw his bow, the gunshot rang out. The man was shot in the head. Shit! Gun! She has a gun. The remaining 3 men were instantly scared out of their wits. They thought that this woman was just from another building and wanted to take advantage of the fact that their boss was out with his men to sneak back some food. But the other guy had a gun. Even if their boss were there, they would probably only be able to run away. The women who were snuggled on the sofa suddenly let out a piercing scream. This made Yan Shu frown. Shut up! She shouted angrily, and the screams stopped. Run, run! The remaining few people were about to wet their pants. They had a gun, so what was the point of fighting back? Life is important. Puff. Pooh. 2 sounds of breaking the air came, and Yan Shu pulled out 2 sharp throwing knives from his thighs and threw them with pinpoint accuracy. The 2 men fell to the ground. Ow, ow, ow. The remaining man took advantage of the gap and escaped. Yan Shu did not let go of the other party's plan, and rushed to the door, picking up the bow and arrow on the ground. Bends the bow, sets the arrow. Pop. The man in the hallway fell to the ground in an instant. Spare. Pop. The opponent tried to beg for mercy, but then Yan Shu shot him again. Then there was no movement at all. There were only 2 bows and arrows, so they must have stolen them from some collector's home. Sorry, master, I wasted a bullet. Yan Shu touched the Bluetooth headset on her earlobe and said with some guilt. The pistol was a great help. In that situation, even throwing a knife would have been a second too late. It's just a bullet. As long as you're okay, you can empty 2 magazines. In the earphone, Luo Tian's indifferent voice came through. On hearing this, Yan Shu's face flushed, and she was touched by the slightly sweet words of love, and a blush appeared on her ears. Pang! In the terrified eyes of the women on the sofa, Yan Shu gave a roundhouse kick and kicked the side-lying security door open. The room was filled with boxes of food. Boxes of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and all kinds of snacks. After kicking open another door, several large bags of rice, dozens of bags of noodles, a few pieces of frozen meat, rotten pumpkins. There was a lot of food. No wonder they can feed such a large group of people. Master, I found their food. But there is a lot of it, so it's a problem to carry it back. Yan Shu touched the Bluetooth headset and frowned slightly. This pile of supplies is at least half the size of the room, and if she has to carry it all by herself, she'll probably have to make dozens of trips. And this is the 10th floor, and the snow outside has flooded up to the 3rd floor. The underground parking lot is dark and winding, and after going out, you have to carry the supplies to the 23rd floor. It's really not easy. It might take all day to finish. If people on other floors find out about this, there might even be people with evil intentions who will team up to rob us. Therefore, she must find a way to get the supplies back in a very short time. How is she going to do this? Yan Shu frowned slightly and thought to herself. It seems like a good idea to let the residents of Building 9 move the goods. After all, there is strength in numbers. But the problem is that they will inevitably have second thoughts when they see so much food. This is more than Luo Tian promised them, not just a little bit. It would be a mess if they caused trouble. The key is that during the move, they might secretly take a lot of food and hide it. Don't worry about this. Just wait a moment. The voice of Luo Tian came clearly from the headset. Yan Shu leaned against the doorframe. She couldn't help but think to herself, I wonder what the master has in mind. He told me to wait here, but he's not going to come himself, is he? Luo Tian has the ability to contain infinite space, and all the girls know this. If he comes, he can easily put all the supplies here into the space. However, if that were the case, Yan Shu would not be able to rest assured of Luo Tian's safety, and she would have to be accompanied by him the whole way. Just as she was thinking, there was a sudden buzzing sound outside the window. Yan Shu looked up in surprise, and then her cherry lips couldn't help but open wide. A drone? She saw. From a height of 10 stories, a large, semi-human-sized foreign trade drone was rapidly flying towards her. At the bottom of it was a giant carbon fiber net. Although the net is very thin, it can easily carry a weight of over 100 tons. Chapter 104, In Yuyan's Shock. This is a drone produced by the domestic company Dajiang. Its performance is world-class, and this model of drone is widely praised for its excellent carrying capacity and is being rushed to order by other countries. Luo Tian also found this batch of drones in the container at the dock. After all, he had emptied the entire dock. This drone can easily lift several hundred pounds, so it is perfect for carrying food. And its built-in local area network allows the housekeeper to control it, so Luo Tian doesn't even need to operate it. The food is all dropped into the net below. Of course, the drone also has a built-in camera and microphone. Through the screen in the living room, Luo Tian can simultaneously watch the 2 different perspectives provided by Yan Shu's Bluetooth headset and the drone. I understand. Yan Shu nodded. She opened the window and began to move the boxes of food that had accumulated in the side room. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel admiration. The host is really smart. Such a trivial matter is not a problem for him at all. With Yan Shu's continuous efforts, most of the food in the side compartment was also placed in the huge carbon fiber net under the drone. At this point, Yan Shu looked at the women in the house, who were shivering, and shook her head and said, Zhou Wentao and the others are all dead. You don't need to stay here anymore. Those who should go home should go home. Hearing this, the women, who were not properly dressed, were shocked. Zhou Wentao is dead? How could that be? He has more than 40 people under his command, and is almost the strongest force in the neighborhood. They could never imagine who could have killed Zhou Wentao, who had so many men under his command. The master you are talking about, could it be Luo Tian? A woman in black thermal underwear spoke cautiously. After all, the name that Zhuo Wentao and his henchmen had discussed the most in the past 2 days was Luo Tian of Building 9, and they had all gone out today. Now Yan Shu said that the other party is dead, so it can only be in Luo Tian's hands. What are you trying to say? Yan Shu raised her eyebrows and said slowly. She didn't expect this woman to be so smart, and she could even guess who was behind her. We have no way out. The woman said sadly. Zhuo Wentao forcibly took us from other buildings to use as a tool for his sexual desires, and our families were killed on the spot. Our family supplies were also looted. Now you want us to leave, but where can we go? The woman could not help but shed tears from the corner of her eyes. The other women, who were huddled together, also had a look of deep sorrow on their faces. A month ago, they were still enjoying a happy family life, or were newlyweds or mothers with young children, but now they have all become objects of sexual gratification. The huge gap between their former lives and their current lives has driven them to despair. Those women with poor psychological endurance had already committed suicide a few days ago. There is nothing I can do. Yan Shu shook her head slightly. She has no obligation or right to help them. Okay, no need to release anymore. The drone's load is almost full. Luo Tian's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. On hearing this, Yan Shu also nodded and said, "Yes, master. There is still a little leftover food in the room. Do you want me to bring it back?" "No, I don't need that stuff either. Leave it for these people," Luo Tian said indifferently. From the surveillance footage, it can be seen that all that was left in the room was some leftovers. Okay. Yan Shu nodded and informed the women. The rest, for us? The women listened, their eyes wide with shock. It seemed unbelievable. No one could possibly be unaware of how scarce food is these days. But the other party didn't care at all. The leftover food was all scraps, but it could still fill their stomachs. Other tenants would also fight tooth and nail for this food. It seems that Luo Tian really has a lot of supplies at home, just as the residents of Building 9 and Zhuo Wentao said. If I could get into the other person's house, wouldn't I be able to eat and drink without worrying? Thinking about this, the women looked hopefully at the drone channel. Master Luo, can you take us in too? We can be your personal servants, to serve you as you wish. Yes, you can do whatever you want to us. In the living room, Luo Tian couldn't help but say in surprise, "What the hell does that mean? Why all of a sudden? The attitude of this group of women has changed so much? It's a pity." No matter how they begged, Luo Tian would never agree. Although it has been a bit frequent lately. But he would not neglect quality for the sake of enjoyment. What's more, these women have been played with by countless men. I want a goddess. After a clear rejection, Yan Shu was also relieved. Having completed her mission, she had no need to stay on and could return to the safe house. Butler, we can return. Ha? Luo Tian was sitting on the sofa, about to ask the butler to control the drone to return home, when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. It seems that he has discovered something. He saw. In the clear image of the drone, behind the window on the 12th floor, stood a female doctor with a surprised expression on her face. The female doctor has an extremely attractive appearance. She has a pair of black-framed glasses on her delicate face, and her eyes behind the lenses are as clear as stars. She exudes an aura of intellectual elegance. Her body was slender and well-proportioned, with long, slender legs wrapped in trousers, and the white coat she was wearing could not hide her undulating curves. She was leaning slightly over the window, and her delicate face looked almost holy. And Yuyan was also looking at the drone in surprise, and the large pile of food beneath it. This is all Zhuo Wentao's family, right? And Yuyan pushed the black frame on her nose with her slender fingers and said in shock. Who is this person? How dare he steal all the food from Zhuo Wentao's home and fly it away with a drone? Isn't he afraid that after the incident, the other party will return home and find that the food is gone, and then retaliate against him furiously? You have to know. Zhuo Wentao's recent misdeeds have made the residents of the surrounding buildings scared to death. Could this woman be the doctor in from Building 10? Luo Tian touched his chin and said. In the last life, and Yuyan's reputation was well known in Building 9. Not only was she the chief physician at Qinshui City People's Hospital, she was also widely respected by the residents. And during the riots in Building 10, she selflessly treated many people for their fatal injuries. Even if the other party had offended her before, or if they didn't have the money to pay for the consultation because they didn't have any food. And Yu Yan would not mind. At the time, a saying was circulating in Building 10, I was afraid to open the door when I heard a knock in the daytime. But if it was Dr. N, I would open the door without hesitation, even in the middle of the night. This also shows how well-known Dr. N Yu Yan is in Building 10. The residents had an unconditional trust in her. However, some men still had evil intentions towards her, who had a beautiful face and a kind heart. They used the illness of women and children as bait to lure Yu Yan into their room, intending to commit evil deeds. In order to prevent this from happening, she used the scalpel she always carried with her to cut them, and then desperately pushed open the window. She was finally killed. Chapter 105, Our house is quite big. You're really brave, daring to steal supplies while they're not here. And Yu Yan pursed her red lips and stared at the drone road. Is it true that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish? What, are you going to snitch? The built-in microphone of the drone transmitted Luo Tian's voice. How could that be? And Yu Yan shook her head and said through the double-glazed windows, with her hands on the window frame, Zhuo Wentao has killed many of our people and even wants to enslave the residents on the upper floors. I don't have a good impression of him, she said. She gently pushed the frame. Before they come back, you should send the drone back. It will be trouble if they see it. Seeing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This doctor and is really as kind-hearted as the rumors say, even though she hasn't even seen my face. Seeing that the drone was not moving, and Yu Yan's tone also became a bit more serious, are you not listening to reason? If you stay here any longer, Zhuo Wentao will be back with his men. I don't want to see anyone else die at his hands. Seeing the other person's anxious look, Luo Tian couldn't help but say with a smile, oh, really? Do you know where Zhuo Wentao and the others went? And Yu Yan didn't understand why the other person was asking this, but she still said what she knew. I heard them shouting that they were going to Building 9 to find a man named Luo Tian. It seems that he has hoarded a lot of supplies at home. Alas, the other party must have a bad ending. Being targeted by the villain Zhuo Wentao will not end well. Hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh and said, I am Luo Tian, and they can't come back. What? And Yu Yan couldn't help but stare at the drone with wide eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. It seemed to be judging the truth of his words. Zhuo Wentao has dozens of people in his hands, almost the strongest person in the neighborhood. Luo Tian is only one person, and there is a difference in strength of dozens of times. How can he kill the other party? If you don't believe me, take a look at the bottom of Building 9. Luo Tian said lightly. And Yu Yan pushed open the window and squinted at the piercing cold wind, looking out. She saw that under Building 9, there was indeed a pile of bodies lying in all directions. However, they were almost covered by the snow. Such a large number of bodies could only be from Zhuo Wentao and his group. Unbelievable. And Yu Yan covered her cherry lips and her beautiful eyes widened. She had been worried about this for a long time, because the way down to the lower floors had been blocked by Zhuo Wentao's men. The residents were living in fear every day, and even digging out the snow could only be done on the roof. Even she herself was one of the main targets of the other side. As a result, now Luo Tian told her that the other party was dead. And Yu Yan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Does this mean that the residents of the upper floors are safe? Luo Tian, you're amazing. How did you defeat so many people? And Yu Yan tightened her white coat. A sweet smile also appeared on her delicate face. She was really a little curious about Luo Tian, whom she had never met before. Oh, you want to know? The drone's microphone picked up his calm voice. If it's inconvenient, just forget it. And Yu Yan seemed to feel that she had asked the question in a somewhat abrupt manner. She quickly apologized and waved her hand. It's nothing. Luo Tian chuckled and said, I don't mind having another doctor in the family. If you can come, I can not only tell you, but also take care of your food and drink. What do you think? My house is quite big. Luo Tian finally revealed his intentions. And Yu Yan couldn't help but smile and say, how could you invite someone you haven't even met for the first time? Oh no, you haven't even met him yet, and you're already inviting him. But if you have any medical needs in the future, you can always come to me. After saying that, she winked playfully and said, and pushed the frame with her delicate fingers. Don't say it. The contrast between the behavior of an intellectual and beautiful doctor and her playful behavior is quite attractive. The drone was still hovering steadily in the air. Luo Tian certainly didn't expect that with just one sentence, the other party would willingly enter his home. At In Yuyen's request, Luo Tian also left a threatening signal, and then he asked the butler to control the drone to return. After all, with such a large amount of food hanging, the target is not small, and the longer the time spent, the greater the variables. The profession of doctor is still very important. It is equivalent to a nanny. After all, in the end times, no one can guarantee that they will always be healthy and not get sick. If In Yuyen can be taken into the safe house, she can also treat minor illnesses, so she won't have to worry about getting injured when she goes out. Later, when Li Ro and Baya give birth, she can deliver the babies herself. The most important thing is that In Yuyen is beautiful, has a seductive figure, and is also a glasses-wearing woman. She can be called the goddess of white. Not only Luo Tian admires her. His brothers also said they liked it. Besides, there are still a few bracelets left in the space. Why not use them? And Li Ro and Baya have been nagging him to take Yen Shu in. Otherwise, people will go bad. After this period of training, Luo Tian's physical fitness has also steadily improved. He can even spar with Yen Shu. Of course, it's a very pure kind of sparring. With these supplies, it is estimated that there is enough food to distribute to the residents as a reward. Luo Tian sat on the sofa, looking at the footage from the drone, and couldn't help but touch his chin. The supplies brought back by the drone are considerable. Even if he gives away the food he promised, he will probably still have a lot left over. However, at the moment, apart from this, he has other things to deal with. Luo Tian remembered that the reason why the people in Building 10 were attracted here was all because of the efforts of a few residents. Now that Zhuo Wento has been dealt with, they can't just pretend that nothing happened and get away with it. In fact, I can also force Yen Shu to bring In Yuyen back. While waiting for the drone to return, Luo Tian also thought with his arms folded. However, for women with different personalities, the methods of training are not the same. For In Yuyen, a female doctor with a kind heart and a heart for her patients, using violence against her is not a good idea, and it may even provoke her to resist. Humming, the drone landed on the rooftop with 100 pounds of food. The snow on the roof was also very thick. As soon as it landed, it made a 2-meter deep pit. After returning from Building 10, Yen Shu also immediately retrieved the drone from the rooftop. In the corridor on the 22nd floor. Don't push, line up in an orderly fashion. Xiao Junkai stood at the front, making all the residents line up in a long queue. Next to him were some of the supplies that had been airlifted from Building 10. Seeing the boxes of instant noodles and rice, the residents couldn't help but get excited. If they didn't get a share of the food, they would have wanted to start a fight. Chapter 106, The Execution of the Traitor. Lu Hanyuan, kill one person in Building 10 and receive 1 box of instant noodles. Jindi, kill 2 people in Building 10, receive 2 boxes of instant noodles. Ding Jing and Tang Wenquan, together, killed 1 person, and 1 person received half a box of instant noodles. The residents who heard their names. They also came forward with a look of joy on their faces to receive the supplies. After holding the heavy instant noodles in their arms, they were also very happy. Looking at the people in line staring at them with longing eyes, they couldn't help but guard the food in their arms more tightly. Soon, under the management of Xiao Junkai, a pile of food was almost all distributed. The extra bags of rice were also collected by Luo Tian and stored in the space. It's free anyway. I don't want to waste it. Thanks to Luo Go. Now I don't have to worry about starving anymore. The whole family is waiting for me to bring food back. I only have half a box of instant noodles, but it's okay, I can eat it for a week. The owners, holding the food in their arms, said with gratitude. If it weren't for Luo Tian, today they wouldn't have received food, and they might have been scattered like sand. Without the courage to fight the people in Building 10, the entire building would have been in danger. Oh, that's strange. At this moment, someone thought of something. How did the people from Building 10 suddenly attack Luo Tian's home and affect so many people above? They didn't go after all those people, but went to the top floor. Damn, there must be a traitor. Hearing this, many owners living on the upper floors suddenly looked very upset. After all, their home's security doors and rooms were all messed up, and their female family members were all violated by the guys from Building 10. Although revenge has been taken, the pain left behind will not heal. If all this is because someone doesn't take the safety of the residents seriously and is working with the traitors, then they should die. At this moment, several residents who had gone out to join the fun could not help but swallow their saliva and feel guilty after hearing this. They were Kong Ziding, Peng Ping, and Jai Ning, who lived on the 17th floor, and Bu Hui and Wang Xiang from the 19th floor. It was they who came up with the idea of finding someone from Building 10 to cause trouble for Luo Tian. Wang Hongming never returned, and it is estimated that he is already dead. Now only they are left. When they looked at each other, they could see the guilt in each other's eyes. However, no one but them knew about this, so as long as they kept quiet, there would be no problem. They quickly looked away, afraid that others would see that something was wrong. Unfortunately, Luo Tian was sitting on the sofa and had already spotted the figures of the several people from the surveillance. Heh, the guys in Building 10 are dead, so you can go with them. He picked up his phone and opened the group chat. Uploaded a recording. This was taken by the pinhole camera in the hallway. Luo Tian also cropped out the image before uploading it. After all, with the recording, someone will be able to recognize the voice of their neighbor. Wang Hongming, Ping Ping, the task of contacting Building 10 is yours. We will cheer for you. Once this recording was released, it caused a huge uproar in the group. The owners never imagined that the people who threatened their lives in Building 10 were actually residents of the building. If this happened 100 years ago, they would have been traitors. The residents whose families were defiled, including Qiu Junkai in the hallway, looked at them with murderous eyes. Misunderstanding. Peng Ping was so scared that his face turned white. He didn't even react. Where did Luo Tian get this recording? Could it be that one of them had secretly reported to the other? The angry owners surrounded the group, and some of them even had blood-stained baseball bats in their hands. Peng Ping, you explain to me what's going on here. Kong Ziding, I can tell that one of them is you. Damn it, the reason my wife was raped is because of you guys. Fuck, what's there to say to them? Kill them. Faced with a group of angry owners, several residents, including Ping Ping, were so scared that they almost peed their pants and quickly begged for mercy. Everyone, don't get excited. This is all a misunderstanding. We know we were wrong. Give us another chance. Unfortunately, no one listened to them. Bloodied baseball bats and hammers rained down on them like rain. Soon, they fell to the ground and stopped struggling. The bodies were thrown out of the window like garbage by the owners. After the incident in Building 10, many people have a deeper understanding of the current poor environment. Now people in other buildings can gather manpower and call themselves kings and overlords, which shows that the order of civilized society has collapsed beyond recognition. The official institutions are completely paralyzed. This is no longer a cold snowstorm, but rather the end of the world. At this point, everyone is in danger. They deeply understand how important supplies are at this time. Many people felt remorse in their hearts. When they saw Luo Tian stocking up on food in the community, they had only laughed at him and not followed him to buy some. Otherwise, they wouldn't be living such a miserable life now. In the living room, after completing her task, Yan Shu also took off the outer layer of her polar cold-resistant clothing. She hung it on the hanger. Suddenly, her waistline was also revealed. The slender waist and the two long, seductive legs. Master, I have completed the task as expected. Yan Shu stood obediently in front of Luo Tian and said, You did well. Luo Tian nodded and said. Then, he changed his tone and said, Now, I have another task for you. Chapter 107, Snowstorm. The next day, Luo Tian woke up slowly. The room had thick blackout curtains, and it was dark, so he didn't know what time it was. Good morning, master. The mechanical female voice of the housekeeper rang out. The thick blackout curtains opened automatically, and the room was flooded with white light from outside. Since the sun is no longer guiding us, The human body's biological clock is even a little bit out of sync. It is now 9:01 a.m. The temperature outside is minus 74.5 degrees Celsius, which is 5 degrees Celsius lower than yesterday. The temperature inside is 24.7 degrees Celsius. The butler also reported the time thoughtfully. And also gave a tip. There will be a blizzard today, which is expected to last more than 5 hours. There is a 95% risk of freezing to death when you go outside. Blizzard? Luotian was a little confused and looked out the window. Through the sturdy, sealed bulletproof glass, he realized that the snow outside had gotten even bigger, and he could barely see anything. All that could be seen was the dense snowflakes falling. The snow outside is so heavy that the 4 floors will probably be covered. Yen Shu also saw the blizzard outside the window. She said with a worried look on her face. However, the sturdy and warm room still gave her a strong sense of security. It's fine. We're on the 23rd floor, so no matter how heavy the snow gets, it won't cover us. Luotian put on his silk pajamas and smiled. He could even feel the warmth radiating from the floor as he stood on it. After all, the room not only has an air circulation system, but also a powerful heating system. Not only does the heat from the fireplace radiate evenly into every room, but there is also concealed underfloor heating and electric heating in the walls and floors, which provide double heating. There is no fear of the cold outside. Master, you're awake. She saw Luotian and couldn't help but smile when she saw him. Her bangs were pinned back, with a hairpin, revealing her fair and delicate face. Under her short pajama pants, her pair of white, slender legs were also standing there in slippers. Hee, let Baya wash you up. Baya raised her little fist energetically and jumped over to him. She turned on the hot water tap, moistened a towel she had just washed, and carefully wiped Luotian's face. I can do this little thing myself. Luotian enjoyed the subtle service and couldn't help but say with a smile. Even the task of washing his face was left to the maid. He felt that his life was too lazy, and he was afraid that the daily life of ancient emperors was probably like this. It's fine, this is what maids are supposed to do, Baya said with a smile. Besides, last night, as a maid, she didn't fulfill her duty of serving in bed. The soft towel. It even had the scent of Baya. After washing up, Luotian also came to the living room with Baya, who was dressed in her maid's uniform. I prepared a very light breakfast today. I changed it to 8 treasure porridge as you said. Li Ro, wearing an apron, said softly. The thin apron. It also has a seductive curve. On the dining table, there was steaming hot congee, steamed buns with a lot of filling, and fried dough sticks. He was tired of foreign food. Luotian also wanted to try some domestic cuisine and return to a lighter diet. Master, Baya is here to feed you. Baya still played her clingy nature, sitting over and cooing. She picked up a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it lightly, and then handed it to him with a smile. Go away, I'll eat by myself. Luotian slapped her and forcibly made her return to her seat. Master, is Yen being bullied too badly? She hasn't even come to eat breakfast. Baya asked with a smile, resting her chin in her hands. Hearing this, Li Ro also pricked up her ears and listened with great interest. Cough cough. Luotian almost spat out a mouthful of porridge. Eat your food and don't worry about anything. Officer Yen is not feeling well. By the way, after you finish eating, send her some food. The two women exchanged a somewhat ambiguous glance. A smile of realization appeared on her pretty face. After finishing the meal, Luotian stood in front of the huge French windows, silently watching the blizzard outside. At this time, the visibility is extremely poor. At a distance of 1 meter from the window, it was already white and you couldn't see anything. In his previous life, Luotian also vaguely had some impression of this snowstorm. He only remembered that after it finished, the 4 or 5 floors below were basically buried in snow. Chapter 108, Snow is coming out of the window cracks. Luotian looked out the window at the blizzard and was mesmerized. He was in a daze. I feel that it is time to get some guns and bullets, especially rifles and submachine guns. He hugged his chest and thought for a while. Prepare for the rainy days. Luotian still understands this principle. For example, the collective attack by the people in Building 10 this time fully exposed a problem he currently has. That is, the means of mass destruction are limited. If it wasn't for the idea that came to him at that moment, the idea of using the residents of the apartment building as cannon fodder, it would have been difficult to completely eliminate Zhuo Wentao and his gang of villains. After all, there were only 3 pistols in his possession. Yan Shu alone had enough bullets, but the problem was that every time a magazine was emptied, it had to be replaced. If the opponent took the opportunity to charge up, it would be really difficult for Yan Shu to deal with it. Moreover, it is also possible that the other side, seeing that they had guns, would have fled en masse when the first magazine was emptied. With the rate of fire and the number of bullets in the magazine, they can only kill a dozen people. If a powerful organization like Zhuo Wentao attacks him twice, then won't all the bullets in the space be used up? Therefore, the need to obtain some weapons of mass destruction, such as grenades and fully automatic rifles, is imminent. After all, Luo Tian didn't know who would be after his supplies next time, and how many people were in the other party's forces. It's like this mushroom egg thing. You can do without it, but you can't do without it. Once the amount of force is not proportional to the amount of supplies you have, then he will become someone else's granary. In the extreme cold apocalypse, danger can be found everywhere, and there are always variables. One day, disaster may strike you. Yan Shu has worked in the police force and the civilian police, so this task is just right for her. Luo Tian touched his chin and said, if he wanted to get his hands on illegal goods like guns and ammunition, the only place he could think of was the police station or the special police team. After all, Qingshui City is not a pretty country, and there are a bunch of firearms in the weapons stores on the side of the road. Fortunately, as a police officer, Yan Shu felt at home in the police station, and knew the location and opening method of the weapons storage room like the back of her hand. However, this snow came at the wrong time. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This snow is falling too quickly. It's heavy and fast. It is estimated that after the snow stops, the thickness of the snow outside will increase by at least a few tens of centimeters. Although Yan Shu has polar cold-resistant clothing, how to move is a problem. The police station is not close to the community. It is destined to be a dangerous and difficult road. The soft layer of snow is like a white swamp of death, and every step could swallow you up. And the physical exertion is also terrifying. It's impossible to walk there by human power alone. It's impossible to walk to the police station. Fortunately, I had collected a batch of snowmobiles from the container at the dock. It seems that there are also a few snow caterpillars. He let out a sigh of relief. With this snowmobile, which can easily run through the thick snow and complex road conditions at the North and South Poles, Yan Shu's movement can save a lot of trouble. Even if the snow outside is as thick as it can still fly smoothly. The only problem is how to get it out. Luo Tian had thought about whether he should go out with Yan Shu. After thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, Yan Shu was a police officer who had been through systematic training and had experienced many battles. She was very familiar with the means of dealing with various emergencies. Even with instinctive reactions, she can handle many crises. As for himself, he had only been training for a month at most, and was just an ordinary person with improved physical fitness. Although his strength has improved a lot, he is still a bit short in other aspects. At least, I can fight Yan Shu in close combat, and I can fight back and forth, and then consider going out. Otherwise, if I encounter an enemy who knows how to capture the king before capturing the thief, I'm finished. I'm afraid I'll really be blasted with gold coins. Although I have the ability to infinitely expand my space, it can only store and retrieve items at the moment, and it doesn't have any means of attack. Luo Tian sighed lightly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to live like this. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, it was already a white world, silent and still, as if he had been cut off from the world. When the snowstorm stops. And there is no sun, so it is estimated that after going out, even the basic directions of north, south, east and west will be indistinguishable. If you're not careful, you'll get lost. Fortunately, I had the housekeeper download offline maps in advance, including the map of Qingshui City. Luo Tian casually pulled a chair over to him. He sat down on it. With the help of the map, although the streets and buildings were covered by the snowstorm, some landmarks could still be seen. With them, the map can still be used. Drip, drip, drip. Drip 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 drip. At this time, the group messages started to come alive again. They were just sitting around anyway. Lution picked up his phone and clicked into the group chat. Holy shit, did you guys see that? It's snowing really hard outside. Shit, how did a snowstorm suddenly start? The windows in my house almost blew open, and the cold wind kept pouring in through the gaps, freezing me to death. The owners were also very distressed by the snowstorm. Many people were shocked and said that the temperature in their homes was dropping all the time. Luckily, I had some tape at home, so I taped up all the cracks in the windows. Oh, can you lend me some tape upstairs? My window is snowing inside. Give it to me first. I can give you a chocolate as a reward. While a group of owners were fighting over a roll of tape, Dong Yen, who lives on the 13th floor, said with some concern, "Everyone, stop arguing. I just saw a few people go out in the snowstorm. They were residents on the first floor. It seems they went out for half an hour and didn't come back. It's too dangerous in this heavy snow." In response, some residents couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Are they crazy? Going out in such a snowstorm, are they looking for death? You mean Ding Jing and the others? I know. They seem to have gone to the place where the bodies were thrown by the group in Building 10. Shit, they must be going to touch the bodies." Looking at the chat messages in the group, Luotian shook his head and said, "They don't even look at what's going on outside. They're risking their lives for supplies. That's great. They didn't get to touch the corpse, and they became one of them." Chapter 109, Save the Children. In the master bedroom, Yen Shu leaned against the headboard, and Bayet and Li Ro pushed the door open. Although she was not yet dressed. But she didn't care at all, because the women in the room were all close friends. "Are you feeling better, Yen Shu?" Baya asked, sitting on the bed. With her beautiful, watery eyes, she looked at her with a smile, and even made the other person feel embarrassed. "Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better," Yen Shu said shyly. "Because of this concern, don't say it. It's a bit embarrassing. Officer Yen, I made some kanji. It's not good to eat on an empty stomach in the morning." Li Ro placed the hot porridge on the bedside table with a tray. She smiled gently at the same time. This virtuous and caring look, one can't see at all, before she was on a mission in Building 10, and heard those words of a tiger and a wolf from the headset, but they were actually said by the other party. "Thank you," Yen Shu replied. She was really a little hungry. At this moment, "Sister Yen, what knowledge have you learned?" Baya asked with great interest. Her big, watery eyes stared at her, looking like a curious baby. "Ahem." Yen Shu coughed twice after choking on some kanji. "Baya," she said with a bit of embarrassment and annoyance. "Can't you see you're eating? And Li Ro is here too. Can't you be a little more quiet?" If she wasn't feeling sick, Yen Shu would have put that little brat on her lap and spanked her ass. Hee, Yen Shu is blushing," Baya said with a smile. After what happened before, she was used to it, and could even play the piano in the living room. "Who?" Yen Shu gently blew out a breath and then enjoyed a mouthful of hot kanji. "Mmm. It's delicious. It's snowing heavily outside." Baya lay on the bed, staring out the window and muttering. If she were at home by herself, she would have been panicking. But now, she not only has two sisters, Yen Shu and Li Ro, to keep her company, but she also has no worries about food or safety. She doesn't have to hide in her cold home like the other residents, wrapped in a thick quilt and shivering in the blizzard outside the window. The snow is whistling outside the window. Oh, how suddenly the snow has become so heavy. And Yu Yen tightened her white coat. Even though she was wearing a thick sweater and cotton clothes, she still felt a chill running through her body. The water glass on the table was even covered with ice inside. The food in the house is already running low. Now there is a snowstorm outside, and the temperature in the room is dropping. It's like a house with a leaky roof that gets rained on. Doctor in, Doctorin. At this moment, the door was knocked on urgently. Mrs. Fong? And Yuyan's eyes narrowed, and she immediately recognized the voice of the person knocking on the door as that of Mrs. Fong, who lived below her. The voice was urgent. It sounded like she had encountered some kind of emergency. Doctorin, my daughter has fainted from the cold. She won't wake up no matter how I call her. Please come down and take a look at her. Fang Shan saw that the other person had opened the door, as if she had seen hope. She hurriedly begged the other person to come downstairs. Fainted from the cold? And Yuyan frowned, and being frozen in this weather, it was estimated that there was little hope. If she stays unconscious for a long time, I'm afraid her nervous system will be damaged. To be honest, it is not advisable to go out in this snowstorm at all. It is best to stay at home as much as possible. Because in this kind of bad weather, no one knows what kind of accidents will happen. After all, you can't hear almost anything. Only the snowstorm is howling. However, and Yuyan only weighed up the situation for a moment before making her decision. She couldn't bear to see a young child die of exposure. The doctor's duty drove her to act. Wait for me. And Yuyan ordered, turned around and went back into the house to get her medical kit. After everything was ready, the two of them quickened their pace and headed towards the 11th floor. At the entrance to the 11th floor, you can clearly see a large number of refrigerators and appliances, and the messy steel bars are welded there, blocking the entrance to the lower level. It was precisely because of this line of defense that the residents on the upper floors could temporarily survive and avoid the clutches of Zhuo Wentao and his men. Anyway, it's so cold right now. The most useless appliance in the house is the refrigerator. The temperature in the living room is even lower than inside the refrigerator. So when the owners were building the defense line, they didn't mind contributing their refrigerators. Next to the stairwell, there were a few men discussing something. And Yuyan heard a few words, which seemed to be related to the dead Zhuo Wentao and his group. They were shocked by the news from Building 9. And said with envy, Luotian, who lives in the next building, is so rich that he can afford to offer a large amount of food as a reward to directly solve Zhuo Wentao and his group. Husband. Doctorin is here. How is Qianqian? Fang Shan opened the door and shouted anxiously. Is Doctor in here? That's great. Doctor, please come and take a look at Qianqian. Fang Shan's husband Tao Donghong said with red eyes. He was so anxious that he was about to collapse. This should be caused by a lack of oxygen in the brain due to the cold environment. After a brief examination, Dr. Yuyan came to a clear conclusion. Then she immediately began to implement the rescue. To be honest, in such cold weather, a child who has fainted from the cold should be moved to a warm place immediately. But the room was freezing, so they could only move him to the living room. Anyway, it was better than staying in the bed and getting cold air. This common sense of parents is indeed a bit lacking. Not only did they not transfer her at the first opportunity, but the only treatment they could think of was to pat her body. Then, and Yuyan asked Fang Shan to massage various parts of her body to generate some heat. She also opened the medicine chest and took some relevant medicine. It just so happened that the power was cut off for half an hour every day. The couple quickly boiled a pot of hot water and wiped the child with a towel, and fortunately saved the child. In the midst of Fang Shan and Tao Dong's many thanks, and Yuyan also declined, and when the other party wanted to give her half a stiff, frozen steamed bun, she closed the security door and left. When passing the stairway, and Yuyan's delicate face, her long, slender, round legs wrapped in a white coat, and her swaying figure, it immediately attracted the attention of the three men next to it. Chapter 110, If you don't come, I'll go myself. Look, Doctorin is going to save someone again. Sigh, Doctorin is really pretty. Every time I see her, I can't help but feel itchy. She is the chief doctor at Qinshui City People's Hospital, and not only does she have a bunch of male doctors licking her boots, it is said that even their director is chasing her. Three bearded men stared at the swaying back of an Yuyan and said. Just a glance at her made their hearts race. In fact, before the end of the world, they had coveted the pretty and lovely beauty doctor in Yuyan. Now that they learned that Zhuo Wentao and his gang of thugs had been dealt with, the feeling of wanting to do something that had been simmering in their hearts for a long time suddenly erupted again. If I could just sleep with Doctorin, it would be worth it for the rest of my life. Gung Yi looked at the back of An Yuyen as she walked into the stairs. His throat involuntarily rolled. Pa, a goddess like Dr. Ren would never look at you. Don't even dream about it. The bearded man next to him said disdainfully. Who wouldn't want to try this kind of beauty? She has a pretty face. And she's well-traveled and knowledgeable. She's a high-quality beauty who's always being courted. Without 2 apartments in the second ring, a Maserati under your arm, and a bank card with a 8-digit number, how dare you talk about love with the other party? You'll be too intimidated to even stand in front of them. Don't say that. Ko Jianwei narrowed his eyes and said. With a doubtful look at the two of them, he said, look at Zhuo Wentao downstairs. Although he is dead, he has almost played with all the young and beautiful women in our building. What kind of person was he before the outbreak of extreme cold? He was just a salesman. This remark led to Gung Yi's approval. That's right, Zhuo Wentao gathered a group of people and directly played with high-end car models and other people's wives. This is so enviable. Seeing that the two men were excited, Ko Jianwei couldn't help but whisper in a low voice, do you want to taste the goddess too? In response, the bearded man and Gung Yi couldn't help but catch their breaths, and their hearts beat faster than usual. Ko Jianwei, what do you mean? The two of them couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and asked in a trembling voice. It seemed that they had sensed each other's thoughts. Dr. Ren is a goddess who graduated from a prestigious university, not a prostitute you can pay 1,000 or so to have sex with in red light district. The bearded man couldn't help but remind him. Somehow, his breathing suddenly quickened. Who said anything about money? Ko Jianwei narrowed his eyes and looked around before whispering, in this crazy world, it's snowing several meters deep outside, and we're cut off from the world, but we're still spending money on a delivery. Anyway, Dr. Ren lives alone, so if we just trick her into opening the door, we can do whatever we want. We can do whatever we want in whatever position. Upon hearing this, Gung Yi and the bearded man were shocked, blushing and shaking their heads. Ko Jianwei, what nonsense are you talking about? This is illegal. They don't even dare to prostitute themselves. They don't even dare to think about it. Damn, don't you see how chaotic things are out there? Human lives are like dog shit, and you still care about this? Ko Jianwei said angrily. Zhuo Wentao almost killed us before, and now that he's dead, there's no guarantee that there won't be a second Zhuo Wentao to take his place. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be dead. I don't care, but are you willing to die a virgin? Ko Jianwei raised one eye and looked at the two of them. He has long coveted the beautiful Dr. An Yuyen. Anyway, it is now in the extreme cold end of the world. The law has collapsed. Killing someone is like stepping on an ant. What happened to my last woman? If you don't want to do it, just forget it. I'll go myself. Don't regret it. Ko Jianwei said he was going to turn around and leave. Seeing that he was really leaving, Gung Yi and the bearded man could not help but stand there, breathing heavily and looking at each other. Recalling An Yuyen's slender figure and cute appearance, they couldn't help but chase after her with a gritted teeth. Ko Jianwei, wait for us. Hearing this, Ko Jianwei couldn't help but smirk and say, what, have you two figured it out? We've figured it out. The bearded man rubbed his hands and said, I don't want to regret it. After all, I've never had a goddess like this in my life. That's right, as long as we do it in a discreet way. Gung Yi also revealed a fierce look. Anyway, it's snowing outside, so no one will know what happened after they're done. In the face of the goddess's temptation, the three of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and a greedy smile appeared on their faces. It seemed like a long time had passed. But in fact, it hadn't been long at all, and even An Yuyen had only just reached the front door of her own home. Just as she was about to take out the key and open the door to her house, suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a trio of bearded men sneaking up the stairs and looking over to her. For some reason, a bad feeling suddenly came over her. Click. And Yuyen quickened her movements, pulled open the security door, and hurriedly entered the house. Wait, Dr. An, wait. Ko Jianwei and the other two rushed over while yelling. Their eyes were even red. They looked like 3 hungry wolves. Seeing this, An Yuyen also turned pale and slammed the door shut. And locked it tightly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a violent knock on the door Ko Janwei shouted from outside the door, Doctor In, why are you running so fast? That's right, we actually want to see you for a consultation. Open the door, we have no other intentions. And Yuyan took a few steps back, away from the security door, and said with a lingering fear in her voice, I'm not feeling well today, so I won't be making house calls. Bang, bang, click. The three of them were relentless, and even the doorknob was twisted and creaked. The security door was being pounded violently. After a while, the noise finally stopped, and Yuyan, who was also pale, heard the three of them leave cursing. That was so dangerous. She patted her chest with her hand and sat down on the sofa. She said in a frightened voice. As soon as she saw the three of them, Yuyan's keen intuition sensed that something was wrong. This was also related to the impression that Ko Jianwei had left her. As early as a month ago. Every time she met him, he would look at her with a very strange expression. This also gave Yuyan a strong sense of crisis. It was precisely because of this that she reacted so quickly and immediately fled into the house. They tried to molest me. And Yuyan bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, they tried to molest me. She curled up on the sofa. If it had been a few more seconds, she couldn't imagine what horrible things would have happened next. What if they come back next time? And Yuyan clenched her fists, and her fingers were turning pale. Although she is a doctor in a top-notch hospital, in essence, she is still a weak woman who needs protection. But she lives alone, with no friends or relatives here. With Zhuo Wintao's previous example. And Yuyan was not at all surprised by what had just happened. Now the community was cut off from the world by the blizzard, and order and law had collapsed. All kinds of vicious incidents are happening one after another. She must protect herself. Somehow. And Yuyan suddenly thought of Luo Tian's warning signal. Chapter 111 You are a good person. For some reason. And Yuyan entered the string of security codes into the search bar. Then a contact popped up, trainee for 2.5 years. The avatar was still an anime character in overalls. Giggling. And Yuyan, who was originally very nervous, couldn't help but smile knowingly. She of course knew about Pigeon. She never thought that Luo Tian would be so unexpectedly humorous. The panic in Yuyan's heart immediately dissipated. After all, Luo Tian had previously extended an olive branch to her, politely inviting her to be his personal doctor. And he also killed Zhuo Wentao, the villain. In terms of behavior, this made her feel a lot better. Plus, the voice she heard on the drone at the time was very righteous. It was completely different from the three men with the unsightly beards. He sounds very cultivated. Due to all these factors, Luo Tian's image in Yuyan's heart suddenly rose a lot. This prompted her to press the Add as Friend button. I never thought that the only person I could talk to was Luo Tian, whom I had just met. And Yuyan thought to herself. She was all alone in Qinshui City, with no friends or relatives around. After thinking about it, the only person she could talk to was the new acquaintance Luo Tian. The main thing is, Luo Tian's clever strategy to defeat Zhuo Wentao gave her a strong sense of security. Ding! Luo Tian was lying on a chair, enjoying the snowstorm outside the window. Suddenly, the sound of a message came from her phone. When he picked it up, it turned out to be a new friend request. Note, I am Yuyan, the doctor who lives in Building 10. We talked not long ago. Yuyan? Luo Tian's brows raised, and he became interested. Could it be that the other person had come to his senses and decided to accept his invitation to stay in the safe house? He immediately agreed and said, look, the other person's note is very clear and easy to understand. Then he thought about Yan Shu's friend request. This is the detail. Doctorin, have you thought it through? If you agree, I can send someone to pick you up right now. Luo Tian typed in the chat box. However, he immediately thought of one thing. That is, Yan Shu is not feeling well and can't even walk. It would be difficult to pick her up. TSK, I still have Chiu Jun Kai as a pawn. At worst, I can offer some food as a reward and send 2 more people with him to pick up the person at Building 10. Luo Tian quickly thought of Chiu Jun Kai, who had already expressed his submission to him. On the other side. No. I'm sorry. And Yuyan pursed her lips and replied with a light tap of her fingers. She had no intention of becoming Luo Tian's personal doctor. After all, there were many sick neighbors in this building, and she might need to help them at some point. I just want to ask if there are more than a few times. The number of people who want to attack you, how do you protect yourself? And Yuyen typed with her lips pursed. In her opinion, Luo Tian was able to defeat more than 40 people by himself, and he might be able to provide some useful experience in this regard. The behavior of the bearded man and the others still made her quite worried. In any case, she had to take some protective measures. Dr. In, are you in trouble? Luo Tian sensed that something was wrong. Asked. Well, it's not a big problem. And Yuyen hesitated for a moment and briefly explained what had happened. After she had said it, she also felt a lot more relaxed. Sure enough, talking to others and sharing your innermost thoughts can also relieve stress. Gee, so they were attracted by her looks. A message from the chat box was sent. Then, the message was refreshed again. Doctorin, my previous words still hold. If you agree, I can send someone to pick you up right away. Look at this message. And Yuyen was also warmed by the message and realized the other person's concern. I'm still used to living alone, and there are still neighbors who are sick here, so thank you. And Yuyen typed. And, the three of them, the bearded man and the others, probably made a mistake and won't do it again. After the message was sent, the other person also replied. Doctorin, you are really a bit whimsical. It's strange. From the text alone, and Yuyen could imagine that Luo Tian must have shaken his head in disdain when he typed out this sentence. When people are obsessed with lust, what can't they do? Secretly having sex on the street, breaking into girls' dormitories to steal underwear are all trivial matters. The more perverted ones can even have sex with sheep and lizards. How can you be so sure that you are still as attractive as a reptile? Seeing this, and Yuyen's face instantly turned red. Obviously. She had seen all those shocking news reports in the past. It's so cold, their desire will be limited, and they will soon calm down. And Yuyen pursed her lips and replied to the other party. In such cold weather, the other party must have quickly regained their senses. Physical cooling. Do you think that's possible? Lu Tian snorted and replied, they definitely won't calm down, and they might even get worse. At this moment. Before An Yuyen could reply, there was a sound from the door lock in her house. Click, click, click. The faint sound was clearly heard in the living room. That was the sound of the key being inserted into the door lock. Shit, it won't open. Who said you can open the door by just inserting it? Why don't you just break it? I can't fucking wait. Then, there were several people whispering obscenities. Before An Yuyen could react, the security door was smashed. Dong dong. The dull sound was drowned out by the howling snowstorm outside. Not to mention other people, even the neighbors living next door probably couldn't hear it. At this time, An Yuyen was really a little panicked. She never thought that the three men with beards would never give up on her. They would never stop until they got what they wanted. And Yuyen quickly informed the other party. Look, here they come. A text message came. It seems to be mixed with Luo Tian's sneer. What should I do? Luo Tian, they're starting to break down the door. And Yuyen held the phone tightly in her hand, her face full of panic. This kind of thing is really terrifying for a woman living alone. If nothing is done, the security door won't last long. After all, there are 3 people outside. Once they get in, the consequences will be unimaginable. While she waited anxiously, Luo Tian's reply came. Huh, what did I say? Never mind, just do what I said first. See this. And Yuyen also smiled happily and asked hurriedly, thank you, Luo Tian. You are a good person. But, what should I do? I was given a good person card for no reason. Luo Tian on the other side of the screen was also a bit speechless. But people still have to be saved. He can't just do nothing and watch as An Yuyen, a doctor with superb medical skills, is forced to death by those scumbags. Just make it seem like there are other people in your house. I'll send a voice message, and you can play it at full volume and let them listen. Look at the chat box message. And Yuyen also calmed down a lot and said gratefully, okay, thank you Luo Tian. You send it, I'll do it. A voice message popped up. Seeing this, And Yu Yan immediately turned the volume up to the maximum and pressed the play button. And Yu Yan, why don't you pick up the drumsticks? As soon as she said this, and Yu Yan froze in place, at a loss. Not only her, but the 3 bearded men outside the door were also scared stiff. Holy shit! There is a man in Dr. An's house, playing a game. Retreat! The 3 of them were so scared that they fled in a panic. Chapter 112, Auntie Lin's request for help. Thank you, Luo Tian, I owe you a favor. Although Yu Yan was shocked by his shocking statement, she was almost dumbfounded. However, the other party had saved her after all, so Yu Yan was still very grateful. She made a voice call directly. Without Luo Tian's help, she was alone at home, and she couldn't even imagine what horrible things would happen to her next. I remember. Luo Tian smiled lightly. What Yu Yan didn't know was that his goal was actually no different from the 3 bearded men. It's just that they are simply driven by their lust, and are only interested in the other person's body. But he is different. Luo Tian was not only envious of Yu Yan's body, but also her superb medical skills. A team cannot do without a doctor. This kind of excellent medical profession is a completely standard existence in the end times. Compared to other messy flight attendants and models, its importance is self-evident. That is why Yu Yan has no intention of changing places right now. However, Luo Tian was not in a hurry either. After all, the other party could not run away. He will definitely find a suitable opportunity to successfully lure Yu Yan into the safe house. How could they have targeted you when you were at home? Luo Tian looked out the window at the blizzard. Asked with a slight hint of doubt. Actually, I just went downstairs to save a neighbor's child, and they followed me on the way back. And Yu Yan said with a lingering fear. She originally thought that the biggest threat in the apartment building was Zhuo Wentao on the 10th floor and his bunch of underlings. But now it seems that the big one is gone, but there will always be some small ones to take his place. The neighbor's child? Hearing this information, Luo Tian couldn't help but look serious. You know. In the news he heard in his previous life, Yu Yan was forced to jump off a building by several men while she was trying to save a neighbor's child. But she just said that she had saved the neighbor's child, and just. Now, there were indeed a few men who tried to force their way in and commit indecent acts against her. But she was stopped in the middle. Does this mean that the ending of Yu Yan's death has already been rewritten by him? Luo Tian thought to himself. It seems that way, but in fact, it's not 100% certain. After all, there are many people living in Building 10, and Yu Yan has saved more than 1 or 2 children. The main thing is that he doesn't know where Yu Yan jumped off the building in the end, whether it was at home or at a neighbor's house. After thinking about it, Luo Tian still felt that he had to make some preparations and give the other person a warning. If he spent a little effort and pulled this beautiful doctor out of the water, but in the end she was forced to jump off a building by someone else, then it would be a complete waste of effort. Soon. The voice call ended. It was still within the official 3-hour power supply window, so Yu Yan had to boil some water. Gurgling. The kettle boils. In this freezing environment, if it weren't for the official power supply of half an hour each morning and evening, there would be no survivors. Of course, the extremely low temperatures have also made the power lines brittle, and the power supply is routed through cables buried deep underground. Ah. And Yu Yan sat on the sofa, holding a bag of cold bread and nibbling on it. As she ate, she couldn't help but think of Luo Tian. Luo Tian took so much food from Zhuo Wentao's family, he must be eating very well now. Alas, I also want to eat a bucket of hot instant noodles. And Yu Yan said with a pained expression on her face. As the attending physician at Qinshui City People's Hospital, she usually eats irregularly, and sometimes she doesn't have time to cook. Therefore, she has a soft spot for fast food like instant noodles. But what Yu Yan could never have imagined was that Luo Tian had not eaten any of the food he had taken, and that he had been eating well-known foreign delicacies. He had even grown tired of it and recently returned to eating Chinese food. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door scared her. Who is it? And Yu Yan put down the warm cup of water and asked warily. Could it be? Have the bearded men come back with their evil intentions? Doctorin, please help the old lady. My grandson is freezing and passed out. Please go check on her. An anxious voice sounded outside the door. Listen. It's the 13th floor, the greedy old lady Lin. Fainted from the cold? While feeling relieved, and Yu couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Could it be because of the snowstorm today? Why are so many children from these families freezing? First, it was Fong Shan's daughter, and now it's Lin's grandson? Suddenly, and Yu suddenly remembered the meaningful advice that Luo Tian had given her before hanging up the phone. Be careful of those tenants who ask you to treat their children. What did he mean by that? And Yu couldn't quite figure it out. What does it mean? Even if this Auntie Lin is a bit of a freeloader and a gossip, it's impossible that she would harm her. After all, when her grandson had a high fever in the middle of the night, she went to help him. Auntie Lin was calling for help in a panic. The doctor's nature and duty still prevailed at this time. Don't worry, Auntie Lin, I'm coming. And Yu replied. She turned around and went to get her medical kit. As she passed the coffee table, she saw a sharp scalpel on it. After thinking about it, and Yu directly put it into the outer pocket of her white coat. Click. The door opened. Oh, Doctorin, you're finally out. Hurry, don't waste any time, let's go to my house. Auntie Lin's eyes lit up and she quickly dragged her upstairs. Hey, Auntie Lin, slow down. And Yu was dragged so hard that she almost lost her balance. But she didn't think much of it. She just thought that the other person was overly worried about her grandson. After all, the elderly care most about children. Soon, the two of them arrived on the 13th floor and entered room 1303. Auntie Lin, where is your grandson? And Yu looked around and asked in confusion. At this moment, she felt that something was wrong. Although Auntie Lin had been urging her along the way, once they entered the living room, she seemed less anxious. And in the room, whether it was the master bedroom or the side bedroom, the doors were all tightly closed. Doctorin, my grandson is lying in the bedroom. I closed the door to keep him warm. Grandma Lin said with a smile. With a pair of calloused hands, she grabbed in Yuyen's shoulders and pushed her inside. Don't just stand there, Doctorin, go in and take a look at my grandson's condition. At this moment, even the benevolent Doctorin Yuyen noticed something was wrong. Auntie Lin, I'll just stand here, you go and get the child out. After all, the living room is warmer than the bedroom. And Yuyen broke free from the other person's hand. She stepped back a few steps on her long, slender legs and said warily. Oh, yes, Doctorin is right. Auntie Lin was stunned, and then nodded. She walked over to the master bedroom and pushed open the closed door. She saw that her grandson was lying on the bed, frozen and unconscious. Other than that, there was nothing else unusual. Phew. And Yu saw this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What? I was really just being too nervous and overthinking things. Chapter 113, It's a Trap. Building 9. Hey, what a coincidence. Zhang, are you here to dig out the snow too? A resident wearing a cotton hat and carrying a bucket in his hand greeted him with a smile. By the window in the corridor, old Zhang is digging away at the snow. When he saw someone calling out to him, he looked up warily, and only when he saw it was someone he knew did he relax a little. Yes, the power will be cut off in 10 minutes, so I have to hurry up and make some noodles. Old Zhang replied while continuing to work. Seeing this, the resident wearing a cotton hat also joined in the snow digging operation. Hey, I have to thank Luo Tian for this. If it weren't for his reward, I'd be starving right now. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes, after receiving a box of instant noodles, I feel more confident. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. Not only him, but his wife and children don't have to go hungry anymore, and they eat instant noodles every day. Even the other tenants are a little less suspicious of each other. After all, most people have food. Then, his expression suddenly became a little confused, and he looked up into the white blizzard. Lao Shang, what are you looking at? The resident wearing a cotton hat asked curiously as he quickly filled the bucket with snow. If you don't hurry up and dig, the authorities will cut off the power soon. I think I heard a drone. Old Zhang touched the back of his head and said. But the blizzard was howling, visibility was less than 2 meters, and all you could see was a dense blanket of white snow. Drone? The residents wearing cotton hats couldn't help but laugh. You must have heard it wrong. Who has the heart to play with a drone now? Besides, how can you fly in such heavy snowfall? You'll probably crash as soon as you take off. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang also said with a smile, "Oh, I guess I heard it wrong." Just as Yu Yan was relieved, the door on the right side of the bed suddenly opened. "Hey, Dr. In is here." Dr. In. The three bearded men who had just come out. They had actually taken refuge in Auntie Lin's house. At this moment, Yu Yan's eyes widened, and a terrible thought suddenly occurred to her. Auntie Lin lied to her. It was a trap. Rip. Yu Yan reacted quickly and dodged to the side, but because she was a step too slow, the medical kit on her body was still taken away. She panicked and kept backing up, until she was in front of the balcony's French windows. "What's going on? Auntie Lin?" Yu Yan said in a panic. She wanted to ask Auntie Lin, but when she turned around, she saw that Auntie Lin had already hidden in the master bedroom and even closed the door tightly. At this moment, she was alone in the living room, facing the three men with beards. "Hey, Dr. In, you finally come. We've been waiting for you. I'll keep this medical kit for you. It won't get lost." The bearded man, Gang Yi, and Ko Jianwei all smiled lewdly. Even Ko Jianwei, who had taken the medical kit, held it tightly in his arms and said he would keep it for the other person. He said nice things. In fact, he was just taking it for himself. After all, Yu Yan's medical kit contained a lot of common special effect drugs. In the end times, these are all life-saving things. "What do you want?" Yu Yan's body trembled, and she clenched her fists in front of her chest. The other party and Auntie Lin tricked her into coming here. They blocked her in the living room, and she couldn't escape. There were far more of them than her, and if she tried to do anything, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist. "Of course I want to do it. I can't wait any longer. I have to seize this opportunity." The three of them looked at Yu Yan's beautiful figure under her white coat with greedy eyes, laughing and laughing. At this moment, facing the beautiful doctor who was hiding in the corner like a helpless little white rabbit, trembling in fear. Their animalistic instincts were aroused. Only one last step remains. So in Yu Yan, the beauty that countless suitors dream of, is theirs. "I warn you, what you are doing is illegal," Yu Yan said with clenched teeth. She really didn't expect that these neighbors' hearts could be so ugly. Not only did they conspire to deceive themselves, they also forced themselves on her. "Don't be afraid, Dr. In. You must be very lonely at home alone, so you called someone else to scare us." "Ha, so what if it's illegal? Do you think the police will come and arrest us?" "Don't resist, I'll be gentle." Ko Jianwei's attitude was arrogant, and he said with a smug smile. He slowly approached her. Faced with the slender, beautiful doctor in front of them, they couldn't hold back for a moment. "Don't come any closer." Yu Yan's face lost its color. The three of them were uglier than the other, whether it was the wrinkled face like a chrysanthemum or the mouth full of yellow teeth with saliva splashing, all made Yu Yan feel sick. It's better to be killed by these guys than to be violated. "Dr. In, I'm here." Gang Yihan's eyes were bloodshot as he pounced on her, grabbing her white coat. He smiled wickedly and tried to reach out and touch her chest. "No." In a panic, Yu Yan took out a pocket knife and slashed the other person's palm. The sharp blade tore a hole in the palm of his hand. "Ah! Damn it, catch this bitch for me." Gang Yi cried out in pain, looking at his bloody palm and angrily cursing. Seeing this, the bearded man and Ko Jianwei behind him immediately rushed up together. If they were caught, the consequences would be unacceptable to Yu Yan, and even worse than death. It was only at this moment that she finally understood Luo Tian's words, and a deep sense of regret welled up in her heart. Why didn't I take Luo Tian's words to heart? Yu Yan was distraught. She really thought too highly of her neighbors. In fact, in this extremely cold world, the ugliness in everyone's heart has been magnified countless times, and it is simply impossible to treat it with the same set of rules as in a civilized society. If she could do it all over again, she would definitely choose to follow Luo Tian's advice, or to be the other person's personal doctor. Unfortunately, there is no if. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it. and Yu Yan's face revealed a look of absolute determination. Then, she took a long stride and smashed herself into the glass of the French windows. In the horrified eyes of the three people, the glass shattered, and Yu Yan jumped straight down from the sky. No! They cried out in frustration. This is 40 meters. The goddess in their grasp is gone. Whoosh! The blizzard whistled in their ears. The piercing cold wind froze my body in an instant, as if I had lost all feeling. Am I going to die? And Yu Yan muttered. Who? At that moment, she fell directly onto a large net. 3 drones, hanging a huge net, like a spider web hanging in midair, caught her firmly. Chapter 114, New Member in Yu Yan. In the blizzard. The 3 drones quickly flew towards Building 9, dragging in Yu Yan, who had already passed out. Room 1303. Hearing the noise, Auntie Lin immediately opened the bedroom door and ran out. Ah! When she saw the broken glass all over the floor and the blizzard coming in, she let out a piercing scream. What's wrong with you 3? How could you push Dr. Rin down the stairs? Lin's anger was so great that she went up and grabbed the stunned Ko Janwei. Not only did you kill someone, but you also made a mess of the balcony. No, it wasn't our fault. It was Dr. Rin who jumped off the balcony. Ko Janwei was also shocked and seemed to have not yet recovered. The other 2 were also pale with fear. They didn't mean to kill anyone, they just wanted to get laid, but Yu Yan was too fast, she jumped right in. I don't care. Auntie Lin shouted angrily. You made such a big hole in the French window, and the snow is pouring in. Do you want to freeze us to death? Fix it now. Facing accusations. Ko Janwei also shirked responsibility, saying, We're not glass replacement experts, how can we fix it? Look at how much snow there is on the ground. I don't care how you fix it, just fix the glass for me. Shit, we don't know how to fix this. In the living room. The 2 sides also broke out into a fierce argument. The noise of the argument attracted the grandson of Auntie Lin, who was hiding in the bedroom. However, the naughty child was shivering when he went out because of the cold wind that was blowing in. It's so cold. His master, her body is so cold. Baya touched the unconscious Yu Yan and immediately pulled her hand back. She stared at her with wide eyes and cried out. It's so cold, it's not human body temperature, it's like a piece of ice just pulled out of the glacier. Nonsense, she was transported back by drone in a blizzard of minus 70 degrees Celsius. Luo Tian hugged his arms and said nothing. It would be a miracle if her body could warm up. Move her to the fireplace and warm her up quickly. Hearing this, Baya and Li Ro each took one side and placed her next to the fireplace, which was burning brightly. The warm flames. It also gradually warmed in Yu Yan. Her tightly furrowed eyebrows slowly began to relax. The cause of Yu Yan's coma was not only because of the extreme cold, but also because of the shock. Poor doctor. And she went to save someone, but was treated like this by those people. Baya said with a look of pity, holding a dry towel to wipe the water stains from the snow that had melted. At this moment, Baya also remembered her own previous experience. She had clearly gone to save someone out of goodwill, but in the end she had been betrayed by the other party. The similar situation made her feel a little sympathy for Yu Yan. Luckily, I had the drone keep an eye on it. Luo Tian sighed. As early as when he hung up the voice call with Yu Yan, he sent a drone to keep an eye on her because he was worried. As a result, an accident really did happen. The new Blizzard K Polar Search and Rescue drone developed by the master is really easy to use. Lu Tian sat on the sofa, looking at the unconscious Yu Yan and thought to himself. This drone is worthy of being exported to the beautiful country. It's really powerful. Even in emergency rescue or material transportation in extreme weather, there really is no problem at all. An electronic bracelet is a must. After the other party had wiped it clean, Luo Tian also took out an electronic bracelet from his space. Every new goddess must wear it. Without exception. At this time. In order to prevent Yu Yan from getting sick from the cold, Baya also gave the other person several special pills as requested by Luo Tian. After everything was in order. Under the warm glow of the fireplace, Yu Yan's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. It's so warm. She looked at the warm fireplace beside her and murmured. The overly warm environment made it difficult for Yu Yen to distinguish between reality and fantasy for a while. Since the arrival of the extreme cold and snowstorm, the temperature has been below -70 degrees Celsius. She didn't know how long it had been since she had felt such a comfortable temperature. "Am I in heaven?" she said in a shocked voice. After all, Yu Yen clearly remembered that she had clearly jumped from the 13th floor and should have died. "This is indeed heaven, but probably not the one you think." Luo Tian leaned back on the sofa and said leisurely. At this moment, Baya was also dressed in a maid's outfit, standing quietly next to Li Ro, who was hanging her hands. Hearing this familiar voice, Yu Yen was also stunned and widened her beautiful eyes, shocked. "Is this voice you?" "It's me." Luo Tian nodded and said. "How could this be? I'm dead, aren't I? Could it be that you've gone to heaven together?" Yu Yen's beautiful eyes were confused. A layer of abnormal blush rose on her fair face, and she was a little unsteady. "This is my home, not some damn heaven," Luo Tian said in a daze. He got up and walked over, squatting in front of Yu Yen and touching her forehead with his hand. She really has a fever. But she already took the medicine. Now there is no need to take it again. Judging from the time, the medicine should have taken effect. You didn't die, I saved you in the middle of the way, Luo Tian explained. He briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident to the other party. After listening, Yu Yen, although her body was a little hot, also understood. Yes, I'm sorry, Luo Tian. Yu Yen blushed, not knowing whether it was because she was embarrassed or because she was cold. Obviously, the other party had specifically told her to be careful. But in the end, she fell into someone else's trap. However, since it had already happened, Luo Tian didn't blame her for anything. He didn't need to blame her either. After all, he was still considering how to get the beautiful Dr. Yu Yen into the safe house. As it turned out, with the help of the three men with beards, the problem was solved directly. From now on, whether you are sick or injured, you don't have to worry. Because there is a professional doctor like Yu Yen, these are all small problems. Baya, Li Ro, go and get doctor in some dry clothes, Luo Tian said. After all, Yu Yen was soaked in the snowstorm, so she had to change. But in her current state, it would be difficult for her to do it on her own. Yes, my master. Baya smiled sweetly. However, before changing clothes for Doctorin, of course, you have to take a bath in the bathroom first. Chapter 115, The Shocked Yu Yen. Yu Yen was helped into the bathroom by the two women. Because of the heavy snow outside, she was covered in a thick layer of snow, and her clothes were soaked through. I'll just change my clothes. Taking a cold shower now may worsen my condition. Yu Yen couldn't help but remind the two of them. As a doctor, she of course also knows her current physical condition. However, Baya and Erniu, after hearing this, said with a smile, "We won't bathe you in cold water." Since entering the safe house, they have hardly used cold water, not to mention bathing. Even washing their faces is done with hot water. The only time they felt the cold was when they ate ice cream. Ga. Li Ro pressed the switch and the bathroom was instantly illuminated by the bath heater. The warmth of the light immediately took Yu Yen by surprise. What's going on? She stared in shock. Electricity? Yu Yen was puzzled. It was past the time for electricity, right? And the power of the shower is so high that it seems to have exceeded the official power limit. Before she could react, her clothes, along with the clothes on Baya and Li Ro, were also placed in a basket next to her. The three women were honest with each other. Splash! Warm water gushes from the shower head. There's even hot water? Yu Yen widened her eyes in surprise. The tap water has been turned off for so long, where did this water come from? Moreover, the water situation is so tight that there is not enough water to drink, and they are actually using it for bathing. Did Luo Tian specifically turn on the generator for me to use? I'm so grateful to him, Yu Yen said with emotion. She felt that only Luo Tian, out of consideration for her illness, had temporarily turned on the generator to provide electricity and water for the bathroom. This is too extravagant. You know, gasoline is a rare and hard to get resource nowadays. It was specially turned on for you? Hearing this, Li Ro and Baya were taken aback. However, they soon realized that they had misunderstood each other. Li Ro explained with a smile. Doctor, you've misunderstood. The generator has been on the whole time. It's been on all this time? And Yu Yan's face froze. How could that be? She shook her head. The generator consumes a lot of gasoline, and it's a huge expense to run it for a day. How much gasoline does Luo Tian have to store to afford it? And Yu Yan thought the two were joking. Seeing this, Baya and Li Ro also smiled and didn't explain too much. And Yu Yan will definitely understand later. Splash. Under the hot water. Baya was also helping Yu Yan wash her hair, while Li Ro was rubbing her back. Thank you. And Yu Yan also thanked them gratefully. The two women's thoughtfulness made her feel very good, and the uneasiness she felt when she first arrived had dissipated a lot. At this moment, and Yu Yan couldn't help but sigh in her heart, Luo Tian was not simple at all. Not only is the room incredibly warm, there is even extra gasoline to run the generator, and he even has two such beautiful women in his house. No wonder she was able to defeat Zhuo Wentao. She really has the confidence to do so. Baya, can you help me with the towels? Li Ro smiled and said. It was probably the effect of the special medicine, because at this point, Yu Yan's body temperature had dropped a lot, and she was much more awake. Hearing this name, she was like discovering a new continent, looking at Baya with a look of astonishment. Baya? Could it be? I was just dazed. There were many things that Yu Yan had not noticed, including the big star in front of her. Although she usually doesn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, she can't help but hear about the other party's fame, as patients and colleagues often talk about it. Now take a closer look. You really are Baya. And Yu Yan covered her lips in surprise. Just now she was surprised at the other party's appearance. It's unbelievable. One day, she never thought that she would be able to get so close to such a star. And Yu Yan couldn't help but get a little excited. Wait. And Yu Yan suddenly realized that she could get a celebrity who is active on the public screen to be her maid. What kind of person is Luo Tian? I'm not the big star I used to be. Now I'm just a little maid to my master. Baya said with a smile. After coming out of the bathroom, Yu Yan's condition had improved a lot. She also changed into some new dry clothes. What a big fireplace! She thought to herself. Since entering the safe house, everything here seems to be shocking her perception. Not to mention the other things. Just this exquisite fireplace that occupies most of the back wall must consume a lot of fuel to burn. And other people are freezing to death at home. Now Luo Tian is even wearing a thin silk pajama and sitting on the sofa leisurely sipping tea. If I tell others about this, they will be envious of me. Alas! And Yu Yan shook her head and thought to herself, if you had said you were such a local tyrant, I might have agreed to come and be your personal doctor. Who would refuse to live in such a heavenly room in the extreme cold of -70 degrees? With a full heart of shock. With her long legs, Yu Yan came to Luo Tian's side with some hesitation. Don't be nervous, just sit down. Luo Tian held a teacup and smiled. He pointed to the sofa and said to her. Oh, thank you. And Yu Yan pursed her lips and sat down carefully on the side. At this moment, she was surprised to discover that Luo Tian also had a high level of attractiveness, with eyebrows like swords and eyes like stars. Under the open silk pajamas, there were firm and well-defined abdominal muscles. I didn't even notice when I woke up from my coma. God of men. And Yu Yan's eyes lit up, and she thought to herself that Luo Tian might be a celebrity too. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. As the well-known goddess of Qinshui City People's Hospital, her usual cold attitude towards her many admirers seemed to have disappeared. Doctor, how do you feel? Luo Tian took a sip of tea and said with a smile. The other person's gaze naturally did not escape his eyes. Thank you, I feel much better now. And Yu Yan said a little awkwardly. She crossed her long legs and her small hands were nervously intertwined. To be honest, this is the first time the two of them have met, and the location is at Luo Tian's house. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. After all, Yu Yan had never had intimate behavior with other men before, let alone going to the home of the opposite sex. I'm a little curious, What happened before? Luotian looked at her and said. On hearing this, and Yuyan couldn't help but bite her lip. She was really disappointed with the neighbors she had lived with for several years. After telling her story, and Yuyan was also very depressed. She even felt like she was going to collapse. She could never have imagined that in the month following the arrival of the extreme cold and snow, people's hearts would become as terrible as the devil. At this moment, the snowstorm outside the French windows was still whistling relentlessly. The dense snowflakes in the sky seemed to never end. Oh, that's normal. Luo Tian chuckled. After all, it's not just in Yuyan, the doctor. Look at Li Ro and Baiya, which one of them hasn't been treated like this? Even he himself was. Chapter 116, I Can't Breathe. After this extremely cold snowstorm is over, I will definitely send the three of them to jail. And Yuyan said angrily with clenched teeth. Those scumbags. They must be punished by the law and spend the rest of their lives in prison. Then you'll have to wait a long time. Luotian heard this and couldn't help but smile. Instead of hoping that the other party will go to jail, it is better to hope that there will be another outbreak of unrest one day and let them die at the hands of others. Why do you say that? Do you know something, Luotian? And Yuyan pushed the frame of the mirror and asked in confusion. Because from Luotian's tone, it seems like this snowstorm will last a very long time. Even if the snowstorm is very heavy, it will melt by next summer, right? This is not a snowstorm, but a natural disaster. Luotian's gaze. Through the small black-framed glasses, his eyes met with the pupils behind Yuyan's glasses. It may last for years, or even decades, and it won't go away. In other words, we have already entered the end times. These words instantly shocked Yuyan, who opened her mouth wide. The end of the world? You're kidding. This is not a movie. For a doctor who is usually busy at work and rarely gets in touch with movies and novels, these things seem a bit too difficult to accept. Are you shocked? Luotian said with a smile. Then, he said, you want to send the three bearded men to prison. But have you ever thought about what happened to Zhuo Wentao and his group? How many people died? In response to this, and Yuyan's beautiful eyes also widened involuntarily. Suddenly, she recalled what had happened before. If the law is to be used to punish them, then not to mention the bearded men. More than half of the people in this building will have to line up to eat peanuts. Luotian leaned back on the sofa, his mouth curling up. Just within the boundaries of these two buildings, it's already in such a mess. Then look around. The entire neighborhood, or even the entire Qinchuan city, or even the entire world. What kind of mess will it be? You have to understand what a snowstorm that can freeze the entire world is like. There is no better explanation than a mass extinction event like the one that happened 10,000 years ago. Luotian's gaze drifted out the window. In the face of this irrefutable statement, and Yuyan's teeth clenched tightly around her cherry lips. Her white hands were clenched tightly together. It seemed. It really is like that. However, not only her, but almost everyone else found it hard to accept the situation. And they were also forcing themselves not to think about it. Those who want to think clearly have long since gone out of their way to kill, loot and pillage, such as the bearded man and Zhuo Wentao and the others. It's the end of the world. Why bother with so much? Of course, they are trying to save their lives by any means necessary, and enjoy the women they haven't had before. So, in the end, the vast majority of people will die of starvation and exposure because of a lack of supplies? And Yuyan slowly relaxed her clenched fist. Considering the current chaos, it seems that, as Luotian said, mankind has entered the end times. The survival of the fittest. Maybe, but don't worry, I have enough supplies for you to use for 100 lifetimes. After Luotian finished speaking, he also demonstrated it to the other party on the spot. The ability to retrieve objects from one's own space. This scene, which could not be explained scientifically, instantly shattered in Yuyan's three views, making her completely believe what Luotian had just said. It's unbelievable. And Yuyan's eyes were wide with surprise. It seems that she has not yet recovered from the scene just now. This is just like Doraemon's magic bag. No matter what it is, Luotian can conjure it out of thin air, which even made her reach out and pinch her fair thighs. I'm not dreaming. Luo Tian, thank you. After accepting all this, and Yu Yan couldn't help but say with gratitude. After all, she and Luo Tian had only just met that day, but the other party had not asked for anything in return, letting her live in a warm and safe house and not having to worry about food. Compared to her situation in Building 10, this is a life in paradise. At this time, Baya and Li Ro, the two women, also walked over with two long, white legs. But what Yu Yan couldn't understand was that they didn't sit down, but stood silently by Luo Tian's side with their hands hanging down, especially Baya, who had changed into a maid's outfit that fit her perfectly. It was as if Luo Tian was the master here, and everyone else was a servant. However, it seems that this is the case. After all, the owner of the safe house is Luo Tian. While Yu Yan was thinking in a chaotic manner, Luo Tian, who was sitting in the middle of the sofa, slowly stood up and smiled. Doctorin, I will tell you the rules you need to follow in the safe house. I hope you will keep them in mind. His eyes were calm, that is, unconditional obedience to all my orders. On hearing this, Yu Yan couldn't help but stare in shock, and said hesitantly, all orders? This is a bit too much. What if the other person asks me to do that kind of thing? You have no right to refuse. In her shocked eyes, Luo Tian directly grabbed her chin and said condescendingly. And Yu Yan was forced to lift her head and look at him pitifully. I think this is a bit unfair. And Yu Yan argued. It's like signing a contract to sell yourself, and you become a servant. Oh, fair? Luo Tian smiled and let go of her chin. Then he snapped his fingers lightly. Zila. The bracelet began to work. At this point, Yu Yan finally understood what this wristband was actually used for. Of course, the butler was not firing on all cylinders, just giving a small warning to the other party. But Yu Yan still felt her body soften. Then she fell into Li Ro's broad embrace. That's it. Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and said. He is not a philanthropist, nor does he have a penchant for saving people without expecting anything in return. From the moment you put on the bracelet, you are my woman. But it's okay, it's normal not to be used to it at the moment. Luo Tian said, holding his arms. After we get used to each other, you'll adapt more quickly. Come to my room tonight. After saying this, Yu Yan still fell softly into Li Ro's arms, without moving. Doctorin? Li Ro called out to the other party tentatively. Let go of me. Yu Yan said softly. I can't breathe. Chapter 117, Everyone Gets a Share. Report. A little brother covered in snowflakes pushed open the door and rushed in. Seeing this, Diaoming stopped rubbing the jade ring on his thumb, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. His body leaning on the sofa also leaned forward slightly. You're looking for a beating, what are you shouting about? Shinkai, the number one lackey, immediately stood up and angrily shouted. You're so rude. Can't you see the boss is still here? Boss, Huren is missing. We couldn't find him after digging out the snow. The younger brother hurriedly explained. They organized a few people to dig out the snow, but at first it was fine, but at the end, one person was missing. It was snowing so hard outside. Even if the other party left any traces when they fled, they were all covered by the snow. Worthless. Diaoming snorted in contempt. With so many people, you couldn't even keep an eye on one person, and you let him slip away under your nose. Boss, I think the kid couldn't take the torture and ran away. Shinkai lowered his body and looked at Diaoming and said. These people are professional debt collectors. There was a tough guy in this neighborhood who wouldn't pay back his loan when it was due. So, as the boss, Diaoming gathered a team and came to kill him. Unexpectedly. An unprecedented cold snowstorm trapped everyone. Here. Since Diaoming had more than 30 thugs at his disposal, and everyone was fierce and aggressive, Building 13 was quickly taken over by them. Now, Diaoming is the undisputed leader of Building 13. Everyone in the building follows his orders. With the addition of many new people, they now have a terrifying number of nearly 100 people. If you want to run, let his wife pay off his debts. Diaoming sneered. The scar on his eye, which looked like a centipede, also wriggled menacingly. No one can take advantage of him. It was snowing heavily outside, and even if the other party sneaked away, they would eventually die in the blizzard. At this moment, a woman of some beauty sitting nearby shuddered at the words, her face showing deep fear. She was Hu Ren's wife. Now that the other party has run away, and it is unknown whether they are dead or alive, she is left alone to suffer. Not only her, but even the house that originally belonged to them also fell into Diao Ming's hands and became the base camp for the other party and his henchmen. Yes, let his wife go. Shin Kai repeated. He was playing the role of a lackey to the extreme. Hu Ren borrowed more than 200,000 yuan. Diao Ming rotated the jade thumb ring on his thumb and crossed his legs. His eyes suddenly became vicious. That guy called Luo Tian, no news either? Hearing this, Shin Kai also wiped the non-existent sweat and said carefully. Boss, no. The residents of Building 13 all said they didn't know, and the residents of Building 12 also asked a lot, but no one knew. Obviously. He knew his boss's personality. Although money is now worthless, those who borrowed money from them before have already paid a painful price. Except for one guy named Luo Tian. Continue to investigate. Diao Ming said in a sinister tone. The two people who collected debts in the community had borrowed a total of about 300,000 yuan from him. But that guy named Luo Tian borrowed a whole million yuan on his own. After borrowing the money, he disappeared without a trace. However, after investigation, he also found out the other party's exact address. Little brat, I'm going to show you that some bargains aren't that good. Diao Ming sneered. The other party won't be able to hide for long. Now they have occupied an entire building, and in the future, they will continue to expand their scope. How are Li Ming and the others doing? Are they okay? Diao Ming asked while hugging Hu Ren's wife. The woman was trembling in fear. She let the other party do whatever they wanted, not daring to move a muscle. Boss, Li Ming's wound is not bad, but the stitches are not very good, so maybe a professional doctor should take care of it. The other brother's injuries are not optimistic either. At this time, a trusted aide stepped forward and said. They had just had a fight with the workers from the building next door. The thugs led by the contractor Zhou Jin were also very fierce. No one gained an advantage in the conflict. I heard that there is a doctor in Building 10, who was previously the chief doctor at Qinshui City People's Hospital. Get her back and treat the brothers. Diao Ming gently stroked the jade ring. In this environment, not only do you need a lot of manpower, but a skilled doctor is also very important. No problem, boss. Shin Kai nodded and bowed. However, he then had a problem, but it's too snowy outside, and even the entrance to the underground parking lot is not visible. It might be a bit dangerous to go now. Shin Kai carefully raised his head and said, and boss, there's that guy Zhuo Wentao in Building 10. Seeing this, Diao Ming couldn't help but glare at him and scolded, you're useless. Zhuo Wentao is nothing. I have more than 100 people under my command. Why should I be afraid of him? If the other party doesn't have any sense, I'll have Zhuo Wentao and his little brothers removed from the list of people in Building 10. Hey, it's my fault. Compared to you, Zhuo Wentao is nothing. Shin Kai quickly began to flatter him. I'll gather the men and go to Building 10 to bring him back to you. Sorry, Doctorin. Li Ro quickly helped the other person up and said with shame. Having a big heart is not a good thing. She asked with a smile, Master, is there anything you would like for lunch? I'll go to the kitchen and prepare it. It was almost noon. As the cook, she had to go ahead and prepare the ingredients. Let me think. Luo Tian said slowly. I've eaten a lot of foreign food, mostly recipes I found in the butler's database. It's actually not that great. It was just for novelty. Now that I'm tired of it, it's time to switch back to domestic cuisine. You can choose any of the 8 major cuisines, just choose from the Jiangsu and Cantonese cuisines. Luo Tian waved his hand and said. These 2 cuisines are relatively light, just the right thing to eat to break the monotony. I'm sick of eating roast lamb and steak. In terms of taste, you have to try the famous dishes of the country. Chapter 118 We are like extras. After a period of busyness, the kitchen is also filled with a pleasant aroma, tempting everyone's appetite. At this time, after a morning of rest, Yan Shu also walked out of the bedroom. When she saw that there was an extra person in the living room, Her lips parted slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Strange. She hadn't left the room for half a day, so how did she suddenly have a new roommate? Are you Doctorin? Yen Shu looked at him carefully and said in surprise. It was only then that she realized. It was none other than the attending physician of Qinshui City People's Hospital, and Yu Yen, who had helped her treat her wounds when she was injured on a previous mission. So, the two of them are not strangers. Officer Yen, how is it you? And Yu Yen couldn't help but cover her mouth and asked in disbelief. Luo Tian had just introduced the members of the safe house. However, because Yen Shu was not feeling well, he did not introduce them, and wanted the two women to get to know each other in person later. No. Yen Shu and Yu Yen had met before. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and said in a strange voice, you two know each other? We met a few times before. Doctorin even helped me treat my wounds. Yen Shu nodded with a slight blush on her face. She didn't expect it either. It was such a coincidence that the other party had also entered the safe house. After Yu Yen's explanation, Yen Shu also understood the ins and outs of the matter. After all, she didn't meet Yu Yen when she went to Building 10 on a mission. And Luo Tian communicated with the other party through a drone, and Yen Shu was still outside at the time and didn't know anything. That's quite a coincidence. Luo Tian nodded. At this time, it's time to eat. At this time, Li Ro walked out with a plate of fragrant dishes. Squirrel-shaped fish, shrimp, chicken, and fish. Ma soup. They are all delicious Suzhou-style dishes. Wow, what a delicious smell. Baya said with full energy. She took a deep breath and, smelling the tempting aroma, couldn't help but start eating right away. Looking at the sumptuous meal. And Yu Yen couldn't help but stare at the meal with wide eyes and swallowed hard. Is this so extravagant? There's chicken, fish, and fresh vegetables. This is truly beyond her expectations. Originally. And Yu Yen thought that Luo Tian meant instant noodles and snacks, canned food, and the like when he said not to worry about food. At most, some white rice. But now, look. It's almost like eating in a 5-star restaurant before the end of the world. It's scary. And Yu Yen already knew that Luo Tian had the ability to store infinite space. But, with so much meat and vegetables, don't you worry about the shelf life in space? Don't they rot? Officer Yen, you guys don't eat all this all the time, do you? And Yu Yen looked at the table full of delicious food. She couldn't help but ask. Not really. Hearing this, and Yu Yen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's right. How could you eat these delicacies all the time? You should only be able to eat them once in a while. No, Yen Shu said, changing her tone, I've been eating seafood and barbecue all the time, and I'm tired of it. Poof. And Yu Yen was speechless. Listen, does that sound like something a human would say? There are so many people outside who can't even eat the leftovers, and you people who eat steak and barbecue are complaining that it's too greasy? At this moment, she really wanted to sigh, why not eat meat gruel? However, and Yu Yen also knew very well. Everyone can live such a carefree life, and eat delicious and varied meals every day, all thanks to Luo Tian. Without Luo Tian, their lives would be miserable too. Just like the residents outside, they would be cold and hungry every day. They even have to worry about their personal safety, and being coveted for their beauty. Hee, Doctorin, you'll have a lot of good food in the future. Baya smiled as she crossed her arms. Under the maid's skirt, 2 slender legs stood there. Sisterly Rose cooking is really good. At this moment, and Yu Yen could only feel a burst of fragrance wafting up her nose. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she couldn't help but think to herself, every day is such a delicious treat, this life is too good. It's not that I don't have principles. And Yu Yen sat in her chair, unable to wait to pick up a piece of tender sea bass and stuff it into her mouth. It really is. It's so fragrant. It's so delicious. In the blizzard, the dense snowflakes, in just a few short breaths, had left a thick layer on everyone's shoulders. Many people are gray and white, like they have all become old men. Kai, it's so cold. Do we really have to go to Building 10 now? One of the younger employees complained. He kept flapping his hands to get rid of the snow, but it didn't help much. It was snowing too heavily. As soon as it falls, it is covered by a new layer. Nonsense. Shinkai was also shivering from the cold. He had just opened his mouth to curse when he got a mouthful of snow. The boss gave the order. How dare they disobey? Don't dilly-dally, start digging now. The sooner you start digging, the sooner you'll be free. Shinkai hurriedly urged. Fortunately, the entrance to the underground parking lot of Building 10 was right at the door, so they didn't have to walk too far. Otherwise, in this kind of weather, people would get lost. A few meters away. It was completely covered in snow, and they couldn't see anything. I have a feeling that we are like those extras in the end-of-the-world movies, struggling to find supplies in the snowstorm. A young man with a hat on his head sighed. The person next to him corrected him, "You're right, we are in the middle of a blizzard at the end of the world." Chapter 119, If you want to see someone alive, you have to see their corpse. Bah, you're the extra. Watch your mouth. One of the younger members of the group said, with a hint of resentment. What a sidekick. It sounds like we're going to die, which is inauspicious. We should say that we are like the main cast in a movie. He corrected him. You're not the main character, you're more like a supporting role. Hurry up and dig, stop complaining. Shinkai couldn't help but scold. Now you have time to brag. If they don't dig the entrance to the underground parking lot soon, they'll all freeze to death. Alas, this neighborhood is good in every way, except for the underground parking lot, which can only be reached by elevator. That's right, there's no electricity now, so we can't go down. The people sighed. At this moment, a man named Kong Tian suddenly said, "The doctor who lives in Building 10 is called In Yuyan, right? Have you met her?" Someone asked curiously while digging. He, I really have. The snowstorm. Before the end of the world, I was lucky enough to get her number. Kong Tian recalled. Let me tell you, Dr. In is a real beauty. She was wearing a white lab coat and her long legs were wrapped in black stockings. I was so hard that day. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Wow, she's a beautiful doctor. Then we'll have some fun. One of the younger guys chuckled. Although they can't go too far, after all, the boss asked for her. But they can still get their hands on her. With a goal. Everyone was full of motivation, digging more and more enthusiastically, and soon they dug out the entrance to the underground parking lot buried deep below. The efficiency has increased several times. Damn it! Shinkai was speechless. Sure enough, Shui was the driving force. He had been shouting for a long time, but it was like farting in the wind. In the end, a doctor named In directly told them to dig with all their might. Then, Shinkai also led a group of his men into the underground parking lot and then all the way to Building 10. After entering the corridor, everyone was secretly on their guard. After all, Zhuo Wentao was in this building, and he had gathered 30 or 40 people. Although they had more than 80 people, almost twice as many as the other side, they were still cautious. If the other side did not play fair and attack them in secret, they would be in trouble. However, as they climbed higher and higher, they realized something was wrong. They had climbed all the way to the 10th floor, but they hadn't seen a single person. In fact, they had even found a corpse in the hallway that had frozen solid. Strange, I heard Zhuo Wentao lives on the 10th floor, but it feels like the building is empty. Someone said in a puzzled voice. At that moment, Kong Tian exclaimed in shock, "Brother Kai, come take a look." At the entrance to the 11th floor, he found a pile of refrigerators welded in place by a lot of steel bars. The entire space was sealed off. Get it open. Shinkai did not hesitate and immediately called for people to start destroying it. It took a lot of effort. With axes and hammers, the group successfully destroyed this relatively strong defense line. Who are you? Fang Shan, who heard the commotion, pushed open the door and walked out, looking terrified. Because the storm outside was howling loudly, she was the first to discover the commotion of the people destroying the defense line. Don't resist. We just want to ask you a few questions. Several of the younger men also grabbed her directly and escorted her to Shinkai. To tell the truth, Fang Shan was the first living person they met after entering Building 10. Tell me, what's going on in this building? Why can't I see anyone downstairs? Where are Zhuo Wentao and the others? Shin Kai asked the other party. Something is really strange about Building 10. We have to find out what it is. Don't hurt me, I'll tell you everything. Zhuo Wentao and the others are already dead. Fang Shan, as an ordinary woman, was suddenly scared out of her wits. Facing a group of men who looked threatening. She was also scared out of her wits and told them everything she knew. What? Shin Kai was shocked and shouted after hearing it. He wasn't shocked that the group had been wiped out in Building 9, but by the name he heard from Fang Shan. Luo Tian? Shin Kai's face lit up with joy. Isn't this the guy who borrowed 1,000,000 yuan before the end of the world? They finally caught him. Oomph, Luo Tian. Your good days are over. It's time to pay back the debt you borrowed before. It seems that the other party's family has a lot of supplies, and the reputation has spread to Building 10. Shin Kai couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile, and he had a plan in mind. However, their main objective at the moment was Dr. Ren. Do you know which room Dr. Ren is staying in? Shin Kai asked coldly. Dr. Ren? I don't know. Fang Shan suddenly shuddered and shook her head repeatedly. What a pity. Her poor attempt at concealment was immediately exposed. If you don't want to die, tell me. Shin Kai snatched the machete from the man next to him and pointed the blade at her neck. In the face of death threats, Fang Shan was also directly scared to collapse, and couldn't help but reveal the person who saved her daughter, and Yu Yan, she is here, she lives on the 11th floor. Get out of here. Shin Kai kicked her away with one foot and went upstairs with the machete in a threatening manner. She was just an ordinary woman, and he didn't have time to waste on her. Bang! The door was violently torn open. Then, a group of henchmen also rushed in, and they all rushed into the house in an instant. Unfortunately, they searched the entire house, but they couldn't find any trace of an Yu Yan. Shit, where is she? Shin Kai said impatiently. It's been over an hour since they came out, and now they haven't even found a single person. If we're late when we get back, the boss will definitely scold them. After searching through several floors, the brothers also arrested several tenants. Among them was Mrs. Lin. Please spare my life. You are looking for Dr. Ren, right? But the other party has already jumped off the building. Auntie Lin was trembling in fear. She was afraid that if she answered slowly, the other person would send her to hell with a knife. On hearing this, Shin Kai's face turned green on the spot. What, jumped off a building? If Dr. and jumped to his death, what would happen to the injured brothers in Building 13? If they only brought back the news that he jumped to his death, the boss would probably help him jump to his death too. According to what Auntie Lin said, the men with beards who were up to no good that day were also forcibly taken out of the house by the younger brothers. Big brother, it's not our fault. Yes, it was Dr. Ren who jumped. We didn't touch her. Really, we didn't even take her medical kit, we just threw it all the way downstairs. The bearded men were scared pale. They had no idea where all these people came from, and why they were looking for Dr. Ren. If they had known that there would be such a day, they would not have dared to think of taking advantage of Dr. Ren Yu Yan. The three of them, Hu Zi, Nan and Ko Jianwei, could not help but tremble. Will these people vent their anger on them? Damn, a bunch of animals. Shin Kai angrily shouted. Search! Search! I want to see their bodies, dead or alive. Chapter 120, Go to work after you've eaten. Under Shin Kai's threat, the three men with beards had to take shovels and dig out the body of Dr. Ren, who had jumped to his death, in a blizzard with temperatures below -70 degrees Celsius. Unfortunately, no one knew that Yu Yan had already been rescued by Luo Tian with a drone. So no matter how hard they dug, they couldn't find any trace of the body. Yo! Gung Yi sneezed involuntarily as he dug. The snot that had just come out froze into ice. Looking at the other two, they were covered in a thick layer of snow, and if they didn't move, they would probably be mistaken for snowmen. Damn it, where is Dr. Ren's body? Ko Jianwei was shivering from the cold and couldn't help but curse. The three of them had been digging for a long time. They had found the medical kit that had been dropped earlier, but they couldn't find the body of such a big man. No matter how the other person jumps, the area is only this big. After being in the blizzard for so long, the extremely low temperature had frozen them to the bone, and they felt as if their bodies were burning up. This is a sign of high fever. But the three bearded men dared not stop, looking at Shinkai and his group standing in the doorway of the apartment building with gloomy faces. Three useless people. Shinkai couldn't help but curse. It's bad enough that they forced someone to jump off a building, but now they can't even find the body. How is he supposed to explain this to his boss? If the boss blames him, he won't get off lightly. Brother Kai, the boss has been looking for Luo Tian, so it would be good to catch him. At this moment, Kong Tian, who was standing next to him, rolled his eyes. He suddenly made a suggestion. Shit, don't say it. That's a great idea. Shinkai couldn't help but be overjoyed. He kept patting the other person on the shoulder and praising him. We didn't find a doctor, but we found Luo Tian, who took out a loan. The boss will be very happy. Because for their boss, money is more important than anything else. Although, there is no use for the money now. Let's go to Building 9. Shinkai said in a low voice. He led a group of his men into the underground parking lot and headed towards Building 9. Brother Kai, shouldn't we deal with those three guys? One of the younger members asked. Don't worry about them. After being in the snowstorm for so long, they'll have a 40-degree fever when they get back. Shinkai waved his hand. The medical kit has already been taken away. In this case, the other guys have undoubtedly been sentenced to death. Doctorin, how was the food? Luo Tian took out a tissue and wiped his mouth, smiling. Opposite. And Yu Yan touched her little belly and said with satisfaction, thank you for the hospitality. I'm very full. Not only was she full, it was also very enjoyable. Li Ro's cooking is second to none. The dishes she makes are almost the same as the ones she ate at the hotel. In fact, it even tastes better than the dishes made by those chefs. After eating such delicious food, she would definitely not be able to bear going back to her previous life of drinking water and eating cold bread at home every day. When you're full, you go to work. Luo Tian snorted. Li Ro made the rice. She didn't want to let anyone else wash the dishes. Although, before Yu Yan came, it was always Li Ro and Baya who helped each other. Oh. And Yu Yan shrunk her neck and replied weakly. Then quickly picked up the plate she had eaten clean and ran to the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she discovered that there was a dishwasher. Wash it by hand. Luo Tian's voice sounded faintly. He directly extinguished the little thought that had risen in her mind. I'll wash it, I'll wash it. And Yu Yan said in a whiny voice. This delicacy is not so easy to eat. She got scolded. As someone who often orders takeout and hardly ever cooks, washing dishes is also a difficult task for her. Li Ro finished washing the dishes in a few minutes, but Yu Yan took 15 minutes to wash them, and her clothes were soaked in the process. And Yu Yan was aggrieved. She thought to herself, tonight she must transform into a goddess and squeeze all of Luo Tian's inventory out. In protest of the other party's atrocities. Master, there is a situation in the apartment building. A large number of outsiders have been detected entering. At this moment, the butler suddenly issued a warning. Outsiders? Luo Tian was taken aback and said in a strange voice. On this snowy day. How could there be other people coming to Building 9, and it seems like there are quite a few of them. Bring up the surveillance. There was indeed a large crowd of people in the hallway, and they were all heading upwards. From what they said, Luo Tian also knew that the other party was actually coming for him. Strange, where did this group of people come from? Luo Tian said in a puzzled voice. I haven't seen them before. What should I do? There are so many of them. And Yu Yan said in a somewhat panicked voice, looking at the other person with her beautiful eyes, do you want to offer a reward again to get the residents in that building to kill them? Not likely. Luo Tian shook his head and said. In the last battle, many people got food, so this time they probably won't dare to venture out. Moreover, many people were injured last time, and they are not very strong at the moment. The main thing is that there are too many of them, and the residents are no match for them. So, what should we do? And Yu Yan grabbed her sleeve and said nervously. She didn't want to lose her current good life. Facing the sudden crisis. Baya and Yanshu were very calm, and there was no panic on their pretty faces. Because they knew that Luo Tian would definitely solve it. Don't worry, as long as you stay in your room obediently, they won't be able to do anything to you. Luo Tian said calmly. Even if this group of people is large, what's the point? The alloy walls of the safe house are not made of vegetables. However, that being said, he still had to make a little preparation. Kai, why are there so many holes in the wall? Kang Tian asked with a suspicious look. On the 23rd floor. The first thing that catches the eye is a wall full of holes, like a city wall that has been bombed. It's extremely eye-catching. What the hell is this? I'm looking for Luo Tian, you know? Shin Kai said nonchalantly. His current priority is to capture Luo Tian and hand him over, and he is not interested in anything else. Luo Tian, open the door for your grandpas. Do you hear me? Don't play dead, or we'll break down the door. Get out of there right now. At Shin Kai's signal. The younger brothers also came to the door with arrogant faces and yelled. In their view, Luo Tian is only one person, and he poses no threat to them at all. Even if all the residents of this building came together, they would still have a huge advantage in numbers and would not be afraid at all. Where did this dog come from, barking at my door? Luo Tian chuckled softly. The sound was clearly transmitted to the hallway through the Bluetooth speaker. On hearing this, the little brothers at the door suddenly turned black. They never thought that Luo Tian would dare to provoke them at this time. Don't they know how to write the word death? Or is the cat's eye just a decoration? The other party can't see how many people are behind them?